They're gonna double stack it. 10 up, cast over the top. Bang!
The Call of Duty Mobile Regional Playoffs are here.
Concussion comes out, but the death machine is good for 3 for the clutch.
Over the next 2 days, we will showcase the 8 best teams in Latin America. What's on the line, you ask? $75,000 and a ticket to Stage 5. Grab your phone, get your loadout, and strap in. The Call of Duty Mobile World Championship Stage 4 Regional Playoffs starts now.
Welcome one and all to the Call of Duty Mobile World Championships of 2022. It's time for the conclusion of the Latin America Regional Playoffs. My name is Infinity. I'm joined by Austin Visions Neil. Visions, Austin, mate, I'm so glad to be here with you, buddy. We've cut our field down from 8 teams to 4.
We got 4 teams left, man. It's time to go through the double elimination bracket. I mean, day number 1, it was a little spicy, right? We had a lot of crazy things that kind of played out for us. A lot of Game 5s going the distance. Got some OTs here and there. So hard to say what we're going to get out of our top 4 teams left here in LATAM here, Brody.
Yeah, hard to say. Let's give you guys a little quick recap, though, about kind of how the entirety of this process works for the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship 2022. Of course, there are 5 regions competing here for the regional playoffs. If you guys are keeping up with all the Call of Duty Mobile action, you already know that India is currently ongoing through its conclusion of its own regional playoffs. Of course, that's just one region, though, out of 5 competing alongside North America, Latin America, which is what today is all about, Japan, and Europe as well. $375,000 on the line as well. And you guys, again, can see kind of the breakdown of how many teams from each region are actually going to make it in the 16 that will be making it towards the World Championships. But in case this graphic isn't quite enough, here is a little recap of how the season has gone so far.
The Call of Duty Mobile World Championship is back with Stage 4, the regional playoffs. Watch the best teams from all across the globe fight it out for their share of a $2 million prize pool and a spot at the World Championship Finals.
This is unbelievable.
3 stages are complete, and now it's elimination time. Teams will face off over 2 days. 2 wins on day 1 gets you through to the next day. 2 losses, and you're out. Day 2 teams face a double elimination bracket. Win and move on to the next round. Lose and go down to the lower bracket. Lose again and you're eliminated. Only the top teams from each region will make it to the ultimate stage. The World Championship Finals. 40 teams, 5 regions, the fiercest Call of Duty mobile competition in the world. Who will make it to the top? It all starts now.
Well, let's look a little look at the kind of the formatting for today. Obviously, if you guys didn't know already kind of how the Swiss formatting worked for yesterday, well, Austin, there you go. Nice little video. It's nice to have everything kind of packaged up in like a minute-long video right there.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it makes it nice and short and sweet for us, and obviously really easy to understand, kind of looking through all of that. So we went through our Swiss bracket, which I always thought, you know, was a lot of fun. It's also a little bit different compared to what we're used to, Brody. So now that we have our top 4, we'll kind of dive into everything that we have left here for you guys. And, well, as you can see it, there it is. Swiss elimination. That's the 8 teams that we started with. A couple teams were able to go 2-0, get the day over with, done and quick, and the teams that, you know, struggled early had to battle out through some of those elimination rounds, which were absolutely grueling, but were great to watch. And then, of course, now we're in day 2, Brody. So now it's all about double elimination. If you lose the first round, you still have a chance. You can make the run. You can get to grand finals. But let's be honest, everyone wants to make it through the upper bracket, because if you do, you get that 1 map advantage going into that grand finals, which will be a best of 7.
Yeah, today I think things are a little bit more simplistic for everybody at home. This is just simply a double elimination advancement bracket. Here's a look at how we've got to this point, though. A little look at the Swiss stage scoreboard from yesterday. This is how everything looked. We got to our final 4 teams there. You can see them in bolded yellow. FR Bulls, Inco Gaming, Influence Rage, and Skade. The former 2 finishing 2-0. The latter 2, 2-1. And Austin, yesterday, of course, we lost Loop, Zodiac, Cygnus, and
Yes.
iTitan along the way.
We did. We lost Cygnus TS Esports, I think that's probably the big one that's going to stand out to a lot of people, being able to be, such a huge, impactful team last year throughout LATAM, not able to get it done this year. Played a really tight series versus Influence Rage, excuse me. You can see that went all the way to game number 5. And then underneath, we also had Skade that were able to actually win pretty convincingly. That was probably the most dominant series I think we had on the day by far. So, yeah, those two, unfortunately, do fall out in the last chance qualifier. And Loops and Team Zodiac just not enough in the tank to kind of pick up any of those wins. But definitely played really close again. They played Skade all the way to game 5 as well.
Yeah, they did. It's some incredible matches yesterday. You guys can see kind of basically all of them as they went down. Very few 3-0s is what we noted yesterday, excuse me. And yeah, it was just an incredible day of Call of Duty. Let's take a look at our bracket today then, show you guys how the remaining matches do actually look. Again, we're down to our final 4 teams, and here's how that kind of shakes up into our final bracket. Inco Gaming will have a rematch versus Influence Rage. You might have just seen it there on the prior graphic we showed you guys. That one was a 3-0 the first time around to Inco Gaming. And then our second match, Austin, will be FR Bulls versus Skade.
That's right. We'll see a first look at FR Bulls as well as Inco Gaming. They were the ones that cruised through the bracket. So yesterday, we didn't really get a chance to watch over them whatsoever, but we have got to see at least a good amount of games out of Skade and Influence Rage because they had to go through the elimination bracket. So there was about, 3 different series they had to play throughout yesterday that we kind of got to watch here and there. So the rematch coming through for Inco and Influence Rage, that one's going to be a great one, I think, to kind of kick things off with, because it's a matter of, okay, what have you learned? What are you going to be able to change coming into that series? And we'll see if they've kind of done a little bit of prep leading up to that one. So it's going to be a great one to kind of kick the day off with.
Yeah, indeed. Before we get into the specifics of the match, let's show you guys the schedule for today. It's going to be pretty linear. You can kind of see which matches we're going to go with first from top to bottom. Inco Gaming versus Influence Rage. That is one I'm really excited to see. And then FR Bulls versus Skade as well. We're going to have every single match in the double elimination bracket for everybody at home. So don't worry, you won't be missing a single thing leading into this one. I think, to me, Austin, the thing that excites me most here about the schedule, about kind of what's coming up, is the fact that we will get to see for the first time Inco Gaming and FR Bulls, because you and I didn't get to see anything from these teams that finished 2-0 yesterday.
Exactly. Like I was saying there, like, it's just a good look to see what they bring to the table, right? How they play, where they look dominant. I mean, for the most part, these guys didn't really struggle too much whatsoever, especially Inco Gaming. I think they dropped 1 map yesterday. So, they're feeling pretty confident, I feel like, for the most part, coming in today for sure.
Well, before we get into the specifics of Inco Gaming and Influence Rage, I think we should show everybody at home what the prize pool does actually look like for today. Again, you kind of saw it earlier on in the graphic, $375,000 on the line between the 5 regional playoffs. That means $75,000 of that will be going towards the Latin America region. Austin, we've already given away the pricing from 5th through 6th and 7th through 8th place. A total of $3,750 there, or actually more than that because my brain can't comprehend maths at the moment. But regardless, 1st through 4th at the moment, that is what these teams will be looking at today. Everybody walking away with a large slice of the pie. Absolutely.
Everyone's coming away with a good chunk here, and everyone that made it till today is coming away with a bigger chunk, that's for sure, as you can see it, right? Starts to jump up pretty heavily as you get into day number 2. 5th and 4th is certainly a differential there. So $10,000 at the very least for any team. That's what you're guaranteed for today. And then obviously you can get all the way up to $30,000. And more importantly, still the money's great, but it's about having the best possible seed going into World Championship, right? You want to have the best possible chance within your group. I know however the seeding works, you want to be number 1. That's kind of the goal. So as much as you're coming away with a good chunk of money, you have to kind of keep in mind that these guys are also playing for seeding as well as to even make it there, because one team will not see that 3rd seed.
Indeed. Well, that's enough about the prize pool. Let's take a look at the specifics of our series layout here. Again, this was a 3-0 yesterday towards Inco Gaming. Austin, the question is, are there any maps returning from that best of 5? Well, there is one here. Standoff Control is back in the best of 5.
The throwing Standoff Control back in, I actually like the idea of kind of changing up a lot of things too, because we were watching over multiple series from these guys. They got to throw more maps into the pool throughout the day, so they got more reps in overall compared to their opponent here. But I do think that the Standoff Control was great. I'm pretty sure they also got a 3-0 on it yesterday. We were watching over one of the matches last night. They were very convincing, but are they going to be convincing versus Inco? That's what we'll kind of find out. But I do like that we have kind of a bigger map pool, at least coming in for some of the later ones as well, with the Takeoff, Standoff, and Hacienda.
Yeah, and of course, we did actually get to see, obviously, a wealth of Call of Duty action yesterday. Not most of it for Inco. Again, we didn't get to see anything from Inco whatsoever,
right.
but we do have results from Inco yesterday. And it's interesting because there are a couple of maps beyond the Standoff Control here that we did actually get to see these teams face up on. So one match we did get to see yesterday was Influence Rage versus Zygnus, and that was on the Slums Hardpoint. If you remember that one, Austin, it was an extremely close one. Both teams were playing very well on the Hardpoint. It came down to the wire on a brilliant break for the P2 Hardpoint. And then, of course, the move over towards P3 as well. Great rotations out of Influence Rage. The question is, with how successful Inco Gaming have been, are we going to see that again here in that map number 1 from Influence Rage?
Yeah, it's kind of the question, right? Because Influence Rage looked really solid in the respawns outside of that 3-0. But even when you go to that 3-0 that they had initially played versus Inco Gaming, like there was some 7-point differentials, 9-point differentials in the hard points.
Yeah.
Like it was a really close 3-0 despite not seeing it. At least looking at the scoreboard, it was like, okay, it was 3-1 in the control. It was decently close in the S&D, and it was really close in the hard point. So I feel like if you're going to be, more or less the underdog, considering you've already lost to Inco Gaming here as Influence Rage, you want to come in and just make sure that you're kind of really dialed into the respawns. That's where they were great yesterday, Brody. That's where they were really finding a lot of favor, winning some maps, even convincingly at times, and up against Zygnus Esports, that's where I think they showed some of their best COD throughout the entire day. So if they can bring that same level, I think that we have a series on our hands here, and they might be able to get some revenge versus an Inco Gaming squad.
I will say, I think it's important to note as well in the hardpoint yesterday, I think they only lost by 9 points. Now, albeit that was like Summit, if I remember correctly, so it was a different map, but at the end of the day, I think hardpoint was the closest out of the 3 that they lost against Inco Gaming. So definitely, it seems like they're one of their strongest modes. However, again, we take a look at the rest of the series as well. Takeoff Hardpoint is going to be our map number 4. We didn't see Inco Gaming play it, but we do know they actually stonked iTitan. They ripped them apart on it. It was a 250-147 scoreline. That is not a nice scoreline whatsoever. So that is something that I think Influence Rage do have to be cautious of. I think for me, the biggest question is, what do Influence Rage learn from yesterday's 3-0? Again, we didn't get to see the match, so we can't be highly critical of kind of anything that Influence Rage did, or, hey, maybe like we're super kind of happy about what Inco Gaming were able to do in that series. But, nonetheless, I think, the question for me is, what do Influence Rage learn from that 3-0 versus Inco Gaming, and how can they translate that to this matchup? Because again, you've got that one returning map in the Standoff Control, and also you played a few of these maps yesterday. Yeah,
you did play a few of these maps yesterday. I know it's also important for some of you guys who want to know what was banned and what was kind of picked as well. So Inco Gaming, they did ban Sparrow. For as far as the specialists, Influence Rage, they banned the Annihilators. So those two, of course, will be out of this series. And then for as far as the actual map bans, it was Influence Rage that did ban Summit, Inco Gaming that did ban Firing Range. So you can kind of see, based off of how things had kind of went yesterday, that despite things maybe even being close, Brody, they do want to run back at least a different map pool. And again, that maybe comes in from the additional reps that they were able to get with the extra series on day 1. But looks like we are ready to go. Very first match of day number 2 here, ladies and gentlemen, and we are kicking it off on a Slums Hardpoint.
As we said, we did see Influence Rage yesterday on the Slums Hardpoint, and they were pretty proficient at the rotations, and that is what Slums Hardpoint is all about, making sure you hold the spawns for chaining hills back-to-back. Again, Influence Rage, pretty good at it yesterday. We're looking at highlight players such as Dudu, Joker, Gohan. All of them played such a massive role in it yesterday for Influence Rage, but I am very excited to see what this Inco Gaming roster brings to the table. It's time for a Sunday, man. This is the first match of the day.
First match of the day, and already off to a nice little fiery start here. 2-piece coming through for Noel. We'll see if he might be able to continue to kind of hold over Brick. Remember, you do want to play for a spawn flip here, but there's still plenty of time to be able to get. And how about it? SKS right now in the hands of Lucas in, able to come out with a couple of kills. And, well, some players are actually going to flip out here, so there's a chance maybe to play for the spawn flip.
Certainly going for it at the moment. Clear number 3 as they're looking to hold on towards his spawns. They've got quite a lot to do here. Flynn able to pick up one on towards Noel. Looking for the second one on towards Rafa. That player a bit of a trouble. Nice 2-piece actually coming in from Flynn. Good resistance, I think, being shown right now from Influence Rage. But you've got to be careful here because it's very easy to get overwhelmed on this backline. I think that's what Inco Gaming are at least attempting to do. But here comes Chaotic in to cause chaos. In for 2 as well. Joker in for another one. Now these players will continue to rock those horns and continue to spawn close for the back of it towards blue. And they have to hold hard now. But nonetheless, I think the Influence Rage is okay. You put those back.
That's right. You have the back spawns. You just got to clear them off the point, get one clean feed, and you can get yourself a good chunk of time here on the P2 hill. And, well, they've been able to at least clear out the point. Now just gunfights being forced out front in front of Blue and Double D's. We'll see if they can win those battles. That one not going to come through. But Dudu still has a chance to be able to hold strong alongside Flynn. Well, the defense has been solid, but Noel finally breaks it open, finds the two-piece. Chaotic needs to respond, and he's able to get the trades in, finds the double up. Chaotic going big, but it's constant pressure over and over again here, Brody. However, the close spawn still giving Influence Rage here quite a bit of time.
And this is what we're saying, right? You know, when it comes down to raid hard, or Slums Hardpoint, excuse me, the way you've got to play this one, you just have to make sure that you're consistently going after those spawns. Now, coming up here, really good opportunity for Inco as Dad looks for these spawn kills coming on through the rotational gunfights on towards Joker and Chaotic. Only going to get the first of those two. It's this rotation towards P3 and P4. Yes, it doesn't seem quite as good as it was on Black Ops 2, but here in Call of Duty Mobile, you can still influence the spawns. You hold on towards this P3 hardpoint and the P4 on the rotation towards Garage.
There's a little bit of a tight setup here, so there is a chance for a break if you can get Crappy at the front of the point right now. But we'll see. Oh, the timing on the Purifier. How about it? Dad just pops out, gives him the three-piece, and that is going to shut that push right there. That is just ridiculous. Hell of a way to kind of kick off this opening hardpoint here, Brody. Already a free 20 seconds.
Start coming out here from Inco Gaming, looking to hold as well. Lucas in for two around the back line. And again, this is what we were talking about, holding towards these spawns. Gravity Vortex guns now starting to come out as well. Vortexes will basically stop these players at the front line, but here comes the Purifier in for Dudu. This is going to be close range, and oh, he's only able to pick up one on towards Noel. Second kill will not be through, but there you go. Influence Rage, they're able to break on through for the last 15. Now, this rotation is what's important to me. Keeping an eye on player number one, that's going to be Dudu around the back line, trying to cause some problems towards those players, but he goes in on his own, tries to take a 1 versus 4, and, well, it's a bold strategy. It won't work out for him, but those pushes towards those back spawns, I presume, Austin, we're going to see quite a lot of it here.
Oh, we might just see a good amount of it, I imagine. Joker is kind of back here right now, and he's got his teammate off screen. He's also going to win a battle. Good read on the spawns from Joker. Doesn't read the second, though, so he might end up dropping, but it's still at least decent control around the point. And now spawns in the back here. Influence Rage. They have an opportunity to try to break through. You got to win some important gunfights before you can really get close to the point. You're seeing why. First one going to be good there for Inco Gaming. Might be able to find 3, 4, but oh, how about a Dudu and Joker? They combine for 3, and there's a chance to get in, but the Purifier a bit too much from Noel.
Purifier eating these players up at the moment. Noel will hold on and keep an eye on his streaks as well. He's already earned that Predator Missile. And he's going to bring it down as well. The Predator Missile from up high. It's trying to keep these players away, and it will land right on towards Gohan and Chaotic. So nice defense of the Garage Hardpoint. And again, with 20 seconds left, even if you don't get the scrap time now, this again has been that good chain that we were talking about. P3 and P4, great holds, great rotations coming out from Inco Gaming. They'll be very happy at the moment. And it's going to get better as well, because if we look at the streaks that Noel earned off the back of that spree, he has the Goliath in the back pocket now.
Not just that, they've also been able to flip the map here. Like, this is incredible stuff. And now that you have the streaks, as you mentioned, like, everything just becomes almost a little bit easier from here on out. We'll see, though. Still a response that can come through here for Influence Rage. You can see them on the mini-map trying to get the favored side for the next hill, but the Predator Missile comes down. Don't think it really connected for the kills, though. So the kills don't come through, despite it being a great streak. And that means the spawns are kind of still up in the air and still very 50-50 at the moment for the next hill.
Austin, I have never seen anybody neo-dodge a Predator Missile before, and I think I just did right there. A couple of players managed to get it. Yeah, he definitely escaped somehow. I'm not too sure, but regardless, that Predator Missile will not stop the spawns, and that's a massive couple of kills coming through now here from Luke Hassin, because they managed to make their way through towards Fafe. Another one as well. Why the hell not? The Bloodthirsty is through. Dudu is going to come in for the return fire, and this is really the objective at the moment from Influence Rage. Make sure you hold on the spawns for a P2, because again, just like the P1 and P2 rotation here, this is going to be an influential couple of hard points. Raid's still going down, though, over towards P1. I like the overextension coming out from Influence Rage to keep these guys at bay. Dad trying to make his way through. And looks like the amount of utility on side as well for Inco Gaming here. Austin, I have to imagine this is maybe the point where this stuff comes out.
That's right. You feel like this could be a really big moment right here for Inco Gaming if they get a fast break. The game could almost be over before we even really get into it almost. 50-point differential right now. You need a solid hold, and so far, looking good. You can see the stack of the minimap all the way to the back, but it's going to leave Chaotic on the hill all alone, so a chance to actually break through the front and maybe get the spawns at the back. We'll see. Influence Rage, they are still holding on to it. They do have some numbers back here, but there's the split spawns. There's the flip. What a moment here for Inco Gaming as they get into the point and will likely get the spawns.
And here comes the Purifier from Dudu. They know they need to use it to make sure that Inco do not get this time. How much does he actually get to do with it? Apparently nothing. He gets shut down there. That's so unfortunate. And Influence Rage now, still, even with the last 20 seconds of scrap time, despite outnumbering Inco Gaming here, they are not in control. And this is really a disaster moment you have to feel right here, right? Still, you get this last 15 seconds of scrap time. Great. You managed to hold on for about 35 seconds or so, but you don't have the spawns for next. There's already a Goliath down inside P3 as well, and a massive gunfight to take against the backline, because Joker was the one threatening those spawns. He has now been removed from the situation, and Inco Gaming now in the exact position where they blew this game wide open last time around. They've got control of P3.
Oh, you have to deal with the Goliath as well. It just feels like there's a long list, but we'll see what they can do. An opportunity to maybe get some specialists out here. You can see a couple of them available if you can get maybe close enough to break open the hill, but the Goliath still the main problem for Noel, just locking down the front of the point. His teammates slaying around the hill as well. What else could you ask for right now for Inco Gaming? First 30 seconds uncontested.
And this is what you were being concerned about, right, Noel? Up front here with the Goliath. He's going to have to try and battle some playing switching players, some Influence Rage here, and they're going for one. The Purify now from Judo as well. Great usage of the Purify coming out to remove the Goliath from play. And now potentially an opening here for Influence Rage as they get in for the last 20 seconds or so. Inco Gaming still with those back spawns to fall back on, but do they even really need them here as the players coming through for the kills? More congestion should be on the way here for the last 10 seconds or so. This is desperation time for these Influence Rage players. They have to find a win, but number 2 now going to be spawned in the backline. This is a pretty good period of time now for Influence Rage. They could well break the garage spawns.
Really good moment here for Influence Rage. If you can just win one more battle in front, you are looking good for maybe locking in the time. And there's the trade-off screen. Gohan finds it. So the Purifier play this time not going to be as big for Dad. Now a chance here to really get back into the game. You have to hold, you have to be strong, but Inco Gaming, ready to pounce, ready to respond to you from the front. Kills around the hill, trying to break on through. Chaotic goes down, what a kill that comes through. It's a double up, making a triple with the gravity gun. Ridiculous stuff to get to the front, and now Inco Gaming closing in on 200 points.
Lucasin starting to pop off now. Got the SKS inside, still alive as well, by the way, on another spree. There's a Predator missile being earned off screen by Lucasin. He will finally fall before he earns the Goliath. Nonetheless, the damage is done. You have to feel as the 200-point marker has been crossed here by Inco Gaming. They're holding Influence Rage at bay. Chaotic in for 2 now. Gohan in for another one. And this 15 seconds of scrap time should be Influence Rage, as now the Purify coming out for Joker as well, just to make sure that this time will actually be there. As Lucasin trying to make it through the window, but he won't be able to as Joker in for this scrap. Now, Influence Rage, they're holding it close for the moment. They're behind by about 20 seconds or so going into the next rotation, but I'm curious as to what the spawns for a new look like, because for the moment, it is technically speaking Inco Gaming in control of them.
Oh,
as I say, they stay flip.
Yeah, the spawns come through for them, so it actually works out decently. They still find player 4 in the back, so still very much up in the air. Spawns now starting to flip to the other side of the map. Inco Gaming might have control with one more kill off screen, and they get it. So now everything clear on this half of the map. But there's still a good 40 seconds to play for on P1, so you can't tunnel too hard on the spawns if you're Influence Rage. You also have to at least be a little competitive here on P1.
Still do. You can't afford to give away this time if you're Inco Gaming. Still got to go for it. That Goliath has now been activated by Rafa as well. Over towards the spawns for a new. They want to make sure they influence them and get the spawns for Inco Gaming. Hasn't done so just yet. So Rafa are not really doing anything over here in terms of making sure they get the scrap time in P1. But here we go. Dad's already made his way over here now. And this rotation towards the next hardpoint. This is going to be it. This could be where the game is decided right here. Influence Rage cutting the players off. As Inco Gaming going to be spawning towards the back line. It is just Rafa and Dad to hold this one down.
You have to get through this Goliath as well. Again, a tall ask. We'll see what will happen. Purifier up close. It's some good damage into it at least, so that's going to weaken it up just a tad bit, maybe make this possible. It's a 7-point differential. Influence Rage, though, still struggling. You can see it. Spawn's not exactly certain for either team, but there it goes. That's the Goliath down. Spawn's in the back, however, good for Inco Gaming. Now it's just finding the kills on the point.
Here come the specialist though, Purify from Null, Rafa with the gravity gun as well, looking for these kills. The Vortex is going out towards the point to keep these guys at bay. It's Null, it's Rafa, they're in for 4, and Inco Gaming are going to find their way on through, and it's Dudu with 3 though, looking to hold this one down here for Influence Rage. They're pushing this one in the front. Dudu's going to get them into the door, but now they need to hold said door open. 14-point shy victory here. Our Influence Rage, Inco Gaming can no longer finish it out on the back of this hard point. Just 20 seconds left. They need the rotation.
Yeah, this is fine. They did everything they had to do. They contested just a couple extra seconds there to extend this one more hill. And now if you take a look at the minimap, nobody on the rotation for Inco Gaming. This is going to have to be just some of the best gunfights we've ever seen come through. But look at the players from the front. No one's zoning out from the front of blue. So Inco Gaming, they're actually here and they can respond.
And they take down Joker inside Graveyard as well. So this is all going to be basically, I think, on Lucasin. He's got the Gravity Vortex gun out. This one's going to be brought down in towards the Hardpoint. You need to get a Vortex in if you can. But Lucasin takes himself down with the Gravity Vortex gun. And now you should surely see specialists coming out from Plin and Gohan as well. They just need to hold the front and it's Plin for double. But look at the players on the back. The spawn's now coming in for Inco Gaming. And they're coming through. That's going to go into the side. It's trades in, but it's not enough. As Influence Rage will hold strong. And they will take this game #1 away from Inco Gaming.
Oh, Brody, we wanted to see how they were going to respond to the team that sent them down to the elimination round in day #1. Well, they respond fiercely. 250, 247. You just see the clutch factor coming in there in the end on the P3 hill. And an incredible showing. My goodness, that contest there on P2 was so huge. It was a 3-piece from Doodoo that set up the entire play, allowed them to get there. The reinforcements got in. And that was enough to extend it at least one more hill where they set themselves up and locked it in. Incredible game #1 here.
I am shook. What an incredible day. You know what was funny actually coming into this broadcast, Austin, is you and I were like, right, we're going to, come into this one. It's going to be kind of, a day full of epic games. We'll try and ramp up from kind of, an 8 out of 10 to a 10 out of 10 by the end of the day, right? We're already at 10, mate. What an opening of the day here between Inco and Influence Rage. A 3-point Hardpoint Slums going to kick this one off. And I think the key thing to me, right, overall, is we take a look at the Slums Hardpoint. We take a look at the way that P2 went. Inco used so much of their utility to hold down P2. I think they used like 3 different specialist weapons going into that one, and the Goliath as well. And of course, that just gave Influence Rage such a native advantage going into P3. They had a couple of specialists, Purifier obviously just holding down the door, and it was so unfortunate as well. I'm not too sure what happened to Lucasin off screen, but the Gravity Vortex gun didn't do anything. That's all we know, is that he, I think, fell to his own Gravity Vortex gun. So he will fall. Nonetheless, though, Hardpoint Slums does go the way of Influence Rage. A massive victory for them, considering they got 3-0 yesterday by Inco Gaming. That is a much better start to this best of 5. And speaking of the best of 5, well, here's how the rest of it will look next. It's going to be Hacienda Search and Destroy. Again, we haven't seen this from either of the 2 teams so far in this tournament.
That's right. We saw yesterday with iTitan, I want to say, and it was kind of what we used to see, I would say, when we were making the comparisons to how we kind of saw Hacienda in Blackouts 4. It was kind of all about playing through the fence side and just kind of going for a quick plant if you can, and then playing for a post-plant setup. That was kind of just the initial play over and over again for the most part. So we'll see what kind of comes through for the Hacienda, but I do feel like this is now a totally different, fresh start to this series, just because you were able to this time clutch out in the game #1 here as an Influence Rage instead of lose by 9 points the first time when they played yesterday. So it's now going to do wonders here for them, Brody, going into the rest of this map set. And I am curious to see if they can maybe bring that same influence that they have within Respawns into the Search and Destroy here on Hacienda.
That was the thing, I think, yesterday, as you say, when we talk about Influence Rage, what they were good at when they were kind of beating down Team Zodiac. The one map they struggled with, if you remember, was the Search and Destroy. And, again, we won't beat too much on kind of why they lost that S&D. It was really unfortunate, but, we won't talk about it. It's okay. We'll let it slide. Nonetheless, though, I think just overall, if you compare kind of the respawns in that best of 5, it was just night and day, the difference between what they would look like in the Search and Destroy comparatively to what they look like in those respawns. And even against Cygnus, right? Again, yes, all right, fine. They managed to win out in the game #5, but still you go back to that standoff Search and Destroy, and it was constantly like, look, it seems like they're struggling to find an advantage over their opposition, a clear advantage that they seem to get in the respawns. And again, I think also we go back to yesterday, we talk about kind of what the Search and Destroy looked like between the teams. The first time around, I believe it was a 7-3 victory, I want to say, to Inco Gaming. So Inco, even though they lose map #1, they still do have kind of this innate advantage in Search and Destroy, at least from what we've seen in Influence Rage in day #1. It's whether or not that will actually translate out of the gameplay, because it seems like Influence Rage today, they've come with a clutch factor that they did have yesterday, but it seems like they've turned it up to 11.
Yeah, I mean, I just think it's just really good decision-making. Like, in those really intense situations, you really have to highlight just how important that is for the player, especially when there's, like, 5 different players commenting, right? Like, it gets chaotic.
Yeah.
I mean, we heard the comms, like, back in, like, 2019 or something like that, where, you know what I mean, it's so hard to decipher sometimes what's happening because, you know, everyone's so passionate about rotate, and there's just so much being thrown out that sometimes you don't always kind of pick apart, okay, what do we need to do? But you could see them all just give up the scrap time, realize, okay, they can't win on that point, let's set up, I'm going to anchor in the back, I'm going to pull up my purifier. There was a game plan, and they made that on the fly, and I think you do have to appreciate that from yesterday compared to maybe just not always having that kind of same factor. But I feel like I'm interested to see how their search and destroy is as well, just because they did go 20 rounds in the standoff. As much as they lose it, like, it felt like, or rather, I want to say, was it Takeoff, Brody? I want to say that they went a really long distance. Rounds? Yeah, I'm trying to think of what map it was. But Standoff, yeah, just a really ridiculous time. And then we go all the way to the Takeoff, and they did clutch up. Now, that was also against up against Ignis Esports. And they were really good at search and destroy. So I think that because they went toe-to-toe with them, it'll be interesting to see what they kind of take away from those series that they played yesterday and bring it into the Inco series, because they also played them very close yesterday in the first round as well. So I feel like we just haven't maybe got to see, you know, everything from this team just yet. They're great at respawn, but I think it's still maybe a little hard to judge how they're going to fare in search and destroy, and obviously for Inco as well, because we haven't got to see them play search and destroy.
That was where I was about to say, right? It's like for Inco, what do we know about them in search and destroy so far? Well, we know their scorelines yesterday. I mean, I don't think they lost to search and destroy yesterday. They only played 2 because they won 3-0 in the first series and 3-1 in the second as well. But, you know, nonetheless, I think for Inco Gaming still, you know, we don't really know much about what we expect from them in search and destroy. I'm just trying to get their series scores up yesterday. So they won 7-3 in search and destroy yesterday versus Influence Rage, or 7-4, excuse me, and that was on Slums. And then on their second match of the day, they played iTitan, and it was a 7-2 victory. So both really dominant scorelines, I think. And I think for Inco Gaming, that's a pretty positive scoreline for them. It does show some real prowess in search and destroy. It's not an easy game mode, by the way, as well. I think, like, people kind of underestimate, you know, the way that search and destroy works in Call of Duty Mobile is just so different from the rest of the franchise, and that you don't switch sides until you're 7 rounds deep, right? So you can get if you're stuck on a bad side, you might well go down like 5-6-0 down or something like that. For Inco Gaming to come out, win 7-2 like that, I think that's a massive scoreline for them.
Definitely. I mean, that first side just can't be underestimated, because you go 5 rounds, and then if you flip side to the offensive side, like, you can just take so much risk, right? Like, at that point in time, like, you just be like, oh, we want a full send a 5 push somewhere, let's do it. We have so many rounds to play with. It really does give you, you know, a different type of luxury that you just don't normally see, at least, you know, where we come from, where it goes back and forth from offense to defense. So, you know, you do have to kind of make sure you're coming away with those defensive rounds, right? It feels like it is just almost necessary. At least go even, right? You end up going down, heading over to the offensive side, and we've seen how that kind of turns out, especially throughout day one a couple of times. So you have to make sure you're coming out here firing, and we'll see if they're going to be able to do it. But these two, at least so far, man, not disappointing in map number 1, 3-point differential. So who knows what we're going to get, especially with how yesterday kind of started off with all our game 5s and everything here too.
Yeah, mate, I just know it's going to be more game 5s throughout the entire day. We're not complaining, by the way, as well. Game 5s, we absolutely love them. Just incredible to see those kind of situations when they arise, especially in kind of the passionate setting that is Call of Duty Mobile. I love when you get these game 5 situations and you see those final kills coming through, you see the player cams in the bottom right, and you just see how hyped they are getting. And yesterday, I think it was for Skage yesterday when they got 3-0 in the final match of the day versus iTitan, and they were screaming about just qualifying for day number 2. Imagine what it's like today, right? I mean, you've got to think as well, I think the overall context that maybe people are missing here is that 3 of the 4 teams remaining in this tournament are qualifying for the World Championship. So you'll win this match, you guarantee top 3,
That's right.
You are through to the Worlds. So that is something that we're going to be seeing. Looking at the player cams at the end of the series, I think is what we want. But Austin, I got to ask you here, you know, coming into the search and destroy, what players are you really looking out for here from Influence Rage? Because we saw some great players coming out yesterday from this roster in S&D.
Yeah, it felt like everyone kind of just had their moments. I felt like for the most part throughout the day. I mean, I think Dudu was great in a couple different situations where it felt like you can kind of rely on him to find a big multi-kill here or there. Maybe not always consistently finding you bloods or kills there, but I think after his big play in the last game, that's maybe one of the individuals you're going to have to watch for. That and Joker, especially if he brings out the scope.
We shall see. Influence Rage, what do they have up their sleeves? Well, on the offense, they begin. Going to get the bomb down on towards A, and that most certainly is going to help. It's Dudu who went huge towards the back half of that Slums Hardpoint. Will kick off the search and destroy in kind. For number 3, and he gets it as well. Lucas in with the bad timing. Finally, a trade from Rafa, but Dudu opening up this round with a gaping wide hole.
And now things become pretty difficult here for Inco Gaming, because You're going to be attacking from the exact same side, and once they get information that there's more than one, you're going to be in a couple of different gunfights. They're going to be pretty difficult to rip them off, Eddies. So there it is, Flynn in the back. We'll find the easy cleanup. We'll get a trade, but Joker collapses, and there it is. Easy stuff coming through in the offensive round. Rush point, get it down, and Doo-Doo opens up with 3 kills.
Dude, you just opened that round up. When you get 3 down like that, it's a round that you kind of have to win, right? 2 versus 5 is going to devastate you. Good conversion coming out from Influence Rage and a great start on the offense as well. I think more often than not here, I think what we learned yesterday from Hacienda Search and Destroy is that teams will be choosing this A-bomb. It is the easier one to get the bomb down and, of course, back away from as well. You do hit that site first, and this is happening once again now for Influence Rage. They're going to get this bomb down. They should get the plant away. 3. Now what does the retake look like for Inco? They have to be careful about Plin, his positioning in the middle.
Yeah, this time they're not going for the full flank. This time it's kind of more from middle and their side for the retake. So a little tighter, but Plin able to find the first one there. Doo-Doo gets the second. Not looking good now. One by one, they're just starting to drop. You need some trades, and oh no, Doo-Doo gets another, man? Come on, no way does this man do it all over again. Is he going to get another 3-piece in the round? Yes, he will. Doo-Doo is in takeover mode, and he's got 6 kills, 2 rounds in.
It's a good start from Doo-Doo.
It's not too bad,
is it? Right? Yeah, it's not too bad, mate. Yeah, he's 6 frags to his name. Beating out the rest of his team combined. Pretty sure he's almost beating out the entire lobby combined. Everybody else at the moment, total 7 kills, I believe. Doo-Doo, absolutely the MVP in the first couple of rounds here. Look at this fast defensive play coming out from Inco. All utility as well will stun and nade these guys down. And this is a really good reaction coming out from Inco. They learn what's up. The bomb now down. Plin now in the 1 versus 4. And the good news is for Inco, they don't have to deal with Doo-Doo anymore.
No, they do not. But they will have to try to deal with Plin. And the good news is he's got a lot of time on the clock to work with. So we'll see what he might be able to do. The problem, he's got to get into the A site. And there's only 3 entryways and there's 3 players. So he's going to be forced to kind of take a gunfight. He's kind of under the understanding right now that maybe players are kind of running at him. But he's got all the freedom in the world to kind of maneuver around as long as it's not that A site.
Still a fair bit of time to work here in this 1 versus 4. He's already got the first kill off as well, but that's kind of unfortunate. I think if he kind of gets the kill there even, that's something. The problem is now that Influence or Inco, they know where he is, so as soon as he gets the first frag, he should be seeing a trade, and I don't think he's going to get that at this point. He's got to cross these 3 players, completely recognized, and Rafa actually pops out along the fences to take him down, so that is a really good reaction, I think, in that round, Austin, just to see Inco throw all of that utility straight towards Influence Rage and stop them getting from the site.
Exactly. I mean, that's how you hard counter, right? They're hard hitting A 5 times over, like just throw stuns and nades, stop them right where they stand, find a couple of kills, and the nade did find the doubles, so you can see now they do want to change it up a little bit. Kind of listening for the stuns and nades to see if they come over as heavily at A. It doesn't maybe seem like it this time, so a little utility to work with for a retake at B if the bomb were to go down, but very hesitant at the front of the site here. Not sure how they are playing B defensively. First time they went to it, so they're kind of checking all their corners, checking all the angles, but there's a chance to plant, and they might go for it.
This bomb will go down. These are those adaptations we were talking about. Influence Rage no longer feel the A site is safe, so B is the site they have now chosen. How does the retake look now for Inco? They've got a couple of players in the flank. Gohan going to be crucial, therefore, to try and win in those ones. And he wins the first one. Does he get the second, though, one towards Lucasin? That's going to be the question. The answer, no. Lucasin going to take him down. Chaotic in for the first as well. Now, just 2 different angles. These guys are coming from. Lucasin gets the one on towards Chaotic. Does this turn the heads of the last Influence Rage players? And, well, it does. Lucasin, the last one left alive. He is hunted down by Doo-Doo. And there you go. Again, we're seeing these adaptations being made on the fly now from both of these rosters. What do Influence Rage do when they lose control of A for the 3rd round in the row? Well, they go straight towards B.
And the good news now is that you have options. You know that your A play has been successful 2 rounds. Your B play was just successful. Doesn't look like the defense is going to budge a whole lot for as far as at least the default setup off the rip. So no one's going to be there defensively. And will the nades and stuns come through? Some are connecting, and that will lock them down. The first one comes through for Rafa. The second comes through, and oh no, Inco! They're just ripping them apart on the A site. That is no longer going to work out here for Influence Rage. And once again, Plin stuck in a 1v situation. Good luck, my friend.
Well, logic dictates that he couldn't pull off the 1 versus 4, so surely the 1 versus 5 isn't possible. We haven't seen one yet. With 80 seconds left, I don't know what Plin can actually do here, to be honest. Like, where is your path to clutching this one up? Well, you get the first 1 versus Crozen. That's something. But time really not on your side here. The bomb stuck in the exact same position it was prior. Blin is just trying to play this one for any cheeky picks that he can grab.
Well, we'll see if he can maybe come up with one or two more here in the site. A chance at least at the gunfights, but trying to maneuver could be difficult. First one's good. Let's see if he can find the second inside of A now. He's been able to eliminate 2 out of 5. Oh, jumps up over the fence. And, well, 2 players inside of you will be good. So, Flynn, good attempt. Got a couple kills, but won't be able to pull off the entire clutch. And another hard counter strat here defensively is going to work out for Inco Gaming.
Yeah, there's no universe in which he wins that 1 versus 5. Let's be honest. It's just like, you've got to play it so slow. You've only got 60 seconds or so to make it happen. It's just not possible. It's just not. Inco Gaming now looking to go 50-50 in the rounds on the back of their last defense. First few kills coming out now. Rafa going to get the one on towards Duty, but the trade is through for Gohan. So 4v4 we go. Information now gained for Inco.
I like this play here from Noel. It could work out. Oh, he doesn't see him on the crosshair. I have to wonder if sound cues maybe are coming in, but Noel doesn't want to make a move too fast here. But this play is so interesting because they're going back to B. And with this opportunity, there is a chance to be able to drop the bomb, but there's a chance for Noel to stop the entire play. He's going to find the first one. Chaotic is down low. It looks like he's actually weakened up a little bit here. So you could take the challenge, but Chaotic, 20 HP, does not matter, still comes out with a gunfight.
Influence Rage, they have the bomb in hand. They're working the map as a 3-0. That means if they come up against any solo player, they should be able to take them down with ease. Probably get away with their lives fully intact as well. Utility thrown out, trying to check that well. There's not going to be any players hiding around just yet. Now, the question is, can they get the bomb down on towards A, completely uncontested, or are they actually going to go back through mid here? It's changing of the pace. It might work out for them, but it might also put them in a bad situation.
Let's see. It is an isolated gunfight right on this B site, but this player could also maybe line up a couple. No, Dad can't. And now Joker with the kill. That should allow the plant to come through safely. Trophies have been destroyed. Bomb is being planted, and it will go down successfully. Now a 2 versus 3 on the retake.
And they're both coming from the same side as well. So it's not like you can pinch these players unless Lucasin manages to make the route through the water completely uncontested, which I don't think will happen because Blin should be watching the jump up. So they're just going to try and take this one a little bit more honest. Lucasin spots out the first, trophy system down, swings wide for the first kill. Chaotic going to win it. Now Crow's in with the sniper rifle. Nice kill for the first. Looking for the second here. There is still time to make this clutch happen, but Crowzen has to get a little bit fast here, and he's just seen Joker exit, so you might as well hop on the bomb. And it's just not going to happen again. With the positioning those two players had in the 2 versus 3, it's a terrible position to be in.
Tough spot for sure, but hey, you'll take that on the side switch here. 4-2. Coming through on the offense, and now we'll get our first look at how Inco want to approach their offensive rounds here. The bomb's going to kind of shift over to the right side of the map, maybe see if they can make something happen by B. Meanwhile, it's kind of just a wide spread, right? Kind of looking for some picks, looking for information, just not committing to anything just yet.
First kill coming through now for Lucasin on towards Chaotic. So the first offensive attempt for Inco hasn't gone so bad so far, but they have split the players up quite a bit, and they do have to be kind of wary because it won't be long before Influence Rage and somebody on the flank. That is exactly what's happening now, playing in for the secret. Doesn't get the kill, and the knife takes him down from Rafa. Rafa down about 5 HP or so, but he will walk away, and now the bomb can get to its intended place. Over towards A it will go.
Yeah, we didn't see the gunfire, but it didn't look pretty on the mini-map when I was watching it, so a little bit of a tough one, I feel like, for Plin. Still, though, it has everyone kind of guessing right now on Influence Rage. Like, are they coming B? Are they rotating A? You don't really know. The mind game is really coming into effect right now. Now that Inco have this forward position down low by water, this does open up the site here for a plant while you have Dad kind of roaming through the middle of the map with another kill. And now I'm sure Inco are going to be able to drop this bomb freely and set up here with the post plant. Another 2 versus 4 on the retake here at A.
And this is pretty similar to what we saw in that prior round, except from the sides have been flipped it. Maybe Joker takes a different route. And he goes in the 1v1 versus Dad, and he will actually win it. So, somewhat more tangible now is this clutch. And Joker and Gohan trying to take themselves into different 1v1s as well. This might still work out since they are taking a different approach to what we saw from Inco in their prior 2 versus 3 attempt. Problem is time now starting to tick down. 20 seconds left. Gohan looking to check the corner. Lucasin has his number though, and well, Joker, 1 versus 3. You've revealed his location, and you're trying to double up on towards Noel and Rafa. That's just not going to happen.
I'm always
again, it's just the numbers, Austin. It's just not working out.
Yeah, it is not working out. I'm always a really big fan of just how a team kind of approaches their first round like that, where it's just a widespread across the map. And you're just constantly guessing, especially when you start losing numbers as influence rage. You're wondering, do I over-rotate to B? Do we need to reinforce A? It's just like the constant kind of questions are floating around. So I really do like the approach. And now look at them. Just completely change it up. Nades and stuns all over the top on both sides here. No one's gone down just yet. Waiting for the first engagement. Plin's going to be able to find it, but the trade comes in. Doo-Doo again, though. This is his area. How about it? We haven't seen the 3Ps in a while, but Doo-Doo gets it that time.
Doo-Doo again.
3 rounds?
Oh, who are you going to call? It's Doo-Doo. You need a little bit of help. Doo-Doo is there every single time. This man is the one. He did it towards the end of the hard point. He's doing it again here. The highest fragger on his team, Austin. And now it puts Influence Rage in a great spot here in this S&D.
I think that's 3 rounds he's gotten a 3-piece in. Man. 10 kills now for him. He did slow down maybe a tad bit, but whenever he heats up, he's coming away with at least 3. So keep that in mind as we now take a look at what might change here on the attack. And, well, it's going back to A. Bomb will go down. Retake now back in effect.
The retake for Influence Rage here to put themselves on towards map point in Gohan with the first kill on towards the bomb planter. Second one coming through now as well. Player through you, but they're going to be shut down now. Joker looking for something. He is going to get shut down, and now it is all down to Plint. Or Doo-Doo, excuse me. Doo-Doo not in the best position there. And, yep, getting the bomb down here on those fences. Fences bomb site seems pretty potent, Austin.
It does. Like, there's just so much you have to check. And on top of it, like, you can play like a double stack in you and kind of, you know, play deep fences with the sniper rifle and peek when you need to. Once you get information, it really is a tough setup to break down. And you're seeing why. And, well, not going to go back to it, at least not initially. They've definitely shown us that they're willing to make rotations. Plin, though, he's playing just about every single round, and Noel's like, nah, not this time, buddy. You've been in our spawn one too many times, and you'll sniff him out here for the first blood.
Bomb has been planted.
I'm now down for Inco. Site and control for B. At least Influence have a fair few more numbers than they did last time around on this attempted clutch. But so do Inco. I've got players sat all around this site. Influence trying to go heavy here on the flank through Lambo. That's a good first kill coming through from Doo-Doo, but to me, the player that has to make this play happen is going to be Joker.
Well, Gohan's nade. It's decent. Don't think it really connected. However, the problem's the clock, isn't it? You got to go. You got to find kills, and it isn't really enough time to do it. Kills coming through for Doo-Doo, though. He does find the double. 2 versus 2. 1 versus 2. Got to hop on the bomb, and oh my goodness, the final kill came in.
Did they get
the
time?
The defuse does not, though. Oh, extremely close, but they will be able to burn just enough time off that clock.
Half a second. Sometimes that's all you need. And, well, that's what Influence Rage needed there, and what was a great retake. It was just too little too late. 5-5 we go now. 1 round away from overtime potentially on the board, but Joker now gets himself in an advanced position towards the A site. They know this push isn't aggressive, and for Inco, the strategy's changed up a little bit here. They're waiting for Influence Rage to get over Zealous through the middle of the map. Ready for that push to come through it. It won't do, though, and I think Lucasin might have to do something off the back of this one.
He definitely has the position to come through water if he wants to. But everyone kind of just holding right now, picking a lane, watching it, seeing if someone, like you said, just kind of does go for a bit of an aggressive peek to say, hey, like, where are they? Attacking this site? Whereabouts are they positioned? But something we've seen now a couple times from Inco Gaming, just a widespread, find a kill, group up, rotate together. Very basic game plan, but extremely effective. And how about that stun? It's going to find Gohan. Little nade bank off the side of the wood will hit, but Gohan able to slide away here in the nick of time.
Gohan gets away. As he's done now for Influence Rage, and that's going to be information as well that will be crucial. And yet still, a vast amount of time has passed here in this round, and not much has been done by Inco. Now the move now being made over towards B. Got to get past Chaotic and Doo-Doo here. They are the playmakers for Influence Rage. What can they get done? I would just try and play this one as passively as possible, but Chaotic now going to fall. The bomb should go down. Those trophy systems should be down as well. But now it's going to be Dudu coming through. Dudu, the playmaker for one. Bomb now down. 29 seconds on the clock.
Good information. The bomb's now down. You have to stop this plan in my mind. At least get one before we see it go down. But they're going to try to stick it. And will they be able to get here? Influence Rage. They want to contest it. They want to try to get here, but the bomb heady. Little too good for Noel as he takes the challenge head on. Flynn goes down for the double. And well, that makes things just about out of reach here. And Joker also going to drop another offensive round win here for Inco Gaming.
Inco able to get it done. What is that? 3 rounds in a row now we've seen from Inco where they're able to get that one off a slow push. Now Influence Rage. 1 round away from going 1-1 in this one, in this series. And Inco back towards the old faithful. Straight towards A. They get this bomb down. It's basically a win condition.
Feels like it, right? Oh, Flynn, he's got to survive. Maybe a trade? Okay. Gohan gets there. SKS, I believe, up top. Does secure the trade from range. So 4 versus 4. This retake is doable, but it gets a little bit harder. You've just lost Dudu.
Overzealous, I would say, for Dudu there. Trying to make the plays happen around the back line. Doesn't anticipate that Lucasin is pushed out that far from the site. Now the numbers most certainly not in favor of Influence Rage. It's going to get worse as well. Chaotic, the last player left alive. He's going to get shot in the back, and that's Inco. 4 rounds. The bounce towards the end of the search and destroy. They will close things out. No overtime required. And great adaptations coming through there towards the end from Inco. They learned exactly what Influence Rage were up to. They adapted their game plan to it. Brilliant play.
Extremely impressive for sure. I mean, it just really is. It's kind of just like the default setup of we're just going to span out. We're just going to watch pinches. We're going to watch flanks. We're going to see if you get overzealous, push through. If so, we're going to pick. We'll group up. If not, well, it feels like they're still able to at least use their numbers to overwhelm one of the sites. And it just makes it so hard defensively to set up for that. And that's why I think as I'm watching more Hacienda S&D, feels like it is a little more favored towards the offensive side, just based off of how the bomb sites are, and kind of cutting through the middle of the map isn't always an option. So you have to really kind of pick your spots on defense and hopefully come up with a kill or two to at least buy time for your teammates to get there. But how about it? 10 kills come through for Rafa, and we were really big on Dudu with some of those opening rounds, right? Like he was frying 15 kills to his name. He wasn't always consistently getting kills every round, but when he was bringing about 3 on 3 different rounds. So it felt like he was a huge impact, but still not enough to be able to overcome this Inco Gaming squad.
That is tough, I think, for Dudu, because they went clutch towards the ends of the Slums Hardpoint, and now into this search and destroy again. You know, they're playing so well, but it's just so unfortunate. I think a lot of these situations, right, Inco are able to get these first bloods through. Not really much of a response from Influence Rage. Great reads coming out, though, from Inco. They're able to tie this one up, 1-1. I will say, again, you know, we compared this overall map set to what happened yesterday with the 3-0 towards Inco Gaming. Things have been very different for Influence Rage. And I think we're seeing kind of on-form Influence Rage from the last couple of matches, that we saw yesterday from them. You know, the 3-1 over Team Zodiac, the 3-2 victory over Cygnus. You know, for Influence Rage, you know, throughout all of those maps, even the ones that they lost, they were playing either a neck and neck or arguably better than their opposition.
Well-rounded team, man. Continue to at least prove that at the very least here for us. But now we start to look at what's coming up next here in the series layout. And, well, we do have the Control. And this is where things have been a little spicy because we've gotten to watch over Control at least a little bit here and there, Brody. And it obviously kind of always comes down to the lives, it feels like. Like maybe playing through a win con of the zone isn't really kind of a factor, right? But the one thing that you do always kind of see is teams kind of slow down a little bit, try to stop the clock if they can. But it's really all about slaying out. And we'll be heading back over to Standoff for that one.
Yeah, as we said, Standoff Control. Ignore the fact that Skate is there, guys. Don't stress about it. Skate are not in this best fight. Look at that. It's disappeared. Boom. You never saw it. It's okay. Wow. Incredible. Regardless, yeah, Standoff Control. That is up next here in our best of 5. And as we said coming into this one, that is the only returning map mode combination for the last time that Inco Gaming and Influence Rage faced off in round number 1 of the Swiss format yesterday. Now, that one was a 3-1 victory to Inco. We didn't get to see it, Austin, but nonetheless, I mean, I'm not really sure how much it even makes a difference because I really don't feel like today Influence Rage, even though Inco did just win that search and destroy, the Influence Rage that we are seeing coming into today, they feel a lot more confident than they did in that first match yesterday.
I think so too, because they also played it against Team Zodiac yesterday. They did get a 3-0 when they played it back the second time on the day. So I think this is one of those like little heat checks like, hey, we lost this to you yesterday, but we're running it back today and we're going to show you what's up on it. That's kind of the vibe that I get from that, especially after the performance that they had versus Team Zodiac, because it wasn't just like a close 3-0, like it was a dominating 3-0 where they were just getting kind of worked in the back of the spawn, and it felt like at least the game knowledge on where to be and kind of, you know, be there at the right time was just constantly a factor for almost every individual that we saw on the roster. So I really do feel like this is a heat check saying we're going to run this back. We're going to see if we can beat you on it the second time. And, well, I mean, based off of how they've been playing, at least on the day, I feel like that is at least reasonable.
Yeah, we will be interested to kind of see how this one does plan out again. You know, what kind of improvements are we set to see here from Influence Rage coming into today, because their controls did look good yesterday. It's just whether or not you can translate that into a victory versus Inco Gaming. And of course, just like we were kind of asking in the Search and Destroy, just like we were asking in the Hardpoint, I think right now, you know, it's kind of like, how are we going to see Inco Gaming in the control? You know, what are they looking at right now? You know, how does their control look? So far, I will say I've been impressed, Austin. You know, for our first impression of Inco Gaming, even in the Hardpoint, which they lost, they were holding them pretty close, and it was only down to a sick clutch, effectively, from Doodoo to hold Inco off on P2 that really did settle that map. So I am very impressed with what we've seen from Inco so far.
I mean, yeah, they're definitely one of the top squads without a doubt, based off of what we gotten to see. I mean, a couple seconds go differently in map 1. They're up 2-0 in this series, right? Like, they've played them very close here so far. And I mean, based off of everything that we got to see in the S&D, at least I was a really big fan of how they approached a lot of their rounds initially. I feel like they really do have, you know, a lot of intelligent gameplay kind of, you know, being put out, at least on stream at the moment here from them. So I really do enjoy watching over these guys. And now we'll kind of see what that's going to translate, like you said, over to the control here, because they looked good on it yesterday. And I mean, it's kind of interesting for Inco too, because they just didn't really play too many games yesterday, right? Like, it felt like they kind of breezed through the Swiss bracket with only losing, I think it was 1 map. So they played 2 series, they played 6 games, and like, all right, well, we're done for the day. We'll see you guys tomorrow, right? So they haven't got as many reps in, which, you know, is kind of a good thing, I think, in a lot of scenarios, especially for an Influence Rage team that shows us they kind of have what it takes to be able to win. And those additional reps maybe will add up here, and especially here, because if you can win this match, Brody, you get top 3, you're good to go. You get some good extra cash. I mean, you're feeling good. That's what it's all about here. So this first match really does feel like it's everything.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you know, even though you want to qualify for the World Championships and also earn yourself some extra cash off the back of that one, you know, at the end of the day, these guys, they've already earned a fair slice of the pie. I think it's 10,000 is the very minimum. Maybe we could just bring the pricing up. We could just bring the pricing up pretty home, just to show everybody exactly what it all looks like, to be honest. I believe 10,000 is the very minimum that these guys have earned, by even just making it into day number 2, of course, $75,000 in total on the line over the last couple of days for the Latin America regional playoffs. So there is no small amount of money here on the line for the regional playoffs, and of course these guys have already earned quite a lot of that cash.
Oh yeah, they've won a good amount of cash, man. And again, I kind of hit on it at the top of the show where I was like, pricing's great, but a lot more prizing than at the World Championship, I'll tell you that right now. So as much as you're like, yeah, baby, we'll take it, we'll take anything we can get, there's a lot more that can be earned if you can make it there. I think it's a total prize pool of like $2 million. So yeah, there is a good chunk of cash that can be earned if you're able to make it through. But it looks like our map's going to go. Players took a little bit of a reprieve. They're all hydrated. They're ready to go, amped up, all tied up at 1 apiece. And well, based off our series, feels like it's a lot of back and forth. We'll see if that continues to hold true. Influence Rage trying to get some revenge here on Standoff Control.
Standoff Control is where we're going to here for the swing game in the series. Inco Gaming managed to tie this one up in the Search and Destroy. Now can they take the lead off for a Standoff Control? We did see a 3-1 to Inco yesterday over Influence Rage. Let's see if they can do the same thing again here. Well, right off the rip, it is going to be Influence Rage here, looking for the offense's pushes towards A. A couple of kills able to come on through here. That might be the opening that's desired, but now we need to see Doodoo and Goat on Chaotic go off, and, well, they just can't get it done. The kills being won here instead by Rafa and Dad.
Clinton's always that cheeky little player. Look at him. He's on B right now. He's trying to earn that first take of progress, and looks like he's actually going to earn it all by himself. This has been with 0 support, and not just that, but Plin wins the gunfight, and now he's got support. So B completely under attack right now. We can see it on the mini-map, not seeing it on screen, but off screen right now, it feels like Doodoo's still putting in some work, almost able to get that second tick, or might have just came in. So good stuff, at least on the initial attack.
Yeah, that second pick does come through, and that makes things easier, I think, later down the line. I say easier, we know how hard the big point is actually to take, so we can get to on this map, especially if A falls by the wayside. So at least they only will require effectively 1 push, and that should be all she wrote if you actually get to B. But look at this one now coming through from Influence Rage. They're able to get 3 down on towards A. That will be the capture coming through to A now, and I like the positioning now starting to come through as well from Inco. They are setting themselves up because they've lost A. One player looking for a couple of exit frags. That is going to be down to the slightest amount of HP, but nonetheless, now we're going to see Inco then setting themselves up here for push towards B.
Let's see how well they're going to be able to control Tractor. That's kind of how you have to get through in order to attack B. It's that or run through the middle of the map or flank. So Tractor control is just about everything when you're on the attack, but so far so good. And now battling out of your spawn also becoming a bit of a problem. Down in lives here is Influence Rage, just about 3. Still doable, but you feel like with about a minute 35, you kind of want to take your time. However, that's not a good kill feed. They've lost every single life just about, and now they're down to 5. Might have lost Brody, not too sure, but 2 kills now left to be able to secure the very first defensive round here for Inco Gaming. We'll see if it can come in. 1 more should do it, and that'll likely be the round here. Minute to play. Have to get to B. Only 1 life. Likely not going to happen. Gohan does keep it a little interesting here for us. Finds the first kill. See if he can get some more as they try to cut across the B, but not going to happen.
Yeah, things are looking pretty good there. You know what? They're down to their last couple of lives. It's kind of unfortunate, but again, they almost made it look promising because they got those 2 ticks of progression in at the very beginning of the round, but just anything beyond that was just a little bit too much to ask. Good defensive plays coming out from Inco. Now he's moving to round number 2 here. This is when we start to see the specialist weapons come into play. A couple on board now ready to go for Inco. How quickly do they actually choose to use them, Austin? That is going to be my question here as Crozen trying to make his way around the back line. Would be nice if you can get a couple of frags there, but it's not going to happen. And now Inco straight towards A, being honest with it.
See if Down can try to get the first pick in. There it is. He's got a little help around him here inside of Brown as well, but gunfight head on, can't find it, and there it is. The question on when will we see the specialist? Well, we get it out right away. Purifier comes through. Crozen, unfortunately, going to take himself out there as well, so everything considered, you're able to at least lock in the first tick of progress. You're not down in too many lives here, but now it looks like everyone's going to try to funnel through Tractor.
Big playful coming out from Inco. They've got to get past Gohan, and they do. That's a big first frag. Chaotic. Can he put a stop to it as well? He will pick up 1 towards that B push. But now the players have made their way towards B. How much progress can they make before the retake comes on through? It's going to be Rafa on his own for the moment. Kills being made now as well. This B capture is actually kind of realistic. This has to be a massive push coming out from Influence Rage now. The numbers in their favor for the push. Crozen, last of the life, but Crozen in for 2. Can he get number 3 as well on towards Gohan? He can! And Crozen has just gone huge. The B capture will not come through, but at the very least, look at the life disparity right now.
Yes, and now it's up to 8, and oh, you might be able to find kills in spawn. Almost able to get 1. The Purifier, though, will be shut down. And now here we go. Gravity Vortex gun coming out over the top. How about it? Shot connects. That's going to give them a little bit more room to work with. They're on B, and they have warehouse control.
We know how hard these offenses are to pull off, but Inco Gaming at the moment making it look easy. Rafa on the point with the Gravity Vortex gun. The second tick will be through. Now Rafa's the last one left alive. That Gravity Vortex gun has been put away. Just back towards the KSP. He does get overwhelmed by 3 players. Now, this is a very different situation to what we saw from Influence Rage, despite the fact that they had 2 ticks of progression on their offensive go of things, because look at the life differential. It is once again Influence Rage here that are down to their last handful of lives, just 6 compared to the 12 of Inco Gaming.
So many win cons at the moment. Kills, get the final tick, whatever it might be. Not a good situation, as it looks like the Predator missile was called in there initially, but did not find any kills, at least in the kill feed. Now we'll see exactly what the hold's going to be with 3 players remaining. You got to play just so perfect. It just about feels impossible, doesn't it, Brody? It's so hard to play for a minute, defend the zone, and make sure you don't give up 2 lives.
It's just not going to happen. There's just no universe in which that happens. Lucasin comes in for the final kills there with the frag and the car explosion onto another. But beautifully done there from Inco Gaming. A great push, and Crozen has a huge part of that, right? He gets 3. The life disparity becomes just too much for Influence Rage, and now when you see the reverse sweep from Influence Rage now come on through, they have to get it done. Now, if I remember correctly, it was in their match versus Ignis yesterday where, what, they went down to a round number 5? I believe it was. They made it pretty close. So we'll see whether or not they can do it here. Nicely done from Lucasin to kick things off, though, on this one. Gravity Vortex gun coming out. Going to take down at least 1.
Finds the first one. And, well, these kills are so good for Inco. We saw how the spawn trap was so effective last time, and, well, they might fall into it very early on. One player does manage to slip through and get to B, but the rest of them, they're going to have to battle their way out, and, well, it's not pretty, is it? Already down to 17 lives as they're just being picked apart. Rafa going to back all the way up here, play this incredibly smart. Doesn't need to take the gunfight weakened up, but you still got data in your spawn here, Brody. There's a lot of problems on the map.
You're just looking to snowball this round, I think, at this point, right? I mean, look at the life disparity between the two teams. That is just being a problem inside the boards. Some more on towards Flynn. There's another one. He's making it look easy at the moment. This feels like a tutorial mission. The way that they're playing this one. Crozen now with the gravity vortex gun to try and finish one off. Looking for the second. He will find it. Crozen goes huge once again. 21-9. The kills are snowballing so hard, so fast. And is there any hope for Influence Rage here in a 7-20? This situation feels impossible.
Yeah, looking like it's not even going to be a round on the board here for Influence Rage this time around. Yesterday they got at least a round when they played it, but this time it's looking like a clean 3-0. 2 more kills, that's all that's needed. And we are all done with Standoff Control. How about it? Fast one. One of the fastest maps for sure. 3-0, very dominating outside of what was a really close round number 1.
Yeah. yeah. That one was not close. Let's be honest, Austin. That was,
round 1 was. Other than that,
yeah, round number 1 was, but round number 2 and 3. I mean, I will say round number 2. You know, it wasn't like Inco didn't have to fight for it. You know, they absolutely did. They pushed all the way through, and it was Crozen's 3-piece that really opened things up. But it was more of a kind of an incremental round, if you will, where they just continued to chip away at the life differential between the two teams. And Influence Rage just didn't have anything to fend beat. Now you can see it. Lucasin, 29-13, the top performing player on the roster, but everybody had played their part. Crozen double positive as well. Dad almost double positive, but nonetheless, his presence most certainly felt. They dismantled Influence Rage there on the control. And this comes back to the conversations, again, I guess, when we get to kind of the veto process about how it played it. I would love to see kind of the thought process behind Influence Rage. Their veto in the series, because their veto choice, if we go back to those vetoes, Austin, was Summit, if I remember correctly. And it was a map when they played on Summit Hardpoint versus Inco Gaming, it was a 9-point game. I'm almost kind of confused as to why Standoff wasn't the veto. I'd like to know, like, obviously these players and the coaches, they know more than we do, but it almost feels like if they had vetoed Standoff, that probably wouldn't have happened.
Maybe, but they also played it yesterday and got a 3-0 versus, I think it was Team Zodiac. So I think, like, in their heads, like, hey, we played really well on Standoff Control yesterday at the end of the day, and they're thinking we can run it back versus them. We just didn't play well. I feel like that's got to be the thought process, right? Because you did find at least a little success.
I don't know.
But, I mean, I don't know. I mean, you got a 3-0 on it, right? So, I mean, you're not going to be like, that's not the map that we want to put in. That's a bad map. Right? They're not going to do that. So I think they just wanted to heat check them, I'm going to be honest.
Yeah, maybe this is our good cop, bad cop routine coming through right now. You know, the glass half full, glass half empty kind of guy. You know, this is coming back into play again. I'm just way too negative sometimes. It's okay. Don't worry about Influence Rage. You guys just keep on doing your thing. Regardless, though, they will lose the Standoff Control 3-0. And this is going to give Inco now the advantage in the series. Takeoff Hardpoint, that is up next. And again, we go back to what I was saying earlier on, Austin. We've seen this once from both of these two teams. Inco Gaming, they thrashed iTitan on this one, 250-147. It wasn't a 100-point club at the least, but still, that is a comfortable scoreline here for that map.
Yeah, that tells me that they were probably able to snowball that one a little bit early and get the streaks, get the specialists, and set themselves up likely for a couple of chained hills. Because, I mean, Takeoff feels like it's another one of those maps where if you can lock down a P3, a P4, I mean, like it's almost just kind of, in a way, similar to Slums because they're really close to each other. You can chain both of those points, but it's really difficult to break both of those hills. So either way, we kind of see like the kind of full 60s go back and forth more or less oftentimes on Takeoff. But I mean, if you're able to start breaking open some points really early on, especially in the first rotation, you really set yourself up with a lead. Have to imagine that's probably what Inco Gaming did yesterday, but we got a really close map number 1. And I will still stick by the fact that Influence Rage made a lot of great play calls. They had a couple of big moments. That map, they get a little outslayed there for us, but Brody, we have to see them kind of go back to what they were bringing in map number 1. That same type of big plays we're getting out of Doo-Doo with the 2 and 3 pieces. Again, never want to say that's required, but you need to see at least some of those plays take place.
The thing is, even though Doo-Doo's play was the one that really did close it outright, I think fundamentally speaking, if you're talking about how is the hardpoint going, are they doing everything correctly in terms of making sure they hold the spawns, you know, rotating when they can, they were doing that, you know, that they were doing everything right. It just came down ultimately to, all right, so the individual plays, as is kind of the case when you have these super close maps, it sometimes does come down to someone has to make the play to kind of break a deadlock, if you will, and that's exactly what happened with Doo-Doo towards the end. You know, I think they did a really good job of actually keeping pace with Inco Gaming. Now, I think fundamentally speaking, the good news is for them, forehead statement, but Takeoff plays very differently to Slums, and you're not going to see these kind of massive 2-hill rotations. We're able to kind of get a full 100, which is actually kind of what made the map close, because if you remember back again to Inco Gaming, what they were able to do, that first rotation, they basically got 100 points or so away from the P3 and the P4 rotation. That doesn't exist on Takeoff. You're going to have to see much more solid rotations going from hill to hill. You're not going to be able to chain so easily on this one. How that affects the final scoreline, I don't know, because I'm not clairvoyant. But who knows? I'm really excited to see kind of how this one again goes down. Again, we've been highly impressed with what we've seen from Inco Gaming, but Influence Rage, they have come in with a very different pace today. They look a lot more aggressive. And the star players that we were talking about yesterday coming out from this Influence Rage roster, not only have they stepped up on the Influence Rage team, but everybody else is starting to step up as well.
Yeah, everyone's stepping up, and I mean, I still think, like, if you save your specialist for the P3 to P4 rotation, I think you can look to chain that one, like, with the gravity guns in play, especially with, like, the close quarter areas.
True,
I'm curious to see how that works, right? Because it should be a little bit easier to find the breaks with the gravity gun, because, like, both of those P3 and P4 hills are kind of, like, really close quarters. I think there's one upper floor, but for the most part, everyone's usually kind of down low in a corner. That's how you can maybe at least get in. But it is still difficult because of how the spawns work. It's just like, boom, you're spawning right there. They're spawning, like, twice the distance away in, like, the middle of the map. So it is still really difficult to get yourself in there. But at the very least, we'll see what happens, because both teams played really well map number 1. Clean rotations, strong gameplay, big clutch plays on both sides, 3-point differential. And now, of course, Influence Rage, they have to win in order to get us to a map number 5 here. And if anyone that is just tuning in, wondering how everything's working today, double elimination bracket, you win this, you're guaranteed top 3, you're guaranteed COD Mobile World Championship. So you just have to win this map, and if you're Influence Rage, you got to show us that same type of respawn gameplay that they were bringing out a little bit earlier on. And hey, who knows what happens? Maybe we'll get to a second S&D, because the first one was really close, Brody, and everything kind of changes up here going into the final map.
Yeah, it does. Influence Rage, they, of course, they did end up winning map number 1. Clutch moment coming out from Dudu in the closing moments, and maybe we can see the same kind of thing happen here on towards Takeoff Hardpoint P3. That is the hardpoint where you and I were casting it yesterday for Takeoff Hardpoint. That is the money kill of which you're all looking for. That is what we're keeping an eye on here, I think, for these two teams. But again, you know, Inco Gaming, there's a reason they were so threatening yesterday. There's a reason they were one of our 2-0 teams. It is a super tough team to beat for Influence Rage, and they've had a struggle so far, especially in those maps number 2 and 3. But Takeoff Hardpoint about to get underway here, folks. Map number 4 could be the final one in this series. Inco Gaming, just one map victory away from making it towards the World Championship, joining, 15 other teams. I forgot what 16 minus 1 was there for a second, Austin. 15 other teams at World Championships from all across the globe, from 5 different regions.
A lot of teams, man. A lot of teams fighting through group stage, trying to make it to the bracket. It's going to be a lot of fun, man. It'll be the first, like, actual World Championship, too, because we obviously had, like, the regionals kind of championships here last year. Obviously, with, you know, COVID and pandemic, it's been pretty difficult to kind of do world travel into one event in one location. So I feel like that's going to be interesting as well, right? Just to see how everyone kind of stacks up and matches up. But a little bit off from that one. Still got to figure out what 3 seeds are even going. And, well, 1 seed could actually be locked in right here within this match. If Inco Gaming can show up, close it out in 3-1 fashion. We'll see if they're going to be able to do it. Influence Rage, though, they are great at bouncing back, great at being resilient in the respawns. We'll see if they can do it here in the Hardpoint.
See if they can get it done in the Hardpoint. Here we go. Could be the final map in our best of 5 yet. Inco Gaming, just the 1 map away. Let's see if they can get it done. Kicking things off here with Dad on board. Trades in the kill feed, a pinstripe kill feed at that. Dad looking to break it, though. Has the help of Crozen to do so. And Inco Gaming, they will be the first team to touch here.
Will be the first team to touch. Chance to be able to maybe come away with some decent time. Any time you get off P1 is great. Usually difficult to really lock down, but Noel, he's been really the finesse man when it comes to the objective play. Can he be there again? Yes, he can. The slide somehow comes in from behind, gets the kill, but Chaotic now able to answer back with a couple kills of his own. However, time still going the way of Inco Gaming, at least for now.
I'm still going the way of Inco Gaming, at least for the moment, yeah. Somebody from the trades has to find their way on through. Can they get past Dad, though? That's the question. He's able to put the first versus Chaotic, and that is all he is going to get. Inco Gaming, keeping an eye now as we hit the 10-second mark on what the rotation will be looking like. They've sent Rafa for that rotation. Nobody from Influence Rage has recognized him just yet, and Rafa's presence around the backline here will actually flip those spawns on through. But the problem is, of course, that even though Rafa has got to that point, the rest of his teammates around that backline have actually just fallen here. So for those Inco Gaming players, they're relying on some individual plays, and that might actually be coming through. Null, unfortunately, does fall, though, and Joker will actually be the first to touch here from Influence Rage.
Joker does get there, but he gets taken down, I think, from the outer window. Still, very scrappy point. Finally, it looks like Influence Rage are able to get some bodies on here. We'll grab the lead as things change up here, but still trying to do some zoning around the point. Johan's got that down due to trying to turn and burn, but Joker comes up with the other two. 5 players going down. An incredible hold here thus far for Influence Rage.
Incredible hold coming through here from Influence Rage to kick this one off, looking for the kill on towards Dad outside, and they will find it. Now, how many more will try their hand at getting towards this hardpoint? Null with 2 makes this a realistic prospect and catches Chaotic in the reload as well. Looking for number 3, he will get it. The triple in, but duty for the stop, and Influence Rage do not lose control of this hardpoint. Now, this is the rotation we were talking about. This is where the money kill can come through from Inco.
This is all about winning this rotation, getting to the back of the spawns, off screen. You just saw it there. Both players ended up dropping on the rotation. One able to at least get through. We'll see if the kills can kind of come in here. That's really the big factor. You're taking a look at the specialist. Some available on either side. This was usually the hill that you want to bring it out on to defend as well as break. The gunfight's in the back, though. Lucas in, able to find it. How about it? Nice little double. Inco still in the back, but inside the point, it's going to be Influence Rage just for a quick moment. They just cannot stay alive. 3 players go down.
It is just so tough to break this one, especially now when you're facing down Null with a Purifier. Null will only pick up 1, though. Now Lucas starting to bring these specialist abilities out. Gravity Vortex gun will not connect with anything, at least on screen. The trade's still going down at the moment in favor of Inco Game, but here comes Chaotic and Gohan for the last 25. Lucas needs to be very cautious about any players coming around the back line, but these players are still actually going to speak more honest about and coming through the front. Lucas ready for it, though. There's one. Look for the second versus Plin, and, well, he will actually not find that one. It's actually Null as part of a triple to take those players down, and we were talking about it being a money hill, Austin. That is exactly what it is. Tit for tat we go at the moment. It's Influence and Rage and Inco are trading hills.
And they're chaining this second hill, just like I talked about. This could be really scary. This 1v1 is everything, and oh my goodness, Rafa's able to win it. There's still a lot of numbers in the back, however, so more work needs to be done for Inco to really get full control and stabilize, but this becomes at least manageable. How about a gravity gun out for 1, gravity gun out for 2, Rafa going big, making some big plays up top, and he's still got 1 shot left, throws it out and finds it. Incredible stuff, as now we're seeing Inco Gaming rain through with the streaks.
Inco Gaming bringing these streaks down. They're really starting to snowball here in this game. If for Influence Rage, you've got to find your way on through. You've got a couple of specialist weapons to utilize here for Plin and Gohan. Rafa's also got the Goliath, though, and that's going to be the problem here, I think. When he brings this one down, when Inco choose to bring it out, it will be a problem that they'll have to deal with. The kill feed is still lighting up blue as well. Kind of to be expected with this 3 to 4 chain that you talked about, Austin. But Influence Rage, how much more time are they going to go away here? Still 15 seconds left. Now Joker trying to make his way on through as he has combined for 2 with Doodoo. And is all they're going to get, though. The scrap time should now go the way of Rafa. He will continue, by the way, on this 5 spree, looking for number 6. He will be denied it, as Null will actually be the one to pick up that gunfight. But nonetheless, Rafa has been so huge on this hard point.
Yeah, this has been a big, like, 80, 90 points that comes through on the back 2 hills here. So all of a sudden, now it's kind of on Influence Rage to start to pick things up a little bit. Streaks and specialists to work with at the very least. But a big kill for Rafa, who's just kind of went big over these last couple of hills. We see it there on the 4th hill. That's kind of where we really start to see this man pop off. KSB in hand, ready to make some magic happen, but it's Noel that will try to survive and bob and weave in and around the point. So far, he's able to do it. I don't know how he's alive, but Inco are just finding every single kill around the point.
Everything they can find, Inco more than happy to take it, and they're starting to pull away here in this game. Again, the majority of this is off the back of the last couple of hard points. Not really much time been soaked off for either team, to be honest. Off the back of P1 for the moment, this is kind of what we expect out of, historically speaking, the first hard point in a rotation. Influence Rage, though, now going to be looking in for the last 15 seconds or so. Nicely done now for Plin to pick up that kill there. Looking for some more here as he's taking down players from behind. Unfortunately, he will lose that 1 versus 1. So possession now starting to come through, and time as well for Inco Gaming. Still, they've maintained their 50-point advantage or so. And now we look over towards the rotation here towards P2. Inco Gaming should, technically speaking, touch this one first.
They are here first. We'll see if they can hold. You kind of need this break if you're Influence Rage, but first 2 engagements do not go in their way. And now Joker just trying to do what he can alongside Chaotic here from the front. But while this happens, time is going over, and any time is great for Inco right now, but you kind of take your time to set up the break. They're being picked apart, so the team push never really fully comes in, you feel like, for the break attempts. And now it is still time that's going over here. As long as you find the kills, Inco are going to find 3 up top, but Gohan maybe just found the big moment, able to break on in, trying to keep it competitive, trying to contest here, but it just feels like the gunfights are so hard to consistently win.
Needs to be a break coming through from Influence Rage. They can't afford to give this time away. Still 25 seconds left or so. Crozen trying to hold these players off. He's able to get one, but falls to the drop shot from Plin. Influence Rage now. Maybe another opportunity to get back towards this one. Raph has so much to do. He's down, facing down like 4 of these players. Dad also there, but he backs away from the fight. And again, it's this crucial rotation where it felt like Influence Rage lost control of the game last time around. It is so hard to break, and they have to break. They cannot give this time away to Inco.
Joker and Chaotic, they're the ones with specialists. They're the ones in my mind that have to make a play. And well, you have to now deal with the Goliath out of Noel. It just goes from bad to worse here. 60-point differential, full hard point apart. You feel like a break was very much needed at this point in time, but getting through the Goliath is a problem. Getting the spawns is a bit of a problem. And now that they're here, Influence Rage are going to have to try to somehow break this hard point.
Here they come. Can they break on through? The Goliath is in from Noel. Do we see one of these specialist weapons being utilized to take down the Goliath? You have to imagine that should be the play coming through. Dudu trying to make it happen from the stairs, but he gets shut down now. At least Noel has a shred of HP left. I think Noel's just going to be like, right, I'm just going to try and overextend it, get myself in a position where maybe I can take somebody down before they enter in. He should be prepared to right now, and he will be. 20 seconds left now on the hill. Lucas bringing that Gravity Vortex gun now through, and Dudu in for 2 now with the Purifier. He still gets shut down, but it is going to be Influence Rage now in for the last 10 seconds.
But look at the rotation here. Yeah, you get like this little tiny scrap time. Maybe you don't even get the scrap time because Noel, he gets in there and is able to just go schmoving, just bobbing and weaving. Nice little play out of him to find the 2-piece, and just look at the rotation. Everyone's now kind of in panic mode here for Influence Rage. Nobody's in a great position, and you're going to have to once again try to break with just about 0 utility, and it's not off to a great start. They do get in for a touch, but they're not going to be able to convincingly win out on all the gunfights here, but maybe the spawns in the back. All of a sudden, things change a bit. There is an opportunity, but it's got to be clean, Brody.
Has to be clean. Crozen, he's the only one left alive now, just pre-firing towards both players. And to be fair to Influence Rage, they have actually seemed to have broken in here. Rafa and Lucas in trying to hold on towards the point. Rafa now the only one of those 2 still alive. It looks like a pinch attempt coming through now from Inco Gaming. 3 players around the back and 2 players trying to make their way through the front. Looking for the kills on towards 2. He will find it. Joker sends a Hunter Killer out into the wild, and it will find 1. Dad has so much more efforts to do here, and it does actually get shut down. Another 2-piece now coming out from Influence Rage. They have broken in, and they should be able to get the scrap time as well. Inco now looking for the exit frags, and as we take a look at the utility on board for both these 2 teams, it is 3 specialist weapons going up against 2 here, with 50 points or so left before Inco take this one.
This is still possible. Influence Rage have been at least decent around P2. We saw them have the stronghold in the first set of rotations, but you just have to keep P1 scrappy. Just kind of keep them off the point, but that's not a good start. 4 players all drop down at the exact same time. Not a good look right now, as it's now 210 points and growing for Inco Gaming, but a moment does come in. Influence Rage, they find a clean break, they get 5 down, but it's got to be just about perfect from here on out, especially on P1, Brody.
Has to be perfect from here on out on P1. And that's not good. Rafa and Dad combined for 3. That is not good whatsoever. Influence Rage now removed from the hard point. Even if Inco do not get time at this point, they are just keeping Influence Rage away from the time themselves. But it is worse than that because the kills are starting to come through now from Inco Gaming. Chaotic has been spotted out by Crozen, and Crozen, he has to fight a little bit harder than I think he imagined for the gunfight, but nonetheless, he does end up winning it. Now 15 seconds left here off the back of this hard point, and the rotation starts to come to mind. There's 1 player over there right now in the form of Dudu, as Influence Rage continue to fight for the spawns here. Dudu, he is the player of the moment. You need to take these guys down.
Oh, Rafa up top also drops. He was the furthest one pushed forward here for Inco Gaming. So now gunfights just outside of the P2 hill are starting to come through, and Influence Rage are fighting everything. Dad gets one in the back, but you have to reset. You have to wait for the players coming off spawn to create the pinch play on the other side, and you're seeing it. Here we go. Inco Rage able to get in. Now about it. The 3-piece comes through. 220 to 185, and now it's back on the back foot for Influence Rage.
Now talk about the specialist weapons here. You saw the Purifier and the Handfare of one of the players from Infant's Rage, and here we go. It's Chaotic in for 2. Lucasin falls once again to himself with the Gravity Vortex gun. That's the second time that has happened in Hardpoints this series, and what a time it is going to happen as Inko still in control for the moment. No, not anymore, as Infant's Rage comes through, in for 2. Joker and Dudu with 2 as well. 4 down. Influence Rage now in for this time, and they should be forcing another Hardpoint here, and different to the first 2 rotations. Even with this scrap time that's still, technically speaking, Inco Gaming want, they do not have the rotation to nuke.
Yeah, they contest a good amount of this time despite having the close spawn. Good work out of Chaotic and Dudu there. That's going to at least give them a chance. There is a miracle opportunity that could come through if you can have a solid hold here, but Influence Rage, they got to have one of the best holds we've seen all map in and around P3. Let's see if they can do it.
This has to be it, and we said this was the easiest hardpoint to hold here on Takeoff. Noel looking to be the player to break on through. He can't even get past square one, though, as Gohan's going to take him down. Trade's going down on the outside of the hardpoint, and all while this is happening, Influence Rage at the moment, they're edging closer to that 250-point mark. Kills in the feed are going to be there as Rafa in for 1, but not going to get any more than that, Austin. We talked about it. Influence Rage, they're in control, but it's going to be 3 down for Inko.
All right, here we go. Noel finds the big moment, trying to get them into the point. The spawns, though, still extremely close, so do the kills even matter? And now Influence Rage, they'll find 3 down. They're locking down the hard point. A chance to be able to still close it out on this hill. It is panic mode for Inco Gaming, collapsing right now, struggling to find kills. Flynn gets the double. Joker gets another. 5 more seconds. You have to contest, and nobody looks like they can get a touch. Oh, wow. My goodness. Influence Rage make the comeback. And Brody, we're going the distance in this best of 5.
You gotta be so gutted. You have to be so gutted if you're Inco Gaming, because she won out on the first 2 sets there on the most important rotation. Not once, but twice. You did it P3 to P4. You chained them back to back, as you said, Austin. But when it came down to when it mattered, Influence Rage, they had a good amount of time with the back of P1. They made the rotation towards P2, and they made the rotation towards P3 as well. And once that final rotation was locked in, Austin, I think we both knew how it was going to go.
Absolutely. Like, just take a look at the scoreboard and look at how hard Influence Rage got outslayed here. Like, they absolutely got outslayed across the board. You're seeing, you know, the lowest amount of kills is 29. Like, everyone's dropping 40 and 39, but I think Inco Gaming, they tunnel way too hard on that P2 hill there in the end. And because they just don't end up getting really any of the time, it felt like, even with the close spawn, it just really led to a late rotation then into P3. And they're at that point where it's like, whoa, well, we've never really been in this situation where we have to break P3 first. So all of a sudden, things change around. It's completely flipped. And we see Influence Rage hold a full 60. That P3 hill is ridiculous to break, man. They invest all of their streaks previous to that, and they have nothing left to be able to get into the point. That is just a huge throwaway, and this game should be over. The series should be over here for Inco Gaming.
That is the second massive clutch that we've seen from Influence Rage on the hard points. The second map where Inco Gaming felt this, man, this should have been a 3-0, but this should have been a 3-1. I say that like, like there's no autonomy for Influence Rage. Like, Influence Rage made this happen. Not once, they made it happen twice now on the hard points. And, well, where does this leave us in the best of 5? It leads us to one more search and destroy. We're going to raid for map number 5, Austin.
Raid, search, and destroy. Oh, man. Going back to the classic to finish off the first best of 5 of the day. But Influence Rage, man, they've just come back and they've just looked a little bit different. I mean, that's an incredible comeback. Probably shouldn't have happened. You can make an argument on either side, but the fact that they do it, I mean, it's impressive enough. And that's after, you know, getting 3-0'd from this team yesterday. So obviously they're just coming out with something a little bit different here. And now they just need to get through one more S&D. And the first S&D, extremely close, man. 7-5. It was the offensive rounds, I think, that were really well coordinated that came through there for Inco, but this one's still going to be very back and forth battle coming into raid.
Yeah, I think the thing is here, you know, with what we kind of have right now for Influence Rage is like, in this situation for Influence Rage, they were doing so well early on in that search and destroy. They had a 4-2 advantage, I think it was, or was it 4-2? Is my brain? Am
Yeah,
I
it was
having a
4-2.
brain fight right now?
It was
It's 4-2.
4-2.
Okay. I thought for a second that I was double guessing myself often. I do that quite often. But yeah, 4-2 was the search and destroy, but it was actually Inco where they managed to get 4 rounds on the bounce towards the latter half of that search and destroy where they really started to go big. So who knows what will happen with this search and destroy? All we know is it's going to be a banger conclusion to this series. Game number 5 for our first series of the day here in the advancement bracket. Trust me, it is going to be great. We're going to take a short break though while the players get themselves ready for the matchup. Don't go anywhere though, because game number 5 here between Influence Rage and Inco Gaming, it's going to be banger. See you after this. Hey everybody, welcome back now to the Call of Duty Mobile World Championships here. Apologies for the short break. We're about ready to go for game number 5 in this one. And Austin, it has just been an incredible series so far between Inco Gaming and Influence Rage. This is very different from what happened yesterday, where, again, people probably are memeing me at this point to keep on bringing it up, but it was a 3-0 to Inco Gaming there. Influence Rage have put up a fight and a half in the hard.
Yeah, close 3-0, but today the differential is the fact that they're actually just clutching up, winning, and I mean, to be fair, still, like, that map number 4 should have never went the way that it did. Should have probably been a different outcome with how we had saw just about a hardpoint lead. Almost it felt like the entire way through after the first rotation with the way P3 and P4 had kind of went. But it really was just an insane turnaround at P1 on Takeoff, and they're able to keep P2 incredibly scrappy, and then finally they're there first for a rotation to get a full 60, man. And that's when they had Goliaths and things like that, Brody. So that one's really going to sting for Inco Gaming. And I mean, I don't doubt that they're going to be able to bounce back, but you know that in the back of your mind, it's like, this one should have been over, but now we have to go through one more map here in the S&D.
I just think what's wild to me is if we go back to that Takeoff again, you talk about the first 2 rotations because there was about 3 or so in total full of hills, right? Sure. And it's just like when we talk about kind of the chaining of the hills, as you were talking about before we got into the P3 to P4 and what Inco Gaming were able to do, not just on the first set, but on the second, holding those 4 hills in total pretty consistently and still losing the game off the back of an amazing clutch from Influence Rage in the last 3. Just incredible. I think to lose it like that is going to be so gutting. And now, of course, you kind of asked the question here as we go into raid, search, and destroy. How does that affect the mindset here for this one, Austin? Because you've just lost a game, which, again, arguably you should win.
I still feel like the way they play the S&D, I think they're going to be okay, but it is a little bit of a different beast. However, I saw the player cams at the end, at least for Influence Rage, and those guys were pumped up, man. And I don't know why, but I get the vibe that they're like more of an emotional team, where it's like they come off a big win like that, and all of a sudden, you know, they're going into the next game, and I think they're bringing just a lot of that same energy, feeling good, kind of making really confident calls, believing in one another. That's the vibe I get from them after kind of watching, at least over the player cams, from a lot of the individuals so far. But at the same time, I mean, they did get a little bit worked. You know, in the second half of that search and destroy in Hacienda, they were getting out-rotated pretty hard, and it did feel like they just had a really difficult time figuring out where is the push really coming from, where are they looking to attack. It never really felt like the defensive setups were very proactive. It was always reacting to whatever they were doing, and unfortunately, a lot of those situations, it just felt like they weren't able to win up in some of those really tough spots.
Yeah, it was just kind of tough there, I think, in those maps. So we'll see kind of how this one goes when it comes to the search and destroy. Again, I think the biggest thing for me was kind of the resilience of Inco Gaming in that map too, because again, we talk about kind of how that one ended. It was the 4 rounds in a row that were really, I think, just so damaging for Influence Rage, where Inco Gaming were like, right, we know exactly what they're going to be doing now. We've kind of learned after the first couple of rounds, and we can really just come in here and start to take control of the game, and that is exactly what they did. Now, for Raid, we'll see how things translate. Obviously, the offensive side, things were a little bit harder on the Call of Duty mobile version of Raid because of the fact that I think it's the B-bomb site, I want to say, is pushed all the way back in towards the basketball court, as in comparison to where it usually is situated, which is on the pool side. I say usually situated. Technically speaking, we're just talking from our point of view, Austin, which is, for us, it's out of place, Austin. It's not in the right place, okay? I feel really emotional about it, okay? You know, it's obviously further back into the basketball court, so there's a lot more cover there for the defensive side, actually, to work that bomb.
Yeah, I mean, it does feel like it's out of place because it almost just feels like in a lot of situations, like you should just almost never be allowed to plant there, you know, unless you maybe get around the back. But, like, coming from the front, like, I think we did see a couple teams like pull it off pretty successfully with like some good smoke grenades getting in, but the only way you can kind of break that site is getting mixy, especially if they're stacking.
Yeah, you have to full hit.
Yeah, you got to mixy. You got to make sure everyone's kind of coming and sliding in together. You're playing for trades, and you're just kind of hoping. I feel like in a lot of cases that you're just going to win the battle so you can get control of the site. Now the good news is if you do get control of that site, it almost becomes impossible to retake it because there's only 2 entryways in, and obviously there's a lot of different off angles you can kind of play when players are coming down the stairs or coming through the pool side. So that's definitely been the big bomb site that we kind of watched out for, but it has been more of a defensive favored map here. So we'll see if that kind of holds true because the Hacienda, it was mainly offensive rounds that were going over to both teams.
Yeah, just to give you guys an update as well, by the way, apologies for the delay. If you want to know why the delay is happening, effectively, what we're waiting on while we had the little break, is Inco Gaming. We're currently waiting on them. They currently have, I read the message initially as a cute pre-game cuddle That's an entirely different context. But they're not having a cuddle, don't worry about it. They're having a pre-game huddle, you know. I think they're getting themselves amped up for this one. They're looking for that mental rebound that we were talking about, right? Because again, you know, coming off that hard point, they feel like they shouldn't ever lose that one. That's so frustrating for them. And now they've got to get themselves in a brand new mindset here for this game number 5. And that's the kind of team kinship that we wanted to see from the rosters here today on Sunday.
Man, I'm kind of like thinking like through that huddle, and I'm like how amped up do you want to get though going into an S&D, right? Like, you don't want to get like too fired up.
Man.
You don't want to get too fired up going into an S&D. I mean, you want to start sprinting down the middle of the map and getting blooded.
Yeah,
like,
mate, that's what we want to see.
I mean, that's what we want to see. We want to see those engagements, but for the team that wants to win, that's not what they want to do, I have to imagine. So, I don't know. I feel like, you know, you want to obviously put some energy out there. You got to find like that perfect balance in my mind, dude, because you just don't want to be sprinting at these guys. Like, yeah, let's go. Let's get into it. Just run in there like 300. I don't know. Yeah,
I mean, personally for me, I think, you know, if they wanted to avoid just sprinting down the map, they shouldn't have gone for the pre-game huddle. They should have gone for the pre-game cuddle, but that's just me. That's just what I love.
Should have closed that map for
Austin. Yeah, probably. Oh my goodness, mate, Austin. We're one series deep, man. You gotta calm down. Regardless, it was the game number 5 we go. Influence Rage and Inco Gaming. We'll see if there's any post-game cuddles after this one for these two teams. There's onboard Vinco on the defense to kick this one off. And this is that stack we were talking about for Influence Rage. If they want to get the bomb down towards A, they need to hit this team.
If they do, and oh well, they're in there. No one stacks it here for Inco Gaming, so just about full control of the side. They do have them like pinned in with the money position here from Noel in the top of the staircase. There is options at least to kind of retake, but it's not going to be easy. You're going to have to maybe find a pick before they can get inside.
They've given up quite a bit of space here. Towards Influence Rage. Nice nade from Pros into Lano towards Chaotic. That might make this retake plausible, especially as the kills now starting to come through. But now Joker and Plin, how much can they trade away? Joker's already traded one, and they're pushed so far back. They're also relying on a flank here coming through from Plin. Player might well be on the defuse, and they have jumped on it, but Plin has been spotted out now by Lucasin. Can Plin clutch up? Oh, he's playing his life! Goodness me! Plin, he was playing dodgeball.
He was definitely playing a different game, that's for sure. Got a little mixy. You're just trying to stall time for 3 seconds. I just think he doesn't find the kill initially, and it doesn't really give him a whole lot of room to work with from there on out. So the retake is going to be good for Inco, at least on the very first defensive round. And, well, I was thinking that one might have been locked up. They just don't really get the kills inside of the site. They're not scared to run it back, are they? They're going to go for just about the exact same play, smoking off the money window, getting close here inside of basketball court. And once again, they're giving this up. They're willing to play retake again.
This is a lot of respect given away to Inco Gaming here. Or to Influence Rage, excuse me. They should be able to get this bomb down.
The bomb has been planted.
But they did make the retake happen last time around, so they could do it again. This time around, they're sending 3 players straight through the steps. They know that Chaotic is located towards the left. And last time, he actually got taken down by a nicely placed nade. Will the same thing happen again here? Well, elsewhere, Gohan has already fallen. They don't nade him out, though. Chaotic's just going to be taken down by an honest gunfight. Dudu in for 2, though. Trade still in favor. Now 2v2 we go. This retake might not be as successful this time around. A dad now on the other side. He's revealed his position with the shots in towards Joker. And now for Joker and Plint, you've got to waste time.
And, well, Joker's just about done that little ring around the rosy here in the Tiki Hut, and we'll be able to get some extra shots in there. And that was much better, right? It's still the same game plan. You smoke off the money cross going into the site. You get in there. They're willing to play retake here on the Inco side, except this time it's a little bit tighter of a setup inside of the basketball court. They got 4 players in there, kind of one lingering outside, watching their backs, so they're able to play off trades a little easier. But this time, they're not going for the initial rush. They don't want to throw any of that utility over to A, at least throw some baits in. You kind of just maybe want to work through mid, fan things out, figure out what's kind of maybe happening throughout the rest of the map.
Rafa are definitely going to be the playmaker here in the situation if anybody from Influence Rage gets pushy in towards Art. And I think Influence Rage are waiting for somebody like Rafa to make them move forward. He peeks out those stairs. The shots will come on through, and they actually do come through in this time. Nothing to be found just yet. And this is really good map control coming out from Inco. They've got Influence Rage pinned in.
Rafa's got the best position, it feels like right now, somewhere around top art, maybe kind of able to reinforce if they do start coming up the ramp or coming through bottom art. But it looks like they're going to go back to A. This time it's just going to be late. So let a minute kind of just go by on the clock. And we'll see if they can do this cleanly. No smokes, not really throwing a whole lot of utility, but there's at least players in the site now. Oh my!
Nice two-piece coming in from Lucasin. This time around, Inco, they're ready for it. They're not even going to allow the hit through. Flynn and Chaotic left up. They are stuck in no man's land at the moment. Chaotic with the bomb down now. Playing 1 versus 5. The bomb not in your hands. Only 30 seconds left on the clock. You need a miracle. And that's just not going to happen. Flynn down for the count. And yeah, different strategy coming out there from Influence Rage comparatively to the first couple of rounds. Austin, you know, first couple of rounds, they go straight towards A to get the bomb down. That time, they wait for something aggressive from Inco. And Inco, they are not falling for it.
It's a late hit. You're kind of, yeah, you're hoping for like a pick, right? You got a pick, and then you loosen up the defense a little bit, make people maybe over-rotate to the other side of the map. Not the case. No one's falling for any kind of that trick, or any trick like that, rather. But A's open. They think that they're going to go to B. Every single member of Inco Gaming on the other side of the map will now kind of backtrack through their spawn, and that bomb will go down successfully. Full-on 5v5 retake here inside of basketball.
Back to basics for Influence Rage. They managed to fend off and retake once, but they also lost it once as well. Which one will it be this time around? Gohan taking shots towards Noel. Nice help coming through from Rapper as well. Now the numbers in favor of Inco for the retake. Dad also starting to flank, but he gets shut down in the middle of the map. Chaotic going to take down Raph first. The numbers not really working out, but it's good for a response coming out from Noel and Crozen. And I really like this play coming out from Noel. Just trying to jump on the defuse. Is anyone going to stop this one? Yes, they do. And now Plin in the 1 versus 1 against Crozen.
Oh!
The snipe is in, and he gets 2 for the retake.
That is a ridiculous shot coming through for Crozen. My goodness, so much to really break down in that round. I don't think you can let this Inco squad walk down the staircase that freely without getting some crossfire shots inside of Cube. You have to make it a little bit harder for them to find that kill onto Chaotic, who's finding kind of the close corner on the staircase. You can't leave him out to dry. That's kind of where things go wrong in my mind, but hell of a clutch in the end for Crozen. Hit the shot, hit the snipe, and make sure it is going to be Inco up 3-1 here.
Now Inco starting to get aggressive towards Ring. Unfortunately for them, they've lost the first couple of buds, and they'll lose map control thereafter as well. Dad has a lot to do here in the middle of the map. If he goes through towards Ring, might be able to catch a couple of players off guard, but it's when the Dudu takes him out as well, and you can see that gunfight, I think, actually potentially going down soon. Gohan keeping an eye on the middle of the map, but now the bomb down.
And a good spread, too, for all 3 members. Trying to play retake. Gonna have to be by way of gunfights through just about any lane they want to approach. Mid-map, Art, all locked in. Already a lot of time also kind of gone off the clock, but there it is. First engagement does come through. Dudu, though, should be able to play for the trade. Oh my, no, he cannot. Dad has just found the 2-piece. It's a breakdown here for Influence Rage. They have the setup, they have the numbers, but the 3 versus 5 might just come through. Plin, the last one left alive, needs to go huge, needs to buy time, and I think he's done enough, and he has. It gets a little too close for comfort, but Plin, he plays his life well.
Lost that round.
Oh! That kill inside Art should never happen. Ever. They are very fortunate to get away with that one, Austin. Skin of their teeth stuff.
Yes.
Goodness me.
Objectives.
I feel shooken. Shooketh? I was going to go
Everything.
for
All
Shooketh.
3.
It's part of the meme. All 3. Words that don't exist, mate. That's how I'm feeling at the moment. Regardless. What a round. Inco going to lose it in the end anyway. Now. Can they win the final defensive attempt? Well, Trade's coming down right off the rip of this one. Bomb going to be located on the river inside the pool. And numbers now in favor of Influence Rage to make this hit towards A happen, but they still got to grab that bomb.
Yes, they do. Just, do they have the realization that the bomb is kind of down? Most likely not. But it still put them in a tough spot offensively. Rafa trying to lay down on the shots, and he does manage to connect right before Gohan gets outside of cutout. And now, looking at what is going to be a 3 versus 2. You still have to get the bomb, as you mentioned, but they're going to go all the way around, it looks like.
It's going to be a long wrap through. It's going to take quite a lot of time off the top of the block, Austin.
Yeah, it will.
This is going to take like 20 seconds or so to make happen. And that is fully dependent on whether Inco read this or not as well. That's the other thing, but the read now going to come through most certainly as Joker takes the shot towards Rafa. Is the immediate trade-in for Lucasin. Good read coming through from Plin that there's probably a player inside Laundry, but it's unfortunate. Joker tries to run away instead of sticking with Plin, and he gets shut down by Lucasin. So Plin now 1 versus 2, going to catch the back of Lucasin. Now the 50-50. Lucasin in, just trying to play some time so that his teammate Crozen can come and help Thorn out, and that will happen as we switch sides. It is Inco in the lead.
It is Inco in the lead. They played really solid defensively. One of the first teams to really showcase how you could retake A without stacking members in there initially. So really good defensive side, but now it's time to switch it up. Influence Rage, they're on the defense. Definitely the more favored side here for Raid S&D. But player 3, inside of the basketball court, like you're going to have to lock things down. You're going to have to come up with one. But Joker, oh, he doesn't know. He's got through money. What a pick. And what a route here for Noel.
That might be the opening kill that's desired here to get the bomb down on towards A. Whether or not they realize that there's actually only one player to provide any resistance. This might still work out, though, for an Influence Rage. You can see kind of the way that Inco are angling at the moment. They might well just push back here and try and make a B hit happen. If that does go and come to pass, they would have to go through 3 Influence Rage players. But now with that information, I don't think that should happen. If Inco is smart about this one, they'll go to A.
Oh, the bomb. It's coming up mid. They're thinking maybe there's players in A.
No
you can
way.
see them, right, thinking about it back and forth like, hey, is someone going to give us a peek from mid? Are we going to rotate? It looks like they made the call. 5 players strong, all flooding through the pool side here. And you'll have easy access to this site, and they'll find that out real quick. There's no one really defending it. Just player 3 kind of watching the back spawn for his teammates. But other than that, it is going to be a plant. And now you see the arrows start to move as you get the little signal of the bomb. It will go down, and now you got to play retake here in the 4v5.
You don't have numbers to make this retake happen. You don't know where these players are located as well. The only information you have is anything that Plin gained from being over here inside L for the longest of times. So down the stairs, they're going to have to go to make this happen. Players retreated inside towards pool, and maybe that's the advantage they go for here. Bring the smokes down. Make the retake happen. Plin, though, on towards the bomb. The pre-fire starting to come through. Nice kill from Gohan to take down Lucasin.
The flank.
The time's starting to run out in this one. The flank now starting to come through as well from Noel, who picks up 3! Huge kills coming through, and now Chaotic in the 1 versus 3. He's able to pick up 1, but time just not really on his side. Even if he gets the first kill, he's not getting the second. Tries to lie down for a potential defuse, but it's just not going to happen. Noel goes huge.
Brody, this Inco gaming squad is so fun to watch in S&D. They got to be one of the most unique teams I think we've gotten to see so far within this tournament. Just a completely different look at how to play for a post-plant A. Almost every team that gets the bomb down plays tight in the site. These guys all play outside of the site, come around, make route plays, and just constantly make things difficult for you. They do not simplify anything, and I love it. Very entertaining to watch, and now they go back to the strategy. A lot of what we saw in Hacienda, just spreading it across the map, getting an idea of where they are, and how about it. Another snipe comes through. They'll take out Plin inside of A, already loosening up the numbers here defensively.
Good first buzz coming through now from Inco. Getting the tingles of deja vu, Austin. Inco playing just as slow as they were in the prior offensive attempts. This time, though, Influence have spread themselves a little bit better across the 2 bomb sites. They've got more players towards laundry, more players towards kitchen. So they could be much better off for a retake if they need to make one happen. Still, these guys, you can see it. They're ready to go. Ready to spring on towards the safe site.
The A defense is a little bit better, but you need the player inside of money to put together a kill or 2, potentially. It's going to put a lot of pressure on the player inside the site, but there it is. Gohan gets 2. That is fantastic. The best you could really ask for in this outcome. You still have a player inside the site defensively, but it's going to be a call. Inco Gaming, they're going to wrap all the way through their spawn. They have the time to do it. We'll see if it's going to be a read defensively whatsoever that they're going over to the B site.
That's the question, isn't it? Is the read going to come through for Influence Rage? So just somebody needs to check. Literally somebody needs to go to the cut, take a little peek over towards B, and then dip, if they can. It's worth the risk, especially with the amount of time on the board, because you know that Inco are going to be rushing in this situation. Here we go. Rafa's going to get the bomb down scot-free. There is no problems here. And now these players for Influence Rage, to gravitate for the retake, they will realize this now.
Oh, they certainly will. Hopefully it's not too one-dimensional for a lot of these retakes. It's all been from one side. They haven't really sent any players kind of coming through an alternate angle, so they're going to try to just force the gunfights head-on and see if they can use their teamwork to bait and switch. Bold call. We'll see if they can do it. They're now down to about 25 seconds, and they got to go.
They're just trying to locate these players at the moment. You've got the power position inside laundry. You've got to go, though, as you say. 17 seconds left. Lucas in with the first blood. Now that's going to up the urgency quite significantly. Doodoo looking for the one, but Chaotic's fallen as well. Doodoo, time to go off like you did in the hard point, but no, it's just not to be. You do not have time to make that one work. And Inco Gaming, they are one search and destroy round away from guaranteeing a place at Worlds.
Ah, man, it's a little slow there for Influence Rage on the retake, and on top of it, I just still don't like the fact that no one's kind of hitting an alternate angle to get you alternate information. That's kind of the whole goal of attacking from two different areas, but oh my, they want to put it away. Inco, they're tired of playing slow. The nade over the top will be good. It'll find Flynn here for the blood, and that's going to be full control of the A site.
Gaming, they made their way over. First blood coming in from Rafa. Nice knife, and Crozing follows up with Chaotic as well. The trade starting to come on through, but the number's not there. Through Influence Rage, Joker loses the one, and all of this falls on the shoulders of Gohan. He's gone huge yesterday, but he will not be able to do it now, and you can see the celebrations. Inco Gaming are going to Worlds.
They are going to Worlds. They get it done in map 5, despite slipping up in map number 4. You can see it. Nice little group celebration. Everyone very happy, hugs all around, and hard not to be happy for these guys. They have played out of their mind here the last couple days.
There's the post-game cuddles that we were talking about, Austin.
That
They're
smile on
happening.
your
They're
face,
standing
I know
up.
it did.
Standing up cuddles. But they're still there, Austin, mate. Inco Gaming, they deserve that one. Adversity against Influence Rage when they were playing on the defense, but when it changed to offense, it was first blood after first blood. And they made them look so uncomfortable. So talented are this Inco Gaming roster. You got to say, you know, before we talk about Inco, what they managed to do there, I mean, great players coming around from everybody across the board. Got to give a shout out to Influence Rage. You know, they held close this series. It is a much better showing from them comparatively to the 3-0 that we saw yesterday, Austin.
Yeah, I'm very impressed just with the strategy and playbook here from Inco. I mean, the S&Ds looked fantastic. It was pretty close Hacienda, to be fair, but I think you could still see just the development of how they like to approach their rounds, how they break them down in the moment, and they just constantly make you guess. I think by far one of the best S&D teams that we have seen on stream with the way that they were playing some of their post-plant setups. Very advanced, so very big fan of these guys, man. They're looking really solid, but a really big credit to Influence Rage, man. I mean, they played really well in this series. You have to kind of remind everyone that they did get 3-0'd from this squad in the very first round yesterday, and they were able to bounce back with 2 series wins to make it to today and send this to a Game 5 with an incredible map number 4 comeback. But Brody, just not enough here in the S&Ds to be able to get the job fully done.
Here's the final series layout then. At the end of that one, we saw resistance from Influence Rage. The hard points were theirs from 2 massive clutches towards the back end. But Inco Gaming, it doesn't matter. In the face of adversity, they will get it done. The search and destroys and the control will be theirs. Indomitable victory in that control, by the way, and the latter search and destroy as well. Inco Gaming proving threatening, and they have put their mark on this regional playoffs. They haven't lost a series yet, Austin.
Haven't lost a series yet. Still undefeated here throughout the tournament, but a chance to be able to win the next round and then make it to the grand final. Still a lot more COD to be played on the day. That's just series number 1, but we have our first team there in the upper bracket going into that winner's final, then our first team down in the lower bracket. That lower bracket matchup is also going to be fun because obviously we're jumping into the other round 1 series. We'll see who wins that. But whoever drops down, we're going to be playing up against Influence Rage to see who gets the final spot going into Worlds.
Man, it is going to be an incredible matchup, I think, moving forward. But again, congratulations to Inco Gaming. They've managed to make their way towards Worlds. And as you say, for Influence Rage, not all is lost just yet. This is not a single elimination bracket. We have that lower bracket or the elimination bracket to still go as well. So that's going to be an interesting match, of course. But Influence Rage cannot afford to lose another one. Otherwise, they will be done and they will not be making it towards Worlds. So that's the first match of the day done. We've got still a ton more of Call of Duty Mobile action to come today. Next up is going to be FR Balls going head-to-head with Skade again for a spot in the Call of Duty Mobile World Championships for 2022. Trust me, you guys do not want to miss it. Before we get there, we're going to go to a break. When we return, we're going to have more Call of Duty action for you guys right after this break.
Have you visited COD Shop's website already? Whenever you need to make a top-up for COD MCPs or any other mobile game, COD Shop is your main ally. Unlike others, you can use your favorite payment methods such as credit cards, PayPal, cash payments with OxioPay, and many others. Process is simple. Enter your user ID, choose your denim, and pick your favorite payment method, and you'll see CPs directly charged into your COD M account.
Alrighty then, well, we're back now with the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship for 2022. I look a lot different. We'll just get it out of the way right now. Austin, I know you're already laughing about me, buddy. It's really hot, okay, guys? I was wearing the wrong shirt for the day. That's all I could say. So I've gone back. I've changed it to something more floral that's more apt for the summer, the weather that we are in now. And we're feeling pretty good about it. So, okay, let that continue to be out of the way. Let's move on to our second match of the day. It's FR Bulls versus Skade. Another matchup for a place in the Worlds.
That's right. Another big matchup coming in here for us. We got to see a lot of really what Skade was bringing to the table yesterday. As you can take a look here, of course, still in that first round. This is our second matchup. Just finished with Inco Gaming and Influence Rage. But now it's time to get our first look at the FR Bulls. This is another team that we just did not get to see throughout day one because they won both of their matches. They were done pretty early, so we just did not get a whole lot of information on them. But Skade, well, we casted just about every single one of their games, bro. We got to see a lot of Skade yesterday, and it felt like these guys also had to have that big clutch factor there in the end, but they were just lights out, I think, in their final series of the day. Hot 3-0 in order to make it towards day number 2.
Yeah, it wasn't like a hot 3-0. I think that's an understatement. I think it was like a hot, super hot, like the what's like
Brody's
the
room 3-0. There we go.
Brody's room 3-0. That's what it was. It was to show you guys the maps for that one, or to tell you guys the maps for that one. It was a 250, 160 in the Hardpoint, a 7-1 in the Search and Destroy, and a 3-0 in the Control. It was the most indomitable 3-0. It was the indomitable series that we'd seen all day long. Skade were happy with how they ended day number 1. It looked very hot, but FR Bulls are an entirely different beast. Let's talk about the map set for this one then. We've got Slums Hardpoint, Raid, Search and Destroy, Standoff Control, Firing Range Hardpoint, and Takeoff Search and Destroy as well. And to let you guys know about kind of what the vetoes were for this one, Hacienda was banned by FR Bulls and Summit was banned by Skade.
That's right. Slums coming in first. We got to see a lot of Slums yesterday, so I feel like teams now throwing it into the rotation. And, well, if you're going to throw Slums into the rotation, I mean, everything is obviously like, oh, we're just going to hit the same point, right? It's all 3-3, P4. The game completely changes there. So teams maybe kind of just throwing that in and say, listen, we're going to lock in the rotation. This is how we're going to win the game. This is the win con. It's just a matter of hopefully sticking to that game plan and seeing if it actually follows through. So we'll see what ends up happening there, but another Raid, Search and Destroy. We're getting another Standoff Control, so a lot of similar maps that we were at least getting yesterday. And then, of course, the Takeoff S&D. It feels like that has kind of always been slotted in the majority of the series there for the final map.
You know what? I will say Takeoff Search and Destroy has been the one map mode combination that has surprised me out of anything out of the entirety of the COD mobile field, because it's the one that obviously we're not regularly used to, per se, Austin, right? Yeah. And, you know, I think it's actually just been such a pleasant surprise to see. It works really nice with kind of the way that teams are able to play on the offense, you know, how they're trying to get around through that kind of... I always say stadium area, and the reason I call it stadium area is because obviously the original version of this map was stadium, but it probably is not the right call for it. But regardless, you know, through that area, you know, making their way into the A site, you know, sometimes you see the rotations towards that mid B site as well. You know, that dynamic is always very interesting for me, Austin. So I do love it, and I'm very happy that it will close out our 5-map series here, if of course we do need it, because the way FR Bulls have been playing the last couple of days here, Austin, they are a threat and a half here to escape, Austin.
Yeah, I mean, like, they've been just as dominant, right, as Inco, basically coming through with the 2-0 yesterday. So it's really hard to, like, kind of judge them, right, just because we haven't got to see them on stream so far. So we don't know where they've kind of been particularly strong outside of just kind of seeing the map records. But it's a totally different story when you're seeing them actually maneuver on the map, when you see them making decisions on the fly. So it'll be interesting, because I just feel like Skade is just another one of those teams that you just can't necessarily count out. I don't think we get the best performance out of them yesterday, but I think the most important factor is they end the day strong, which is usually going to set you up with a huge amount of confidence going into day number 2, saying that we can absolutely do this. And just kind of a reminder for everyone else out there within this second series, whoever wins this is also guaranteed top 3, which of course gets you a spot at the World Championship out of this region. So that is really what everything is about. You don't want to have to go down to that lower bracket, bro. You want to avoid that completely and just do it cleanly and just make sure you got it secured.
Not just that as well, by the way, you know, it's the prize pool as well that we should, you know, be talking about as well. I mean, obviously we're not going to show that to you guys right now, but there is still $75,000 on the line as well. So, still, you want to kind of get the largest chunk of that you possibly can, and obviously the further through the bracket, the higher up the placements you go at the end of this regional playoffs, the larger chunk of the prize pool you will grab. But again, for qualification, Skade versus FR Bulls, one of these teams will move on, Austin.
One will move on, and we'll see who's going to have the strong start here in the Hardpoint. Kicking it off on Slums. Leo Zero looks like he just picked up a nice little 3K here to kind of kick things off. We'll see if he can maybe turn it into 4. A lot of members to deal with. And it looks like FR will be able to kind of push them on out. So chance to be able to maybe push through as well. Try to get through on the spawns, but it will be shut down, and Skade now on the response for some more P1 time.
Skade now looking for some time. Now, the good news here is with 30 seconds left, the Skade don't need to be too concerned about what the rotation looks like right now. They do have it in their hands. We do need to be kind of cautious, though, because players from FR Bulls might be able to make their way through towards Bricks, through that cafe side if they do want to go through. But for now, the fight for P1 will still continue here. Leosin looking for the overextension through Bricks for 2. Will only find the first. The second will be denied. But again, as we look over towards the rotation, even though FR Bulls are ahead at the moment, Skade, they can flip this game on its head early on and get a lot of time here on P2.
All right, our first look at how they're going to try to break into the back of the spawns here. Leo Zero at the back is doing a good work there with the assault rifle, able to find the nice little double up, and now the flood coming through, nice. Stuns and nades, everyone coming out through the back. They're able to get through the front, it looks like, there as well. So now things looking solid, but the spawn's still up in the air for both of these squads. Either one has fully secured it, and now it's just kind of Tricks left alone in the point. Skade are able to push him out, and they deal with some of the players in the back.
Yeah, these players in the back had overwhelmed, at least initially. I was a little bit concerned for the Skade roster, but now Mihawk here to deal with it, who of course was a superstar yesterday for a Skade, especially in that 3-0. But nonetheless now, FR Bulls not done yet. They still want to slice this last 30 seconds or so, and now the spawns will flip. Not necessarily a bad thing, by the way, for Skade. Yes, they might lose control of the last 30 seconds or so of time. But, you know, as we said, as we saw in that last time, in the last series between Inco and Influence Rage, we know how potential, or how potent, sorry, this P3 to P4 rotation can be. So, as far as Skade are concerned, yes, they spawn out for the last 30, but that's not the worst thing in the world.
Yeah, this is the most important part of the game, quite literally. Do you get snowballed on? Is this where it all starts? Or will you get an immediate break and get to the back? Off screen looks like no. Kills also coming off the old hill for Mihawk as he's able to get a double. Nice couple kills coming in for him. But you take a look at the minimap. All of those yellow arrows posturing through Grave, trying to get ready for a break. Spawn's now coming through in the garage, which is the P4 hill. We'll see if they can overwhelm the back and win the gun battles. You want the spawns. That's the goal. They'll be back there off screen. It's a double that just came through and now through the front. We'll see if the shots are going to be good with the Annihilator. Yes, they will. That's going to be the break. That's the flip. And right back in the point is going to be the FR Bulls.
Yeah, the flip of the spawns, I think the most crucial thing at the moment now is you're going to have to see FR Bull, I think, use some of their utilities to get back in towards this hardpoint, to get back in towards the spawns for that garage hill. You're already seeing Pabzera and Mihawk making the rotation over towards that garage hill and starting to envelop these players from behind as well. Foki, realizes it on the backline. Trick system, but Bigadera also looking for some kills, but a nice Predator missile to take those players around the backline. That was a really good play coming in from these guys, but nonetheless, Skade, they've still broken through and they have to hit the spawns once again.
Oh, I would have loved to just kind of maybe wait on that Predator missile, wait for your teammates to get there, because the same players spawn right back up. As much as you don't have control of the hill right now, you at least still have a chance to be able to contest it here from close quarters. Can they win the gun battles? That's looking solid. Liv's able to get a double. Leosin gets another, and that's going to allow a quick break here for Skade.
For 2. Will break in for a Skade, as you say, Austin, but now inside will be Pabzera with the Purifier. They're ready for these guys to break their way in. Bigadera falls to him. Leah's in with the Annihilator pistol as well, and that will keep these guys at bay. This is a lot of an investment in towards this hardpoint. They only need to get something from this, especially as they were the ones in the early rotation for P3. So that's why you're seeing such a heavy investment of everything they have for a Skade, and it's working out as well. Basically, the remainder of this time looks like it could well go their way. Maggie along the front will get taken down, and now Lynn's inside looking for more than one. Only the first falling foul to him for the second, but there you go. Trixis will fall. Foki also falling foul to a 2-piece too. And as far as Skade are concerned, this has been a pretty good hold of the scrap time.
That's been fairly solid. I feel like on the back end of this, it could have got really out of control when we saw things slip around at P3 just about halfway through, but they're able to recover beautifully on the P4 hill and actually come out with just a slight lead as we go back into the resets and head over to P1. We'll see if Leo's in can kind of keep up the performance here after a couple of big plays at the back of P3 and P4, but so far so good here for FR Bulls. They're able to find a couple kills going around the point, still soaking up some time thanks to Trix. Trix is able to get some help and support there through mid as well, but won't be able to stay up and alive. And now some players already kind of battling out for the spawns as we get a bit of a flip here on the map, Brody.
I was going to say, I think the way that Henry Cat was actually angling towards Cafe side, I think they were like, hang on, somebody has got past the 50-yard line here, guys. We need to deal with them because if not, we'll lose spawns. Trix has come through and picks up 3 on towards P1. So this is a lot of time now going the way of FR Bulls. But again, their immediate problem at the moment is the fact they do not have control of that back spawns for P2. It's Pabzera who is over there causing all sorts of problems, and he actually still survives that 1v1 against Oki as well. Maggie now the next threat for them to deal with, and yet still, here they go. They're going to take down Pabzera. Pabzera has a wealth of players to deal with, and well, he just can't get it done. So good rotational battles coming through now from FR Bulls, but they've got a lot more to go here, a lot more players to deal with.
Goliath inbound as well, and oh man, P2 gets a little bit more dicey as they're going to try to overwhelm the back, just like they did last time. We'll see if they can win the battles, because the Goliath is just going to shred them and make it just so damn easy. Already 2 kills, make it 3. Loki really coming out here and just kind of just having an absolute heyday. Doesn't get easier than this. Just has to wait for the players to run into him, and well, he's going to get a ton of assists there as well. And while all this happens, the FR Bulls are able to capitalize and get that lead back.
Great control coming out now, and a good amount of investment as well coming through from FR Bulls. Look at it, you can see it in the top right of our screens. The Annihilator starting to come out. Poki finally falls here with the Goliath, but damage really you have to feel has been done here. That is a wealth of time that has gone the way of FR Bulls. Now again, the good news still remains that we saw from the first set of rotations in towards the second. Skade, they're on the better side of the map for that rotation, but they will be down by about 30 to 40 points or so as we get over towards that point. But they need to be cautious of players just breaking on through the front. Nicely done from Mihawk here to keep these players at bay. A 2-piece that he desperately needed. That will send FR Bulls back towards the respawn screen, and not what they want as far as this rotation is concerned, Austin.
How explosive is Mihawk right now? Just 3 in a row there. He found 4 off screen, but maybe there's not enough presence in the point there as it's actually going to be the loss of the streak, and all of a sudden things get a little bit more interesting for FR Bull. Shots over the top, good for Bigadera. Able to at least keep things just a tad bit interesting, but not enough to really get the full-on break. However, spawns have now flipped. Good news here for the FR Bulls. Just like last time, they're able to do it, except this time way sooner as they break into the hard point. And now a scary moment here for Skade as they're going to have to answer back.
Scary moment indeed, Austin. Skade, they need to find their way through. FR Bulls, they've got control. This is exactly what happened last time. FR Bulls, they managed to break them through the front, but this time the good news is that Skade actually still maintain control of the spawn. So they will continue to spawn in that back line, continue to get go after go at this hill, and now they might have a good look at it as well as Henry Cat, the last remaining player, and he sent Hunting Killer out to do some damage, but not really going to get anything off the back of it. Now Skade, 3-piecing, they've managed to make their way in for the last 15. Poki trying to make his way in from behind for the second and will not find it. Lins gets that frag, and now we look at the scoreline overall in this. Skade are going to be behind by about 30 points or so, but they do have control of the spawns for Nu, but they don't actually have control of the garage just yet.
Oh, the spawn flip was everything. It keeps Skade in the game, down by about 30 points here. Just need to try to break into the garage hill, but easier said than done. Shots coming through, back and forth, and we'll get to some trades, but Skade at least able to hold on to the back spawn. They have control of Fountain. Now they just need to zone from the front. Get through Bigadera if you can. Shots there from Limbs will be good. They'll be able to find the kills in and around the point, and now one more player. Foki going to drop. You have the setup, you have the spawns. Now you just got to hold for as long as possible.
Find your way through the front if you're FR Bulls. Trix is stable to get the first one. Now needs some help from the players from Grave, and they're currently being zoned off at the moment by Mihawk and Leazin. Isn't going to fall Mihawk into number 2, but now Trix is really starting to face some pressure in from behind. Lins once again has that Purifier out, or is able to get 2 or 3 kills last time around. Austin, with 20 seconds left here, we're probably going to see a flipping of this game, and it should be Skade now taking the lead.
Yeah, we will get a lead change coming in for us, and how about it? Incredible stuff. I mean, it could have got out of reach if FR Bulls were able to lock in, you know, a 40, 50 points even on that P3 hill, but the loss of the spawns keeps this one competitive. 10-point differential once again going into a new set of hills. We'll see who's going to be able to come away with some P1 time, because it could all end on P2. We'll have to see. Big pick up there for Leo Zin, create some space around the point, and now starting to accumulate some time will be Skade.
Skade also starting to push through as well. 3 kills in the feed though for FR Balls, and it's going to be the full white coming on through. One player only going to spawn out over towards P2. They've got to be careful of Leozeric here. Could really be the playmaker for Skade as Mihawk goes over. He's going to get 2, and now the stack comes through. Skade looking to make their way through. Pab0 with another one. They're in for the 34 seconds of time. They wouldn't be able to finish it off the back of this hard point now. They still need the P2 spawns, but they do have them. This is a dangerous position for FR Balls to be in.
Yeah, that was a really sloppy moment there for the FR Bulls. They might get 20 seconds here, depending on how many resources you send over to the scrap sign, but the stack on the hill really is what allows them to kind of go 3-4 down at a time. But how about the rotation? Pab0 already with 2. That's going to be huge. Leo Zin also able to get kind of the spawn out for the pinch. Might be able to come from behind, and he does. Goliath now in the back. Everything could end on this P2 hill with the spawns. The spawns don't come in, and now if you're Limbs, you have to go big in the back and hold on to the close spawn.
Not just Lins, but Leah's in as well. He is currently inside that hard point now. The spawn's going to come on through. Mihawk going to bring that Annihilator out. There's quite a lot of utility on side here for Skade. There's just the one, or actually a couple, because Annihilator actually for Henry Cat as well. So here comes the break on through. Henry Cat going to bring that Annihilator out. Boki still has his specialist weapon to go. They want to take out the Goliath. They land a little bit of utility on it, but it's 3 down in the kill feed for Skade. They're looking to close this one out. Lins has still not been dealt with. And for FR Balls, your path along that cafe side, it is a very rocky one with Lins in your way. Bigadero trying to take him down. And they will with the Annihilator. It's 4 down. Maggie with another one as well. Skade not able to finish just yet.
Oh my goodness, what a kill with the Annihilator. They take out the Goliath. They keep the play alive, but you still need to be perfect. You have to think about this rotation because not only can you end the game here if you're Skade, but you're going to have to now stop them from getting 7 seconds on New, and the call is going to be made from Skade. Let's give up the scrap time. Let's set up for New, and let's see if we can end it here. Predator Missile also available here for Leo Zin.
Is it going to hold on strong? This is it. The hard point's going to pop in a few seconds or so. Kills inside grave being made. Henry Cat's got to play his life and wait for his teammates to spawn on up. Shots going in. That's going to make the opening player weak. There you go. The kill is going to be through. Foki in for 2 around the back line. And now FR Bulls, can they break in time? The kills are through and they're going to touch. They should be able to finish it here. They should be able to finish it here. FR Bulls with the kills around the backline. Foki with the Annihilator for 2. And they clutch in the dying embers of the game. Austin, what did we just see?
I don't know. I don't know what is up with these 5-point, 3-point differentials so far in the first map of the series, but oh my goodness, does it have my heart pumping right now. That is just unbelievable stuff there from FR Bulls. I mean, you did everything right if you're Skade, but it's a play around the back that comes through. It's the double that comes in to get FR Bulls the close spawn, and they can flood the hill. They also win some battles from the front to get inside. That's after Mihawk also found a 3-piece inside of Grave. You thought they had it locked up with the utility available, but they just can't find all the kills, and they just cannot simply hold on.
Oh, man.
Wow.
That is gutting. That is so gutting. Skade had the win condition in the palm of their hands. They knew they had extended it towards P3. They knew they had the right side of the map for those rotations. And yet still, it's the time in between the hills, man. Austin, if this was not... this is, again, I love these forehead. You know what I'm going to say. Forehead statement of the day. But if this wasn't Call of Duty Mobile, if this was Black Ops 2, where obviously Slums Hardpoint was first introduced into the franchise, there is no time between the hardpoints whatsoever. It's that 10 seconds or so before the hardpoint pops while the last hardpoint is gone that allows FR Bulls to rotate. Oh my goodness me. FR Bulls will clutch up. You can see there, Foki goes Hughes. The MVP for the lobby almost drops 50. On the other side, it's Mihawk. 43 and 43. That man was going massive for Skade yesterday in that last 3-0 of the day. But nonetheless, FR Bulls kick off the series with a 1-0 advantage. Next up is Raid, Search and Destroy on the docket.
Raid, Search, and Destroy after get another grueler, man. Man, it's just always so fun to transition after, having like a 5-point differential, like 3-point differential like we just had in the first series, and then you transition into a Search and Destroy. Got to regain so quick, get level-headed, and it's just so difficult to go through map losses like that when it is in your hands, as you said. Like, even it could have ended on P2, but no. And now Raid Search. I'm curious to see what the FR Bulls are going to look like, because we just saw, in my opinion, what was probably one of the best S&D performances that we've gotten to see out of Inco. I loved how they set up just a lot of just different post plants and just kind of played a little bit different compared to what we're used to seeing, willing to play a retake even, inside of basketball, not stack members there every round defensively. So, what is the FR Bulls going to kind of maybe bring out here for us? Will it be similar? Will it be kind of more traditional? I'm a little curious of that, but Skade did clutch up in a couple big S&Ds yesterday. Remember, they had that OT in Takeoff to even stay alive. So these guys have been at least pretty well-rounded when it comes to search, but we'll see if they can do it here again, Brody.
Yeah, and we have seen, as you say, kind of one performance from Raid Search and Destroy from these rosters. It was Skade yesterday who lost it 3-7 to Cygnus. So not a good indicator, I think, for Skade in terms of kind of how we expect this one to go. And again, we talk about FR Bulls. Just like with Inco Gaming, we don't know what to expect from them in Search and Destroy. All we know is that FR Bulls, obviously yesterday, I think they did drop 2 maps. I will say, both of those maps are S&Ds. So that's a key thing there. I think maybe that's some light at the end of the tunnel, if you will, some silver lining in this very dark cloud for Skade after that loss, is that ultimately, if you're going to take any map away, given the fact that we saw FR Bulls lose 2 of them yesterday, it probably is going to be the Search and Destroys. It's just we need to see improvements coming out in this Raid Search and Destroy from what happened versus Cygnus yesterday. They can't afford to lose in the same manner. And a lot of it, I think, is going to be, for me, how strong are your defenses on this one, because you have to take advantage of the defenses. When you're going to go towards the offense, getting the bomb down is just so hard in the mobile setting on Raid. It's almost impossible because you get yourselves deep into basketball. We already talked about this in the last Best of 5, Austin. When you're trying to get the bomb down on that basketball bomb site, it's like just to enter, as long as the defensive setup is there, it's so hard to
it really is, right? Like you have to utilize like so much utility to even get there. Don't even mind like using utility to actually weaken up players inside the site, because you got to throw the smokes through money window to block the cross. Then you usually see one player maybe throw a smoke also at the front door of the site, and then they just kind of try to rush in. At least to the teams that we've seen that have been really good on offense on Raid, that's kind of their game plan. Skade, I want to say, when we were watching over them, they kind of struggled to put together some of their offensive pushes, and we had seen it kind of be just mainly a one-sided favor from Cygnus Esports with their defenses before going into the side change. So if you're Skade, I'm hoping that we've maybe kind of picked apart kind of some of our initial setups and how we're approaching it, because I'm pretty sure as it's all coming back to me, this is one of the teams that I was very critical of for maybe not always playing with each other, but still showing really good moments. Again, I touched on the fact that they clutched up in OT on a different map yesterday. They did show some resilience in S&D, but when we were watching the Raid, it just wasn't very clean for us the whole way through, Brody, and there was definitely a lot of holes, at least within their setups offensively for the most part.
Indeed, yeah. Skade, I think they're definitely up against it here. But again, I suppose, as we said, the silver linings, the fact that FR Bulls, they did lose 2 Search and Destroys yesterday. And maybe, of course, as we go towards Skade, towards the end of the day, got to remember the way that Skade did close out day number 1. It was the 7-1, I want to say, victory in the Search and Destroy over iTitan Gaming. And iTitan had actually been proven pretty good in S&D as well. So it feels like Skade, at the very least, had shown improvements as we got towards the end of day number 1. They look like a very different team. To be fair, much in the same way that Rage looked very good towards the end of day number 1 as well, especially against that Zodiac roster, right? So I think for these guys, it just took a little bit of time to get everything going, to get themselves underway. And of course, the teams that beat them didn't qualify in the end, right? So, or Cygnus didn't qualify in the end. So for Skade, coming into this one, just make some of those improvements that you learned from day number 1, from game number 1 of Raid Search and Destroy. And we'll see if they can carry those across now into the game. But we're waiting on a couple of players now to get into the lobby. Apologies for the delay, guys. We're trying to get this one moving as quickly as possible. Of course, we know that we've got a ton of matches still to get through today. Of course, 4 more after this as we progress through the bracket. But the headline here, I think, for this one is, past this matchup, we will know at least 2 of the teams that have made it into Worlds from the Latin America region, Austin. We will. We'll know 2 of the teams, and it's just insane to kind of already have that happen. It's just so much pressure in your very first match of the day. You have to perform. And I mean, so far, everybody has delivered, at least for as far as the entertainment, because we've gotten some great series, we've gotten some great games, and that makes for a really fun double elimination bracket, at least throughout the day, when games are already this close, going to game 5, 5-point differentials, a 1 kill, 1 rotation is the difference. That's when you know you're in for a really good time. So it has certainly delivered for us, and now we'll see exactly what happens as we head into the Raid S&D. We've set it up for you guys. We know what to expect. Skade lost yesterday versus Cygnus Esports, but looked better as they went throughout the day. And now we'll get a look at how the FR Bulls will also fare in S&D. It will be one of our first live look-ins, at least, within this game mode for them. We will see. In towards the search and destroy we go. It will be FR Bulls that start things off on the offense. If they can get a couple of rounds away from Skade here, it would be a good look going into their own defensive sides. But look at the aggression coming out here. 3 players straight in towards Money, 3 players straight in towards Kitchen, and nobody from Skade is situated here anymore, at least. But the trade's still in favor of Skade on the defense. And now that bomb kind of slapped down in the middle of open steps, they're going to have to retrieve it.
Yes, they will. And, well, looks like it will be picked up, at least fairly quickly. Which is now trying to get out, and all shots come through. That's going to be a lot of information. This might force your hand into the A site. You can't really stick around here too long. And, well, both players leave as soon as they come in. So this actually does give them an opportunity for a plant if they want to go for it. But player 1 on the pinch on the minimap there, trying to make the big play off screen. And, well, there it is. And is able to find one more and make it that much harder here for the FR Bulls.
Now, we'll say for all the aggression that FR Bulls came out with there, and I do kind of respect them for it. It was a bold call from them to try and set the pace early on in this one. It will not work out. Skade with the read and the play off the back of it. They end up taking round number 1. But it is just the 1 defensive round loss for FR Bulls. They won't be too upset by it. After all, this is defensively sided. Utility being thrown out. I'm not going to connect just yet. Smoke in the middle, and is that enough of a cover to get these guys across the middle of the map? Again, the aggression from FR Bulls, and this time, Austin, it does not fail.
No, it does not fail. Aggressive move will pay off and will likely secure the round, pending Limbs does not do anything too magnificent. And, well, we'll see what he can do. We've seen him pull off at least a couple of big plays throughout some of the respawns, and he's been solid through the S&Ds. This one going to be tough with the KSP with the bomb down here at B.
Lynn's looking for something around the back line here. He's not going to find anything in art unless Bigadera comes for the full challenge at the right time. And, well, Henry's watching the angle. Not really much that the last remaining player could do there. And, yeah, we kind of saw it in round number 1, right? FR Bulls getting hyper-aggressive through the middle of the map. First time around, it doesn't work out. This time, it does. Skade definitely starting to feel the heat now. That is, I would say, a good run on the board now for FR Bulls. They'll be happy to manage to grab one on the offense.
Absolutely. Oh, I think that's a wallbang for sure that just came through. Just a little shot to see if it connects. And, well, oh my God, Skade, they're finding kills, but Maggie does get 2-1 back, I believe, with the SKS. So, not too bad here. All things considered after the opening engagement. 3 up against 2. Little prone play coming through here. Foki and over the top. Maggie feels like he knows one's around here. We'll take the shots, and he finds them. Both shots will connect, and now we got ourselves a 2 versus 2.
And Maggie here. Towards the back of the map. They're kind of relying on Foke to find something here. Hasn't even got any information. Now, if Liaison peeks out, they might see there's something. I think they probably just saw Pabzera at least. But a lot of this play, I think, with 65 seconds on the clock, is going to rely on what Foke can do. If they can even just zone Pabzera and Liaison away from this side of the map, it would mean a bomb plant. But they have to check every single corner. And that is ultimately the problem, is just that how little information they have. They have to play this slow, methodical, even if they don't realize that this entire side of the map is theirs at the moment.
Exactly. You just don't know, who's in what corner, when they're rotating through. That's why they play as cautious as they do. But with 35 seconds left, you're going to want to maybe pick up the pace just a tad bit, get into that A side if you can. Foki's been able to clear out just about all of Kitchen, getting some shoulder checks in the back. And once they get information, maybe on Pabzera, as long as he doesn't hit the snipe, it might ignite the play into A, but this snipe could be everything. And oh my, he just does not miss, does he? Pabzera with another one. That's going to now make it a 1v2, but does allow the bomb to go down.
All right, palm down now for Maggie. 1 versus 2 situation. How do they play this? Might get some good timing here. It depends what Liaison and Pabzera, are going to look at. Do they see him? No. Maggie might just get the Call of Duty timing. It still exists here in mobile. In behind, they don't know about Maggie's positioning, and they just get the 1 kill and get away. The Hunter Killer should finish this one away, but he gets shot down! The Hunter Killer drone doesn't actually land, and now the 1v1 still a realistic prospect. Maggie doesn't know that they're not on the defuse, so they will need to check it, but the jump over the top, that's the information required. And now for Maggie, they can just play this one with the time. It's going to be the defuse coming through, but it doesn't, and Maggie with a brilliant 1 versus 2 clutch. The Hunter Killer drone, it's answered, but it's still a genius play.
That's also an ace, I'm pretty sure, for Maggie as well. I think the first double came through there for him. We saw the kill that happened right here in the back, and then he finds the 1 versus 2, so I'm pretty sure Maggie pulls off an ace, and my goodness, what a time to do it. FR Bulls now up by a round. But right through mid, this has been the game plan. It's all about getting control of mid and then setting themselves up for options between either site. Shots are coming through back and forth, but no one going down as of just yet.
Tricks in towards kitchen. Looking up a storm, looking for the second, but unfortunately overheats. Now 4v2 we go on towards this round. Once again, aggression coming out from FR Bulls, but it has been answered from Skade. And I do like the aggression coming out now directly from Skade as well. They're trying to find their way down the open steps. They have split Maggie and Henry Cat. Shots in towards the latter, but none of them going to land. But make no mistake, at the moment, Austin, Skade, they have full control over this round.
Very difficult position to try to work yourself out of. Especially when you're kind of just playing tight like this, looking for trades, not trying to make too much happen on the map right now, willing to play retake on A, knowing they only have 2 members. You feel like they should be able to do a decent job of it. But either way, A is open or a rotation through the back spawn. Of course, we know that. FR don't realize if they are set up here in the back, so they are still kind of playing cautiously, but now we're down to about 35 seconds. I don't think B is going to become much of an option, so likely that bomb should be headed over to A.
Again, it's one of these situations, right, where they don't actually know how much control of the map. This is identical to what we saw from last round. It was a different situation in terms of the numbers, but nonetheless, it's the identical situation. They don't know how much space they have to work with. Skade more than happy to take this one on the retake. They have the numbers to make it work.
Bomb has been planted.
Here we go. Bomb now down. 40 seconds on the clock, and we should see a very fast rotation coming through from Skade.
Oh my, the timing here. Can you believe it? Player 3 here off screen. Henry did just take some shots, I think, though. So he does give up his position. And now it's going to put a lot of pressure on Maggie to hold his life. At the very back right here, Limbs needs to find the opening. Try to make things a little easier. We are getting low on time, but there's the flood in the back. And, well, they know Henry wasn't in the site. We'll see what he can do to try to clutch up.
Did they just see him? I think they did. They surely did, because Henry just needs to slide out here. Has to get the player on the defuse before they go for it. And here we go. Henry tries for the slide. And Linz is in already on the defuse. And yeah, that was a really good attempt coming in from Henry Cat to try and win out there on the retake of the bomb plant. But nonetheless, the numbers are just way too overwhelming. 4 versus 2. It's just tough to make those kind of situations work. And that's why Skade, I think ultimately, we're just playing as a 4, right? They know they have the numbers.
That's exactly it. Work together, take the site. Works out quite well for them. Smoke through mid. This has been the set play just about every round. Getting into kitchen. Another player is able to do it. That's actually a lot of early control in the back here. This flank could work out here for them. Tricks maybe trying to get a nade in there. Shots will come through, but no, the gunfight's going to be lost there. So first blood actually goes the way of Skade. And once again, able to at least find a first blood and set themselves up with the numbers.
Trade should be in there for Bigadera. No! Bigadera doesn't get this one, and now Bigadera should be dead to rights, and there will be Eliazera coming in for the help. Mihawk will not fall. And it gets worse as well for FR Bulls here on this offensive effort. 2 versus 5. We need to see some individual plays now coming out from Poke and Maggie. And, well, Poke falls. Maggie now, at least you've got the bomb. In a 1 versus 5. Nice kill for the first. There's surely not the second. They're surviving way longer than I expected there. Leazin makes a meal out of it, but nonetheless, it goes down. And, well, Skade going to win another defense here.
Yeah, they win another defense, but the final round, I mean, I'm curious to see what FR decide to do. It feels like they're kind of like that full send team. Like, hey, this is our final offense. Let's just try to do something. So they're going to put up as 5. I'm curious to see if they're going to slow down here or if they're going to rush in, but look at the mid-map play. It's a double hit down open stairs. We'll see if they can find any of the kills. It's going to be the first blood coming in for Pabzera, and now they got to read on the middle play, but can they get into the site?
Can they get into the site? That's the question. They don't really have numbers. They need to try and find an evening, and that's not going to happen. Bigadera to fall to Mihawk. Foki falls as well, and Tricks is the last. That's a good defensive hold there from Skade. They fall in a couple of rounds here, where maybe they aren't ready for the aggression that comes out from FR Bulls. Now, we switch sides. It is Skade's attempt on the offense.
It is their attempt on the offense here. And this is where I was a little bit critical of this team yesterday, where I was not a big fan of some of their A hits because they were doing it a little bit too individually. But this time, I like it. A little bit of a different dynamic here. Let's play for some kitchen control, see if we can work for some kills. It's a double stack inside, but oh, Big Adara through the back has just found 2, and now it's just gone horribly wrong. The first blood was great, but the rest of the kills simply do not come through, and now it's Mihawk here for a 1v4.
These situations, again, you got to remind people that, you know, at the end of the day, this is a defensively sided map. Sometimes you just got to try and make these entries happen, but now Mihawk, as you say, 1 versus 4, has just caught some good timing on towards Henry Cap. I love it. Trigger discipline is huge, goes for the kill and does get it, but now they know he's here. Mihawk has been located towards the back line, and these guys can just pre-aim both sides. If anything, though, I think they're being smart about it. They're just keeping themselves around the bomb where it has been dropped. Mihawk now going in, though. Just trying to find an angle. Does he go in through Vault, or does he try and make his way in through the kitchen door? He does choose the former. Bigadera is there waiting.
Triple stack inside. Stun's going to come out here. They're all in there. And, well, now they're starting to take a couple of routes outside here to make sure they do not clump up. Bigadera in the back, and wow, there it is. A couple big kills come through. Bigadera sets up that round with the 2-piece, and he finishes off with the 3rd as well.
Destroy the objective. Bomb acquired.
Is this the round where Skade are able to grab their first offense? Some distance to themselves, then FR Bulls. Utility being thrown out towards A, and it was a big defensive call here by FI Bulls to put themselves effectively all on towards B. It's going to give a ton of map control away, and good recognition coming in from Skade. They know how much room they have to breathe. They're going to use it.
Bomb has been planted.
Bomb is now down. It's going to be a retake from multiple angles, but Leo Zera figures out the first one, so this is going to make this now a little bit more one-dimensional. It looks like it might be a flood either through cutout or through the top of open stairs, but look at the players pinching. Look at them trying to attack Mihawk, able to get himself 1. Info on the rest, but it does even up the numbers up until Pab0 gets 1 more, and now it's down to a 2 versus 3.
This is going to be tough to retake, especially with the utility. Foki with the quick scope onto 1, and now it's a 1 versus 1, but Leo Zera comes out on top, and that round right there, it's what Skade we're looking for. They've got themselves on the board from an offensive perspective. And you know what? I'll say it. I feel like that's just a risk that doesn't work out for FR Bulls. They gave up so much space in the entire bottom half of the minimap to Skade.
Yeah, I feel like the difference maker when we were watching Inko give up the A site is the fact that when they played retake, they're saving their sons and nades for it. But, man, every single time I try to make a point, Pab0's like, how about another one? Hey, you want to see one more? I got you. Feels like every single time this man is lighting it up with the scope. And once again, he's able to take out Foki, who was one of the sniper players here for FR Bulls. And with now the loosened up spread, it looks like they are gearing up here for a potential B hit.
Needs to take down Henry Cat as well. Nice triple kills coming through from Trixist. On towards Linz. This will start the play, especially as the bomb now has to be retrieved inside ring. Big kill from Leosin, and he makes it. Now just 1 player left alive. Trixist in the middle of the map. They already know where he is from the prior kill. Skade with another round. Just 1 offensive victory away from taking this one. And for FR Bulls now, need to change up the strategy a little bit, you have to feel. The last couple of rounds hasn't worked.
It hasn't worked, and you just got to stop getting picked by the sniper. And that's really the big factor. There the last few rounds. Oh, he gets the hit marker. Would have been another first blood for him, but this time Henry's able to get it. And now they're going to try to stuff Skade right where they stand inside a pool. It's going to keep them trapped here for a moment, but another kill ends up coming in. Will be traded. But it is still numbers here for FR Bulls in the 4 versus 3.
And that one arguably more egregious because that bomb is now slapped down in the middle of that pool area. It's out in the open. Somebody could take that one down from Bolt. Look at Mihawk coming in from behind again. It's trigger discipline. He gets the first, looking for the second on towards Mackie up top, and not going to get it just yet. Now the entire armada is here for FR Bulls. Mihawk still surviving somehow, and he gets a kill away. That's the breathing room that these players now need to retrieve the bomb and get it down on A.
Yeah, and that's going to be the exact call. Now you know the last 2 players here are going to be likely rotating potentially through the back. Pab0's got a read on it. Goes to the pistol, finds the head, takes out 1. Now all up to Foki for a 1 versus 2. Both players up top in the back of jungle. Who's going to be able to take it? It looks like he's got an idea, but when is he going to make that move? Both players kind of playing back-to-back.
The thing is, you can just keep on checking this from up top as well. You've got an eye on the bomb, you've got the sniper rifle to work with. Pab0 just making sure he can take the close-range gunfights with the Deeg. He might get some timing on towards Foki, and Foki has to check every single angle. This round should be Leosin and Pab0's. Surely there is no way that Foki makes this happen. He has the snipe, so he might be able to find an angle, but he doesn't even have the information. Doesn't have the time. This one is over, surely. Foki throws it out. Foki goes it, but not enough time for the defuse. The kills are there. It doesn't matter. 3 rounds of the bounce towards the close of this one as Skade tie this series up.
Tie us up, Brody. Skade putting on a much better performance offensively this time. You can see they've made a couple of big changes, a couple of key changes as well. Just not throwing the same curveball over and over again, kind of waiting outside of A, late hitting it, seeing if it works out, going in one by one. That was the problem yesterday. This time around, the teamwork is there. The picks were there as well, and I mean, rightly so, MVP here for Pap0 because he was just finding a ridiculous amount of snipes. I mean, he almost got 3 first bloods in a row. He would have if it wasn't a hit marker. And when you're creating that kind of impact for your team, making it that much easier to play with numbers, it is setting you up for success. And you can see it. 13 bomb coming through here for him.
Yeah, if Bigadera was a cat, certainly be down on lives, wouldn't he, after that snipe, but we'll survive it. Doesn't matter anyway. It was Mihawk in the final round that was able to clutch up there, and you can see him reaching double figures. He was one of the players that impressed us from Skade yesterday. But Pab0, as you say, is the one to step up here, almost 1,500 score at the end of the search and destroy. But back-to-back offensive rounds there for Skade. It's a great response coming out from them. And, you know, I would say, you know, especially with the pace that FR Bulls were setting, Skade never really felt like they got phased, right? You know, fair enough, they lose a couple of rounds there on the defense. But, you know, nonetheless, going into those offensive rounds for Skade, they're not phased. They're cool, calm, collected. They know what strategy they need to do. Just get the first snipes and work off the back of it, and it works out perfectly. Search and destroy in the raid will go the way of Skade. 7-3 victory for them. Let's see how that affects the map set then. We're 1-1 now in this one. Skade feeling pretty hot now off the back of that S&D. They are going into a standoff control.
Exactly. And now I even feel like you're telling yourself, all right, this team clearly very weak within the S&Ds. We'd already talked about how those performances went through yesterday. You see it here. It felt like they have aggression, but they just don't really have a lot of response and a lot of proactivity. It feels like later in the rounds to kind of adapt properly. So now you have to win the respawns from here on out. I feel like if you're BR Bulls or FR Bulls, excuse me, you want to put yourself in a good spot to make sure you probably don't see the takeoff, search and destroy, where I'd arguably say that's probably one of the better S&D maps for Skade, as they ended on it yesterday in OT with a nice closeout. So that is probably one you don't want to see, and see if you can maybe start to at least put that second one up here going into the standoff control, which is one that we've gotten to see a lot more of, especially at least today so far, Brody.
Yeah, standoff control. I actually really love this one. You know, I think it is, technically speaking, still defensively sided, especially considering the placement of the B zone. You and I were discussing this actually coming into today, you know, talking about kind of the maps, our expectations coming out of day number 1 into day number 2 to see what kind of teams have been learning and such. I expected teams to put a lot more emphasis on trying to grab as much progression onto B as humanly possible before capturing A, right? Because you and I know it's the harder point to take. If you can get a couple of ticks progression before you capture A on towards B, well, all it takes therefore after that is just one good push and you've got the round in your favor. We already saw that again in the last best of 5 between Inco Gaming and Influence Rage. So, something to take in mind, I think, when it comes down to this one. Skade, though, at the momentum, most certainly in their favor, Austin, especially considering, again, and we've said this a lot, considering how many close hard points we have had so far over the course of the last couple of days. I feel like for Skade at the back of the mind, they should be like, well, hang on, we're having a really good series here because we just won that search and destroy, and again, it's one of those moments where it's like, hang on, we should probably have also won the hard point as well. So they'll be feeling pretty hot at the moment, especially against FR Bulls, because FR Bulls are a really great team. I mean, they were 2-0 after day number 1.
They were 2-0, and you know, it felt like that was kind of by way of respawns for the most part for at least a lot of those series. So this is kind of where you expect them to shine, at least. But I mean, you bring up a good point. Skade has been really good today, and I mean that we just kind of seen like that natural progression right throughout the entire tournament. It feels like where they almost are able to pull off the reverse sweep initially, where they go down 0-2, to bring that one back. They keep it very spicy for us, and then you can just see them start to figure out their issues as they go from series to series. And ultimately, when you're forced to clutch up, I mean, like that's always going to do wonders for you going into day 2. It's like we had to go big. It was an elimination matchup. They get the 3-0 done. I mean, those guys were probably on top of the world yesterday. So I feel like you're coming in today and you're seeing how the gameplay has at least changed a little bit, especially within that S&D. I feel like that's kind of been one of the big improvements for me. So should be special, but I think we're getting ready for this one here, Brody. It's going to be interesting, man. Standoff. It's just been so punishing at times to see the spawn trap come in, and you just kind of look at like 12 to 10 lives. So I'll be like, I'll throw to you and be like, all right, they're down 3 lives, and then boom, 10 seconds later, all right, they got no lives remaining, right? It happens so fast at times.
I think it's because the spawns are just so unforgiving on mobile. For some reason, like, I know people at home in the chat right now are probably saying, what are you talking about? Mobile is just so significantly different to the regular multiplayer esports. And yes, that is still the case. But I think, you know, it's kind of astounding to me the way that the spawns work sometimes. You're literally seeing these players. And then we saw it yesterday in our final match of the day, right? Where it's just like you're seeing players push all the way through to hay bales. They're pushing all the way through into Grandma's house. And somehow these players on the offensive side are still spawning right there at the back. They're literally spawning into ADS. And it's just so unforgiving. So yeah, if you do get stuck in that spawn trap, I think things can snowball out of your control very, very quickly. And there's just not much of a reprieve whatsoever. So you have to avoid that if possible. Try and find your way out of there. And also, as I said, I really think the key to victory for offensive sides here is just try to overextend as much as humanly possible. Whether it be through the back alley, whether it be through tractor, make sure that you constantly find your way in from behind, not just to make flanks happen on towards A, but also to try and get that progression sorted on towards B, because that is highly rewarding late into these offensive rounds.
And if you get stuck in the spawn trap, you gotta move out of it together. Don't OE all by yourself. We saw that yesterday and how punishing it still was. Just because you get out of the spawn trap doesn't mean your teammates do. But let's get into it. Jumping right in, attacking first here. Looking to see if they can make something happen, at least on the A site. Trix will be able to get a touch, and well, FR Bulls will make some early progress. Looks like that first tick might come in, pending Maggie's able to stay alive, but no, the kill is there, and they'll stop the first tick of progress on A.
Good defensive hold right now from Skade to kick things off. This is what we were talking about, though. FR Bulls trying the unconventional route in through the gas station. Leah's going to fall, but that's information gained now from Skade, and now they're going to start to pile on some resources. You have to imagine to stop Trixist and co in that back line, but now the problem's starting to come through the front as well. Maggie's made their way on towards A, and it's a fight on 2 fronts at the moment for FR Bulls. They've got players in the back line. Those players have been taken down, but the fights inside A are currently being won.
A with that second tick just about in. There it is. Capture assist and the gunfight down low. Leo's in. Will actually find the entry. Lim's also able to get involved, and maybe an opportunity to stop this final tick of progress, and that is going to be the case. So big moment here for Skade to maybe not only stop that final tick, but also start to push forward and maybe find some of the spawners.
And good overextension. This is what we're talking about, right? Henry Catter at the moment trying to cause some pressure on towards Skade on the defense by making some moves on towards B. Unfortunately, they will fall foul to Leah Zero there. And that's a good defense of that B point, but again, it's the breathing room. That matters. That means A will now fall by the wayside. An extra 60 seconds added to the clock here. 12 versus 12 in terms of lives. FR Bulls going to have to go from the respawn point. They've got a long way to go, but Austin, we were talking about how good the defensive side is here on Standoff Control. You spawn so close to that B point.
Certainly do. Leo's in, though. This little back and forth in between the gas station. Setting up for some easy pickups. And now with 8 lives, you can see just how conservative the rest of FR Bulls are starting to be. Nades and stuns coming out. They're trying to flush out Leo's in, who's just been a little bit of a thorn in the side for them so far. Can he get one more? He cannot, but that's good information on where the push is coming from. And yeah, it sets up Mihawk for the double. That's going to at least slow down the pushes a tad bit. And now the rest of Skate can also respond to it.
Still, no difference in terms of the lives at the moment. 6 versus 6. That doesn't benefit FR Bulls, though. They're the ones that have to be aggressive here. 5 versus 5 we go. Down to the last set for these teams. 50 seconds on the clock. FR Bulls looking for an opening somewhere. A couple of players over towards that back barn area. Henry Cap. Utility being thrown. How much information do you gain on that initial push? The push coming across now from Foki. He's going to be the closest player to do anything about this, Austin. Can he catch these players off guard?
I feel like the good news here, offensively, is that you know where they are right now, because you have so much map control. It's just a matter of winning the gunfights. Well, on the other side, Skate don't really know where they are, but Maggie, he finally breaks the gridlock, able to find the first one here. Onto Leo Zero. Oh, they'll find him again. Now they're kind of caught in the spawn trap. You have to be careful. All of them stuck in the back hut. How do you work yourself out of this? You can't afford to give over 3 lives, and the challenge comes through. F-Zero will challenge, but the kills are good enough here for the FR Bulls as they're able to steal away round 1.
Not a lot of time left on the clock there, Austin. 5 seconds was all that remained. FR Bulls going to clutch up nonetheless. An offensive round at that. What a huge way to start this control. A bounce back and a half at the back of the search and destroy loss. Now, how do they fare on the defensive side? Escape, they're going to get aggressive straight on towards A. It's Lin's over here. He's going to fall. Leah's in for the trade on towards Bigadera. They're looking to make their way in towards Brown. Teammates falling around him, though. Leosin has to do more, and he will actually get that second frag, staying alive at the moment, and will open up a lane here for the rest of his team to make their way out of Kebab and on towards the point.
A-Tick might just be good here. Pab0 with a little bit of clearance, able to find the double. Mihawk also investing the Annihilator off screen for a kill on a Maggie. So, a lot of resources being utilized to make sure they do secure the A point. Second tick looks like it's also going to be good, since it's got an idea of where one more player is as Henry tries to make the play over the wall, but it might be too little too late. We'll see. Kills are actually good in the kill feed. 3 players now down. Hunter Killer Drone invested, but not enough to stop the A point from going over. 2 minutes now to work with here for Skade.
It's a lot of time. And just like last round, therefore, this one is probably going to come down to lives when it comes down to it. Unless things slow down significantly, which, to be fair, they have done at least momentarily. Skade now looking for the kill on towards Henry Cat outside gas station, but Henry Cat already taken down Pabzera. Not for the second, though. Good trade coming out from Leosin now. That's a lane opened up here towards that back heli. And the Hunter Killer Drone coming out. It will land, but won't connect on towards anything. Good evade coming out from Maggie. And now they know that this pressure's starting to heat up around that back heli. Leosin spotted out, gets the first couple of shots in towards Maggie, but it will not result in a kill. Good call coming out from Henry Cat to go for that one. And while all this was going down, by the way, a lot of pressure from Bigadera on towards these players who were trying to make their way out of spawn.
And just a lot of influence kind of happening through P2 at green, just making sure the back alley is clear, make sure we can fan it from our spawn, no spawn traps coming in. That's really the goal. But we'll see what happens, as it is going to be another back alley push. They're looking to try to get themselves in, and oh, that's a clean feed so far. Mihawk, Leosin, both get involved. And now the Annihilator over the top. Oh, the hip fire from Leozera. Can he find the third? No, Maggie with the counterplay on the Annihilator as well. And well, hot off the spawn, FR Bulls, they do recover.
And that's 3 down. Skade, they all fall down. Now going to be spawning up towards Close Tractor. One player has already got past that 50-yard line. That is going to be Pabzera, the Annihilator in hand. Gets the one on towards Maggie. How much more damage can you do here? You've got to remove these players from the tractor side. And oh, the hip fire for number 2. Henry Cat, the last remaining player alive, does get taken down. Is that a lane open now? Leosin should be able to touch, but he needs to do more. Needs to get these players through this back building. And they're starting to come through. The shots in. Not much help as Mihawk taken down on the cross. So Leosin all on his lonesome, and he will be cut down. But a 4 versus 7 now for Skade to make their way on towards the point.
Skade do have utilization here with the specialists. You have the same for Henry, but do you want to invest it? You're down in lives. It's a risky call, and you only have 20 seconds on the clock. Nades over the top, potentially about to come in. Final push. You're gearing up for it if you're Skade, but over the middle of the map in Statue, Henry has just now kind of shut down the push. You've lost 2 members. You got 5 seconds. You got to go.
This one is probably done. You have to imagine. Yeah, Linz, if he gets that on towards Trixis, it's somewhat more possible, but I think even then the time, 5 seconds, forces you to rush yourselves into these gunfights. And yeah, good reaction coming out there. Great Annihilator plays from both sides, but ultimately as FR Bulls, who was able to come out on top of that play. Massive round. Because if Skade were able to answer back with an offensive round victory of their own, it would be a moot point in regard to round number 1. But now back to FR Bulls on the offense once more. They haven't lost a control round just yet across the entirety of the Latin America Regional Finals, and that might continue here. Look at this start from Bigadera and Trixis, 2 apiece. They are starting this one very strong as they look to cap A.
Oh, Libs goes all the way to the back spawn here. He's like, yeah, guys, get kills. I'm in their spawn. I can spawn trap them. But while this happens, they're getting so much progress done on the zone. Look at this. The second tick about to come through on the very first initial push. Kind of a scary moment for Skade, but the kill feed will say otherwise now, as they're able to find 5 down, and now they can set up the spawn trap here in the back.
A not gone just yet, but still the life advantage now in favor of Skade, and they're starting to get some kills. And this is that spawn trap that you and I were talking about, Austin. You cannot afford to get stuck in this one. Pabzera has to be removed from the play, and even if he falls, there are still other players from Skade that you need to deal with. Bigadera for 1, looking for the second. He will find it, and that's the clearance required for FR Bulls. Can he actually follow more as well? The shot's going in towards Mihawk. Looking for the kill, not going to find it just yet. And actually, Mihawk goes huge with the Annihilator. Bigadera has to reload, and that might set up the third for Mihawk. Leozera ends up with the play. Mihawk just going to survive. Great Annihilator play coming out there for 2.
Oh my goodness, how does Mihawk stay alive for so long, and he's still alive right now? He's now in the spawn of the FR Bulls. There is a chance to get them in it, and they do, so by no means is this one over, but you are significantly down in lives, but big kill comes through in the middle of the map there. For Foki, able to at least get 1 back. Minute 30 on the clock, but you have to slow the game down here if you're the FR Bulls.
not really the worry at the moment, is it? 80 seconds on the clock. You got a wealth of it. Problem is you don't have map control. You don't have control of the lives as well. Henry Cat, surely about to fall here, survives. Miracle has occurred, and there you go. Finally, Mihawk sees the foot, and that's all that's required. Lins with another one as well, brings this one down to just 3 lives, make it 2 as Lear Zero removes Trixis from the situation. FR Bulls have no map control. Nothing to work with. Mihawk to take down Bigadera. This round will be Skade. Make no mistake about it. It's a matter of when, not if. And there it is. Bigadera for Skade. Offer up the first control round lost here for FR Bulls of the tournament.
I think Mihawk might have some of the best COD mobile movement I've seen throughout the tournament. I mean, there is just scenarios where he should not get himself out of certain situations, and he is coming up with multi-kills and then surviving. Ridiculous stuff here from Mihawk, but we'll go on board. Limbs off the bat. First kill comes in, but it sets up Mihawk there for the trade. Some good work being done in the back alley, but is it convincing enough? Because remember, the close spawn allows you to reinforce just about immediately here defensively.
Hostile hunter-killer drone inbound.
Mihawk, talk about his movement. Now he's going to move his way out of the gas station towards that one player that's there. That's going to be Maggie. And actually, they do win that 1v1. That offers some breathing room towards this Skade side, but Lins will forward as Trixis. Great kill coming up there from the top round. Still, though, presence from Mihawk here is going to draw some of these FR Bulls players towards him, and they don't want to give away any map control. Good recovery from Mihawk, though. Gets that kill and backs away towards his team. For now, 50 seconds on the clock, though. That timer now being stopped by Liazin on towards a point. Mihawk's still over here in these 1v1s. He is drawing so much attention. Henry Cat finally comes through for the clear, and now Liazin, the last remaining player up for Skade, on towards the point. Does get that second tick of aggression through, and even going to push through inside the kill feed. Bigadera for 2 with the Annihilator. Liazin still up somehow. Somebody taken down. Finally, he's going to fall, and now 40 seconds left in the round here for Sage Cap Point.
Yeah, 40 seconds to try it and lock in. One more tick here today. Oh, nice shot over the top. Tricks now. He's going to let it be known that I'm controlling the tractor area, but maybe wants to get involved with the mid-map play. Over the top, Maggie will also find one on the points. Now we're all tied up 13 apiece for the lives, but the clock is becoming a bit of a problem. A still needs to be secured for that extra minute.
Habzera in the spawn trap position. He's looking to get these guys at bay, but some of those kills need to be made in the mid-map as well, and to be fair, they are. So Habzera now with this action, that should do enough for the A-caps to come through. Surely there's one player could have stopped it. It's going to be number 3, Henry Cat with the Annihilator. He's able to get 1. That is all he's going to get before the point goes, though. Second does come through for Henry Cat off the back of it. Now 8v6 in terms of lives. That favors FR Bulls. Map control going to favor FR Bulls as well. They have control of this round still. Skade have to find their way through Tractor, and it's going to be hard to do.
Hostile hunter-killer drone inbound.
Tight setup right now, back-to-back, kind of inside of breaks on this B point. So they're ready for any push that's about to come through a tractor. On top of that, you don't really have any middle map control, so you're really struggling to kind of force yourself through this tractor area right now at Skade Esports. And now with 3 lives, it's going to be extremely difficult. Need to find some clean kills through the middle, and that's clean. How about it? Leo Zera actually finds 2. Still possible. 3 up against 5, and still 40 seconds to work with on the clock. Annihilator in the hands of Leo Zin.
Annihilator's not going to do anything. Lin still has his ready to go as well, by the way. But he is very far away from the play for now. 3 versus 4, 25 seconds left. Liazin goes in weak. Now Liazera 2, they're going to fall, and that is all it's going to be. FR Bulls, yes, they lose their first round here in control, but they win the control overall anyway. And they will go 2-1 up in our best of 5.
Yeah, very strong performance. And there was moments where I feel like Skade had opportunities. It's just, I think they were a little too dialed into the back alley push at times. And when you have the close spawn right beside warehouse in the back, I mean, it's just so easy to reinforce. You can get there way before the offensive players can get there off of their spawn. So I felt like that was kind of just their main focus, tunneled on maybe a little too hard, and weren't able to get too many ticks in on the A point, and A came in a little bit late, but still got very close. Still comes down to, what, a 3v4 in the end, so almost able to go big, almost able to clutch up. I thought Mihawk was so good that map with a lot of his individual play. He's the main reason they even get around on the board there, too.
FR Bulls, they go huge here on Standoff Control. An offensive round victory will tip the scales in their balance. As now, they go up 2-1 in our series. Let's take a look at how that shows up in the map set then at the end of that one. 2-1 up now. FR Bulls, of course, that S&D will haunt them, but they'll have to put it towards the back of their minds now. Fire and Range Hardpoint, that is up next, and we love this map mode combination, Austin.
We sure do. It's just a fun one, and This is one of those maps that I would say probably has the biggest snowball effect just because of how small it is and because of just how close the hills are, right? This is something we saw a lot of yesterday. Outside of P1, obviously, once you get to kind of P2, P3, like Tin or American, I guess, is what maybe the old call out was, going right into trailer, it's just right there. Like, it's just like 5 steps away. So it's very easy to kind of transition the snowball effect from specialists, from streaks that you might have gotten early on, right into that point. And, well, we've seen how teams have kind of turned that into a money hill at times as well. Really difficult to kind of get in. So this one's always this fun one, though. I will say, I mean, we got to see, like you said, so much of it yesterday where it felt like a lot of it does come down to the wire, but things can get out of hand early if you're not careful.
Yeah, I think you kind of hit the nail on the head there in terms of, we talk about how close this map can be, and we did actually see that yesterday as well in one of the games. So yeah, it is just going to be a case of you cannot afford to let that snowball happen early on, because again, we talk about Call of Duty Mobile and what makes it unique amongst kind of the Call of Duty franchise from an esports perspective, and it's these specialist rights, the streaks as well that come on through. The snowball effect has never been more contentious, I think. Now, fortunately, with this Call of Duty Mobile World Championships comparatives for last year, obviously we have the extension of these hard points from 150 points to being the marker of which you need to win the map to 250 points. So the snowball effect is significantly less felt, and you can make a comeback in the series past those streaks and past those specialist abilities coming on through. But nonetheless, I think Firing Range is still the map where it is most felt. If these P1, P2, P3 hills get chained back to back to back, it is going to spell disaster for the team on the receiving end of it. We already saw that once, so we will see how it goes. But nonetheless, both of these teams have already proven their proficiency in Hardpoint. We saw that in map number 1 with how close that one was, Austin.
Exactly. What was it? 5 points, I think, separated the two on the slums. So
wasn't much.
It was not much at all. Single digits for sure.
Yeah.
So, I mean, they played each other really close, and you have to imagine that same intensity is likely going to be brought to this one. The FR Bulls, though, I mean, as much as we call it kind of influence range, maybe that respawn team that were really consistent, at least coming out of day one, feels like FR Bulls are now kind of taking over that exact call out. I mean, it's just been so good for them when it comes down to at least a couple of these moments. As much as they fumble maybe here and there, it still feels like they're able to go big in the final seconds, which is really the key factor. So we'll see what happens coming into the firing range here. I feel like if we get to a map 5, it's really good news for Skade, because all of a sudden you tell yourself, hey, we just beat these guys pretty bad on the raid. It felt like we were really working them. It's just all about getting to the second S&D, which has been their bread and butter, has been kind of their cop-out a couple times with the takeoff. So it's all about getting there in my mind. If you can do it, you have to clutch up here in map number 4, though. That is going to be the key.
I think more to the point as well, when you talk about those search and destroys, you talk about the kind of the earlier search and destroy we saw in this best of 5 for Skade. It's not even about the Skade perspective. I would say it's about more the FR Bulls perspective. Because again, talk about the maps they have lost so far in this tournament. They have all been search and destroy maps. That does not bode well for them. You can't make sweeping generalizations, right? I will say that much, because I think at the end of the day, a lot of it was down to the clutch plays that we were seeing coming out the first bloods, as we were saying, from the sniper play from Skade. Nonetheless, though, I still think it does say something that, hey, search and destroy is very clearly their biggest weakness at the moment.
Yeah.
Whether that's kind of generally speaking coming into this tournament, search and destroy, they knew it was something that maybe wasn't the best, but certainly in the results right now, search and destroy is I mean, it factually is statistically the weakest game mode they have. So they don't want to get to this map number 5, in my opinion. I think Skade, they get past this point, they should be feeling pretty confident. We'll probably see some pre-match huddles coming through from these teams to get themselves ready for it. Probably before this one as well. Because again, to remind everybody kind of the stakes for this matchup, the winner of this one will be moving forward as part of the 16 teams that we're making it towards the Call of Duty Mobile World Championships for 2022 on LAN. Nonetheless as well. So different to last year, obviously, with the pandemic affecting everything. This year, it will be different. These teams will be facing off against one another in a LAN setting. Austin, I cannot wait.
Yeah, that's the goal, right? Like, when you talk about kind of, what it's like to play on land in that environment, like, it's totally different for these guys. And I'm sure in a lot of cases, they haven't really been able to maybe experience it on that scale, just, due to the situation with the world and pandemic over the last couple of years. So I feel like it's just obviously the goal, man. It's just, in my mind, it's the only goal, like, the entire year. Like, you're working the entire year, putting in all of the prep work, putting in all the strategy, figuring out how you want to approach the game plan for this tournament, right? And if you could win round number 1, you solidify it here on day number 2. It's always like, you just got to win one round, you're good, right, Brody? Like, it's always easy to say that. It's one thing, right? But actually doing it, it's totally different. It's really hard, man. But at least we do know the 4 that we do have at the moment all do seem at least competitively close. So either way, however it goes down, I think we're going to get a good 3 seeds going into that World Championship for sure.
That's always the funny thing, isn't it, Austin? We're just casters. We can sit here and it's easy, guys. Don't worry about it. It's just one more map. Come on, firing range no less. But yeah, no, it is kind of funny. 4 head casters back at it again. Nonetheless, I think you are right to a certain extent. You know, again, you know, these guys. It's crazy to think you're 1 map away from qualifying for World Championships. That is, I just think, such an insane thing for FR Bulls. At the same time, again, it comes back to that conversation where, with how not great they've looked in Search and Destroy so far, you could easily say as well that they could, technically speaking, be like 1 map away from finding themselves in a really tough spot where, hey, you might be looking down the barrel if you're going to have to do this via the lower bracket. And as you say, you know, with just how good Influence Rage have been looking so far, because they have stepped it up a notch today, their hardest opponent arguably, and they brought them to a game number 5. I think you can never quite count out that kind of team from upsetting you in the lower bracket. There are no easy opponents here on Sunday in the Latin America regional playoffs, but one of these 2 teams is about to make it, not necessarily with this map, but maybe in game number 5. Would be nice if we had yet another game number 5 here for the advancement round number 1 in towards the Call of Duty Mobile World Championships for 2022. God, we love Call of Duty Mobile, Austin. It is so fun, fast-paced, and of course, as we always say, the reason that we love casting it is just because it really is just a pick and mix of the best elements from Call of Duty over the last decade or so. Like, the best maps from all the Black Ops series, the best weapons from pretty much every single Call of Duty as well. You love to see it. You love to see it played.
You love to see it. And, well, we got a lot more of it, baby. So we're here for it. Firing range coming up next. FR Bulls up 2-1 here in the best of 5. And there was a chance to get it done here. This is where they have been best. It's been the respawns. They don't want to worry about a map 5 S&D. Get that out of here. Let's get it done on the firing range. We'll see if we can do it. Here we go, Brody. Might be the final map.
If we learned anything from yesterday on firing range, it is this snowball effect that you have to be concerned about. FR Bulls on the better side of the map to make that snowball happen. So that'll be at the back of Skade's mind, and you can see that advancement right off the rip here with players number 3 and 4 already starting to make that rotation around the trailer to take out the players around that American side that we were talking about, Austin.
P1 looking pretty good so far here. FR Bulls showing us they have at least a little bit of a setup intact, but as you mentioned, the spawns coming in for the P2 hill maybe starting to be influenced in the back. We'll see if Leozera can maybe win the 1 versus 1. Henry Cat caught in a really tough situation, able to get himself 1, but how about the nade over the top? Takes him out, and, well, FR Bulls are going to clear out just about every single member, but the split spawn comes through in the back.
How is Mihawk spawning there? Someone's got to explain that was me, but regardless, Mihawk spawns there. Now giving them a little bit of breathing room here for a potential rotation. 38 seconds or so going the way of FR Bulls now, and Skade could be able to pick up the scrap time. But this is the rotation we were talking about, right? FR Bulls not only did they get majority of time with the back of P1 now, the kill feed is going to be theirs as they make the rotation over towards P2. A nice tube is coming through, though, from Mihawk. And that is the clearance that they wanted. This is a great set of kills coming through from Skade as Pabzera comes through for 3. And now the SKS should be good here to try and keep these players at bay. Predator Missile from up high won't do that much here as Skade continues to hold. Hunter Killer Drone now out as from Pabzera as well. And they are doing a stellar job of keeping these guys away for the moment, but that might not last that long. These guys now spawning out on the other side.
Yeah, spawning out on the other side. It's just the worst possible timing to lose those kills out right before the rotation comes up. So going to now hurt them a little bit. They at least get 40 seconds off of P1, so they'll be able to maybe take their time, but the Predator Missile comes driving down from the sky. Gets the double here. Nice play from Pabzera up top. He's going to be able to zone out a lot more of these players. And now the FR Bulls, they're here. They have a chance to be able to contest some of the time, but you have to also kind of think about this rotation in the trailer here very soon as well.
Massive hardpoint coming out from Skade to stop any of that early advantage going the way of FR Bulls. But now we talk about that trailer rotation, and it will be Bigadera who is here first. And a killer drone going out now to try and take some of these players out around the hill, but it won't connect to anything. That is good news for this FR Bulls roster here on the defense of this rotation. They are starting to make their way in now. It was only a matter of time. Here comes Linz. He is going to be shut down now, and the rest of the Skade roster will be not long after. FR Bulls, though, they are ready to weather the storm. They deal with the first wave of gunfights, and now do they push out? That is going to be the question here. Maggie looking for more, looking to continue on this one. They are so close to earning a 100-killer drone, and they can just fly that out as well.
Oh my, Maggie just about doing it all right now. Hunter, killer drone comes out there in time. Don't think it finishes off the kill, but Skade, they're able to break through finally. And now Purifier also in play as the specialist starting to be invested in and around the trailer point for the back 30. Skade still holding on to just about 20-point lead here, give or take. Well, and Purifier almost finds up 2 more, but Maggie finds the entry off the back of 2 more. Already up to some ridiculous numbers, 15 kills, but Mihawk says, I got something to say about it. I'm going to get involved. There's my double digits, and we'll keep at least the back 10 a little bit scrappy.
Just such a close firing range hardpoint off the rip here. Back and forth we go, but it is Skade right now in the advantage. And now we move over towards the rotation as well. Massive rotational gunfights being won by Skade as well. They are now in control of Wood, the first team to touch. How much time can they take away from this one? FR are going to be spawning out on the other side of the map. They're going to have to make their way through trailer. Nice advancement from Leazera on the map. Unfortunately, he will fall, though. Now we're going to start seeing some of these specialists. Good shutdown being made there on towards Mihawk, who had his Annihilator out. But Leazero also ready for his to go. Leazin bringing his out as well. They know how important holding on to this one will be. Bigadero trying to find his way through, but he is going to be shut down, and it is down to the Annihilators. Why they are able to hold on to this one. Can Foki flip this on its head?
Wolf tries to make a play. Just only able to come up with 1. Everyone kind of matching Annihilators with Annihilator here on the Woodhill. So 25 seconds up for grabs. Leozera just done some great clearance there from the back. Able to find a couple kills. Predator missile also coming in. That should likely secure the remaining 15 seconds here in this P3 hill. We'll see if that will be the case. And yeah, you take a look at the minimap, everyone's starting to shift over. But man, the slaying power has just been next level here, Brody. This has been an insane chain of hills coming off the back 30 and trailer into the Woodhill. Now we're looking at a 133 to 67 scoreline heading back into the rotation here on P1.
Skade trying to find their way in towards 10. It's going to get shut down there as Leazera. Nice kill coming in from Maggie, who has just been going off this game. 17 frags to their name. Fabricero, though, in for the trade for 1, and nobody touching the hill just yet here. Nobody comfortable enough with the positions that they have, and I think Limbs is the reason, at least, that FR Bulls aren't going for it. He's in that power position. You've also got to be careful of Bigadera if you're a Skade, and yet still, 20 seconds have passed us, and neither team still wanted to touch it. Finally, somebody does, and it's off the back of a 2-piece coming through from Leazin. Pabzera also through for 2 of their own. They haven't quite got rid of Bigadera just yet, but nonetheless, now they feel comfortable enough to blow this game wide open.
There's something about the Skade roster when they know it's time to perform, when we need to go big, have to send this at least 1 more to extend the series. They start to show up, and well, a P1 hold that was looking good in the first rotation for FR Bulls has not looked very good here on the second attempt, and oh my goodness, Limbs has just been up here for the full duration of the hill, it feels like. He's just taking a look at the map. He's a human UAV right now saying, yep, they're coming from here. This is where they're positioned. Feels like a little bit too easy at the moment, but an opportunity for FR to try to hold on and see if they can get themselves back in the game.
This is the comeback. FR Bulls need to make it happen right here. They've got quite a lot to work against. Good way for gunfights to open up this hard point, but this is a marathon, not a sprint. FR Bulls still have to have a lot of work to put in before they manage to get back in towards this game, but the rest of this time would certainly do it. Fix is currently falling foul to a stun, and now the rest of the FR Bulls roster spawning out. Lind and Liazin put a tap on it. And despite the early feeding on this hard point, it is going to be Skade. They're in. Here comes the operators coming out as well.
Can't let this time go over either. You know you have to contest it, and it just doesn't get any easier. A Goliath also in the back pocket here for Limbs on any rotation that they're able to make very early on, so you can call it in. But Annihilator even out, everything being invested just to secure the remaining 10 seconds. And well, Henry can't even get involved in the kill feed. So all this time gonna go over. We're now seeing a 100-point differential here for Skade up against FR Bulls in a respawn. This is an insane look at this Skade roster right now, Brody.
Skade are just blazing through this game. This has been the most dominant map in our series thus far. I mean, the Search and Destroy, we saw quite a bit of fight back from FR Bulls. Even in the control, Skade were never that far behind, but this one is fully Skade. Up by about 100 points or so, and they're in control of the trailer park. Pabs are looking to press the advantage by making his way down long. He is going to be shut down. Now going to be the Annihilator out for Leazin. It will not land anything, and Leazin will therefore fall as well. Right, still going down, but it doesn't matter. Skade are able to get it done. 30 seconds left on this one. They could still, technically speaking, finish it here. I imagine one player should be able to contest, so we should see the next hard point, but even then, it's just the dominance that we're seeing right now from Skade. I mean, they could still finish here. Actually, nobody is touching.
Yeah, it's looking like it could be the case here for us. Should get the tick, but
the
contest comes through, and that will be good enough to extend us one more. But hey, here's the problem. Remember that Goliath we were talking about? Well, here it comes, because Leo Zin has just called that bad boy in, and he's going to bring it right over to the back here, see if he can maybe get his team to close spawns. And while 4 members try to deal with the Goliath, this will allow Skade to set up the rotation however they see fit. We'll just see how they work their way in as Leo Zin is still going rogue in the back.
Here we go. The Goliath to potentially close things out. FR spawning on the other side of the map. They should be the first one to touch your Skate. Looking to put a mark here on this series to force a gain of 5. Maggie and Heridicat actually going to be combining for 2. That Goliath now out of the play. And there is still an opportunity here for FR Bulls. They are 9 points away here, Skade, from taking the victory in this game. So this needs to be perfect hard point from here on out for FR Bulls. They could still do this one, Austin.
We could try to do this point. We'll see. Going to have to chain next 2 hills together as well. So, a lot to ask, and, well, the leader's advantage also gives you options for Skade to hit the scrap time, set up for new, but, oh no. How about another Goliath, as if the first one wasn't bad enough. There it is. Going to call it in. Lim's now going to bring this right to P1. It is more of an open hill, so you can maybe find some alternate angles to deal with it, but you're going to have to find this Goliath so damn quick, and Skade have just cleared out everyone here through mid.
Yeah, I was going to say the win condition for me is that Maggie was actually on a streak there, so they were close to a Predator missile. Maybe they can bring that down and take down the Goliath, but that is all but if and buts at this point, as FR Brawl's now going to have to do this the traditional way. Skade on the point, they get another one there. Lynn's still not taken down. The Goliath could be the one to finish this one out. Has to try and recognize the location of this player. Here we go, in towards the point. There you go. Lynn's is actually still going to survive. He will fall eventually. Just 1 second required, and Bigadera actually going to jump in towards the point. This one still not done. FR Bulls refuse to die here in the hard point, but I don't think they have a choice anymore. The celebrations are through for a Skade, and it's time for game number 5.
Love seeing those guys get hyped, man. So much passion from the Skade roster as everyone stands up and embraces each other to say, hey, this one's not over yet. We took a respawn off of FR Bulls, and not just that, but one of the most convincing respawns we've seen outside of the control, at least the opposite direction. So Skade 250, 157. They turned it on, and like I was saying, halfway through that map, Brody, like there is just something that clicks in the brains of these Skade boys where it's just do or die. We got to go big. We have to stay alive. Get this to a map number 5, and guess what? They do get it to a map number 5.
And this is it, right? I mean, look, we'll talk about the context of it in just a second. Let's take a look at the scoreboard there. We have to kind of give Skade their flowers, right? Leah Zera, man, 38 thrags. What is going on? How are you letting Leah Zera do that right there? Pab Zera also 31. He has been going off all series long. Mihawk 27 to his name, having a positive KD at the end of the day in the majority kill time for their team. And on the other side, you're just shutting down players like Trixis that, you know, that they are so crucial to the roster. Goodness me, what a hard point on firing range for Skade. And now, of course, how does this look in our map set? What does this mean for a game number 5? Because we've spoken about it already. We said it. The theoreticals going into that map before. If Skade win, things are looking up for them here, Austin.
It's looking really up for them. You just have to kind of keep coming back to the S&D that we saw in Raid. Like, I mean, you just compare that to what we got out of them yesterday, and it felt like it was just night and day in comparison. So certainly improvements have been made for this roster. And again, they're going back to Takeoff. Like, this is where they were forced to clutch up in an elimination matchup, and they were able to do it going into OT. I think finishing that one off 8-6. So there has been some insane search and destroy clutches here for these guys, and they get to go back to what seems like a comfortable map here for them potentially, especially knowing that, hey, listen, FR Bulls have not yet won an S&D, so you have to kind of think on the opposite end how it's looking for these guys. Got to be feeling a little bit rough, and I just don't know what you kind of come in differently with, knowing that you just haven't won an S&D, right, Brody? It just kind of changes everything for as far as your vibes kind of coming into that map number 5 for me.
Yeah, I just think for this map number 5, again, it's not only that did you lose that map number 2, it's just the fact that FR Bulls haven't won an S&D. That's the scariest thing. You know, FR Bulls, you know, for the most part, they've looked untouchable in the respawns. Yes, they finally just lost it this series, but, you know, it's the S&D. It's that S&D that is just so scary to me because they haven't won one so far. Again, we can't take too much away from the first two that yesterday, you know, the ones that they lost, because we didn't see them at the end of the day. So we can see what happened in that map earlier on Raid, and we know kind of what improvements they do need to make. Now, one thing I will say is, we're looking at this from a positive perspective, which is crazy, I know, because normally I'm the half glass empty kind of guy, Austin. Yeah, it's crazy. I don't know what. Definitely not me casting right now. But regardless, you know, I would say I kind of like the way that they were playing super aggressive, right?
Yeah,
I think, you know, trying to dictate the pace of the game worked for them in those early offensive rounds. They just need to find a way to consistently translate that into making sure they get the first bloods, and then beyond that as well, working from that information that you gain. I think, you know, a lot of the time we just saw some great responses coming out from Skade, and they just need to shut that down. Yeah, if they can manage to dictate the pace like they managed to in those early rounds, they could well see success and grab the first Search and Destroy. And again, what a time to do it, because the winner of this best of 5 will be moving forward to Worlds.
That's right. Yeah, moving forward to Worlds, man. Yep. When you put it out like that, it's like, oh damn, now we got an S&D on our hands, right? It's gonna be a hell of a map here between the two, but I mean, I think you bring up a strong point with, you know, the aggression that we did see. They're not scared to flex their muscles and take gunfights head on. It really is, I think, for me, the biggest factor. If bombs go down, what are their retakes going to look like defensively? Because I think that was the biggest problem for them when they went up against Skade, is it didn't always feel like they were clean on the retakes. And that's not always easiest to do on Raid, but it's the fact that if you're willing to play retake on a site, you have to save utility to do it, right? You need to save your stuns. You need to save your nades. And especially, you know, within a map like this, like if we see bombs go down at A on Takeoff, like you almost need big gunfights to come through in the back. You need information to come through before you can kind of confidently take the retake. So it's going to be, I think, a lot on improvements for as far as that, as well as maybe if you are going to be aggressive, we saw teams also kind of defensively take away a lot of the middle of the map and kind of keep you pinned in that back A building for like a minute at a time. It felt like we were really going like a minute 30 into like the majority of our rounds that we were watching Takeoff the first time around. So those are also, I think, some crucial factors to kind of look out for. Will we get some pacing difference when it comes to offense? Will there be some risk coming through? I think that's maybe what we'll get out of the FR Bulls, but Skade, I think they can stick to the same game plan, at least that they pulled out yesterday.
Yeah, that's the question for me. I think just the Takeoff is just such a hard map to get things going on the offense, right? We always talk about this over the last couple of days. Every time we've seen Takeoff Search and Destroy, which is quite a lot, by the way. It seems to be a favorite for these teams for whatever reason, considering just how grueling those offensive rounds can be. You know, just getting yourselves on towards A, you need to find some miraculous first blood situations, and even then it's just so hard. I think the other thing is, you know, in kind of like the standard per se 4v4 settings that you and I are used to, it would be easier to kind of slip your way through the map or something, because less is being watched. But on the defense, on a map such as Takeoff, the defense is just so strong that you're probably not going to be able to do that. So again, I'm intrigued. How do these guys kind of break the mold, if you will? How are they able to find their way through on the offenses on these on the Takeoff Search and Destroy? That is going to be the question for me. We're just waiting right now for the players to get in the lobby. Apologies for the delay. We'll have a game number 5 for you guys in just a second. But again, Austin, I've got to say it, this is our second game number 5 of the day. You know, I don't want to be the one to curse things, because you know how every time I say something, it's unlikely to happen. This is just a thing for me, for whatever reason. I don't know. I'm basically like a walking caster curse. Maybe we're going to have like game 5s throughout the entirety of the day. Maybe that's just what's going to happen here. I mean, at this point, it wouldn't surprise me, because yesterday was filled.
Yeah, we got a lot of game 5s yesterday. I mean, the day always kicks off like super hot. These guys are fresh, they're ready to go. So they're just like ready to go to battle, ready to go to war, it feels like. I mean, just back and forth, we kind of go through each and every series. And yeah, a lot of maps do, or a lot of series rather do go game 5. And again, that kind of comes back to the point that everyone is really competitive here, especially within our top 4. Even some of the teams that didn't make top 4, you know, made some really good arguments for at least almost making it to day number 2, just maybe falling short by a map or round, whatever it might be. But I mean, yeah, everything has just been so close here. It's kind of hard to pick a favorite, even after seeing maybe Inco Gaming be as decisive as they were in S&D. I still feel like it's anyone's game coming into today. And I mean, this one in particular, I feel like is a great showing, because Skade didn't look the best off the bat yesterday, and you can just see the improvements throughout day number 1 into day number 2. I mean, taking a respawn off of FR Bulls, making the S&D a little bit stronger, everything kind of coming together. So, I mean, yeah, man, it's just been like crazy bangers that they just keep on giving us. And hopefully that's the trend, right? Like, hopefully we just keep getting those throughout the entire day. We'll have to see.
I will say, I think things look so daunting coming out of day number 1 for Skade and Influence Rage. That's what I will say. I think, you know, coming out of day number 1, you're facing up against these teams that are 2-0. Now, granted, Influence Rage, you know, even though they gave Inco Gaming a game, they still weren't able to pull out all the stops and are still lost in a game number 5 versus Inco for Inco to qualify for a Worlds. But nonetheless, I think, you know, what we've seen from Skade, what we've seen from Influence Rage, is not only the improvements over the course of day 1, but they've translated that into, hey, we see these formidable teams coming out of day number 1, going into day number 2, going into these advancement round 1 matchups, and we are matching the tempo in the vast majority of these game modes. So much so that what we just saw from Skade there was arguably our most indomitable map victory from either side here in this best of 5 so far. Granted, we almost saw a comeback there towards the end. There was a serious resurgence for FR Bulls, but it was not enough to deal with everything that we saw, that snowball effect that we were talking about, the utility that already had been earned between the score streaks and between the specialist weapons coming through for a Skade. They looked really hot toward the end of that Iron Range hardpoint. Can they translate that into success here? Excuse me, into the final map of this best of 5, Austin. It is Takeoff, Search and Destroy. And FR Bulls kick things off on the offense.
Yes, they do. Let's see what FR are going to kind of keep up here for us. Is it going to be that aggression? Is it just going to be working for picks? And, well, Pokey did bring quite the influence to the very first map with the scope. Wants to bring it out early and has already been able to take out a pretty crucial player here, Mihawk.
If you want to take anybody out of the equation, it's probably going to be Mihawk, right? He's been consistently, in my opinion, at least the best player for Skade. However, he was not the one that was causing those first blood snipes. And that's the key thing, right? So the sniper rifle, the player that we saw from Skade in the second map is still alive. Shots coming down from Maggie, trying to scare away any of these players. But still, even with one man down, Skade still feel like they've got full map control here. And again, that just speaks volumes about how defensively sided something like Takeoff is. Maggie still with a pre-fire through the wall, not going to connect on anything. Maggie, mate, nobody's there.
I feel like the goal here offensively is you got to try to make them over-rotate to one site. So do you invest a player to try to make that play happen? Because we've seen the 3 and 4 pieces trying to come through that A door. It does not always work out, that is for sure. Maggie's still trying to spray and pray here with the RPD, see exactly what you can maybe come away with. Just trying to get some hit markers, but not going to be able to find a whole lot. And that's going to at least give them just a tad bit of information to work with. But now, Brody, you're down to that final 30 seconds. And once again, this is where we're going to have to see a decision be made on what site they're going to look to approach.
It's daunting, trying to entry in towards that A site. Here we go. The player's starting to push on through now. Bigadera got the first one. Pushes Pabzera out of position elsewhere. Liazera has fallen in the middle of the map, so this bomb plant now significantly more realistic. Liazin in for the trade. Foki in for the quick scope, but it will not land. And the trade's starting to go in favor of Skade now. They didn't remove the players from the back line. And now 2 versus 1. Great kills coming through from Trixis and Bigadera. Lins for the 1 versus 2. He gets the first. Not going to spot out Trixis, but actually does see him. Trixis with no shots. And now Lins has the advantage in this situation. I don't think Trixis is looking.
No, I don't know if he saw me. Well, it looked like he's just kind of going back and forth. Shot's going to be taken into the window. You got to find the kill. You can't let him escape. And how about it? Skade, they get blooded. They're able to still hold on here, and you can hear the scream there. You saw it. I feel like I heard that one from here, Brody. He lets it out after that clutch. Incredible stuff with a nice hold here defensively and a big 1v2.
You're pretty far away from him as well, mate. You are very far away from him, so yeah, that doesn't check out for me, to be honest with you, mate. But regardless, massive clutch there coming through from Lins, 1 versus 2. I'm very surprised that Trixis actually went for the reach out. I'll level with you, Austin. I was shocked. I thought it was just going to run away and try and play the 1 versus 1 for the defuse, but
same
doesn't happen. You know what? These players, they know better than me, Austin, mate. Regardless, FR Bulls back on towards the offense. They did draw first blood around last time around. This time, though, Mihawk is going to play his life over towards B.
A lot of wallbangs coming through. You saw the RPD, at least in the round number 1, kind of coming in for Maggie, just with the initial corners here at this sort of A, but now the sniper rifle also just kind of works some angles, and, well, this is kind of the factor when we talk about Takeoff, right? Like, you just have 2 minutes on the clock when it comes to S&D and COD Mobile, so you're not forced to make a play. You know, your hand isn't exactly forced here with 1:30 on the clock, which is what we're used to. Here you have time to play around, kind of sniff out where they are, take some shots, go for some wall banks, but We are now a minute off the clock, and no kills have come through, and we're still yet to move the bomb outside of the A building.
FR Bulls are going to rotate towards B here. The immediate threat to get this bomb down would be Mihawk. Lins could also make the rotation as soon as Mihawk gets the information. So to get a player around the back line would be nice, but Bigadera gets caught off guard by Liazin. Doesn't exactly expect him to be laying down there. Now the numbers in favor of Skade. Might get worse as well, as Trix is still trying to play his life here in this situation, but just going to back away for the moment. They have to find an advantage here with 25 seconds left on the clock, Austin.
5 versus 4, and that's a second. 5 versus 3. And, well, Limbs ends up finding a double, and now that likely sets up what should be a round here for Skade yet again. Defensively favored to a T. Last one left alive. Henry, he runs right into the line of sight of Limbs. Not a single member of Skade ends up going down, and that is a flawless round number 2.
It's just tough on the offense. I gotta say it, this map is so unforgiving. There is, like, no margin of error on this whatsoever. If you're on the defense, you might as well just kick your feet up. Get yourselves a beer out, or orange juice, I should say. Enjoy your time. Look at this one from FR Bulls, though. They're fed up and waiting, and I don't think Skade expected this one. Bigadera gets aggressive. Might he get a second as well? He will! Bigadera! He will fall eventually. Nice trades from Liazera right back at you. Bigadera's going to get 2. Liazera will pick up 3, and Trix is now left up 1 versus 3. Gets the first. Mihawk going to move to tight. But it doesn't matter. Lins is there to pick things up, and how about that one for a fast-paced round, Austin? It's over in a flash.
It is over in a flash, and I like the tempo change. I mean, FR Bulls gave us a little glimpse of this when we were looking at the raid and how they like to approach some of their rounds, kind of rushing through mid. A little bit more difficult to do on a map like Takeoff, but there are still opportunities to try to make aggressive hits happen through A. Just the trades don't happen cleanly. It's so difficult. Now 3-0, currently in the tally for Skade, feeling like they are really just in the perfect position to continue to find favor. But hey, how about this? First blood has come through, but the trade is in for Mihawk as well. 4 versus 4 on the map.
Bigadera could still be the playmaker here in this round as well. It's looking for something. Henry gets caught off guard. Should be a trade. No. There we go. Finally. Okay, I got a little bit concerned there, Austin, mate. I thought Trixis wasn't going to get that one, but now Bigadera still, you have to feel, is the playmaker here. Trixis just need to kind of waste these guys' time, bait them out, because Pabzera and Liazera know where this guy is.
They have the bomb.
Bomb's going to be picked up here. And, well, Pabzera, he gets the perfect timing. He should be able to communicate. No, his teammate down, and oh, they wait. They wait for him. Pabzera looked like he maybe had the timing to cover around the back, but the patient play inside, not looking to move a little too fast. And how about it? Finally, a round on the board here for the side of the FR Bulls.
Destroy the objective. We got the bomb.
And that's huge. To get that round on the board there for FR Bulls, I mean, look, even if you now lose, what, 5-1 off the back of this, you've still got something to look forward to moving forward. Skade, though.
Lost the bomb.
Already facing Henry Cat. I like the overzealous play coming out now. Bigadera again with the 2-piece. That should clear out A for the moment. You've still got to get rid of Pabzera, who's just chilling around this back building. Bigadera, though, I think he's more concerned about players rotating from B, but gets caught off guard by Pabzera there. Now the bomb going down. This is going to be flipped on its head now. The exit frag coming through from Pabzera. Now 2 versus 3.
At least you got the bomb down, though. It's something to work with. You're going to have to buy just a little bit of time to try to make sure player 4 going to be able to survive here. But Skade, they're able to find Henry, and now it is all up to player 4. Foki trying to clutch up in a 1 versus 3. Is he going to be able to do it? No, shots are not good enough. Mihawk over the top will find the jump shot, and he'll also lock in the defused.
Nice work. Get ready for the next round.
You just hate being offense on this map, really, don't you? It's
You're
just
like, when
so
does defense
horrible.
come? How many more rounds, boys? That's kind of how I feel like a lot of combos would go.
Defend the objective.
Oh, goodness me.
The enemy has the bomb.
Alrighty. One more round for FR Bulls. Can they convert this one? They are getting aggressive. And this is what we were talking about, right? They want to kind of dictate the pace, but it's just the responses so far that have been really good from Skade. Gets even better as well as Bigadera. Historically speaking, the player to draw first blood, he's got 7 frags to his name. He's going to be cut out of the round. And, well, not getting first blood, it probably puts FR Bulls into the deepest, darkest depths of disappointment.
Over the final attacking round, have at least changed up a little bit, right? You have player 4, Foki, who's kind of playing a little bit of an island role. Has a chance maybe to push through B, or at least maybe watch anyone who might look to make an aggressive play on the defensive end of Skade. But for now, it is still the bomb inside of this back A building, kind of around P2. You see where the arrows are working, and they're at least looking to make some noise to be. This isn't necessarily where they're going to go, but they are searching and looking for a kill.
Problem is, of course, just losing that man, you just don't really have much room to make anything happen. Skate can just kind of sit in their regular positions. Just work off the back of trades. Trisis could do something, though. Maybe catches Lears in off guard. Depends how quickly Mihawk reacts. Elsewhere, though, gunfight's going down towards the top side of B. Maybe this is the cool need necessary. Henry Cat to take down Lins. Now Trixist. Check to your right, buddy. You need to check every single corner. There it is. It is a perfect check. Trixist to the kill. Now the bomb should go down.
Yeah, might be able to get a free plant off here. We'll see. Mihawk over the top. Can't get there in time, but he does have a great power position to maybe find some kills. But Henry has been able to take out Leo Zera, and now that's going to drop this into a 4 versus 2. Make it a 1v3 as the trades come through. And we'll see what Pab Zera can do. Not a whole lot. Henry finds him, and that's huge, eh? You get the second round right before switching. I think you'll take that here coming into now the round switch.
Massive round. Again, you know, we talk about the 2 offensive rounds, one here by FR Bulls.
Yep.
Gives them a good stead moving into this one. How does Skade handle their offenses? That's the question. I was going to say, you know, even though Takeoff is probably a different story, we look back to that raid search and destroy where, again, things are definitely defensively sided, and Skade, they didn't exactly make a meal out of their offensive rounds as soon as they got on him, Austin.
SKS for Leo Zera, waiting for a peek. He'll shred anyone who does give him it, but as long as you don't give just any kind of an aggressive peek, you can see kind of through the x-ray, right? Trix is just giving shoulders through the left side of the map here. That's all you have to do. You don't need to take a challenge. You don't need to commit to a gunfight. It's just figuring out where the majority of the players are and then changing your position around the site to stop the plant. That's the goal. But a minute off the clock. Looks like there was almost an angle for Pab Zera to kind of look over top of B and maybe find an angle, but that's not the case. And now with more members kind of moving over to the B site here, looks like they might have a good idea of where Skate are looking to try and pounce.
Here we go, Skate. They know the path they want to take here. Now they have to pave the way. Smokes down. Is that the entry they need? Henry Cat already weak here in the position, but he'll regen back to full health. Now Mihawk taking shots in. Lin's also taking some shots, and yep, there it is. Bigadero on the flank to take down Leozero and Lin's for the 2-piece. Mihawk dead to rights as well. Bigadero will fall, but make no mistake, the numbers now in favor of FR Bulls. There's very little now that Skade can do. Pab Zera, 1 versus 3 with a snipe. It would be nice if he could line them up. He gets one. Spots out the second, and well, Maggie and Henry Cat in this position with 15 seconds left. Of course they're just going to run away.
That's right. Little fake, though. Oh, fake on the bomb check if he finds that kill. Maybe he gets it, but oh, nice little pick up there from Henry. Good attempt from Pab Zera. Little tough, 1 versus 3. Definitely a tall ask there in the situation, and won't be able to come up with anything special, but still solid. And I almost feel like, Brody, if you're going to make the commitment to kind of go all the way around the back of B, I feel like you kind of just have to hit through once you are known that you're kind of back there because you're so isolated on the map.
It was a good attempt from Skade last time around, Austin, right? I think that's the key thing, right? Is that they had the opportunity, they knew what they wanted to do, it was just the execution where things fell flat. Of course, the odds are stacked against them in those kind of positions anyway, so you kind of expect it to go the way of FR Bulls, but nonetheless, just getting a feel for FR Bulls here and at this point in the offense side. Bomb currently sitting, at least angling towards A.
Couple nades and stuns still available. They're going to go maybe for the same play again. Okay, like I just touched on, I don't want to see them just stop back here. So player 5 on the minimap, he's only playing for point of contact. As soon as he sees someone, he's going to run back, and players from A are going to shift over. This is how this is going to work. But if you commit for the front of the site and get the bomb down, all of a sudden things do change because you can play for the post-plant setup. So I like this change. They're not going to commit to the back. They're going to try to drop the bomb, and it looks like they're going to get a successful plant off.
Yeah, they drew those players towards A, but realistically the bomb was actually at B, and now look at these guys. They're going to run all the way back. This could be the round here from Skade to kick things off on the offense. Brigadera could go huge out of construction, but he's going to get shut down from the snipe from Pabzera, and now time's starting to run out here in this round, Austin. 25 seconds for the retake to come through. Those players pushed all the way to the back of the map. If someone tries to drop on the defuse, they should fall. Henry Cat going to fall to the snipe from Pabzera as well. 15 seconds now for something to happen. Foki able to get one, but the trade's in favor of Skade. This should be it. Foki gonna fall, and Skade. It's sneaky, but it does the job. They get that offensive round they required.
That's the change. That's the change I wanted to see. Don't get fancy with it. Don't try to do too much and try to work through the back, hope for a challenge. It's just not going to happen defensively. Why are you going to challenge defensively? It does not make sense. This time, it's all about just pushing down mid, getting on the site, forcing the plant. And now look at the change up here defensively. They're so worried about this B site that they've actually pushed out the back, try to control this zone from a more forward position here. So a nice change up at Leo Zera. We'll see if he can maybe pick it apart.
Brigadera still the playmaker here for FR Bulls. If any of these players choose to peek out of the corner building, should get shut down. And that's presuming that nobody will check it, which, to be fair, I imagine that Skade should. But again, it's just that getting the feel for where FR Bulls are situated at the moment. Mihawk looking for some wayward snipes onto any players peeking out. That would be the way to entry into this round. But they also had the bomb angling for an A push. Just the one player over here that you would need to deal with in Maggie.
So many members right in front of Mihawk here. One super close, but not even gonna budge. It's gonna be Brigadera just waiting for that moment. And now 45 seconds left on this clock. Doesn't look like we're going near to A, or near to B, excuse me. It's all about A, but Foki's just found two. This is the problem funneling through this A door. It just allows easy access for kills with the scope, and already you've lost two. Now down to 30 seconds.
So tough to get out of this building on towards the site. Now it's even tougher as well as the bomb is down. Foki going to be made weak there by a wayward player, but it doesn't matter because he will escape. Elsewhere, Brigadera has taken Liazera out of the round. And now that's information gained, regardless of the fact that Brigadera has fallen, because they know exactly where Liazin and Mihawk are located. He saw both from the death camp. And the former will fall. Now it's just down to the latter. Liazin down to 20 HP for the escape. 5 seconds left. There's no way he wins this round. Henry Cap snipe on towards the mid. And that is going to be another defensive round here towards FR Bulls. No magic tricks this time from Skade.
No, just a lot of trust that round. On the opposite end, though, FR Bulls just kind of leaving one member at one point to kind of defend A all by themselves, and the rest of the members are like, listen, if we can just stop this plant by B, we can still rotate and support you at the back of A. You just need to stay alive, and that player that needs to stay alive is Maggie. But oh, look at the challenge from Mihawk through the middle. It's a quick trade there for Brigadera. A lot of information, and now a lot of space does open up on the map here too.
I think you're going to start to see more desperate plays like that as this search and destroy progresses, right? Because I think for Skade, you are running out of time and running out of offensive attempts here to stop FR Bulls from winning this search and destroy. You've got to remember that, folks, FR Bulls managed to walk away from their offensive go of things with 2 rounds. That, plus the 2 defensive rounds has got them to this point. Skade, 1 man down. Bomb looks like it could gravitate towards B, but look how heavily stacked up FR Bulls are on towards B at the moment. They are ready for this to play.
So tense right now. Tension building with about 50 seconds left to play. Skade only able to find 1 offensive round here thus far since the side switch. And you really want to try to capitalize on a map that maybe has 1 less member kind of watching over on the defensive side, but Lim's going to go for it. Leozin also finds Brigadera. Can this bomb go down safely? If you get the bomb down, we'll likely see the same setup as before, but there it is. Lim gets it. He can't escape, but it's fine. 3 versus 3.
And with the numbers over here, you've got to imagine FR Bulls would be disappointed that that bomb went down at all. Now they have to deal with that same situation as before, as you say, Austin. This is where Skade were able to grab the round. They've got the bomb down. The tough part is done. Can the retake come through? If Maggie's flank comes through, Pabzera should have their number. But no, Maggie actually gets Leas in now, and Pabzera hasn't actually moved. That 1 versus 1 still going to go down, but Leazera turns around, makes him weak enough that Pabzera should come through the play. 10 seconds remaining now, Trix has been done, and it all comes down to Pabzera with the snipes. They've got to have eyes on the bomb, just going to push straight forward to stop the diffuser, but it doesn't happen. Is the time through from the defuse? Henry Cat.
Wait,
What?
wait, no one
Wait,
hopped
what?
on the bomb?
Dude, I was so confused for a sec. Did Henry Cat just DC?
Could he just not hop on? I'm actually a little bit baffled right now. I'm very confused on what happened because there was more than enough time.
Someone is calling us dumbcasters right now for something we must be missing.
No, no, no. There was more than enough time to get that defused, Brody. I promise you. There was 6 or 7 seconds on the clock.
I'm so confused. Right? I think Henry Cat is actually AFK. Look at him. Look at him on the minimap.
Is he actually not? Wow.
No. Not like this. Surely not. I think FR Balls are 1 man down at the moment. He-Hawk down for the count, though. This could still be done, and I think Skate taking advantage of this situation now. The bomb is going to be down. They're just 1 round away, Austin, from winning this one. And this would not be the way you'd want to win it, but they could still get it done.
They could still get it done here. Unfortunate circumstances, but you got to do what you can. It looks like Henry has now loaded back into the game, but I don't think it's going to matter. He's now left in a 1 versus 4. There's no time on the clock, and, well, Skate are going to take it. 7-4. Not really sure what's going to happen in this outcome. We'll see if it stands. It's a very unfortunate situation. I mean, Skate still play very well throughout the entire series here, but just really tough here in the end, Brody.
They don't know. Welcome to the clutch. They certainly don't know. Yeah, they don't know about that situation. Not too sure what happened with Henry Cat. Because you got to imagine as well, in both those situations, obviously you can't speak about that last round, to be fair, because Skate, they just came out of the ice, they came out of the aggression in that final round to try and make the clutch happen. But it was that prior round that you and I, we were so baffled by it, it trailed us both off, because you were like, hang on, why is Henry Cat not pushing forward? Like, Trixis got that final kill through. Yeah. That is gutting. We'll wait, obviously, to hear the official word on exactly what happens there with that final round. The final couple of rounds, I suppose. I mean, that is still really rough, though.
Well, it is, because it would have been 5-5, I think, right?
Yeah.
It would have been 5-5, and...
Well, yeah.
Because it was, I'm pretty sure, yeah, it was 5-4. It would have been the defuse, because he had more than enough seconds to get it through. And, yeah, we would have been 5-5, and it would have been a totally different story in that final round, potentially, because they kind of just rushed through to A, and obviously you don't have your 5th member, which likely also probably affected your setup too, right? Defensively off the break. So that's a tough one, man. That's a tough one. Hard to say a lot about that. I mean, obviously, Skade still play very well throughout the entire series here, but we'll be waiting for confirmation on those final couple rounds. We'll see if it stands. Not really sure. We're just the faces of everything, so we'll relay the information. But at this point in time, Brody, it's just a tough one, right? There's not much really you can say. It's
all I'm saying, guys. All I'm saying, right, is we are just casters. We're not the admins. We don't make the decisions. We make no judgment about the players as they currently stand.
Just the messenger.
Just the messengers. All right. Don't shoot us. All right. In COD Mobile, you could probably shoot me, but you can't shoot me because I'll dodge your bullets. Regardless, yeah. That is gutting. That's the only way we can describe the situation. Yeah. I think, obviously we don't know what happened. We don't know if Henry Cat just, if he was DC'd from the game or his phone died. We obviously, phones have batteries at the end of the day. I don't know. I just don't know. Either way, we'll run with this as if Skade have 100% got the victory now. Skade will be very happy. Right now, as it stands, short of any other problems, Skade, they have qualified for the World Championships, and in the face of adversity as well, because Dana 1 did not start well for them at all, did it, Austin? They got beat down by Zygnus, and it felt like that for them was just a gutting thing, but they made it back from being 0-1 down. They got the victories. They finished Dana 1 with the 3-0, and now to come into this one, massive clutch in the closing moments of the search and destroy. Once again, just like they did in map number 2 as well, by the way.
Yeah, incredible stuff coming through here for Skade. Really able to go through the entire bracket, make the impossible happen through day 1, and then show up here in the second series. But yeah, we'll see how they're going to be able to continue to go through. I mean, if they do make it through, then they're guaranteed the world's top 3 seed at the very least. They still have a big matchup, versus an Inco Gaming, again, pending they do make it through. And if so, I mean, that should also be a pretty fun matchup based off of what we've gotten out of these two here in S&D as well as, the respawn just prowess we were kind of also getting out of Inco. We were watching over this guys a little bit earlier on. A lot of close maps there they played in their first set. So that'll be a fun one once we get there, Brody. It'll definitely be another good series. It's been map 5s the whole way through, so we'll see what other series have in store for us for sure as we go throughout the day.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and presume it's ready then. Let's show you guys the map set for this best of 5. Skade will take it in game number 5 again. Even with that, I think they absolutely deserve to even push it to the game number 5. They clutched up in the firing range hardpoint. That was an incredible map from them to win it in those ones. And again, it is ultimately the search and destroy that proves the downfall for FR Bulls. Even, if we take away that game number 5, still FR Bulls have not won a search and destroy yet, Austin.
No, they have not won a search and destroy yet. That's definitely been kind of the big problem so far. And now they're also going to be pretty tested, I think, in the lower bracket, going up against an Influence Rage that actually has been fairly solid within the respawns. Remember, they just went the distance with an Inco gaming roster, and they were able to win out on a respawn. So this is going to be a really interesting one, just because both kind of stack up in some of the same areas. And again, we did get confirmation for you guys out there. It is Skade that is moving on. We got no reported issue whatsoever from the FR Bulls. So the ruling at the moment is Skade moving forward. They do close that one out 7-4. They will be playing Inco Gaming there in the winners final with a chance to make it to top 2 in the grand final. And then as we get into that lower bracket, it's just going to be a really fun one here for us, Brody, as we'll see which team is getting top 4 and which team will be able to claim the final seed.
We shall see. Well, let's show you guys the bracket here before sending things to a break. Here is how everything looks. So Influence Rage now will have to take on FR Bulls for the last spot and survival in our Latin America regional playoffs. Inco Gaming and Skade, they have already moved on to the World Championships. They've already qualified, so congratulations to both of those teams. And now they fight for a larger share of the prize pool and better seeding at Worlds as well. So a lot more action here still to come in the Call of Duty Mobile World Championships. Do not go anywhere, guys. We're going to send it to a break. When we return, we're going to have more Call of Duty Mobile action right after this. Have you heard about the safest way to purchase your COD points? COD A Shop is an online store to purchase COD points, and it's an official partner of Activision. What does this mean? Well, this means that COD points purchases are 100% legal and ban-free. Besides, COD A Shop is the only place where you can get cheaper COD points with 10% off by purchasing with PayPal, OxoPay, and credit cards. Welcome back, everybody, here to the Call of Duty Mobile World Championships for 2022. We are 2 series deep now into the Latin America Regional Playoffs final day. We know 2 of the teams, Austin, that have qualified for the World Championships.
We know at least 2 so far, so still have to figure out who the last one is going to be to qualify here for us. And, well, we'll take a look at the bracket. 2 Game 5s to kick the day off, of course. Wouldn't have it any other way. Inco Gaming, they come out with their very first series over top of Influence Rage. And then we just saw Skade close things out versus the FR Bulls to guarantee themselves a seed and, well, another matchup here up against Inco Gaming. But we take a look at the lower bracket, and that's where our action will be heading to next year, Brody. Influence Rage up against FR Bulls. These 2 really trying to see who will be the final seed.
Yeah, that is going to be the question for me. Who is going to make it towards that World Championship? Both of these 2 teams have looked so hot. I think for Influence Rage, they have gone from strength to strength, getting to the point where they force a game number 5 with Inco Gaming in our first match of the day. For FR Bulls, I think they had a little bit of disappointment right at the very close of that upper bracket semi-final. And now, of course, well, they have to face up against this Influence Rage roster that, you know, again, as we said, just 1%. They're looking so hot at the moment. It is going to be a banger of a matchup. And as you've already said, Austin, only one of these 2 teams will be making it forward. Let's show you guys our schedule for the day then. You guys can see kind of where we're at after a couple of matches and what is coming up. Next up, of course, as you said, FR Bulls versus Influence Rage. That is going to be our next match. But the one I'm sure everybody is hyped for at the moment, Inco Gaming versus Skade. Against all odds, against all adversity, Skade have got to this point, but can they take down the Titans in Inco?
I mean, that one's going to be hype, but I'm almost more hyped for the FR Bulls Influence Rage one, just because those guys, like, there's just a little bit less on the line now. They're playing for money. They're playing for, like, the top seed. But, like, these guys, I mean, this is do or die. Like, your year ends on this series, you know? Like, my goodness. Like, that, I don't know. That just gives me like goosebumps knowing, like, what's on the line for these 2. Like, everything you work towards the whole year kind of comes down to 5 potential maps. And you got to win it out in this elimination matchup. So this one's going to be a really good one. And again, I think right before we threw to the break, Brody, it's a special one too because they match up with each other really well. So that one's going to be great. But again, you want to know who does make it to the grand finals. Obviously, you want the first seed. Obviously, you want that 30K for first place. But there is still so much more to fight for. And again, still trying to figure out who will be able to kind of clinch the final spot.
We are about to find out shortly here. FR Bulls taking on Influence Rage. I'm sure you guys at home have one question. What do the maps look like for this best of 5? Well, here's your answer. Just like this, we've got it ready to go. We're going to kick this off with the Takeoff Hardpoint Standoff. Search and Destroy. Right after that, Raid Control for the swing game in the series. And if we do need them, if we require those final maps in the best of 5, Fire Range Hardpoint and Summit Search and Destroy to end our best of 5s. I think for FR Bulls here, I mean, they just faced their opposition on Takeoff Hardpoint, so we'll kind of see how this one goes for this best of 5.
We will see how this one goes here for the Takeoff. Always interesting coming in. Just saw the S&D, but we won't get a Takeoff Search and Destroy at the very least. So we'll get the Standoff and we'll get the Summit. And we haven't really got to see a ton of Summit Search and Destroy, I think just outside of maybe one map from day number 1. So that'll be an interesting one to see where it ends. And I point out to that one because, well, it just feels like every single series is pretty much going the distance. So we'll see, again, if that ends up kind of keeping up here going in towards this one for us, Brody.
Yeah, indeed. And, I think today for these 2 teams so far, it's been a couple of grueling matches. So they'll kind of want to get this over in a 3-0 fashion as quickly as possible. To let you guys know kind of what the bans look like then for this best of 5. FR Bulls did ban Slums and Influence Rage banned Hacienda. In terms of the operators that are being banned, the Sparrow and the Annihilator are gone. So we're probably going to see the Purifier and the Gravity Vortex gun as we come into this match.
Yeah, it'll be a little bit interesting kind of coming in, and I think it's Sparrow and Vortex, so I think we'll maybe see some Annihilator gameplay, right? That'll end up coming in for us, and that was kind of really big in the last series.
Well, the Annihilator's been banned.
Band Operator, Sparrow, and Vortex. Oh, I'm looking at the
Wait,
last
where
one.
am I
My
looking?
apologies. My apologies. I was thinking, like, what the hell?
You
I
were
was
scaring
like,
me,
Brody,
Austin. I
what
was
the
like,
hell are you
what?
looking at? I'm like, I was like, what is going on here? Like, that's not what I'm seeing on my screen. But okay, so we will get some fun kind of coming in for us. But I think it's interesting that they do take the Annihilator out, though, right? Because that was kind of the one specialist that you can actually kind of match in the game. It's like they pull out their Annihilators, we pull out our Annihilators. It's kind of actually how the meta worked when we were seeing the Death Machine meta from last year, where it's like we don't really pull ours out until you use yours. And usually the team that's kind of down in points is the team that's forced to use theirs first, right? They have to make the big kind of play individually or whether as a team to kind of open up a point in order to kind of work back into the game. So we've seen that kind of work out through a lot of the streaks as well. It's like Goliaths won't come out until the very end. You save your Predator missiles. There's kind of just certain fundamentals that you have to follow coming into it in order to make sure you are still impactful and still able to work back into the game with the snowball we kind of keep alluding to and coming back to.
Yeah, and for the most part, besides the one firing range hardpoint that we saw in the last best of 5, the hardpoints today have been pretty close. Like pretty much all of them. We got a 250 to 247, 245, 250 to 234. So I'm probably expecting very much the same thing here, and it kind of goes back to the point that you were making earlier on throughout the broadcast, right? It's just like these teams, these 4 teams, all of them are just so closely matched. Like all of them have the potential to make it to Worlds. All of them have potential probably to do damage at Worlds as well. It just, you know, I think it does come down to on the day, in the match, you know, how can you perform? That's really the question for us, of course. Takeoff Hardpoint, though, will be kicking off this best of 5, as you say. It's really going to come down to the specialist usage and, of course, the score streak usage if they manage to chain heals back to back. Obviously, again, we have seen a little bit of this today already. We saw it between Influence Rage and Inco Gaming. And back then, of course, it was, again, that P3 to P4 rotation that was just so crucial.
Yeah, it's always going to be impactful for us, I think, no matter what that ends up coming in. And that's where the respawns are going to be close. They're going to be really close between both of these squads. And again, Influence Rage, I feel like these guys have just not been able to always necessarily clutch up. We saw at least a little bit of their struggles yesterday. We kind of kept amping up the respawns, but they did play like a really close set, at least initially in their very first series. I think even though they got like 3-0'd, like they still played like almost every single map, like 3-1 in the control. It was like a 9-point differential, I think, on the summit, right? So they're definitely playing some of the top seeds really close, and something that you also kind of have to consider is like both of the teams that did come into the upper bracket that went 2-0 from day one Swiss, only one made it through, the other drops down. So that's also just another point on how close I think this one will end up being, just with all the 4 teams that we currently have left. And yeah, man, it's going to be a really fun one coming in. And again, I think the respawns, that's going to be the difference maker for me, Brody. It has to be the respawns. These guys are going to be really close. The S&Ds, both I think have shown their struggles, so we'll see what happens there. But I think everyone's going to be really narrowing in, making sure they have a hot start to the series here in the first hardpoint.
Yeah, I got to bring it back to the point, though, again, you know, when it comes down to this Takeoff Hardpoint, you know, again, we have actually seen Influence Rage play this one. It was a massive clutch, right? Versus Inco Gaming. It was the map that forced the game number 5. You know, talk about the first 2 rotations, though, they're effectively getting crushed by Inco Gaming on that P3 to P4 rotation, where Inco were able to walk away with at least 80 points off the back of both of those hills back to back. But it was that third and final rotation, if you recall, Austin, where Influence Rage, they were able to get not just majority control off the back of P1, they rotated effectively towards P2 and then made the perfect rotation towards P3 to close things out. They learned, they adapted over the course of the hardpoint. Now, FR Bulls, they're not going to go down easy. They've already shown proficiency in hardpoint. They showed it in that Slums Hardpoint in the very first game of that last best of 5 they played. But as we all saw on the firing range, they're not unbeatable when in hardpoint. I think that they're certainly, you know, they can be taken down, and Influence Rage, again, we've already spoken about it. They are best in the respawn. Search and destroy is going to be the weakness, which does actually make the series kind of interesting when you talk about FR Bulls, because we both know where their weakness lies as well, at least from what you and I have seen. So for this hardpoint, I think really this is going to be kind of setting the pace of this series, you know, see who comes out the strongest. I think for Influence Rage here, they want to assert their dominance right out of the gate, but FR Bulls, they are wounded after that matchup versus Skade. I think certainly they're going to be looking for a path for revenge. You've got to get through the losers bracket to get it done.
Yeah, there's also no way to dance around it. I think it's really puzzling how that last round really ends, right? Where we don't know. Obviously choose not to replay. I mean, they choose not to try to contest it. We don't know what happens, but what we do know is that was going to be a really close S&D, and it would have been tied up 5-5. So have they recovered? Have they regained? You certainly hope so. It's the elimination matchup. Skade up against the FR Bulls. And we're jumping into some Takeoff Hardpoint to kick this one off. Should be an excellent matchup here for us, Brody, as we head in.
It should be. It will now be Influence Rage to kick off and touch the hard point first here. Trixis trying to slide his way in, and he will get shut down right off the rip. Influence Rage now starting to soak up some time here. And I think off the rip here, what I'm really excited to see is how Influence Rage kind of play the map. Because right now, they've got Dudu currently sitting inside construction, Chaotic down the bottom of there as well. And as far as Influence Rage is concerned, this is a really good start. Bigadero, though, he's starting to knock on the door here with a two-piece.
Knocking on the door. Trying to see if you can maybe translate that into some early streaks, potentially. But on the hard point right now, FR starting to get a little bit of a zone created. That's some good time locked in. They're going to be able to regain the lead, and they have at least some of that early position inside of P2, but still a good 20 seconds here left on P1.
15 seconds left till her on this time, and Influence Rage looking for it again. We're keeping an eye on the rotation though, Austin, and well, Chaotic, he's over there. We switch over towards the player in the middle of the map though. They will be shut down. Chaotic has so much to do, and it's going to be 3 players in the kill feed coming through from FR Bulls, and they should now get control of the rotation here. Now it's about holding it. Influence Rage going to spawn up on the upper side. Now we'll see how they break on through. Nobody touch just yet. There we go. Maggie now going to start to pick up some time here as the hill will pop. Chaotic able to get his way through construction, and that is a path now that has been earned here for Influence Rage. Here those players come. Dudu has been so clutch for Influence Rage today. He is unable to do any more than just the 1 frag for the moment though. Is that enough to get Influence Rage on through? Because Joker still around here, but it will ultimately be still FR Balls in, and there you go. 3 kills now starting to come on through, for Influence Rage.
Oh, it's just such a contested hill, right? It's like, hey, listen, we're not going to move until you come peek us on the staircase, Hetty, and you're kind of forced until you do. So a little bit of a contested hill. Not a whole lot of time going to either side as of just yet. But we'll see how the back 20 kind of looks. But more importantly, what's P3 going to look like? Because you take a look at the yellow dots, at least on the minimap, everyone's getting kind of that deep left spawn. So that is going to be the furthest away from the P3 hill. And not only that, but you still have presence from Dudu on the old hill. So Influence Rage, a huge moment here for them, getting some of that scrap time, as well as getting the setup here on P3.
Hardpoint identified.
Set up on P3, that is going to be the question. Who is going to be able to grab it? Look at the overextension coming out from Influence Rage here to get themselves in towards that corner building. They're relying on the fact that Gohan's influence over the hard point is going to be enough for them to get the spawns, and this is where we can really start to see Influence Rage start to walk away here with this game. Nice kill from Trick just on towards Chaotic. That will clear space, and another one coming through from Henry Cat as well. FR Balls now, maybe with a path through the front, but of course the problem is these players will continue to spawn in close, and here comes the Purifier from Bigadera. In for one, will not find the second, and Influence Rage will hold on at least for the first with the gunfights, but the players now starting to spawn closely for FR Balls.
Yeah, still gunfights need to come in the back, and the Purifier comes into the perfect moment, but oh, the burn does finish off the second. So Dudu again, kind of making a big play to give them a chance to still be somewhat headed from the front, but gunfights right now so back and forth, some of them going the way of the Stand of Influence Rage. Looks like they get 2, but the close spawn, as you mentioned, still allowing them to kind of constantly get in here. However, scrap time no longer really a big factor. It's all about shifting over to P4, and 4 players here on the side of FR Bulls will be in new.
And as far as Influence Rage are concerned, that is actually not a good hard point, in my opinion. You walk away with 30 to 40 seconds, but that's not as much time as you desired. You let slip a bit of time, and I think partially more egregious, you would argue, right, Austin? It's about they do not have the rotation towards new. They instead will have to break on through, and they'll have to do it here with some of the weapons. As Henry Cat picks up 2, it's the Purifier coming through from Gohan. Trixis runs straight past him. Gohan in for 2. Plin will pick up a 3rd. And, well, I did say they didn't get the rotation, but now Influence Rage, they should be in for some time, and this Purifier will keep a lock on this door as well. As a matter of fact, Gohan, he wants to get up close and personal with the players, and he picks up 2.
Look at him, he's running! Well. He's running at them! He's like, who's next? Who wants some fire, baby? Letting them have it. Just spray and pray on the trigger, and it will connect up close. That's gonna do some wonders here for what is going to be a nice recovery hill out of Influence Rage. Maybe last hill wasn't the best, but this one certainly a lot better as they've been able to run away with a little bit of a lead. And that's off the back end of the early break, but a chance to be able to keep it just a little bit contested here for the side of FR Bulls. They're going to put some numbers into the scrap time. They will be able to get the remaining 7 seconds, but more importantly, it's a much better first set of hills that come through for Influence Rage. Going to have about a 50-point lead.
I think off the back of the first set as well, I think you're pretty happy with the way that went, not just in terms of the score lead that you have here in this game, but also utility that you kind of have inside, right? We talked about the usage of the specialists and the 4 streaks coming into this game. Well, there's 2 ready to go. Chaotic has the Goliath ready to go, and Gohan now has the Predator missile. So those things will be utilized later on. And I imagine, generally speaking, that we do see that Goliath very often on P3 and P4 for teams to hold it for all of that time. But Gohan, actually just going to utilize the Predator missile right here, right now, to remove FR balls from the time, but it won't keep them out of the hill for long as Maggie's right back in to try and soak up some time.
That's a pretty important time, too, you feel like, for FR Bulls, at least keeping Influence Rage off of it, because all of a sudden, this lead just a little bit too out of reach going into a P3, P4. The game might be too difficult to try to make a comeback in. We'll have to see. Gonna have some kind of presence at P2, which they're starting to drive some of their numbers over there. Gunfights still need to be won, as there's 10 seconds up for grabs, and a lot of it has been contested. So decent work at least coming through here for the FR Bulls. They're going to be able to get some of the scrap time, and they're winning some convincing kills now on the rotation. Everyone on the shift anew.
Here we go. That rotation towards P2 now starting to come on through. There's one player who has already gotten past the 50-yard line, and that's going to be Chaotic, who is already close to trying to do some damage here to FR Bulls. Trick just has to be aware of that, and I think that's why he kind of jumps out of the hill just for a moment here. And Influence Rage now going to be back on through. Henry Cat now with the Vortex Gravity Gun. Try and put some kills down on towards this point. His last Vortex will go out to try and zone off some of these players, but it isn't enough just yet to get rid of every single player from Influence Rage, but no matter. They are the team currently in control of this time. And if they do get this last 30, to be fair, Austin, they'll be right neck and neck once again with Influence Rage. It isn't really just about this time, though. For me, it's about their positioning past this hardpoint, right? You get this scrap time, now you need to move the rotation because the next couple of hills will be huge for this game.
Oh, Spawn's coming in the back of the P2 hill right now for Influence Rage. So there is a moment to win some gunfights across the map and kind of keep them pinned back here, delay the rotation. So this is a really good moment. I mean, P1 and P2 has been at least solid. You've been able to take a really big chunk out of that lead that Influence Rage did hold over your heads there for a while. But Gohan, he's been able to play just his life up top here. One more player in the point. Looks like Trist will try to make a play, but he can't double up. He can no longer stay alive in Influence Rage. They have secured the rotation. Now we'll see if they can hold on better this time around.
Can they hold better this time around? Got the Goliath out, exactly what I said earlier on. Chaotic now going to use this one to try and hold fast. Henry Cat bringing his Predator missile down. Chaotic looking for 2. Henry Cat for the 3rd. Not going to push in just yet. They're relying on Foki to pick up more than 2 players. And, well, they will only get 2. Chaotic still in for the Goliath. But there's still one player, actually. Henry Cat finally is going to be dealt with. Chaotic, though, with this Goliath, is just shredding through the competition at the moment. And again, of all of this, the time really starting to tick up in favor now of Influence Rage. This Goliath is yet to be dealt with. It is left with about 30% HP, 25%. I don't know. I've not got the numbers there on the bar, but it's not a lot of health left on it. Doesn't really matter, I think, in the grand scheme of things. In terms of getting this Goliath to do what it needed to do, it has done exactly that. A full 60 here off the back of T3.
Certainly did a job, and well, I mean, players are still struggling with it. Like, you just have to leave this Goliath here. I know they want to destroy it before making the rotation over, but you got to just try to catch it more out in the open instead of forcing the gunfight to close quarters, because you just got picked apart. However, still 50-50 battle for the P4 hill. Looking good right now for FR, though. They are able to get some of the bulls inside of the point. And now a little spray and pray through the front will be good for Henry. 184 to the 115, though, and not winning that couple of kills cleanly with Joker finding a 3K is really going to make things that much more difficult here, Brody. 35 seconds left, and, well, FR Bulls, they got to get on the hill.
This was the potent rotation we were talking about. They get the majority of time on P3, and now they've got half the time at the very least at the back of P4. Foki trying to make his way on through. He gets the first kill, looking for number 2, but has to follow the player up the stairs to go and grab it, and unfortunately, Finn has the high ground in that situation, so will win the gunfight. Trade still in favor of Influence Rage at the moment. It is going to be FR Bulls to touch, but it will only be for a fleeting moment. 10 seconds remain on this hard point, and if you're Influence Rage, you're able to take every single second you can get at this point, to be honest. It is edging you closer to that 250-point mark and the end of game number 1. A marked difference now between the teams after the back of the last couple of hills, and Influence Rage, they are well ahead. This next rotation has to be perfect from FR Bulls. You need to chain together P1 and P2. You need to do it now.
You certainly do. Going to be a tall ask again, but necessary if you want the map 1 win. Down by just under 100 points, and so far, getting the initial touch will be Influence Rage. Kills not necessarily coming around the point. Instead, actually going the way of the FR Bulls. They're going to find 3 down. That's going to give them some room to work with here, as they even find Flint up top there in the power position. So actually solid here so far. Obviously, this needs to be consistent from here on out, but at least a good look here at the first 30 seconds.
And this is pretty good from FR Bulls. They're surviving for now. Joker looking for another triple. He already got one once, and that effectively solidified a ton of time for Influence Rage. Will not happen this time around, though. Still 20 seconds left on this one. Nice kill for Trixis to take down Doodoo on the flank. Predator missile from up high as well for Foki. They know how important not letting this time away towards Influence Rage is. And it's pretty good so far, especially for the rotation as well. This is pretty good coming out here. You can see all the utility on side. And now look at number 4, Loki. He has a Goliath in the back pocket, and I would just use this now, to be honest. I'd get it out as quickly as possible.
Yeah, you might have to. It feels like they've been able to rack up quite a bit. I mean, look at this. The slaying power starting to come alive here. 5 consecutive kills in a row, and there it is. They're going to call in the Goliath here at P2. They're not going to save it. They know they need to try to extend this to at least one more hill, but Influence Rage, they're not going to let this go over easy. Nades coming out. Good read in the back here from Chaotic as well to find yet a second. But now Floki, he's got to make the big play, but the Purifier, it deals with an Influence Rage. They clear out the point, and they're in control of P2.
And now they've got 2 Purifiers on the hill as well. This could well be the dagger here in this game. Chaotic looking for any players who are trying to approach the stairs, but a couple more coming through construction, and they are ready for this one. Duty win for the trade. Looking for the last one, but the Purifier Trixis will be through. Is it enough? No, is the answer. Just 6 seconds away from victory now. The Purifier coming up and playing number 4. Influence Rage still looking for the last 4 seconds, but they will not be able to find it. They're still going to have to fight for it here. Still 15 seconds left and a rotation to consider, and that's something that the FR Bulls just simply do not have. They will survive the initial onslaught, but actually no, one player going to jump on through. This is going to force Bigadera to fight for the scrap time, and that just simply will not happen. Chaotic with the final nail in this coffin. But I will say, right here, right now, that end of the game was not what ended it. It is the second set of rotations where we saw the Goliath come on out inside P3, a full 60 going the way of Influence Rage. But not only that, Austin, they backed that one up with another 40 to 50 to 60 seconds on P4 as well. Great couple of hills coming out from Influence Rage. They play the map perfectly, and that is a statement opening to this best of 5.
Isn't ever. 250 to 166 against one of the better respawn teams that at least we've gotten to see. It's a hell of a way to open up, and yeah, 45 kills for Chaotic, and I'll just say it, it gets really worrisome really fast when Chaotic starts putting up these performances, because not only is he finding kills, but he's putting 2 minutes up on the clock for hill time as well. I mean, there is just so much being done here. Right behind him, Gohan getting involved. Obviously, the slaying, a huge factor, and that leads to the overall outcome of 250 to 166. But man, oh man, Brody, that is just a hell of a way to kick off the series, knowing what's on the line here.
Look at those performances. Chaotic and Gohan, man. Double 40s coming out, 45 for Chaotic. Massive reasons why they're able to win that one. Dirk, of course, had his moments as well. And Influence Rage, they'll be very happy with that one. They're able to take away the first respawn in the series. And that respawn is very important. Here's the rest of our map set to show you guys. Standoff, Search, and Destroy. That is up next. And the reasons why those respawns are important is because the S&D for us here between Influence Rage and FR Bulls is a super unknown quantity, at least for us. Now, I think statistically speaking, we could technically say that Influence Rage do have the advantage on paper here in Search and Destroy. They have actually won one. But FR Bulls, I mean, they got close. You could argue they should have won that game number 5 in the last series.
Yeah, it's like you compare the two, it's like, well, team that hasn't won S&Ds and team that's been okay at S&Ds. I wonder which one I'm going to take,
yeah.
Right? Feels like, you know, it has been at least a little problematic. I mean, even losing both of the S&Ds, obviously, in the last series, if you're just a little bit cleaner within that game mode, I mean, maybe we even see a different matchup here in the lower bracket. But, of course, that's not how it is, and S&D has been a problem looking over, you know, the FR Bulls, and they have at least shown some different looks, right? It feels like there is aggression kind of thrown into some of their defensive and offensive rounds. They're not scared to take risky plays, but we just haven't really seen like the consistency kind of happen, or at least you're looking at this team and you're like, well, it just doesn't seem solid enough to kind of really put a lot of faith in them within this game mode. But Standoff may be a different look. We'll see if they can at least come in with something different for us. However, I think an Influence Rage that's coming out looking that good with the playmakers that they have on the roster as well. I mean, FR Bulls are going to have to be ready going into the second map, because Influence Rage will bring it to you.
The question I have, right, because it feels like the advantages that FR Bulls have been able to grab in Search and Destroy so far has been, for the most part, based on how aggressive they can get, right? You know, as a 5, you know, when they're kind of just 4-hitting, 5-hitting stuff on the sites, that is when they seem to get the advantages in these S&D rounds. My question about when it comes to Standoff, Search and Destroy, how much does this map actually allow you to do that? Because from my perspective, the way I see this, Austin, I don't think there's much room for that at all. Like, I think the craziest thing you could possibly do here on Standoff, Search and Destroy is make a B hit. Like, that is basically about it. You know, get the bomb down in the middle of the map, as opposed to going for the tractor site. That really is the difference in my mind. But even then, are Influence Rage going to fall for that? Are they going to allow that to happen? That is the question for me. I just think a lot of this is going to come down to kind of bog standard Search and Destroy rounds. And again, when we look at FR Bulls over the last couple of search and stories that we saw against Skade, yes, it worked on Takeoff, but what works is effectively when they get aggressive, when they try and find those routes that Influence Rage aren't going to expect. And I just don't think that's going to happen here on Standoff. But I could be wrong. I probably will be wrong. Let's be honest.
Yeah, we'll see. Because Influence Rage was one of the kind of the unique teams that did play defense with like the triple stack on top of each other in the A site yesterday. Like they do like the two players kind of standing up, one proning down. So as soon as you peek that corner, you're just like obliterated because there's three players shooting at you. Not really a lot you could do. And they also did have a couple of really good kind of preset stuns and nades at the beginning of the game as well. That were really setting up for some of those really big defensive wins, kind of just getting the first and second blood. So I really liked a lot of the looks that we got defensively, and I'm thinking of a team like the FR Bulls that's going to be very aggressive, at least based off kind of what we've seen for as far as success from those guys. You're going to be running into a lot of frames. You're going to be running into a lot of these initial setups here. So you have to wonder how much homework they've been able to do, kind of watching over these teams from yesterday to see if they're going to be prepared for those setups, because that's kind of the one big takeaway. As much as Influence Rage did lose this one in like a 20-round OT, they did actually play pretty solid really early on in at least the defensive rounds before it was all offensively favored.
Ah, goodness me. I completely forgot about that. The
Yeah,
20 round. It was a long
map.
S&D. Yeah, it was a hell of a map. And yeah, you're right, actually, because we were talking about kind of the risks that you're expecting a team to take. And yeah, Influence Rage, you know, I remember them, I think it was like the 5th round of the overtime that we saw between the two, where it was just like, Influence was just fed up. They were so done. They were like, oh, we are so can we just please just get into the control at this point? And they just sent it. So maybe we'll be seeing some aggression coming out from them here in the S&D. Who knows, honestly, but let's get into the game. I believe that Standoff Search and Destroy is ready to go here on this one. Influence Rage, they've started with a strong go of things on Takeoff Hardpoint. For us, really, I think the question is going to be about whether or not we can see that same kind of performance coming into the Search and Destroy, because if they start this one 2-0 over a team like FR Bulls, that must already be, to be fair, I would say in a pretty negative headspace, because we already talked about this, right? I think coming off the back of that Search and Destroy, we wanted to see them bounce back. We wanted to see some momentum swing back in their favor. The fact that they lost the first map, I don't think that bodes well for them.
Yeah, it's a situation that they just did not find themselves in really too many times yesterday with the clean 2-0. It was really just all about kind of getting themselves into spots where I'm going to continue to hold my point, because I think we are going to be, all right, we're good. I thought we were resetting for a second, so 10 seconds in. And so I saw like the OBS pull up. I was like, hold on a second. We're good to go. But as I was kind of, hitting my point overall yesterday, we were kind of seeing a lot of that same play coming through, at least for Influence Rage. So will we get the similar thing coming in towards this one? We'll have to see. FR Bulls gonna have to make something special happen in the S&D. Do not want to have to go down really early 0-2 in the series.
Look at the aggression coming out from Influence Rage right on this one. They're not giving anything away to A. We've seen a couple of mistakes, I think, from defensive sides where sometimes just a gamble to try and just throw utility towards A to clear the site, but this time I think Influence wants to get their hands right into the mud themselves. Chaotic and Joker are going to be responsible for that one. We know how Joker has been here on Standoff Search and Destroy. He was a massive player in that match that you referenced previously, but there, utility being thrown out by Renault for Chaotic. None of it going to land just yet. At 1 minute 15, I think FR Bulls most certainly know that there is presence from Influence Rage on this fight.
Yeah, definitely. Chaotic here. Just going to try to lay prone, kind of behind the tractor, bob in and out, see if he can get some information. He's got player 2 with him to kind of add in some support. It's in a hard stack like we were seeing initially yesterday, but it's more or less because they already have the pick, and they just kind of need to reinforce based off where the hit will end up coming from. Now down to 50 seconds. Maggie over the top, seeing if he might be able to look for Chaotic. Chaotic might see some feet here. We'll have to see if he's going to be ready for the gunfight.
Ooh, Maggie just snaps. Headshot on towards Chaotic. That will remove him from the site, and now that is definitely an option here for FR Bulls. They're one man down technically as well. So 4v4 we go. They haven't acted on that information just yet. Look how far bunched up Influence Rage are at the moment. They are pushed all the way back in towards Grandma's, waiting for some kind of magical flank to come on through. And if they do push through Kebab, well, Maggie should be ready for it, but that is not what's happening at the moment. Those players are going to be peeking out, and it's going to get worse as well for FR Bulls. They lose a player. Henry cat down for the down, and now, of course, they will go for the bomb plant.
Sniper shot coming in. He'll find the mark. That will take out Gohan, but the bomb now becoming a problem. Gonna have to try to plant this, and well, now you got to find 2 kills, and no one's lining up here for you. Unfortunately, Joker will just go to the pistol. He'll find the final kill, and well, as we typically see it, at least initially, defense will be good here in the first round.
Enemy has dropped the bomb.
I think they just took a little bit too long there to get things going. They were being super cautious about the fact that there probably is somebody else on A. It wasn't. Numbers fall in favor of Influence Rage. So first defensive round does go their way. Now this is that conservative approach that we were talking about previously, right, Austin, where teams are just kind of all the way back in towards their spawn, no presence on A whatsoever.
A little bit of a group up, though, to now just take the site by storm. As you say, no one's here defensively, right? They're willing to play retake, which means I have to imagine just about almost every stun and nade should be available for the side of Influence Rage. This is something that we were seeing a couple times. They'd be willing to give up the A site, then they would play retake. We'll see if the nades and stuns will be good. Oh, they're
This
gone.
is just a late throw. Like, all of this utility can go out. Great, you're going to remove the trophy system from play, but now you've got to retake the site with none of that utility. Throw over towards boxes. Like, this is a really tough position, I think, for an Influence Rage to be in. You know, the kills now starting to come through from FR. Influence putting Doodoo onto the bomb defuse, and amongst the chaos, this might go through, and it does as well.
Next round.
How does that happen?
No, I mean, that's kind of the factor that we get in this game that we don't usually see with a 7.5 second defuse. It just, around 3 seconds, you can go for those sticks. And to be fair, we haven't actually seen a lot of that this weekend, but I love the play call there because you're like, all right, they just use every piece of nade and tactical. Now they got to run at us. Well, no, actually, we can run at you and hop on the bomb. Big play, but into round number 3. And the sniper from Joker is good. Tries to connect for 2. Won't find it. Pistol shots coming in. Trades now out here for FR. But are they going to be able to win over the site? It looks like one more player to cut through.
Doodoo with the double nade as well. It lands right onto the feet of Foki and Trixist. Henry Cat got a fall. And how about that one? You can see the hype now for Influence Rage here in the 3rd round. They're getting away with murder at the moment, Austin. FR, they get those first bloods through on towards the site. They have control, but what a nade coming through.
Yeah. Doodoo in 3 pieces as well. Like what is with that, man? We got to keep a tally.
Right?
Yeah, exactly. It just feels like we got a tally of maybe 5 or 6 here over the course of last couple days. Very impactful. Shows it there again, but the sniper shot will at least take out one of the defensive members here. Influence Rage now going to be down a man. Going to be a little bit tougher to kind of cover over the map, but we'll see what else they can find. Oh, Foki finds another one. 2 players now out of the mix.
This surely should be the round that FR Bulls were looking for. It wasn't that one that eluded them previously. Doodoo going to get the kill on towards Trixis, though. I have to imagine that Bigadera is going to be the one the closest round out. Nicely done from Joker to get the kill on towards Maggie. The bomb now down. That is the advantage that Chaotic and Joker do have in this situation. It's going to get better as well, because Chaotic's going to get the kill on towards Henry Cat. No trade coming through, because nobody's there to do it. I think it was a bit of an overzealous extension there from Henry Cat, if I'm honest. Still, 2v2 we go now. The bomb should be retrieved here from FR Bulls.
Realistically, should not be around going over to Influence Rage off the back end of what was 2 nice snipes coming through from Foki. But now he's got to come up with potentially some more, as it's kind of a full wraparound defensively. Going to retake from their side. I like the play. And it's going to really keep you guessing here as an FR Bulls squad. Like, all right, we're also clearing out the back end warehouse. We're not seeing anything, so both teams should kind of have an idea of where each other are after the routes they've kind of just taken. But with 25 seconds left, the pressure really on the Bulls to kind of grab this bomb and make a move.
They're checking everything, every single little corner, nook and cranny, for anything, where any Influence Rage players can be. And this time now, the shot's coming through. Bigadera's actually going to survive it. Now, the sniper of Foki is going to be crucial here in this position because he has to get these entry frags onto the player. And there it is on towards Chaotic now. Just Joker. 1 versus 2 inside the cubicle. He's going to get the first Joker. Looking for the second. Foki, all he has is the pistol, and he's going to have to chase after, but the escape is through. And it's going to be made from Joker in the 1 versus 2. And that is a perfect play right there. Amazingly done from Joker.
That is incredible stuff from Joker, but it's just incredible that it even gets to the point where we see a 1 versus 1 in that round, man. Just FR Bulls struggling to play with their number advantages, and they just kind of played really sloppy after the first 2 picks. You now need to come away with what hopes to be at least 1 or 2 before going into the side switch, but there is an opportunity to maybe try and get something done around B. Obviously, Bigadera does not have the bomb, but he has been able to get himself into a good spot to kind of watch over yellow here.
And this advanced positioning for Bigadera is probably the biggest advantage that FR Bulls have had so far in these early offensive rounds. Could well be the thing that puts apart the Influence Rage defense. Of course, the bigger problem, though, for FR is the fact that they haven't got control over A site. Joker and Chaotic still present over here. Utility being thrown out towards the back alley now. That's going to clear things out. But this is the big part that we were talking about earlier on, Austin. This is the risk that we expected FR Bulls to take.
Exactly. This is the risk. And, well, you might be able to get out safely right into courtyard. And, well, this is a new situation here for the side of Influence Rage. They haven't had to play retake on B as of just yet in this map. So they have to slowly but surely kind of figure out the positions. And, oh, my, Bigadera, he's going to get information, but he's going to be spotted from Plin.
He's going to play. I mean, he's going to bait these guys out, surely. Foki's going to take down Dudu. Now Plin. Next up on the docket, you have to imagine he is going to fall time quickly running out Kira in this one. Players are around the site, by the way. They can play this for the Ninja Defuse. Maybe there's a chance, but no. Player's been spotted out. Gohan, he's got to fight a war on multiple fronts. And it's just too much to ask of him. Round finally on the board here for FR Bulls.
Finally on the board. They get themselves at least one. We'll see if they can maybe combine for a second. Might be a little bit more difficult to come away, I think, with that B play. As we'll probably see some defenders maybe shift over to yellow or kind of maybe cover at least the initial cross there through courtyard. But it is a spread, no commitment just yet. Trying to see if they can maybe work for it. But Bigadera does get back into the same spot here.
There it is. Bigadera going to get that kill on towards Dudu. Trades now for Chaotic, though. So despite the damage done there by Bigadera in the advanced position once more. Oh! Wow. Quick scope almost there for Foki. Nicely done from Joker to take him out of the pack. Now 3 versus 4 here. The bomb site in control for FR Bull, and that's what they have on hand. They can get the bomb down and retreat towards crates.
Big cover here from Henry, but he gives just a little jump peek over the top, and that's enough for Joker to hit a shot, man. Come on, are you kidding me? Cannot give this man a glimpse, but it's a 4-man stack. The nade actually could be huge. Oh, the pistol comes in. The trades go out, but not enough. FR Bulls just don't have the number to defend the site head on there, and the retake coming in as 4 is good for yet another round.
I'm very surprised they didn't retreat. Again, maybe it was kind of PTSD from the time that Influence Rage were like, yeah, I'm just going to hop this bomb. By the way, you guys can do what you want. But yeah, I'm really surprised they didn't drop that to crates with the bomb positioning that they had, but nonetheless, Influence Rage, 5-1 up now, just 2 rounds away as we flip now. It's going to be Influence Rage on the offense. Again, this map is technically speaking defensively sided, so we expected this. Now, Influence Rage, what can they do? Chaotic with the first blood, and it's a fast plant coming through as well. A little reaction from FR Bulls just yet.
You can take these risky plays. You have the luxury of all these different rounds to kind of play with here. Now retake. Everything going to come from their side of the map here on the defensive half. Trying to work through yellow. You're going to have to get through Gohan. He's got a great cross, and now Joker has just found another. 3 players left. Make it 2.
Ah, look at this. 1 player left. Trixis, have fun, buddy. 1v5. You don't have the time to make it work. There is a trade. 6-1. And that's a really good start, I think, to the offensive go of things here for Influence Rage. You want to make an impression on the first offensive round. That's the way to do it. Just 1 round away now from a 7-1 victory in Search and Destroy, and continuing FR Bulls' woes in the game mode. Utility being thrown out. Can they draw first blood again, Austin?
He's showing us a nice little nade spot, but Bigadera gets the best of him in the 1 versus 1 engagement down low in Brown. So now you've been able to create a numbers advantage here. Now you just got to hold on to it. Don't give away too many lives. They're still getting aggressive to the middle of the map, and you can see the punish, right? Bigadera just trying to get some more in the round after the first blood. And now, because of it, we're all evened up 4 apiece. So much time to play with. And Joker, well, he's still alive and well with the scope on the map. But hey, so was Henry as he finds Plin.
Massive pick. So a lot of presence towards A that has now dissipated. Forces Influence Rage into a B push. And as soon as Foki sees this one, should get some assistance from his team. Foki doesn't get away with a kill, though. No, he doesn't. And again, this is a smart play from Foki. Just back away. You've got assistance from Trixis. There's no reason to over-challenge. Influence Rage, they kind of also do play it pretty well as well. 60 seconds on the clock, though. They do what they can. They still don't have any map control, Austin.
No map control at the moment. You almost have to take another gamble. A is open, but of course you have no idea how many players might be sitting inside the site. But you might not have another option because B is so tricky to get down, knowing that there was at least a couple players in the back alley. But here we go on the cross. 35 seconds. A chance to be able to get into A. There is absolutely an opportunity to try to get a post plant set up as well. You might be able to get out cleanly. Let's see. Got to drop the bomb.
Get the bomb down. They should be okay, but I'm more curious about the post-plant positioning from Influence Rage, as the entrances will surely come through thick and fast here for FR Bulls. You can see them retreating. Good kill from Gohan. Nice trade from Trixis as well. So 3v2 we go now. Henry Cat one on the snipe one towards Joker, and now it is Chaotic left up in a bit of an awkward spot in the middle of the map. He's looking for first, not second though. Henry Cat with a snap. And FR Bulls, they have the numbers to make the retake work. Influence Rage will not close this S&D here.
The scope starting to heat up a little bit for Henry. Finds a couple in the round. I mean, most notably, it's the kill that he gets to create the numbers advantage after the Bloods that kind of went through bottom brown. Finds the pick, creates the numbers advantage, and it forces the kind of A rotation, and they're willing to play a retake as Henry hits another snipe. So big stuff, a lot more work to do. Would have to put together a hell of a lot of rounds in order to make this one happen here for you. But look at this push through. They're going all the way to boxes right now, Brody.
This overextension coming through from FR Bulls. They want to really rock Influence Rage as well. And they've done exactly that. The overextension gives them so much more map control than they normally would have. But look at this reaction coming through from Influence Rage. This is the way to play this one. They take down Maggie. Is there any more to be had here? Doody with another one. And Influence Rage. This is the response you wanted to see. Trix is still alive inside hay bales, but Key is gone. And now, for FR Bulls here, you're scattered. Bigadera and Foki are nowhere near one another. Influence Rage are stacked up together. If either of these players takes fight, it is unlikely for them to survive.
And I think they might play isolated too, but you don't want to do too much searching, but maybe Bigadera gets the timing. Maybe he gets the timing around the back here. Shots are going to be fired, and he's able to find Plin. So 2 versus 2. Information also good. Foki here from the front might be able to stop this push right where it stands. Oh, it's very messy, and no! Foki does not find the kill. Gohan gets it. A 2 versus 1. Gunfight in the back, and there it is. Influence Rage. They will make sure they close this one out. 7-2 victory. As you see them get all amped up all over again.
I would be amped up after that. That is an indomitable victory, a statement one at that. As the battle of the search and destroy teams that aren't that great at search and destroy, at least haven't shown that over the last couple of days, will end in a 7-2 victory for Influence Rage. The way they played that was amazing. On the defense for the first round, okay, fine. Again, what you expect in a map like Standoff, but it was the offensive plays that you saw, the volition of which we saw from them, straight off the rip. In that first offensive round, incredible stuff. FR Bulls, they put up a fight, but Influence Rage, they fought harder, they fought back, and they will take the S&D 7-2. A huge map in this best of 5. Again, we talk about the context of search and destroy for these two teams, and you cannot understate how big that victory is.
Certainly cannot. Big stuff coming through. Influence Rage, I mean, they just looked clean. It looked really clean, especially defensively on Standoff, which is not something we could say coming out of yesterday, but something we can now at least add into the vocab, as it was a very strong search and destroy showing, I think, coming through. And there was moments, I think, that FR Bulls have. It's just not able to capitalize on them all the time. You know, after finding a first blood, sometimes they just go searching for another, get a little too trigger happy. You could really see how the punish came through for Influence Rage and how they were able to bring that one home off the back end of a very consistent performance just about across the board, everyone getting involved. So now 2-0 up here, and man, backs up against the wall. You had an FR Bulls that went through the very first day cleanly, 2-0 fashion. They get done early, and now they might not make the World Championship here, Brody.
They might not make the World Championship, and you're right. You know, after yesterday, it looked very likely that they would, but they get beaten down in a Game 5 by Skade. It was an unfortunate circumstance, but nonetheless, it happens, and now 2-0 down to an Influence Rage roster that look on top form today. Here's a look over towards our best of 5 series. Raid Control, that is what's up next between these two teams. Now, we haven't seen this so far today. Both of the controls earlier on for Influence Rage and FR Bulls were Standoff Control. What we do know, though, a 3-0 loss in Standoff Control to well, I suppose the win was to Inco Gaming against Influence Rage. For FR Bulls, they did manage to take theirs 3-1 over Skade. So, hey, maybe there is a silver lining here. Maybe there is some light, some hope for FR Bulls in this series. But still, you know, we always talk about this, Austin. Reverse sweeps are incredibly hard to pull off. Like, they are so tough. Like, you've got to get the momentum back in your favor. You've got to have no mistakes for the remainder of the series.
I think they're tough until you get at least the first map, because you mentally know, like, damn, we're one map away. But I feel like once you get, like, some of the good energy going again, you get back to kind of your roots within the respawn, it slowly becomes easier, obviously, as you get more and more maps, but it just takes, like, that first one. And then I think things start to change, because now you're thinking on the opposite and, like, okay, we got to close it. We're good in S&D. We just don't want to see another map. But we'll see. I mean, it could very well be done based off of how Influence Rage is playing, right? I mean, It does just take one, but I just feel like right now they're definitely showing a better level than what they were bringing yesterday. And outside of not really seeing, the FR Bulls, it doesn't really seem like they've had a lot to offer so far here in day number 2, outside of maybe being really potent within the respawn in the first series that they played.
I think that the thing for me, at least, when we look at the way the Influence Rage are playing at the moment, the way that they were playing versus Inco Gaming, again, I say versus Inco Gaming because there is an asterisk on that series that they did still lose it in 5. So, nonetheless, even regardless of how well they played, they still lost that series. But again, I already mentioned it earlier on. Yesterday, we were looking at players like Gohan, like Joker, that were playing out of their minds. Of course, Dudu and Plin, they had their moments, but for the most part, it was consistently those two players, at least from my perspective, that were playing extremely well. Today, all of the players on the team have come out to play. All of the players have had their moment. They are consistently playing extremely well. And their team game as well, off the back of that, is just so much better. It is really threatening. And I think they will continue to go from strength to strength if they manage to surpass FR Bulls here. For FR Bulls, though, again, I don't think we can count them out just yet. Again, you have to consider the fact that theoretically speaking, they should technically speaking already be qualified at the moment if Henry Cat hadn't disconnected that game number 5 versus Skade. They looked very good versus Skade as well. So they've just got to get back to form. They've just got to find their footing once again in this series, and maybe the Control is where they can do that, because again, we go back to historically speaking, FR Bulls, they haven't exactly struggled in Control so far in this tournament. That has not been where their struggle has lied.
That's right. This is the chance to at least start to bring it back. Get back to the roots of the respawns. You don't have to worry about Takeoff. That's long gone. So there's opportunities, man. I think that's the thing. No one's counting these guys out, but you got to show us why we shouldn't count you out. And I think they need to really kind of regain, get back to form. Easier said than done, but it's got to be done if you want a chance at the World Championship. There's no other way to put it, right? It just has to be done. We have to see them come through. Individuals need to come through. I mean, after map number 1, I think there was also, someone who was really struggling, like double, triple negative, right? Like that can't happen whatsoever. Consistency across the board is needed. We need to see these guys come through, come out with the fire in the first round, because if not, Influence Rage, they've just been too good on the day. It's really hard to doubt them if they're able to do that exact same thing coming into, I think, the initial round here. But who knows, Brody? We've gotten game 5 just about the whole way through. We'll see if that is going to be the same. We got to keep coming back to it. Will we get our first 3-0? We'll have to see as we get ready to jump into this one here very, very soon.
We shall see. The one thing I will say here is I believe game number 4 is about ready to get underway here, or game number 3, excuse me, is about to get ready to get underway. It's going to be Raid Control. Before that last series, before FR Bulls versus Skade, FR Bulls hadn't dropped a single, not just Control game, but Control round as well. They've only dropped 1 throughout the 3 that they have played so far. They've won every single Control game as well. So that does bode well for them, I think. This is potentially the beginning of a reverse sweep for this roster. But again, the way the Influence Rage are playing at the moment, I do not want to count these guys out. They have been looking so hot today, even with that loss versus Inco Gaming earlier on. One more map is all that is required for Influence Rage. One more map, and they will qualify for champs alongside Inco Gaming and Skade. It has just been an incredible couple of days of Call of Duty Mobile action for these guys. I think our intention coming into the Latin America regional playoffs, just get 3 teams to the World Championships and give away $75,000 as well, Austin. Just that's a kind of a side thing, though, isn't it, ultimately? And we've got 2 of those teams. We're now just looking for the 3rd. One of these 2 teams will be making it to the World Champs in a few weeks' time.
One more team to push through. That's going to be a great tournament, man. Can't wait to jump into it. Teams looks like they're just waiting on maybe 1 more to get in there. So we apologize for you guys out there. Promise you, like we said yesterday, we want to cast. We want to get into it. Brody, what do you think? Think this one's over right here?
Are you asking predictions?
I'm just asking.
Really?
Hold on.
Now,
wait a second.
Now.
Wait a second.
You're doing this to me now, buddy.
Wait a second. What do you think? Does this go to map number 4, or do you think that their Control holds strong?
That's a guy's prediction, mate. You're masking it as what do I think, but you're asking for a prediction.
Do you think it's going to be 3-1, bro? Do you think it's going to be 3-2? Do you think it's going map 4, or do you think it's going to be done here?
The FR Bulls have a pretty strong history in Control over the last couple of days. We'll see, though. Influence Rage have looked so hot. We'll see whether they can get it done here, as right off the bat, it's going to be FR Bulls with the first couple of kills coming on through. It will most certainly be in their favor, and as far as the B offense goes, this is a pretty good start.
Nice start. First tick. Looks like it's in. Second. Could be contested. Could be dealt with. Henry over the top here will be good with the SKS. Taking some shots into laundry, figuring out where the next challenge is going to come from. But now maybe wants to get some additional ticks here. as he will be able to get in the capture assist. There is the pickup, though, from Johan. This could actually ignite the defense, and it does do in 3 pieces, baby. How about another, as they're going to be able to clear out everyone on B and stop the final tick.
He is not going to fall just yet. Influence Rage now have regained control. 65 seconds here. Now, I will say it is very easy to get stuck in a spawn trap. Look at the advanced position now coming in from Influence Rage as the Hunter Killer drone will go out in towards the sky, and Doodoo lands it onto ones, and Doodoo get another one as well. Now the Predator missile has been earned. That should slam down onto at least 2 players. And again, that thing does not have a big area of effect whatsoever here in Call of Duty Mobile, as it doesn't get anything. But the pressure still being felt right now. I really love this advanced position coming from Doodoo, but I also love the play coming in from FR Bulls as they now transfer their progress over towards A.
Yeah, over towards A. And now Flynn's going to have to kind of just wait to play defense if they decide to hop on, which they have now done. First tick looking good. They got multiple members here. A little bit scary. Plynn might have to try to make the peek around the corner, try to get in. There's the first one. Will he turn for the second? No, he cannot. Oh, he does! Unbelievable. Looking like it might have been a trade, but no. Plynn makes the big individual moment. Bigadera's in the back, but he's left all alone.
Bigadera still trying to do some damage here, and he gets shut down by Chaotic. It's 3 in the feed for Influence Rage. It looked like a promising moment here for FR Bulls, and maybe not anymore. 11 versus 5. These guys spawning up over towards Bedroom. They're kind of locked into an A push. Chaotic in the open stairs, though. Kills coming through from Maggie. That's 3 in a row. There is still an opportunity here, maybe for some kind of clutch. 3 versus 6. If they can get the extra 60 seconds, that'll be huge. But Doodoo coming in to put a stop to it. Trips us down to 20 HP, and Chaotic's going to finish off that gunfight. Just down to 1 life now. Bigadera with the 1 kill, but Doodoo on the flank should close things out, and Influence Rage. They almost lose control of that first zone. They're able to push through towards the spawn zone, and that pressure is something that I don't ever think FR Bulls really recovered from.
No, they have not. First round. Gonna be solid. And now, FR, see if they can do the same thing here on the defense. It was a great opening initially last time, and, well, Trophy System's out. You see it. Nades and Tacticals over the top. Trophy System's not going to be able to block all of it. And now, everyone kind of getting picked apart here one by one, but the Purifier play is good for Doodoo. Can he find the third? Not this time. The trade is there for Floki, as he's going to be able to get in and clear out the point. They stop the tick, and it's a great opening defensive round.
Right open defense coming out here from FR Bulls, and now we're starting to see some of this utility coming out as well. Floki with the Vortex Gravity Gun. It's going to bring that one down on towards the driveway. Bigadera, though, pushing forward with the Purifier for free. This is a beautiful start coming out for FR Bulls here on the defensive side. Now, it's worth noting that there was quite a lot of investment there out of FR Bulls, so a lot of the specialists, basically every single one, is gone. If you look over towards Influence Rage right now, they actually have 3 ready to go, so maybe they decide to use these right now, especially as 3 players go down, get out of their spawn.
There is a response here, and here we go. They've been able to just about even up the lives after everything is said and done. Down by about 1. Gohan can also make some waves, maybe round the A site. Good challenge here onto Henry Cat. Finds him there. More players, though, to deal with, and that's okay. You're going to draw just about every single member over to the A point. They had to clear that first, but that's going to give you the stack here at B. That's going to give you the extra minute of time to start working for the rest of the zone.
Hunter Killer drone will go out there for 1 player on Influence Rage, but it will not connect with anything. Hands inside jungle. Henry Cat going to survive that. And Henry Cat now, alongside Foki. These positions now huge. Clear up with a nice trade on towards 1. Flynn also over here, though, for these kills around the back line. This attempted flank would remove a couple of players from the situation while the rest of the team make their way up towards Swimming Pool. 1 player has actually broken through that defensive line. It's Joker with a Purifier. A would pick up 1, and that's the clearance they required, Austin. It's 3 down in the feed, and now maybe the spawn trap coming through, but no. Joker's actually shut down. Plynn still got his Purifier, but he's actually a little bit far away from the players for this to be effective.
Yeah, they know he's back here. He's going to throw the Hunter Killer drone. Might have been good for a trade. Looks like maybe just some damage. Nothing popping up with the kill feed, but 9 up against 9. 50 seconds on the clock. Let's see if they can start to work their way in, as Chaotic also has the Purifier out. So all the investment really coming in around number 2. Gohan and Doodoo, though, they find some of the opening engagements, and while this could ignite the play in the back, it does. Chaotic able to get 1 more, and now he's got some streaks to work with.
Oh, the Hunter Killer drone going to be out in towards the sky. Will it land on anything? That's going to be the question. No, yes, it does actually. It does get one kill on towards Henry Cat. 7 versus 3 now. FR Bulls not in the best position in terms of lives, and there is a ton of time left on towards this one. Doodoo trying to take some shots. He gets 1. He gets 2 as well. The ego! The ego chow on those last 2 kills and an offensive victory. That might well be the dagger.
Man, it looked like maybe a tough situation at the back of the spawns, like players might have died, so they wanted to just take the chows to clear out space. Hard to say. I mean, either way, tough situation. Not really too many positive outcomes there when you're down in that many lives and pinned in the basketball court. However, 2-0 for Influence Rage, trying to get away with a control win. Might be able to do it here on the defensive side. FR Bulls now do or die. They need 3 rounds straight, 3 maps in the series. Pressure's on, but A's a good look here so far. First tick is in.
It's no longer just a reverse sweep in the series, is it, Austin? A reverse sweep of control as well. Those things are even hard to pull off, you could argue. Influence Rage starting to get aggressive now. Flynn sitting inside locker room, taking some shots from Henry Cat with the SKS from long, and good kills coming in from Bunny as well. Chaotic in for 2, and Influence Rage going to clear out the point for the moment. Trix is the last remaining player, and he's going to be cleared as well. So A is safe for now. The problem is, of course, that there are no remaining players over towards B for Influence Rage. So now FR Bulls can start to get on towards a point. I like the advanced play coming in from Bigadera as well. Chaotic going to run straight head-to-head with him. Bigadera actually winning that fight, but look at this flank now coming through from Influence Rage.
That's right. They're able to now come all the way around the back. Maybe pull off the flank, clear out the point. Players you got to get through, though. Henry Cat up top, playing around Ring, and Joker says, no problem. There is the double, and that will be B. Cleared off from the attack. Down by a couple of lives right now is Influence Rage, and that's a really big moment. Bigadera gets 2. Trixtress also able to get 1, and maybe there's a play to be made in and around this A point.
Players on the point now. That should be a cap you have to feel. Players in the basketball court might be able to stop this one, but they got to run. I think that's just not going to happen. Dudu now gonna have to go around the corner for these kills. There's the first one. Surely not the second as well, but nope. Henry Cat going to take him out from behind. That second tick of aggression on B wasn't actually through, by the way, but nobody has put it down. And there you go, 3 down. These players spawning out to the backline. They've got a long way to go before they sprint over towards B. Now, fortunately for Influence Rage, one player is being an annoyance inside the FR Ball spawn. That is going to be Joker to try and keep these guys at bay. But I think the overall problem here in this round is the life disparity. It's a 16 versus 7. It's not kind to Influence Rage by any means.
Yeah, it feels like you could almost keep one player in the back and spawn trap, and that's what we're seeing. Player 4, but that's a clean feed. Influence Rage able to get 3 back. And now, forced to kind of go big. It's going to have to be the 2 individuals you see on the opposite side of the map right now for FR Bulls. We'll see if they're going to be able to come up with any place to initiate the push onto B. And now they absolutely have. Maggie finds Plin. That will now open up the window to get a touch here. And now only 3 lives remaining. Make it 2 here for Influence Rage.
And Gohan, the only player that can really do anything about this, will do, excuse me, on the flank. He is going to be shut down. So Gohan now on the point in a 1 versus 3. There's no way Gohan survives this. He is dead to rights, surely. And there you go. FR Bulls, they win the offensive round, and it was that early A push that was so demeaning towards Influence Rage. They got 2 ticks of aggression early on, then he managed to swing towards B and get 2 ticks as well. Brilliantly done. And now look at the amount of utility on side for FR Bulls. They have 4 specialist abilities ready to go, comparatively to the 3 of Influence Rage and the 1 Hunter Killer Drone. Maggie also has a Hunter Killer Drone ready to go. Where does this implementation come through for Influence Rage? Just right out the gate, but it's going to be Trixist. He managed to make his way through the middle of the map. And gets away opening blood. So for Influence Rage, it is not the start that you wanted, but still now you're on the point.
You are on the point. Judu, maybe you can be the playmaker out front. We switch off screen, and he found one. Joker, he is going to invest into the Purifier in the back. And oh no, Bigadera able to get shut down here with the help of Joker's Purifier. Flynn also bringing out his. So this is a lot of specialist investment again here at the start of the round, but it still means that B is secured in over 2 minutes to play with here as well. Influence Rage in a pretty strong position as they're already making moves to A.
You love to see the plays coming out from Influence Rage. They've given themselves a ton of breathing room here in this offensive go of things. As you say, 120 seconds or so on the clock. It's a lot of time to work with, and last time around, they were very oppressive towards the spawn. Henry Cat trying to make his way through. Kitchen on the defensive side. Chaotic going to stop him. Baggy on the heady as well. That's probably one of the most horrible headies here in Call of Duty Mobile. Still going to take him down, though. And the aggression towards A, it's not worked out fully just yet, but nonetheless, Influence Rage, they continue to knock at the door here. They're never far away. They've still got 3 specialist weapons ready to use if they want to.
Key player here, Gohan. Position going to be a little bit known now, though. Player up close. Trix needs to try to find him, and, well, looks like help comes through overhead. Bigadera finds Joker. Henry Cat gets Dudu. Gohan is still kind of toying with his food, but he pulls out the Purifier. He's sick and tired of the KSP. will use the specialist, trying to find the second individual as he just kind of fires away. He's been alive for so long here, and well, shots in the back should finally send him, and it does, as it's a back and forth battle for a while. But with the time now down to about a minute 15, it's still been solid defensively here for the FR Bulls. Just need to defend a couple more pushes, and we'll see a round 5.
Yeah, you're still pretty content with this, I would say, if you're in Influence Rage, right? I mean, you're in a 9 versus 9, 60 seconds on the clock. This one could still come down to lives at the end of the day, even with the control zone in the position that it's in. Dudu has to take down a couple of players, only able to get one. So 8 versus 7 now in terms of lives for Influence Rage. Gohan around the back, though, could be the playmaker. He's in for one, playing with one around the front as well. And Gohan still playing his life, playing with 2 around the front as well. Austin, this might be the breakdown.
Very well could be. Look at them trapped in the back of the spawn. 2 lives remaining. Have to now go absolutely massive, and they do. They battle out for a moment, but there's still only 1 life remaining. It has to be so perfect from here on out. Every single trade needs to be good, and now you also can get some presence done in and around the A point.
This is where the pressure comes through. You just need to get yourselves on the point now. Bait these guys out of spawn because they are playing for the 1 frag, and there it is! Influence Rage with a 3-0 over FR Bulls will be moving on in the competition to Worlds.
Man, 3-0 fashion here for Influence Rage after an absolute banger. Match number 1 of the day. They lose in Game 5 fashion, but they recover in the elimination bracket. They clinch their seed to the World Championship, and they take down one of the top seeds out of the Swiss bracket from day number 1. Tough loss here for the FR Bulls, but at the end of the day, better Call of Duty here for Influence Rage was played the entire way through, Brody.
Just incredible from Influence Rage. Prior to this matchup, by the way, FR Bulls hadn't lost a single control over the 3 that they had played over the course of the last couple of days. They'd lost 1 round, fine. But Influence Rage coming out with the gas in this one. I don't think FR Bulls expected that whatsoever. What a performance from them. Here's our final scoreboard for you guys. 30 kills for Duty. You were saying he's been the playmaker. And to be fair, it hasn't just been him. I think everybody has had their time to shine on this Influence Rage roster. But, I mean, they have just looked so hype throughout the entirety of the day, Austin.
For sure. Everyone's, had their moments throughout the day, without a doubt. But Dudu just is that, it's just the clutch factor, man. Like, it's hard to just not call this guy out match after match with the performances that we see, with the 3 pieces that are just always attached to his name. This feels like he's always being impactful, always making the right play at the right time. So Influence Rage feeling good. You saw the video there at the end as well. Everyone getting amped up. And why wouldn't you? You know you're going to the World Championship, and you can see it here through the series layout. It was fairly clean the entire way through.
Look at that, 250 to 166 on that Takeoff Hardpoint. I mean, what a starting moment that was, I think, for Influence Rage here.
Set the tone.
But it was the search and destroy. I feel like that was where everything changed, right? I mean, yes, of course, for the standoff, they win their defensive rounds. They win 5 out of the 6 defensive rounds, but it was to transfer that in towards the offensive rounds then to win 2 out of the 3 that were actually played. Just incredible play coming out from Influence Rage. And then finally, of course, the Raid Control 3-1 victory for them. Had 2 offenses, by the way, as well. FR Bulls, they fight hard, but they will be eliminated from regional playoffs, and it's so unfortunate for them. And again, I think we've got to bring it back as well to the point we made between FR Bulls and Skade. How gutting is it now for the events that occurred at the end of that search and destroy Austin happened? Because it's just like you were 2 rounds away from qualifying, and you just can get it done.
I mean, there's no other way to say it. It's going to sting, man. It's going to hurt for those guys. They put on just an incredible performance here. And we'll take a look at that through the bracket for you guys. But, I mean, it's got to hurt, man. 2 rounds away, defensive side. We saw what had happened. It was looking pretty solid up against Skade. They were at least being competitive. They were at least bringing it back. Just not enough in the end. And then, unfortunately, fall 3-0 after likely just being mentally shattered with the round loss that they kind of received in the end there, Brody. But, man, that's a tough one still. Good stuff. They still get a good chunk of money, at least $10,000 there for the 4th place finish, but obviously missing out on what is the big key, and that's making it to the World Championship.
All right, well, we have our 3 teams who are making it to World Champs, Inco Gaming, Skade, and Influence Rage. Congratulations to the rosters. They will be making it towards the World Championships, and now all that is left to decide is who will be making it as the highest seeds, right? Who will be making it as the regional playoffs champions for Latin America. Just 3 teams remain in our bracket, and we have more Call of Duty coming up very soon to decide who will be taking it. Inco Gaming versus Skade. That is the next match on the schedule, the upper bracket finals. We're going to send it to a break, folks. When we return, we've got that match and more Call of Duty Mobile action right after this break.
Don't have a credit card and want to purchase your CPs to take your COD mobile experience to the next level? Kata Shop's got you. Go to Kata Shop Mexico right now and pay with your favorite payment method, from e-wallets to cash payments, a wide range of options for you to choose from. That's not it. Kata Shop is the only marketplace in which you can get 10% off your CP purchases.
Alrighty, guys, welcome back here to the Call of Duty Mobile World Championships for 2022. We're 3 series deep now into the double elimination bracket for the Latin America Regional Playoffs. Austin, we now have the 3 teams that will be going to Worlds from Latin America.
That's right. 3 teams are locked in. They are secured. Now it's time to figure out which teams will get what seed. Who's walking away with what cash? Remember, still lots up for grabs, 30K for first place. That's certainly a large chunk of cash that everybody's going to want to get their hands on, but we have to get through a couple more matches before we see that grand final. We take a look at the bracket here for day 2. Inco Gaming up against Skade. That's where we're heading to next. This is the winner's final. Of course, you win this match, Brody, you are guaranteed at the very least top 2.
Yeah, indeed you are. I think we should probably remind everybody at home, actually, about the pricing. I'm going to throw our producer a curveball and try and get that up for everybody. Look at that, mate. He's amazing. It's incredible, isn't
it? It's a fastball.
That was very fast. Yeah, so we're into it now. Basically, our final 3. Everybody now here is guaranteed at least 12.5K, $12,500 US. But you want 15, you want to get that 30. And if you get through this matchup, you get towards the grand finals of today's tournament, which is a best of 7, by the way, Austin. You guarantee yourself at least $15,000.
Yeah, $15,000. And again, I feel like a lot of the stress is actually probably going to be gone now, because the main goal is to get the qualification. And as I've been saying, you're not going to turn down 30K or 15K, obviously, but I feel like the main stress is out of the way. And now we might see a little bit more freedom. And it's all about seeing exactly what they're going to be able to get up to. You want 30K, but you maybe more or less want that first seed. Remember, that's kind of what determines what group you're going to be going into, determines who you're going to be playing up against, and well, the better the seed, more or less kind of easier the matchup should be initially, at least.
Well, let's take a look at our best of 5 then for the upper bracket final here between Inco Gaming and Skade. Inco have been looking so good, but Skade have been on the rise. With that win versus FR Bulls, they're very happy with the way today has gone thus far. And this is our best of 5 maps at Hacienda Hardpoint. Will kick off this series. Standoff Search and Destroy right after it. Summit Control for the swing game, and then Takeoff Hardpoint and Raid Search and Destroy for maps number 4 and 5. Let's start the conversation with the Hacienda Hardpoint. We haven't seen that today thus far, Austin.
We haven't seen the Hacienda Hardpoint yet today, but we got to see it at least a couple times yesterday. It was one of those maps that, kind of just reminded us of a lot of nostalgia from what we used to see. But when we were watching over it, at least within COD Mobile, it felt like it was really kind of still about the same fundamentals, right? The Lambo Hill, still making sure your rotations are important for the Fence Hill. And overall, this is where kind of the ARs have a little bit more freedom to get some work done on the map here, too.
Yeah, we should remind you guys about the bans that are going on right now. So obviously, if you get to this point, you guys know that by process of elimination, Slums and Fire and Range were the maps that have been banned. It was Skade that banned Slums and Inco that banned Fire and Range. And when it comes down to the operators as well, Purifier and Sparrow will not be utilized in this one. Skade going to ban the Purifier, and Inco going to get rid of the Sparrow. So that Annihilator that you did want last series, Austin, will actually get it.
Well, I actually think the Purifier ban is interesting, because the one thing we were seeing from Inco a little bit earlier on, based off of their gameplay, was they like to layer their streaks really well. And something like the Purifier is really good to layer, especially when you get some of those close quarter hills. You have one person kind of at the front with it, and then you just more or less have one person kind of taking your place once you stack up a couple of specialist abilities. So I do like that ban coming through for Skade. And like you said, the Annihilator comes in. So now you have at least a chance to be able to make some bigger plays, even from range or up close. So I feel like it's a little more optimal in those situations for as far as kind of getting yourself out of really difficult spots or creating some really good advantages. It kind of sets you up for both. So I do like it overall. And as you had kind of, already framed up here for us, Brody, coming into what is going to be kind of a bigger map set, we'll see how good the shots, I guess, will be with the Annihilator from likely range.
I think the thing is, for me, when we come into this best of 5, we talk about Inco Gaming so far. What maps have they actually lost today in that earlier matchup versus Influence Rage? What got them to that game number 5? Well, it was actually both hard points. So for me, the way I am looking at this one right now, Austin, it's going to be if Skade can take away the hard points, great, you can survive in this series, because how potent Inco Gaming were looking on the rest of the maps in that best of 5, they were looking so hot. But, I mean, we'll see at the end of the day, right? I mean, this Skade roster, they seem like survivors. You've got to remember, like, the way they started this entire tournament with that loss versus Ignis, it was so rough. I think it was kind of really unfortunate. They have made bounce back after bounce back. They've gone from strength to strength, and they have survived to get to this point. But this is their biggest test, because Inco, we were asking questions. We hadn't seen them until the very first match of the day. We didn't know what to expect out of this roster, Austin. They impressed us so much in that first series.
They did. A lot of resilience, a lot coming through here for this Inco roster, and most impressively, I still think they've been the best S&D squad that we have currently left in the tournament at the moment. I was just so impressed with how they were just kind of showing us a different look at how you can play some of these different maps with post-plant setups, with initial breaks, everything like that. So I think the S&Ds is definitely going to be an interesting part, because Skade have obviously kind of picked up at least some of their S&D games so far on the day, but that's going to have to continue to hold true up against an Inco's team that's just been so strong, it feels like, within that game mode, and very diverse with the deep playbook. But the respawns, that's where we're heading to next. That's where it's going to start off. And Skade, they want to really come into this one, I feel like, try to grab this very first map, shut down an Inco. Don't let these guys get amped up. We know both teams fire off a lot of energy after the games, as we've been seeing kind of through the cameras. So you want to eliminate that factor. You don't want to have to deal with it. Shut it down early, and to get your momentum rolling here first.
Well, we'll see how this one goes. I believe game number 1 is about ready to get underway here, folks. Hacienda Hardpoint is going to be the first in our best of 5. And again, a reminder for you folks at home, Inco Gaming and their last encounter with a team in round number 1, that was versus Influence Rage. They lost both hardpoints to the roster. We should say, you know, kind of the asterisk to that entire point is that Influence Rage have proven pretty proficient in the respawn so far. That is very much where they are strongest. At least it has been so far. So, you know, you always kind of ask questions of, well, is that just Influence Rage playing really well in the hard points, or is that down to Inco Gaming, you know, just they're quite clearly, maybe Hardpoint is actually where they're kind of weakest. The one thing I will say is, you know, when we go back to those games earlier on, the Slums Hardpoint, for example, and to be fair, I will say, again, asterisk on the Slums Hardpoint, because the Slums Hardpoint, they always come down to the wire. We always seem to have these massive clutch moments where things seem to be closing things out. It was ultimately just a massive clutch moment in the closing moments where Influence Rage were able to take it away from Inco Gaming. So we'll see how this one goes. I think for Skade, they are still going to have an uphill battle here. I think Inco Gaming, they impressed us a lot. Skade, though, I mean, look, they look so good in their own first series of the day. We're looking at players like Mihawk, who have just been so impressive, Austin. They've impressed us. I think certainly is the best player on the roster, but even the rest of the team as well. I think they've just got that factor where it's down to Sunday now, you're down to the final day of the tournament, and everybody is starting to turn up.
Everyone's starting to turn up, and it looks like we are ready to go. Hacienda Hardpoint to kick off the winners final here, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to determine who gets into top 2, who will be the first team in that grand final. That is what we're here to find out. And, well, more importantly, who's the better team at the moment here between the two? Skade up against Inco Gaming. Let's jump in, Brody.
I think we're jumping in.
Jump in back to us. That's where we're jumping. Maybe we're.
I'm about to jam the camera.
It's a nice look here from Hacienda over the top. It's gonna be a nice place to live, honestly.
Yeah, you think? Do you remember when we were saying this during Black Ops 4?
No, I don't remember any of that. No. Pretty nice place, though. Look at it. It's a double staircase going to the top. It's gonna be what, like 20 bedrooms in that bad boy? What do you think?
I don't know, mate. You know, I've just got my 1 bedroom and my office, and that's about it. You know, I'd never be used to that.
All right.
Yeah, I'd never be used to that lifestyle. Honestly, I don't think I could do it. There is a lion, by the way, on this map. I don't know if it exists in COD Mobile, but I don't know if you like. It. Shut up, mate. Let me get to the point. All right. No, not the statue. There was like an actual real life lion.
Is there? Oh. Okay.
Don't trash on me, all right? Listen. I've been watching many Easter egg videos over the years, and you with no campaign on Call of Duty Black Ops 4. There is actually Easter eggs galore in the multiplayer maps, and one of them is that there is a lion in a cage under Hacienda. Now, I don't know if that exists in Call of Duty Mobile. I would like a player to please check it out on camera so that we can bring the lion in. You've already got the lion here. But, you know, I don't even know. I hate your disapproving
That's
faces.
going to be the best story I've ever heard, Brody, by far, right there. The line under the map, I'm so eager to go and check that thing out, let me tell you, dude.
You're gonna load up Black Ops 4 later just to check. I actually I have mobile installed. I mean, you should have it installed, Austin, of course, being a professional caster that you are, right? I could go check it out right now. I could go look in, I could load into a Hacienda private match to see if that line is still there from Call of Duty Black Ops 4. I'd hope so. It was a really cool part of the map. Because sometimes if you were losing... Yeah.
Well, I never knew about it, I'll be honest.
Do you not like the
interactive
elements of the map?
No, I don't dive too deep into them, but I think we're good. I think we're good to jump back in.
Yeah,
we're gonna get rid of the Lions off the map here. We're jumping in the Hardpoint Hacienda after a disconnect. Thank you for staying with us here, guys. We'll take a look again. Skate up against Inco here in the winners final.
All right, let's see how this one goes. Inco with the first wave of gunfights and the first touch on towards this middle hardpoint. And we often talk about these P1 hills on most hardpoint maps, to be fair, Austin. Rarely do teams ever really be able to get a ton of time for the most part. Right now, though, scrappy as ever as control of the up top hallways will be in for Inco. Rafa with 4, but we will finally be shut down, and trading the possession of this middle hardpoint is going down at the moment. There's just so many players coming from so many sides, and well, ultimately will be Skade now touching for the last 20 seconds.
Actually, a big 20 to potentially get here, because you can see some of the arrows on the map so far for Inco Gaming. They're putting a lot of influence on the spawns, and rightly so. Remember, this is the Lambo Hill. You can certainly turn this into a money hill. Big gunfight here coming up for Dad, watching the initial cross here, and we'll be able to find the first pickup with ease. But all things considered, I mean, actually a really good amount of P1 diamonds coming through here for Skade as they now look for the rotation anew.
This Lamborghini Hardpoint, we know this to be a money hill, right, Austin? We know that this is one is easy to hold just because of the fact you've got that Lambo heady. But look at this coming up from Dad. Wants to get aggressive on towards Rock. Able to pick up one, but that is all he's going to get. Nice reaction coming out from Skade, and a good call to match what Crozin was going to do through the middle of the map as well. But here comes the Skade roster. They've got a player down low inside water. You've got to be wary of that player starting to make his way up as well, and there you go. They have done. Liazera able to pick up 2 before falling. 40 seconds now. Skade looking to find their way through. Liazin going to draw that first blood. Here comes Limbs as well. As Pabzera in close proximity, and here we go. Players in. Pabzera in for 1. Liaz in for 1 as well, and the trade's in favor for Skade. Players removed from the kill as Inco spawning out, but still, it's not quite solid just yet. And a nice 2-piece from Lucas in to hold it down.
Yeah, Inco able to hold on to at least a good chunk of this time. He almost needed it. And now with kind of some of the players caught in the back, puts them in a weird spot because some numbers want to come and hit this for some of the scrap time, want to at least keep it a little close, and nice shots over the top. Maybe they actually are able to do it. So really just a 2-man job from Skade, and they do manage to get here, and they have some of their teammates already across the map, set up inside of 10, but it's going to have to be Pabzera that needs to go big.
Pabzera needs to go big here. Tool on his lonesome, waiting for his team to come off the spawn and help him on out. Nice kill with the hunter-killer drone on towards 1. That'll help in terms of the defense of the hardpoint, at least from this initial wave of gunfights coming through from Inco. But trade's now starting to come through from Limbs as well, and help on its way. So Skade doing a good job at the moment to keep these guys at bay, but nice nade from Lucasin to take out 1. And Inco starting to progress towards the time now. Starting to look to grab it. These guys trying to make their way through. We're also going to start to see their specialist weapons come up very soon as well, Austin. But will Inco require them? Lucasin with the SKS just ADSing down, raging for 2, and he will find it. A nice double, and the hunter-killer drone is going to try and go for a 1, but it just keeps these guys away from the hardpoint.
That's right. He zones them off there for a second, but not going to slow him down. At least looking for kill number 4, and well, he gets the major assist. Doesn't fully get the elimination. However, Inco Gaming looking good for what looks to be the back 10 seconds here of this P3 hill. And once again, we start to look across the map, looking like a solid rotation for Skade as the scrap time is picked up. Just about 20 points separating the two as we head to the final hill.
Streaks on side now for both teams. Lucasin with the Predator missile. Pabzera did have the hunter-killer drone, but they have just sent it into the void. 4 specialist weapons. Look at Inco. They've got 4 yellow dots on their names. Ready to go. And we're about to see some of those come out now for Skade here as Mihawk and Pabzera combined for 4. The Annihilator is OP, and they're looking for more here as Pabzera. So his is going to run out. Now going to have to do it with the SKS, but you never can quite out Pabzera. Mihawk going to fall now as well. And we were talking about the specialist weapons of Inco on side. Well, now some of theirs are about to start to come out.
And this is what I talked about, right? Inco kind of like to layer a lot of their specialists. And you're seeing it with the response. Hipfire comes in, looking for the triple kill. But Noel gets the finishing touch to get the kill. However, it is the usage of the specialist that allows them to get a little bit competitive here and around the back. 20 seconds or so, but Leozera with the double. Will it be enough to try to secure the time? No. Lucas in there for the double, and that will lock in the remaining seconds as we'll get 25 points. Still Inco Gaming with the lead.
To me, this entire play right now isn't really even about the time. You know, Inco, yes, they're ahead by about 30 seconds or so. Nice entry exit frags to come out from Rafa there with the KSP. But look at Pabzera right now. He's got the Goliath, he's got the Predator missile ready to go, and that will be utilized by Skade later on in this one. The one thing I would be cautious about in this position is that the game doesn't get ahead of you before, or away from you, I should say, before that comes out. That's the question for me, because right now, Inco, they are in control. And if I was Pabzera at the moment, I might consider bringing a couple of these streaks down.
Yeah, you might. We'll see. Sometimes you also maybe want to save the Predator missile for opponent Goliath that could come into. We'll see what the play call is. Kills around the point. Now looking good for Inco Gaming. Skade, though, able to just respond instantaneously. Mihawk up top. We're not going to be able to find anything. Dad now. Shots over the top here. Wants to try and contest some of the time. Jumping on the point down low, but Limbs with the nice slide. Able to find the double up. And now Skade might be able to get that 9 seconds remaining there on P1. They're looking pretty solid for it, but it's more about the rotation on the minimap here, Brody, that's taking place, and it's looking really good right now for Skade.
Yeah, Leazin, nicely done for him. This should be a good hard point coming out from Skade now. They're about 20 seconds or so behind. Inco need a fast break if they want to put a stop to any momentum here, as Skade have a couple of specialist weapons to go. The Annihilator now out for Linz, and it will be shut down. Annihilator coming out from Bad as well if they want to break on and through the backline. Rafa through Secret. Has a couple of gunfights to take on, one in front of him, but Mihawk going to shut him down. And we were talking about those specialist weapons coming on down. It's going to be one from Leozera. Dad now in for two, though. Can he get number 3? That is going to be the question. No is the answer. It's going to be Mihawk. So frustrating. He survives, and Skade continue to hold on control. And we were talking about the Goliath suit. Pabzera, he's in with it.
He's in with it. He's going to invest it here. So this is probably going to secure the 25 seconds, but the problem is trying to move the Goliath across the map, I feel like, after this, because you know this back 20, it's going to go over. There's nothing you can really do about it. The Goliath comes in, so you have a chance now to set up a little bit early, create some forward zoning, get yourself in a good position to try and delay this rotation as much as possible, because Pabzera, he's got a long track before he's going to see that new hill.
Pabzera's Goliath will end out. Now, good players, as you say. Leazin looking for the rotation. This needs to be a big one from Inco. Leazin almost slides around from Luke Hassan. Predator missile down, but it won't get anything just yet. Now they're going to have to rely here just on their weapons. Mihawk looking to push forward here, and he gets 2. Surely not number 3. I don't think it even really matters, to be honest. You've cleared the space now so the Skade can go on in.
See up top what happens to Limbs. Can he hold on? Because it's Inco still winning the kills, and you feel like you got to find a big moment right here, right now, but it's going to be shut down over the top. Rafa looking for another. Can he find it? Shot just goes a little to the left. Hip fire doesn't connect. Shots going wide, and Leo's in. Actually able to deal with them despite the Annihilator being in play. However, when it comes down to the hill time, when it comes down to the control, it has just been all Inco Gaming. Yet another 4 players going to drop down here for Skade, as this has been an incredible hold. All from the front as well. Nobody can find a break in from Skade, but maybe there's one last opportunity. Nope, that'll be shut down. 10 seconds. Looking good here for Inco Gaming here too.
Prosen going to throw that hunter-killer drone out. Goliath now on the field once again here from Skade. This time it's Mihawk, who has got 26 frags to his name. They know how important these rotations can be. So this Goliath utilized now. I wonder how you kind of approach this one, because Inco actually now have a Predator missile. Do they want to bring this one down to deal with that Goliath? That's going to be the question for me. It's still up now for Skade as they start to earn some time. How much damage can Mihawk do now? Hunter Killer going to come down to try and take a couple of players out. Mihawk, though, inside, just whipping from left to right with it, and there you go. That Goliath is down for the count, and now Skade is going to have to rely on their weapons here if they have been broken.
See what Pabzera is going to do over the top. Little jump, and he will be able to get himself in. Lucas in, also able to find the double right through mid. Skade walking down the doorway. And that is a big moment there. A massive break to come through for the scrap time. And now you have Mihawk already threatening some of the players on rotation, almost there for another double. Well, we take a look back at the point. Another lead change coming in here for Skade.
This is so close, this hard point. I mean, most of the ones have been today, to be honest, but Skade keeping this super close with Inco. And now, of course, Pabzera once again on streaks. Had a third admin as well, has the Hunter Killer drone ready to go, and has the Annihilator very likely in the back pocket as well. Inco They've still got a couple of specialist weapons to go for themselves, but as we move over towards P1 right now, it is going to be Skade in control of the time, starting to pull away once again from Inco, and control of the hallways for Pabzera and Liazin. The kill feed as well is lighting up yellow, and Liazera at the moment taking some fire from Rafa and Noel up top. He's going to have to play his life for the moment as much as humanly possible. Have things in tow now. These players trying to deal with themselves up top. Noel comes down now with the Annihilator pistol. It's going to take down 3, and Inco Gaming now there in the hill.
They're in the hill.
Hardpoint lost.
Back and forth again. With almost 200 points now coming through for Skade. Remember, P1 on the first rotation, they got a good 32 seconds. It feels like this has actually been quite a solid hill for them. Inco Gaming going to have to maybe invest a number or two, you think, to try and hit out some of this time, but they're just going to make the call. We're going to give over all of this time. We're going to set up for new, and we're going to hopefully lock in a full 60. But remember, they do not actually end the game here with a full 60. They still have to go one more hill.
Still have to go one more hill indeed. Pabzera here is this way you use the streaks to try and win out this rotation. The Predator Missile is not going to do much as far as this next hill is concerned. Neither will the Hunter Killer Drone really, unless you're already in there. So you're going to have to do this one with the Annihilator pistols. 2 coming out now. 1 from Liazera, 1 from Pabzera. Pabzera on the other side. He's already picked up 2. Liazera with another one. This might well be the break, but there's a 3 players inside still that are looking to hold on. Pabzera shooting from range at the moment. Will be stunned, so no more damage to be done just yet. This is going to be the pinch play coming from multiple different directions, but the car bomb goes off, and Dab picks up 2. Mihawk now on the other side with the Annihilator of his own, and all 3 Annihilators have been shut down. And Inco, that is a storm that they're able to weather. They survive for the moment, but now here come the Skade boys therein.
Inco Gaming, they can't end on this hill, but Skade certainly can. If they hold this, they can close out map number 1. Mihawk down low. These are some crucial kills. He takes out the second pretty heavily. But now Lucaston, really the only one pushing forward through the water side, will also end up dying from the back. One last slide in. Is that enough from Rafa? Mihawk laying down on the trigger. Shots coming through, but it's enough of a contest. It's enough to send it one more hill.
One more hill. Liazin trying to put shots in towards the one player here. That's going to be Crozin, who's looking to play his life. And actually, he will do, to be fair. So the rotation in hand now for Inco. These players coming up from the patio side. It just takes one break, though. They have one Annihilator pistol ready to go, and Liazin is actually going to bring his out. All that they have on hand as well for Inco for the defensive line is Crozin for his Annihilator. Now, obviously, the Hunter Killer Drone as well now for Mihawk, because he's going to streak out. But Liazera up top, he's trying to put some fire down. The flipping the spawns now coming through as well. Skade can approach from the other side. That Hunter Killer Drone coming down, but it won't land just yet.
Don't land just yet. The hold still good here for Inco Gaming, but it needs to continue to be strong. Up top, Mihawk, he's been the playmaker, but no, the Annihilators, they're all flooding out. The streaks, they're all coming down. And Inco Gaming might have just done enough to make the comeback happen. Skade with one last chance for a touch, one last chance to drag it into the point. 248 to 247, but no! Inco Gaming! They make the comeback happen. It was only 3 seconds needed, but no break comes through for Skade.
I am mind blown. Austin, absolutely mind blown at that. Right in the closing moments of that P2. I mean, what? Skade, they were able to get it done there. Inco, they force a rotation, and they win the rotation as well. There's actually one moment there towards the end where I can't remember which player, I think it's Corrosin, manages to survive long enough that he gets help from the rest of his team to deal with a threatening player on his tail. Then Inco Gaming, they win out the rotation. They manage to hold it as well, even with the spawn slip. Great read coming through from Inco in the very closing moments. Mate, I got to make the point. Can we just get a hardpoint that's not like a 250 to 247, 245, something like that? Like, these hardpoints have been so close for the most part.
They have been. I mean, outside of the last series, it feels like just about every single one has been like single digits. It's just so close, so down to the wire. But my goodness, man, that's just a map you feel like you had locked up and everything. But this Inco Gaming team with the rotation, with the gunfights, and once they win, like, what was it, like 1-2 team wipes, they just start flooding through with the Annihilators, with all the specialists on top of the score streaks that start to get earned. And you just start to see it. It's just an overwhelming amount of them on the map at that point in time that I don't think anyone can kind of set up for a team push. They're just trying to do what they can, shut down the streaks that they can. But wow, that is one heck of a way to this time close it out. They're on the opposite end. It just feels like we have this so much where it's like one team has experienced the other side of the coin, and then they do it to the next team in the next series. It's just unbelievable with how some of these maps have played out for us.
Unbelievable is absolutely the word here. Let's take a look over towards our best of 5 then to show you guys what the rest of the series does look like. Hacienda Hardpoint has gone the way of Inco Gaming. Finally, after a couple of hard points lost in their first best of 5 of the day, they are able to come out on top of a close one. This time it's they who get the victory, and now they move forward 1-0 in the series. Standoff Search and Destroy, that is next up on the docket, and this is coming off of flawless victories, I think, for both two teams so far. Skade 2-0 on Search and Destroy on the day. Inco 2-0 on Search and Destroy on the day as well. So really, Austin, who knows how this one is going to go?
Yeah, who knows how this one's going to go for sure. Because it really is interesting, though, right? Because it feels like the gameplay has been getting better throughout the entire weekend, I feel like, for the most part, specifically for Skade when it comes to S&D. We were really harping on, the things that were going wrong, or I'll say at least I was, for sure, within day number 1. And then we get to day number 2, and it feels like they have made some adjustments, but it's kind of hard to really get like a full tell because they haven't went up against, a super strong S&D team yet. And now this is kind of the true test, because I'm looking at Inco, at least coming out of what we saw in Raid, as one of the more advanced Search and Destroy teams that have multiple layers to their playbook. So I feel like this has been kind of one of the stronger squads based off of what they've been able to do, but Skade did look really good on Standoff. However, it's just still hard to gauge that based off of their opponent, I feel like, for the most part, Brody.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. And I think in the way that the kind of Standoff Search and Destroy works, if you learned anything from the last best of 5 that we saw, Austin, it's that Standoff Search and Destroy is just so defensively sided, right? And it's down to these plays. And I don't think either of these two teams, from what we've learned today, with how much better they have been looking so far today, I don't think either of these rosters are the type of teams to be like, all right, we're going to make some mistakes now, and we're going to give way too much to the offensive team and on their defenses. So yeah, really excited to see how this one goes. Again, guys, 1-0 right now for Inco Gaming. They have so solid, and what a clutch from them towards the closing moments. That was like 3 points in it. That's all that they needed. That's all that Skade needed to close that one out, and they're just not able to get it done. Especially with, like, what, did they get 2 Goliaths in that hard point as well? Like,
I think so.
That's got to be so gutting, man. It just has to be so gutting to not win. It's tough.
I mean, I'm a little puzzled on the first call when Pabzera called in the first Goliath at the Lambo Hill, because it felt like he called it in late. And I get the idea of it, but the problem is like you can't really utilize it when you're halfway through, because you see the teams that use the Goliaths, they use it, they try to call it in right before the hill pops. Like, that's the idea, because it takes a little bit of time for it to actually get there and for you to actually secure it. But I felt like it came in a little bit too late, because we didn't see the Goliath in the hill till about 30 seconds through, and then he had to kind of destroy it, because it would have taken him like an hour to rotate across the map. So it was just a little bit of a tough spot, I think, to call that in then and there. And I mean, now in hindsight, looking at it with the way that the map goes, you're probably in the moment like, we're going to smoke these guys. We're up by a good 30, 40 points. We're looking really good, but everything changed really fast. And I feel like that's just a common trend that you always see within COD Mobile.
Yeah, I will say one thing at the moment, if we go back to Skade yesterday, you were already kind of harping on it, right? Early on, that Skade Search and Destroy in the very first best of 5, it wasn't the best, right? I think they were making mistakes. They were playing really individually, and it really did cost them versus Cygnus. When we went further on throughout the day, though, it seemed like Skade really found their footing in Search and Destroy. We were seeing great team hits coming out of them. They were learning how to hard counter their opposition and making good adaptations, to the point where, we come into today and they're able to win both Search and Destroy versus FR Bulls. Now, again, we will add the asterisk onto that, which is that at the end of the day, you could argue that FR Bulls probably should have won that Search and Destroy had one player not disconnected towards the end. But, whatever, you take the victories if you're a Skade, and you'll be very happy with the way it went at the end. They managed to qualify for the World Championships, and they get towards this point. The thing I will say is, though, we've seen Standoff Search and Destroy from these teams before, and Inco, the last time we did see it from them, it was like a 7-2 victory, something like that. So they were very dominant on this one. So we'll see, I guess, how this one goes. I gotta say, I do love seeing Standoff Search and Destroys, though. Again, it kind of brings me back to the Black Ops 2 days and the Black Ops Cold War days as well, because obviously, you and I, we love that Call of Duty style.
We do.
Controversially,
we didn't really get to see it, like too much of it, like within the other Respawn game modes. So at least we got some S&D of it, but you see a decent amount of it, at least through Call of Duty Mobile. So yeah, we're always happy about that. But man, the Standoff Search and Destroy, Inco Gaming, a squad that just didn't look like they had too many weaknesses. I think that's the biggest thing, Brody, because it's just trying to remember everything that was kind of happening throughout that series. And what I remember specifically was the way that they would spread the map on Raid and constantly keep you guessing. And it felt like there was times where the defensive team would start to over-rotate, right? They'd give up a gap, but Are they actually hitting here? There's one player here. It constantly kind of puts the idea in the back of your head that the play could be kind of unfolding at any moment and from anywhere. And I feel like that's what they were really good at doing, was keeping you on your toes. But Skade was looking good. We've hyped it up. We said that it's been a little bit better within Search and Destroy. Let's see if it could be as good as Inco Gaming.
Inco Gaming going to be the ones on the offense. So for the first 6 rounds here, they will be at a native disadvantage of how the map is kind of played out. But I like this play from Skade. You know, again, we've put a lot of discussion, Austin, into how teams play A defenses. Well, Skade have put 3 players on the A site. And Inco now going to have to try and find that information as quickly as possible.
And this is kind of the patient game that Inco Gaming is going to probably play with you, at least for the majority of the rounds. They're going to try to work the clock, try to work information. You can just see it. Lucas in, he's only been jumping up and down, watching L, and kind of just trying to get any kind of a look into the A site, right? So it is very much a point of contact type of information play style that we get out of an Inco Gaming roster. But, oh, here we go. First engagement might come through. Oh, the timing.
Did Mihawk see him?
Dad, I might have gotten maybe a glimpse of him. It doesn't look like it, but we'll see. Double players now in the back alley, as you also have Rappa kind of inside of yellow.
Yeah, they definitely saw him, because you could see the help coming through there from Liazin, but unfortunately for them it doesn't work out. But nice trades coming through from Pabzera. It actually tips the scales back in favor here of Skade on the defense. Now 40 seconds left. Stuns going out towards that back alley. Not going to land on anything as the far forward positioning now starting to come through from Skade. They've positioned themselves in towards red. That gives them full control over A, and more likely than not full control over B as well, because if these guys exit via Kebab, they will be seen. So they're going to have to try and find their way through the back line, through back Shakhtar, and get the A-bomb down.
Noel through the back. You're going to have to get over the tractor heady. Always a tough position, and well, that's why the nade's even perfect over the top. Kind of weakens both up, slows Noel down, and well, it would be a 1 versus 4, but no real time to work with on the clock. So we'll play his life, we'll back up, and we'll accept the round loss. Solid defensive start here for Skade.
Kind of what you expect from Skade. They did actually find themselves in a bit of a naff position early on in the round, right, where that first blood came through on towards Liazin. It was Pabzera who has constantly been a force in search and destroy for this Skade roster with the sniper rifle that was able to trade things out. So nicely done here for Skade. They win the first defensive round, as you'd expect here on Standoff Search and Destroy. Inco on the offense, trying to bait something out. But this time Skade have changed up their strategy a little bit. More emphasis on that back alley, more emphasis on Grandmas.
Clear fire right now on the mini-map. Kind of looking at Corrosion, giving them an avenue to come back over to A if they so wish, but Lucas in this time with the sniper rifle, and oh, there it is. Corrosion with the shot through the fence. Dad now getting involved with the play, and look at the players starting to funnel out of the back of A, and how about another shot? The patience coming in with a scope. Corrosion finds 2.
Corrosion opening this site wide open for Inco. They should be able to get the bomb down now, unless he gets overzealous. You got to be careful here, because Mihawk is watching it with a sniper as well. We've seen an Ego Chow. This is an Ego Chow. Just jumps on top of the tractor to try and get the kill. Fortunately, Mihawk has actually walked away, and yeah, I think the tag actually did come through there. Nonetheless, the bomb now down. 40 seconds for this retake to happen for Pabzera and Mihawk, and they've both got snipes.
They do both have snipers, and yeah, Corrosion I think got hit marker there. He had like 1 HP or got tagged with a nade, but mid! Oh, Mihawk can't count him out up close. Quick scope, too good. Oh, and Pabzera now makes this a little bit more doable. Pistol shot is good. A 2 versus 4 turns into a 2 versus 1. Pabzera, for multiple kills in the round, just needs to find the final shots, and he'll make it to the bomb in time. What a retake from Skade.
That's a deserved grin, if I've ever seen one. The smile on Pabzera's face as he make that happen. The 2 versus 4, the sniper rifles. I mean, look, they're pretty good here in COD Mobile, but to do that still takes some skill, and Pabzera closes things out. Last remaining player for Inco just didn't know where they were located, where they were going to come from. 50-51 by Pabzera, who continues to play lights out. That's his 7th frag hit towards the end of round number 2. And look at this fast hit now coming through from Inco. They are fed up of Skade on the defense. They want to get this round done quick.
Get the bomb down. Can they exit safely? Nathan stuns. Not really coming over. At least not how we usually see it from Skade. They've been able to hold on to maybe a bit of it. We'll see. But long-range shots might be necessary out of Leo Zera here with the SKS. Will they try to stick the defuse? Something we've seen them do in the past. They're going to hop on it, Brody, and see if they can get it.
No one's looking. This should be the defuse. Not just yet, but the kill's now starting to come through from Skade anyway, and Crowson left up in a 1 versus 3. This defuse is coming through whether Crowson likes it or not, and there you go. The retake happens, the defuse will be through, and yeah. We've seen teams rush for that bomb site time and time again, but as Skade come through with 3 kills, the retake becomes a lot more plausible, and that is just, I think, part of the decision-making there on the post-plant positioning, right? Do you want to go all the way back because it's a massive risk, because players can just jump the bomb and really make you play out of position? So 3-0 start now for Skade, despite some great plays coming out from Inko, and they're going to do it again.
Oh my. This time it's at least a little bit better off the rip. You do find 2. And well, now you got to play a retake again. This time very early on in the round. You have at least Zero alive, as it's going to be a 2v5. This one's going to be even harder than last time, as we'll see what they will be able to at least try to accomplish here.
Numbers down for Pabzera and Liazin. There was a 2 versus 4 before, Austin, right? So this is plausible, surely. 20 seconds left, though.
I don't know.
Situation's a little bit different, isn't it? Pabzera down for the count, and now most certainly Liazin in the 1 versus 4. This is impossible. Yep. Inko, they find that first round, and the difference between the last round on this one was that this time when Inko got to the bomb, they had some adversity to go up against. They won both of the gunfights required, and a 3 versus 5 from there on out for a retake just wasn't never going to happen for Skade. So Inko on the board now. On the offense. Now they need to follow that with another one.
Trojan, sniper rifle in hand. He's been pretty hot, at least with some of the opening shots. That's timing if I've ever seen it. Player crosses as soon as he gives it up, but we'll still be able to kind of just watch over this middle lane. He gets info on another one. It's a tough shot. I think Pabzera fires one off, and that's going to make him back down and now approach back alley to see if they can maybe push their way through.
It's a bold strategy for Inko. It's 3 players to work up against here, so 3 versus 3. Who's going to win on this chessboard? Rafa with the first blood on towards Linz. Goes back and away for a second, and the overextension comes on through. There should be another kill coming through here for Skade, and no! Dad, despite being flashed there, is actually going to be able to take down Mihawk. So numbers now in favor of Inko once again here. 1 minute 5 left on the clock overall in this round. And now they have a little bit more choice as to how they want to play this, because Skade have to stack up here on towards the back alley if there's going to be another push.
Bomb's going to come all the way around A. They're going to find out really quickly that this push is about to unfold here at the opposite site. And you do have, a kill on the back now. Dad has been able to find another here in this round. That's going to make it a tad bit easier for you in the 4v2. You do have Pabzera, who's got a nice little off angle initially on the site here. We'll see if he might be able to find anything. He does. Gets the first one, but he's under fire. Hard to ask for anything more. He'll be swarmed and overwhelmed, and now a 1v3 is required here for Skade.
Good effort from Skade on the second encounter of the round. Now it's time for the third and final act here, as Liazin left up in a 1 versus 3. Doesn't even win the first 1 versus Rafa, and that, again, great adaptation coming out from Inko Gaming. Good risk, I think, taken. 3 versus 3 is won by them in the backline. And I think that actually kind of wins that round just by getting that second frag at all.
Yeah, he really does. I mean, that play goes the other way, and all of a sudden you have to kind of worry about your flank a little bit more, worry about more numbers, but here we go. Aggression, trying to see if they can come away with 3 rounds in a row. Leo's in, ready for it, over the top of the barrel. They'll find the trade here for Pabzera. Make sure numbers go the way of Skade this time around, and that's also the bomb down.
1 player has actually penetrated the site. Maybe 2 actually, as Liazin and Liazera are going to be there. Liazera falling, so now it's just Liazin, Rafa in for the trade. So that's good news here for Inko. They could technically get the bomb down now, but it's about the post plant again. Previously, their things all the way back. Skade had the numbers for the retake. This time it is just a very simple 2 versus 2 situation. Rafa playing around the tank. Did you just see that player Mihawk inside the L? Well, now they most certainly know, as Mihawk comes in for the kill versus Crowson, now 1v1.
Huge 1 versus 1 here for Rafa. Oh, he's going to be able to spot him as well. So now you just have to make sure Mihawk doesn't find the shot. And you are in a great position to be able to play for the clutch spot here. Shots over the top of the tank. Heady too strong. Mihawk just doesn't read the right position. And how about it? 3 straight rounds in a row here from Inko Gaming before going to the side flip.
3 huge round wins for Inko Gaming on the defense. On the offense, excuse me. Now they switch over towards the defense. How does Skade handle this one on round number 7? Seems like it's a bit of a passive hit. Pabzera though with the opening snipe on towards Lucas in. That is his wall, my friend. Down for the count now already. Here are Inko on the defense.
Down low, through the back, everything's covered, looking really good, but A is open. So are you going to give this one up? It's just one player. It's Crozian, the only one that's kind of watching over it. So he gets picked apart. 5v4. Bomb will go down, and you have a wrap coming through mid right here.
That player is effective as well. Now, just for one, that is good news here for Inco. Now the trade potentially coming from written. No, you need to win that gunfight. You either brother need to get that snipe off. It would have been a nice entry frag on towards the point, but now the 2 versus 3. Rafa on the flank actually does pick up 2. This is now a realistic prospect, especially as now you have the side of the bomb where the bomb has been planted, but Noel goes down. Now Rafa with the SKS looks away at the wrong time, and Mihawk from afar able to take it. Oh, it was closer than it needed to be, but Skate started strong here on the offensive round.
Yeah, it's just the opening kill, and then it's just a little bit late, I feel like, on the follow-up, because that player that kind of tries to re-entry into A is watching over the middle of the map for the tank heady, so he's just not there to assist for the initial gunfights. Definitely a difficult situation. A nice little nade from Mihawk. Will it actually at least back down some of the players here over at B? Right now, for Inco Gaming, they think that maybe the play was unfolding by A again, so a little scattered here, kind of going back and forth between the map, but luckily for them, Skate have not made any kind of a call, but now they have. A is going to be the goal, and it looks like that bomb will go down.
On planted once again for Skate, and this is that position that we were talking about previously, right? You're giving a lot of real estate up towards this Skate side, towards the offensive team. Inco, how do they retake this one? They've got to get past Liazera first and foremost. Liazera again for 1, and that's information now. They know how many players are on the site, and they know where they are. But now you've got to defend from afar. Imagine the bomb is planted so the Mihawk can watch it from the slightest of angles. Nice one from the nade as well. And now Lynn's getting up close and personal with these players. Great adaptations coming out now from Skate. It all falls on the shoulders of Lucasin, who will fall. And that post-plant positioning was perfect from Skate.
It really was. It didn't matter that they had the smoke grenade, and you could even see a little bit of adaptation coming in there, right? It's like, okay, next time we play a retake on A, let's actually save the smoke grenade for the utility to drop it on the bomb, so maybe we can get away with some challenges and people running up to the site, but even that's not enough, and all right. Oh, man, the sniper play just continues to rain from both players on Skate. Both find a pick. Leo's in also finds one, and it's not looking good right now. My goodness. Inco Gaming here in a really rough spot as another bomb will likely go down.
I just don't know what's happened here to Inco on the defense. This is supposed to be a defensively sided map hosting. Skate just picking them apart now on the offense, and now they're relying on heroics here. I was going to say maybe they can make the pinch play happen, but this is all going to fall on the shoulders of Lucasin, and as soon as he gets that first blood, his position will be revealed. Should be an easy pickings here for the final frag. Marker coming in through Pabzera. Lucasin survives. But I think it is just a matter of survival now for Lucasin. Try and get something off the back of the round, and that is another one coming through now. 3 in a row. We were saying it was a surprise in for Inco to get 3 in a row towards the back half of their offensive efforts. Well, how about this one from Skate?
There's just no answer for this A play, and now they're sick and tired of it, so they're just going to stack it, I think, initially. 4 players are in and around that site to reinforce that hit. Really just showing you how much dedication they're putting into stopping this A plant, but maybe they'll pick you apart by way of snipes. That's certainly been how they've opened up a lot of these rounds. Leo's in will also get eyes onto at least one more player. Won't commit to the challenge. Will just simply give the information to his team as they continue to kind of post up and wait for a pick.
I like the adaptations coming out from Inco at least now. They've got presence on towards A. Mihawk looking for some picks over towards that back alley. Doesn't realize that Rafa is so far pushed up, and Rafa is actually going to get the shot on towards Mihawk as well. Mihawk down to about 8% HP. That'll scare him away from the moment, and as far as that push over towards A is concerned, Linz has just let that bomb right slap bang in the face of Inco.
Skate now have to make some moves to go back over to that bomb. Oh, the shot from Pabs there. Just let him work the angles. Let everybody work the angles. Dad has to stay alive. You can't afford to give up this position. A would be completely open for a 3 plant, and Dad holds strong. He gets the assistance as well. 3 versus 3.
Look at the player coming on the flank here. Liazin could be out to blow this entire thing up, but Dad with the read. Not sure if that was a call-out coming through from Rafa that they actually saw the player, but it doesn't matter anyway. Rafa's going to take down Pabzera. Now Mihawk left up in the 1 versus 3. This would be a beautiful clutch if he can make it happen to close out the search and destroy. But he doesn't have the bomb. And that's the scariest part of this one. If you can take down Rafa, maybe this is possible, because we've seen crazier things with sniper rifles, but still. Time not really on his side here. Going to run right into Rafa down the middle of the map. Mihawk doesn't expect it, and well, there you go. They stopped the bleeding at the right time, but they've got a long way to go in this one.
It's just a matter of, can they continuously find an answer, I think, to the A hit for me. They did that time, and it's just by putting more numbers into the site, but you can still see how they almost got picked apart there in the end, and at least brought us back down to a 3 versus 3. But look at the stuns and nades coming over the top and say, you want to stack it? That's fine, we'll match you. But Mihawk, he's in a really tough spot. However, they don't all look inside of Q. Dad and Noel all getting involved. Oh my goodness, it's chaos in the tractor area. But Pabzera gets one back for what would be a 1 versus 3, now 1v2.
And the information gain now for Crozin as well. But Pabzera has actually seen Crozin, so there is potential for this 1 versus 1 to go his way. That would bring this down to a 1 versus 1 against Rafa on the site. Pabzera still just looking for information. He knows, to be fair, where these two players are located vaguely. It's just a slight position, and Crozin with a snipe from the middle of the map will take him down. And again, it was an aggressive attempt from Skade to close things out to get that 7th round required, but it is denied. Inco, they hold.
It was a clean shot from Crozin right over the top there in the courtyard. Nice little jump shot. To make sure Pabzera doesn't do anything too fancy here, but a different approach. It's a hard counter through back alley. I don't think Inco Gaming's going to push through. I think they just want to initially hold it here and see if Skade is interested in trying to make anything happen. But they're just going to go back to what's been working for them, at least in the initial offensive rounds. Going to see if they can maybe get a free plant off, and it is available for them.
This is, again, where Inco went wrong previously. You have to remember, they gave up the entirety of the site away. What's the post-plant nades look like? Very few of them are going to connect, and now Leo Zero able to sit behind the paper belt. Here we go. Nobody checks it, and Leo Zero able to walk over the double, and the triple as well. It will not be the quad, but that is the damage done. How does nobody check that on the entry?
I have no idea, Brody, but still one more player left alive. You're going to have to pull off an incredible clutch. Doesn't matter. Oh, the 3-piece comes in, and nobody goes on the site initially for Inco Gaming. I was hyping up their S&D, but when we talk about Standoff, we talk about the experience Skade have been able to build up on this map over the weekend. It continues to hold true as they're up 2-0 here in the best of 5.
Hey, I'm bewildered. I gotta be honest. I don't understand how nobody checks that. Like, I know you've got a lot to check, but there were two players there looking at the exact same thing on the entry. Like, nobody decided to check that whatsoever, and off the back of it, Leo Zero able to close things out. Series is now tied 1-1 overall in this one, as Skade take a crucial search and destroy away here from Inco Gaming. Take a look at the final stat lines at the end. Pabzera finishes with 16 kills, mate. 16 kills. Top tier performance from him.
Absolutely. Leo Zera, he gets the closer as far as the title. That's definitely all his. But when we talk about Pabzera, he was the opener, man. That was just incredible, I feel like, to watch him just pick apart not only, some of those first bloods, but he was also huge for pulling off that 2 versus 4 retake that we saw inside of A, hitting some really difficult shots, but just making it look like it's just so easy at times. Pabzera definitely putting on a really strong performance here. 16 bomb coming in there for him. Defused to his name as well after the clutch round, but not enough on the other side. And man, I really am just kind of mind blown a little bit from the way that we at least saw Inco Gaming play their raid search and destroy. It felt like that was just something that was just so strong for them. It felt like this has just been something they've been able to rely on, but no, Skade shut him down, Brody. They shut him down, and how about it? 2 absolute banger maps that we have for ourselves coming into play. And that's going to give us a nice little advantage coming into what's going to be probably a really enticing Summit Control, Buzz. I just don't even know where this one goes after you're getting rounds that are 7-5, 250 to 247, crazy comebacks, this and that, Brody. We're just getting it all. We're getting it all. Throw it in there.
Yeah, we're very happy with the way this one has gone so far. As you say, close maps between the two teams to kick things off. Inco Gaming will be very happy now that they did clutch up on that Hacienda Hardpoint, because if not, they'd be looking down the barrel of a 2-0 lead for Skade. Summit Control, that is up next. I think for Control so far, for both of these teams, they've looked pretty strong in this game mode. We go back to the first series of the day of Skade. Unfortunately for them, they were not able to take this one away from FR Bulls. Inco Gaming, though, they actually got 3-0 off versus Influence Rage. So maybe that does show here that Inco Gaming could take this one away, but of course it is a very different map to Standoff, which is where both of those went down.
That's right, a little bit different, and I feel like this one's probably one of the easier maps offensively, at least if you want to win by way of ticks and zones, because neither one is like too far into the defensive end for the most part. It feels like both can actually be appropriately attacked. So do love some summit control for as far as how this one kind of plays out. But either way, Brody, it's just been so back and forth. It's been a really strong series out of both of these guys to show resiliency comebacks, to show some really big clutch and ice plays. We get a lot of it there from Skade in the final moments there in the search, but first map, Inco brought all the ice there in the very first kind of ending there to the rotation. So it's been a really incredible series to watch these two go head-to-head. They're still very closely matched, and I'm not going to lie, I thought Inco Gaming was going to have like a little bit more of an advantage here in the series, but Skade is definitely showing up to play so far.
Yeah, I think they've shown up to play today, just generally speaking, with how good they looked versus FR Bulls. And then, of course, coming to this match with Inco Gaming, they are bringing a hell of a game. And again, you could argue they should be 2-0 up. There was just a massive clutch coming through on that Hacienda Hardpoint that forced this into a 1-to-1 situation. Now, good news, actually, if we look up to yesterday, Inco Gaming did actually play a Summit Control, and they lost it in a round number 5 to iTitan Gaming. So that was the only map they lost in that series. Of course, that was the one that got them to qualify for today. So that does show something, at least, that, you know, maybe they have that to work with Skade here. But, you know, overall, I would say, I think for Skade at the moment, they must be feeling themselves. They have looked so good today. And again, for me, it just comes down to the improvements that we've seen from certain players on the roster, just how good they've looked over the course of time, how comfortable they look now in these matches versus these Titan teams. They are showing serious prowess, not just individually, but as a team as well. And that should surely carry over to the Control here as we make our way in towards Summit.
And towards the new one, man. Excited to see how this one's going to play out here for us. All tied up one apiece for anyone that's just tuning in. Winners final, baby. It's been a hell of a day with quite a few Game 5s outside of our last series where we finally got our top 3 seeds here in this region of Latin America. Everybody from here on out that you're seeing on stream is qualified to the World Championship. You're now just playing out for prize pool, now just playing out for seeding. So there is still a little bit to play for here, and as much as I'm sure a lot of the stresses of coming into today have maybe kind of gone and left them, there is still so much more to play for here, Brody. And you want, again, the best possible spot, which would be, again, making it through the upper bracket, having that one map lead as well going into that grand final.
Yeah, that's what you want ultimately. And again, you can't actually stress enough just how important that one map advantage is in that grand final. You know, for these teams, of course, it could well be the map as well that you didn't want to play. Obviously, you will have to, technically speaking, play 7 maps overall. But nonetheless, that 1-0 lead, I think, in that one will be huge. Here's a look at our bracket then to show you guys exactly how everything is going so far. Of course, how we got to this point. Inco Gaming now 1-1 with Skade. You can see that in the upper bracket final. Influence Rage currently sitting in the elimination finals. They waited the loser of this one, and after a hot 3-0 over FR Bulls, they'll be feeling pretty confident, and we're feeling pretty hot going into that. So the loser of this one will have to face down Influence Rage to survive towards the grand finals. And then, of course, prior to that, we go to the semi-finals that kick off the entirety of today. 2 Game 5s, Austin.
Yes,
I think that really kind of did just set the pace for what we were kind of expect today.
For sure, it absolutely did. Just 2 Game 5s right out of the gate coming through in the very first round, and of course, maybe a little bit of an easier elimination round for Influence Rage with the 3-0 that came through. But now Influence Rage just kind of sitting down here in the elimination finals to see exactly who they're playing up against. You have to also imagine these guys are probably watching over the series right now to see, okay, what are the weaknesses? What are the map picks? You want to put yourself in the best possible situation, and what better way to do that than to watch the losing team of this current best of 5 going into that elimination finals, trying to set yourself up maybe for a really big win. But we'll have to see as that one's coming through. I think all our players are just getting into lobby here before we jump into what will be, again, a control for you guys. Will be a big swing map mode combination coming in, as we always love to call it here, Brody. You want to put yourself up 2-1. You do not want to go into the hard point down, especially with the way both of these squads have kind of been playing and coming back in some of the clutch moments.
Yeah, for sure. You know, going 2-1 up in the series is huge. Obviously, then you're one map away from making your way towards the grand final. We should say again, you know, clarity for everybody at home. This is the Latin America Regional Playoffs. I think the entire point of this tournament effectively was to get 3 teams to the Call of Duty Mobile World Championships from the Latin America region. We have those 3 teams now, as you guys can see, Inco Gaming, Skade. Regardless of what happens in this best of 5, effectively, they have already made their way towards the World Champs. This is all effectively for seeding. This is all for prize pool. Everybody, I believe, is guaranteed at least 12.5k to their bank accounts at the end of the day. So they'll be pretty happy with that. There's also quite a bit more prize pool on the line as well when you get to those World Champs, Austin.
Oh, yes. I think it's, what, 2 million total? So, yeah, a lot more to play for here. But here we go. Let's get into it, baby. Summit coming up here for Control. And, well, on the attack. See exactly. Skate are going to be able to work their way in. Looks like they're going to take the high ground. We always talk about how important it is to control this top area, but a nice little peek up top from Rafa will be able to slow things down.
Good start coming out from Rafa here for 2. Control of up top will be huge. Keeps these guys at bay as they try to make their way through the door and download towards the catwalk as well. Rafa going to start to contest with a couple of players here. Leozdin trying to make his way out, and Linz has also got past as well. So the call will be made now to players on the defensive line that, hey, a couple of players have slipped the net. Now some trades coming on through, and now here comes Inco. Lucasin starting to clear things out. Linz still has not been dealt with as well, by the way, and I think they know about it. Hey, stiff him out. There you go. It does take a couple of players to do it, but that's one player removed. Skade not far away now, though. As they've removed that player from up top, they can start to make some progress on towards A.
Yeah, this one again. Here we go, right through mid. Trying to find the opening. Inco will shut it down. And now you're going to have quite the monopoly on the map, aren't you? You're going to be able to start to push in, see if you can maybe find some of the spawners. You have Zero just been going down low, trying to search for the player. And we'll be able to get one, but the trade is in, and again, Inco just clean in the feed. We'll be able to find 3 down, 18 lives now up against 12, and very limited progress has been made on the map here so far offensively.
Another wave of kills coming through now for Inco. This is going from bad to worse right now for Skade. They've had a couple of chances where they've maybe slipped the defensive line, but that's really been about it. Inco on the recovery have just been solid, and they continue to be so. Down to the last 5. Pabzera now on the point, though. Could maybe try and make the stay capture happen, but it's just nothing's working at the moment. You know, every time they're just getting shut down by 2 pieces, 3 pieces coming through from Inco. And that should do it. Brilliantly done from Inco. And that is actually, I think, because we've only seen Summit Control once, I want to say, the most solid defense we've seen so far on this map.
Yeah, it might just be, I mean, letting, what, 1 tick, I think, over at A. Other than that, it was just so clean, especially through mid. It just felt like whenever we saw Inco getting a kill, it would just follow with 2 or 3 more. We'll switch it up, see if maybe Skade can answer back with just as dominating as a defensive round. A couple trades here up top and top Control, and it will be Skade that are able to basically replicate the same play here. 4 or 5 players all kind of dropping down. 29 lives up against 25 right away as you're already kind of battling out of your spawn.
I'm almost curious in a way what the reaction looks like now from Inco. You know, where do they go with this one? Do they try and make their way down on the catwalk towards B? Go for a unified push? Or do they try and make these kind of individual plays that we were talking about previously, Austin, yesterday, where we're expecting a player to make that massive solo play? Number 3, Dad just tried that along the cliff path, but he is going to be shut down. Skater just so far pushed forward. There's not really many other options at the moment for Inco. Maybe use a specialist to try and enter. Maybe use one of these hunter-killer drones that's been sat in the back pocket as well. But again, these positions for Skade, they're just L-triggering at the moment, Austin.
Yeah, they just got to hold. Just got to sit here and wait for you to make your move. 30 seconds now on the clock. No ticks have come through here so far for Inco Gaming, so it has been even more decisive, at least thus far. Flanks being shut down through the outer cliff path. Just feels like there hasn't been answers, but Inco Gaming at least able to make just a tad bit of ground. They do get a touch on A. Still players that could potentially infiltrate from behind here. Lil Zero just constantly being a threat, and now Skade starting to find some kills. Lucas in going to be able to pull out the pistol here. Annihilator going to be good for a couple of kills, and that's the clean feed you needed to see. That's likely A gone over for an extra minute here as well.
This is a lot of investment into this AKIS. This has to work out. You've used both of the hunter killer drones you had in the back pocket. I think both Rafa and Lucasin used their annihilators as well. And now Lucasin is starting to streak out as well. The hunter killer drone is ready to go. And this is a great rotation over towards B as well. Overextension coming through towards Ice. Crozin ready for this one on towards the Azera. Able to get the hit fire off on towards one, but that is all he is going to get. And now Inco, they have lost the map control. Skade able to recover, but nonetheless, the extra 60 seconds that have been added. 13 versus versus 13. Nice set out on towards Leozera there, or on towards Noel, excuse me, from Leozera.
Yeah, what a peek that was. He doesn't expect the second player to be in the exact same position. He allows his teammates to get some top control, and now Skade can kind of use the high ground to their advantage here. It's going to put Inko in a tough spot unless they can deal with them quickly. Nice trade there from Rafa. Gets in, gets out. Keeps his life, looking for the double up. He finds it. Rafa trying to set up the play here. 45 seconds on the clock. Still time to work with, but struggling to get to the B zone. That's been the problem. But now Leozera also shutting down the offensive push. Huge double coming in for him before getting traded. And now 7 up against 8.
Keep an eye on these specialist abilities ready to go. Pabzera is going to bring the Vortex Gravity Gun down. It's going to pick up 2 on towards Dad and Rafa, and now in from behind. Lucasin and Noel. Good recovery coming out now. 6 versus 5. The numbers still in favor of Skade here, though, on the defense, and Leozera still has to be dealt with on the point, as does Linz. Nice Lucasin, though. He goes for the drop shot on towards 2. Now 12 seconds on the clock. These guys are still with it on both lives and ticket progression, and they do it on the former as well. Advanced positioning coming through from Lucasin, who gets a triple in the closing moments. Amazingly done here by Inko.
That is a massive moment, man. It was looking so bad at the start, too, where it's like, wow, is this going to be just kind of a trade-off of nobody gets either zone? But finally, Inko Gaming able to kind of find their moment, pick it apart, and, well, roll through with it. 2-0 up. Nice start here already with the Annihilator coming in, but Pabzera, a couple kills in response. We'll see what Dad's going to be able to do. 2 already to his name at the start of the round.
Oh, Dad with a hit fire at the moment. For number 3, and oh, Dad explodes. Looking for some more. He will not find it. Leozin finally going to shut him down, but I don't think he really needs any more at this point, to be honest. That was a massive shutdown to kick off this round. Good recovery, though, from Skate. They're able to pick up 3 in a row. Pabzera, a huge part of that. And now they're starting to make their progress on towards A. They haven't quite accounted for Lucasin, who is currently just sitting in the corner. Leozera checks it, though. Wisely done. And now some progression starting to be made here on towards A. B as well. Lin's just trying to get that 1 ticket progression through. Not going to get it. Pre-fire, but no, Lin's actually has his number. And now these guys still fighting the war on 2 fronts here. They're still making progress on both of these points.
Still making some good progress, especially on A. I think that's going to go over here potentially. You have to give that up and kind of reinforce B in my mind. But they're going to send numbers through the cliff path. They want to get here for A. B is still under attack right now. We'll have to see this work out, and with a really aggressive play through mid, but Skater finding all the kills. Leozin up top has been able to utilize the Annihilator in both zones, are still under attack here, Brody.
Leozin continuing here. Number 2, looking for number 3. He will be shut down, but the damage is done. They're keeping these guys at bay. Lucasin, what can you do? Absolutely nothing. Pabzera now coming down. This should be the capture coming through, and that is a great response coming out. Good utilization of the Annihilator coming through as well from that final player there, and they will not fall here. Brilliantly done by Skade. I think more to the point now as well, what they got 300 killer drones on board. I think those streaks still continue into this round as well. And now another round on the board. Oh, Skade, good recovery.
It's a big misplay that just came through. I mean, Inko Gaming, they had to go and reinforce the B zone in my mind. It's going to maybe punish them. You give a little room to Skade, and sometimes they run away with it. And look at the opening. Limbs here for 2. Going to be able to find a nice kill feed here right off the break. Try to set the tone early. But now, Lucasin trying to get involved. Trades not really going the way of Inko Gaming at the moment. Light lead at least looking good off the rip here for Skade as they're still controlling the high ground.
Yeah, 100 killer drones going out now as well. Lin's starting to use this Annihilator pistol. Wants to keep these guys at bay towards the catwalk before they get close. And whiffing all of these shots at the moment. None of them going to be connecting on towards Rafa. Rafa will survive that gunfight. And now Inko can maybe get themselves in towards A. There's nobody up top to be dealt with. They have a couple of options as to how they want to play this one through. Mihawk will fall. Pabzera and Leozin on towards A. They're going to get help from players off the spawn now as well, but Lucasin and Rafa are now starting to pick up some kills here. Pabzera has so much to do on the A point, and he just cannot get these kills, but it's going to be Linz now on the flank for 2. He has 3 on the cards, and he will grab it against Lucasin. It's that power position up top that is so deadly. Skade utilizing it, now up by 5. Make that 6 lives here in this one with 30 seconds left.
It's a huge life advantage at the moment, and, well, again, the clock becoming a problem. Last time we did see Inko Gaming kind of clutch up in the final moments. Will we get a similar story? Holding strong, though, up top. Limbs is going to be able to find 1 more before falling. 19 now up against 12, but you got to start to play for a touch. B is looking like it might be the only option because you have no middle map control here, but they're going to have to start flooding down low. Pabzera's got a great read on the play. He'll find the first one, and now you're down to just about a couple more seconds. I think they'll get a touch on A, but you're going to have to play perfect. You're going to have to slay on out from here.
Here comes Mihawk from behind. Gonna get the first one onto Null. Good start, and this is going to turn those players around. Again, it's these players up top that's really the problem here for the Inco players on the point. Still just reduced down to 3 players on the point now, but they refuse to go down. The second tick might well come through. Luke's in onto another one here. Now 5 versus 9. Is the capture about to come through? Now it all falls on the shoulders of Dad on the point. He is removed, and that is the round over with as Meekhawk finishes it with 3. Skade, they force a round number 5 here, really when they had no right to do it.
Oh, it's just been the story of today, isn't it? Really, they shouldn't have been able to do this, but it happens. Let's see if Skade, though, can actually secure the final round. They are going to be attacking. Well, right into A, not trying to get cheeky with B off the rip. Let's see if they can get away with a tick, at least initially. It's a good gunfight coming through, right off the rip, right through mid, and that first tick is already locked in.
Keep an eye on Lucas in as well. Has a Predator missile ready to go here for Inco on the defense. So if they do feel threatened on B, they have that one as kind of a backstop. But they need to be careful of A, though, because right off the rip here, this has been super aggressive from Skade here on the offense. Lear's in with 2. A might well just be about to go, but Crozen still playing his life perfectly. Help coming through from Noel on the side. You have to be careful, though, because Pabzera might well be coming through the stairwell very shortly. This could well be the playmaker. As Inco now starting to be swarmed here, but Noel in the Annihilator pistol in for 1 will not get the second versus Meekhawk, but nonetheless, now it is one-dimensional. They're making their way down the front. Luke's in, using the Predator missile, will take down 2, and that alleviates some pressure as Lucas in gets number 3 as well.
Oh, what a moment to get in there and make sure the second tick is not locked in. He was under a threat, I think, for a second here, but it looks like Inco have been able to do good damage control up top. Dad, next challenger, will be able to find Meekhawk. Big player to take out of the mix on this team push that's coming through for Skade. Hunter Killer Drone, streaks galore, everything starting to pour on into this final round. But Skade, they do find a moment. They do find a chance to be able to make something happen on B. And then they are just about to lock in the first tick. And there they have it. They got it.
First tick through. Still, though, that's not a capture. That's not an extra 60 seconds on the clock that they required. Skade trying to get the way up top, but good stop from Lucas in to get it done. Crozen with another one in the feed as well. Kill starting to go in favor of Inco here as the snowball starts to take place here, starts to take hold. Nice long shot coming through from Lucas in. And now you're starting to be concerned here. Hunter Killer Drone to take down yet another one. Just 25 seconds left on the clock here. Austin, Skade, they have to go. This is the last chance hurrah for them.
Oh, big hip fire shot connecting there for Dad. He's got the cliff path unlocked, but the shots need to connect over the top. Looking for Leo's in. He'll find it on the slide. 4 lives, make it 3 lives, make it 2 lives. They're falling, they're slipping, and there's no comeback to be found here in map number 3. Inco Gaming, they get the job done.
The fact that they even got to that point, man, is pretty well done from Skade to win that offensive round in round number 3 as a response to the offensive victory from Inco, was pretty good. But Inco in round number 5, just way too strong. I think we saw the Predator missile coming out from Lucas in that managed to get 2 and a third as well. And it was a good effort, I will say, early on in that round number 5 from Skade, where they got extremely close to capturing A. They got 3 players around inside the control room. Inco, though, their response just way too huge. And yeah, you can see exactly why Lucasin had a Predator missile in the back pocket. Double positive. More than double positive. 36 and 15. That is one of the best individual performances that we have seen, not just today, but throughout the entirety of this weekend, Austin.
It's a strong performance without a doubt, especially within control. 36 kills. You're so impactful. You're doing so much. And right under him, Rafa, also 24 kills, 13 assists, mind you. He was a huge part of a lot of those plays that we were seeing work out, at least for the first couple rounds when we were looking at what was almost a dominating 3-0. But Skade, fight back, just don't have enough fight in the final round there for us. But now things get interesting. Inco, they're going to go back into a hard point here with a chance to be able to close it out in the respawns. And especially after how you saw that map 2 went, Brody, maybe you do want to get it done on the Takeoff Hardpoint.
Takeoff Hardpoint. This is going to be the interesting one, isn't it, between Skade and Inco Gaming here. A little recap as to how the first map in the series went for you guys. Skade, they arguably should have won it. They had 2 streaks on hand, 2 Goliaths in the map from individual performances on the team. But when it came down to it, Inco, they were able to survive for long enough that the rotation towards the fence's Hardpoint. When they were down by about 50 points or so, they actually managed to make it. They're able to clutch up there and they end up winning the map off the back of that crucial rotation in the closing moments. So Inco able to win map number 1, but it was off the back of a clutch. Skade looked very good there. Austin, I guess the question I have here is, can Skade continue to look good in Hardpoint coming into map number 4? Because they have looked good in Hardpoint today.
Yeah, I think you have to say it Probably, right? I mean, as much as Hacienda Hardpoint, they lose that one, it's probably a match they probably shouldn't have lost, right? It was like 40 points, I think, coming out of P2, and they just ended up kind of fumbling the final rotation and then fumbling the break, and obviously we just saw a swarm of streaks and specialists rain down there. But, I mean, I still feel like that's one you'd love to get back if you could. So I feel like Skade can still go toe-to-toe. I mean, for the most part, they can still keep up with the slaying power. They start off a little slow, maybe in the summit control, but we still see the big moments. We still see the pop-offs. They're still very much there and alive. So I think there's a good chance we do see a raid, search, and destroy. It's really hard to put the Skade team away. I think that's something we learned from day number 1. So, yeah, I just don't know if you can ever count these guys really out.
Yeah, of course. We should say we did see a Takeoff Hardpoint earlier on today. That was between Inco Gaming and Influence Rage, and that one I think was one where they were very frustrated with, because Inco Gaming, again, we go back to that one earlier on today, Austin, and it was one where you should argue, again, Inco Gaming, they should have been able to close that one out. You know what, they got the P3 to P4 rotations not once but twice, but it was that last 3 Hardpoints from Influence Rage where they were able to come up clutch. I think, you know, there will be lessons learned for Inco Gaming coming into this one, and that does put them out, I think, in a pretty strong standing. They know, look, this is where we messed up in that matchup versus Influence. This is where the game number 5 was forced. And they are, ironically enough, basically in the exact same position again, where Inco Gaming can close out the series here. They don't want to go to a map number 5 if they don't have to, especially considering Skade looked very good in the search and destroy earlier on. But yeah, when it comes down to it, it's those questions, right? And I think it's what we've seen adaptations all day long. The last couple of days from these COD Mobile teams is we've seen these adaptations. You know, we've seen where they kind of mess up on prior game modes, prior maps. Inco Gaming, they need to bring those adaptations into this one. They cannot let what happened in that matchup versus Influence Rage, Austin, happen again.
Yeah, close it out. Close it out here. Show us why you were one of the best seeds coming into the regional qualifier to begin with. And then on top of it, show us why you're one of the best teams here within the Respawn game mode. Kind of win that title back if you can over Skade, who's kind of currently rivaling you for it at the moment. But we'll see if they're going to be able to do it here, Brody. I mean, it's just it just feels like it's fate to kind of go to map 5 with Skade. I don't know. Based off of what they've been able to do with almost reverse sweeps from what we saw in day 1 to going all the way to the distance there in the first series of the day to clinch the spot here to the World Championship. It feels like when you need them to at least get a map to get through the distance, they've been able to live up to that, deliver for us. So, I mean, I have to imagine that's probably going to be the same here again. But, I mean, either way, 3-point differential in map number 1. Really hard to give anyone a slight edge here. It's just going to be who plays the best Call of Duty, who comes out. Maybe see if Mihawk can kind of maybe find that same feeling you were getting out of yesterday here and really push you over the edge, right? So, we'll see if they can do it, man. I mean, I want the series to go to a map 5. I feel like it'd be the best way to kind of finish this one off, because you also give Inco Gaming a second attempt maybe to kind of come through with the S&Ds after I was gassing the hell out of them at the start of the series. So that could be an opportunity for them too.
Yeah. Well, I do have an update on a very important thing that I should let everybody know as well. So our producer did some researching for us, and he found out that there isn't a lion on Hacienda on COD Mobile. And
no, you made it up?
I didn't make it up. It wasn't a lie. All right, I'm not Randall. Okay, I'm not Recess Randall. Right? Listen, the cage is there. Wait, no, hang on. I get an update from a producer that it is there. Yeah. Okay, my producer, give me the confusion. He's throwing the curveball confusion at me at the moment. Yeah. So the lion is there. Okay. If you guys
give people context now, bro.
Yeah. If you guys,
like, what is he talking about?
If you guys, yeah, the whole context of this conversation, by the way, is whether or not there is a lion in a cage underneath the map on Hacienda. Turns out that there isn't on COD Mobile, but there is on Black Ops 4. So if you guys have consoles, which is, you probably do, to be fair, if you're fans of the Call of Duty franchise. If you guys have consoles, if you guys got your whatever, go play Black Ops 4, go play Hacienda, just stare at the lion, okay? It's there. I promise you, it is there.
I don't know,
It is. It is
like
there. It's a fact.
At this point.
I'm about to get my OBS out right now. I'm about to whip my console out just so hook up the Elgato, hook up the capture card, get it going just so I can prove that there is a lion. Okay, there is. It's a fact. Anyway, regardless, it was a really crucial update. You guys needed to know what was going on. We're into a Takeoff Hardpoint now. Inco Gaming 2-1 up in the series. Austin Skade. They need to win this one to force a game number 5.
They do need to win this one. Backs up against the wall. A story that, well, we've definitely been telling a lot of throughout this weekend. Reverse sweeps, we've just about seen them. We've seen the map 5 clutches Will we get to another map 5? Let's up the skate. Let's see if they have it in them to be able to pull this one off as the engagement's starting to come through. And Inco Gaming off to a nice little start with 3 players down.
Great start coming out from Inco Gaming. That's the one that you want, but unfortunately for them, Skade are going to be the first team in the hill here. Mihawk just laying down at the moment, waiting for somebody to come and challenge him. And to be fair, they will. Rafa comes in and picks up that gunfight, and now closing in for the second as well. It means that the control of the hardpoint will now flip over towards Inco Gaming. But again, even with 35 seconds left at the moment, you're going to see these players really start to focus on that rotation towards the next hill, focus on what part of the map they have control of. Astad comes through and picks up another kill now. Well into the time as well, and for Inco Gaming, this is a pretty good start from them, but again, keep an eye on that rotation towards P2. These players will be focusing on it, and you can already see that rotation start to come through for a player like that, for a player like Gibson.
Oh, nice little challenge around the outside. Noel just trying to cut off some of the resources that could potentially get to the back here and try to create a pinch play off the back end of the scrap time, but 30 seconds off of P1, you'll take it if you're Inco Gaming. Not too bad whatsoever. Lucasin also able to find a nice little kill through the middle of the map where he's got that unlock. His teammates now trying to make their way over to P2. Nice little kill in from behind. Leo Zero doubles up. Mihawk finds a third, and that's going to create some space here for Skade to get some time back.
Good break coming in early on from Skade. I think a necessary one as well. You didn't really want to lose a lot of time to Inco, especially so they were the ones to get the majority of time with the back of P1. So let's now just turn out onto construction. Will pick up the 1 kill out of the window for the second as well. Nicely done here from Linz, and a 100-killer drone off the back of that will be earned, but that is all he is going to get now. Doesn't matter though. Skade, the rest of the team doing a really good job of getting lead support and gunfights in their favor. Rapper going to break on towards the hardpoint with a double. Throws in for another one as well. They're really trying to knock at the door now, and in they come. Linz, we're going to get some kills, but Liazin is actually the one in for 2, and Skade doing a really good job. They get these guys away, and I think because of the fact there's 15 seconds left now, Inco, the best plan for them is just to rotate to P3.
And what do we always talk about? P3 Hill, all about the hold, so difficult to break, and you don't really see any specialists in just yet, but should start to come in halfway through the hill, I have to imagine here. Let's see if they're going to be able to utilize anything. Inco Gaming, good on the first 2 kills. Zera able to get 1 back, but just too clean. Just too much being done right now for Inco. And now they're going to be able to lock in the very first 10, just about uncontested. But Lims has a moment to make a play. He'll be able to find 1 and try to do some damage here from up top.
This hill is almost impossible to break, because even if you get these kills, these players will continue to spawn in the back line. Maybe this is going to be it, though, from Skade, as Mihawk and Linz now going to combine for 3. This could well be it, these players now spawning out. Is this going to be enough now? The Alliance are coming out to really start to nail this one home, and I think they might have done it here, Rostin. The kills starting to come in the feed as well. They have unearthed Inco Gaming from the hardpoint, and what a flip this has been now for Skade. The Annihilator's coming out, and I really like the utility usage coming out now from Mihawk, from Linz, to use the Annihilators at that time to make sure that they got control of the hill.
It was just a great coordinated play. Limbs up top while his teammates work the back, and they're able to break into what at times feels like the impossible hill to break. But P4, we do have Skade over inside, now all up to 1, as Leo Zin is going to drop. Leo Zera, what can he do? Annihilator coming out, immediately shut down from Dad. That is a big specialist usage that does not find value. It's going to slow things down, you think, just for a moment here, and now a second opportunity for Inco to try to hold on. So far, so good. First couple kills do come in. 3 players going to drop now from Skade.
Massive rotation coming from Inco, and there you go. They're actually going to hold on for the first wave of gunfights. They're still going to have to fight a war on 2 fronts here, and that's going to be the crucial thing. And they know that as well. That's why the utility is starting to come out. The specialist abilities starting to come out as well. And they're well going to have to get more than 1, though. He will fall before he can do so. But nice Annihilator kills now coming out from Crozen and Dad. That will hold on to the hill for the moment here. Utility nades now being thrown out towards the door as well. Dad just going to pick a corner, and the Hunter-Killer drone looking for 1 kill. Will get it. Actually going to get 2 there, I believe. The Hunter-Killer drone as well, as the double kill medal comes up on screen. I think more importantly, though, Inco as a team at the moment getting the vast majority of these gunfights. They will be ahead off the back of this hill. This has been such a wonderful hardpoint from them.
It has been a pretty decent hardpoint here coming through for Inco Gaming, but all things considered, the last 2 hills, at least showing us that, hey, you can break them, you can get inside. There's moments where you can get a little scrappy, and Skade now down by what's going to be about 20 points, just under. Going into the resets, they were really good on P1 in the first rotation, got about 31 seconds. They are here to try and answer now, but Inco looks like they have been able to shut down just a few, but not Mihawk. However, Mihawk cannot combine for more than 2. Rafa gets in there, and now still about a 50-50 battle for who controls P1.
Skade going to be in here for the moment, but not for long because Linz will fall. Now Inco, they've got an Annihilator up from the form of Rafa. He will end up falling. Nice triple coming through now from Habzera and Leozera. Habzera actually is going to get a triple himself here as Skade now looking for some time. But Inco Gaming coming through with 4 Inco. They have wiped the point and nobody really getting some time here as it's going to be wipes back and forth between these two teams.
15 seconds remaining. Lim's going to give this one last really good college try to see if he can maybe get away with it. And his teammates look like they've been able to help him around the point. So P2 coming up here in the next 10 seconds or so. Early position already from Mihawk trying to cut off the rotators. Patiently waiting just outside. It's going to be Inco maybe waiting for some of the players to get closer to set up the team hit in from behind. So the wipe will come through on this side. Mihawk finds another one. That's going to be great to open up the point, but the spawns now in the back will be good to kind of get the next team push in here for Inco Gaming.
Inco Gaming trying to find their way on through right now. Skade. They're able to get it done though, Austin, as they're in control for now. Hunter Killer Drone going out now from Inco Gaming. They're still going to continue to fight this one. Test galore, 30 seconds left now. Again, you've got to be focused on that rotation, Austin, because sooner rather than later, I think Inco, they are currently preparing for it. You can see number 1 and number 2 on the minimap. Even if they do lose this time, which is still a lot of time to give away, Austin, they will need to be kind of cautious about that rotation.
Yeah, and it looks like, at least at the moment, based off the minimap, Inco Gaming, they will have the initial setup for that P3 hill yet again. Last time, they didn't hold on to it for too long. They only kind of got the initial 15 seconds. But you'll take all of this scrap time here if you're Skade. And now Leo's in on the rotation, trying to maybe cut through the left side to see if he can try to influence the spawns at the back. That's what happened last time for Skade. That's how they were able to break in. We'll see if it'll work again. But the Annihilator from Corrosion off screen has just found 2, and that's going to cut down just too many members here for Skade. They're going to have to pause and wait. But now they're in the back. Hunter Killer Drone coming through. Kills looking solid, but they can't finish off the last 2.
Can't finish off the last 2. Control still in now for Inco. Can Skade break on through? You've got players in the backline now. Pab0 with the Annihilator. He's going to pick the first one on towards Corrosion. And now it's going to be the pinch coming on through now. Mihawk with an Annihilator of his own. This is how they broke it before, Austin. And they will break on through. Do they get the spawns off the back of it? It seems like they've done exactly that. And it's the Annihilators once again that is going to break the hard point.
Able to break the hard point. 150 to 133. 15 seconds that you'd love to be able to get here on top of the scoreline. And now Skade starting to create just a little bit of distance, and now even have some of their numbers at the new hill at P4. Those gunfights off screen are just the difference maker and how the final outcome could end up coming together. Limbs on screen, finds the first one. Will he be able to get there for the support? It looks like they are in. They do have the numbers. They find the final kill. Huge moment now for Skade Esports.
I love what we've been seeing from Skade so far in terms of the utility usage, in terms of the specialist ability usage. They've broken P3 not once but twice now, and that is so tough to do. And now as we move over towards P4, it is they who are in the hard point first. Inco, though, could still break this one. Leah's error up top has to be dealt with nonetheless. And Lucasin will actually get that kill with the KSP. So Inco still in with a chance to hold this hill for the majority of the time. As Skade are going to be removed from it, but Linz now in from behind they go for the pinch play. 2 on one side, 1 on the other. One player going to fall now as Lee's in the last remaining player left alive. He will get shut down, and that's another attempt that has been gone here. Look at the operators now coming out. 2 Annihilators on the play for Inco.
2 Annihilators coming on out. Shots coming through. Lucas in trying to find the shots. Will be able to go to the KSP and finds the last elimination there. And well, actually, numbers kind of still coming over, trying to maybe meet the last 10 seconds. Scrappy. And well, the final player, what can he do? Not a whole lot. Zera will end up dropping after finding the first kill. So 177 to 174 after what was a nice little 40-point, 50-point cushion that came through for Skade has now been completely eliminated to just about 3 seconds. And once again, your reset of hills, P1. We're back to it, Brody.
Gotta say it as well, while we're about 50-50 going into this final set, Austin, look at the amount of utility that is on side for Inco. You've got the Goliath ready to go for Lucas in. Rafa had the Hunter Killer Drone. He's actually going to utilize it to remove these players from the hard point for a P1, but that doesn't actually amount to anything. So Skade continue to hold control here. So that Goliath, all they've got now, they've also got an Nyla and Havradar, but in behind comes Noel here for 3. He will not find it, just the double. And Inco now, that is enough for them to break on through momentarily.
Enough to be able to maybe even come back. 20 seconds here on P1, but Lucas in, I think, wants to try to find a little route through, see if you can maybe come around the back. Early positions even set up in P2 from player 3 at the moment. That will be Inko Dad. And he's winning gun battles off screen. Scrap time is going over, contesting the rotation at the same time. This is a huge moment. You talked about the Goliath. This could be the moment to call it in.
Look at Crozen as well now, right? Dad looking for number 2, and he will find it. 2-piece for him. Fury kill as well for Dad as he started to put together streaks of his own, just 1 kill away from the Hunter-Killer drone and keeping these guys at bay for the spawns for New. Yes, it will be Skade that touched first, and this is what I was trying to say. Crozen has a streak ready to go. Won't be that useful in terms of getting kills on the inside of the hardpoint, but the outside, it's pretty good. And now the Hunter-Killer drone comes in as well, but as far as Skade are concerned, they're weathering this really well. They deal with both the Hunter-Killer drone and the Predator missile now, and now it's Lucasin in the flank. How much damage he can do? Only 1 kill is all he's going to get.
Now, the streaks mean absolutely nothing if you can't translate that into hardpoint time. That's the factor. Oh, what a shot over the top from Crozen. Ripping heads off, ready for the next one. Couple of kills come through for him. One last shot with the Annihilator as he tries to search for it. And well, what a moment there. Still a chance to contest at least some of this time. You feel like you want to, but the Goliath now comes into play. So will you be able to get this over to P3? I feel like is going to be kind of the big question for me because the game does not end here, but they will be damn close.
That was the question, right? Because you bring this Goliath down, it takes so long to get over towards that hard point. So even if you have it here, it's going to take forever to get over towards that hard point. You do have 30 seconds to work with. Nonetheless, though, not a lot of utility to on the other side. You talk about kind of what you want to use to get rid of that Goliath from the play. Liazin is the only player to do something about this. Has the Annihilator ready to go, and he's already started to use it here for the defensive play. Here comes that Goliath. Pabsera wants to get some shots into it, and we'll get it down to about 60 HP or so. But they're coming through from that side of the map. Rafa and Noel in for kills. Now here comes the Goliath, or here comes the Annihilator, excuse me, from Linz and Liazin. Lucasin, what can you get done with the Goliaths? Do absolutely nothing. Skade continue to hold down. Linz in for 2 with the Annihilator, and Annihilator from the other side now from Lucasin. Is it enough to get in towards the hardpoint? Crozen is shut down. Mihawk in for 2, and Skade forces into a map number 5 despite the Goliath.
Oh, what did I say, baby? It just feels like this Skade team is so hard to put away, especially in map 4s. And here they live up to that again. Skade will force the map number 5. I said maybe Mihawk has to go big, and how about it? 41 kills coming through in the game. But the Goliath, you thought maybe there's a chance to get it into the new hill, set up, and Lucasin had it in his hands, but could not find the same level of impact that he did with the Goliath in P2. Despite dropping 51 kills, it is not enough to close off the series.
You just can't believe it. You just cannot believe it, can you? What a clutch coming through from Skade there towards the end. Again, we talk about how potent those P3 rotations are. And it's kind of ironic, isn't it, really? Because Skade, on the first couple of rotations towards P3, they were not the ones to hit the hill first. They actually did something that we rarely see here in Call of Duty Mobile, which is to break that P3 hold with Annihilators. Really good usage coming out of the specialist weapons from them. But in the third set, they don't need to break. They are the first ones through. And it's the fact that that Goliath takes so long to get over towards the point. They have to use it. Inko has to use the Goliath to make sure they don't lose on P2. Go to P3, you end up losing the game. And Inko now forced into a map number 5, Austin.
It's just fate, right? This feels like it's meant to be raid, search, and destroy. And now, this is the map, right, that I was kind of gassing this entire Inko roster for because of the way they had played it yesterday. It just looked like they had it so refined, so polished with all of their play calls, all of their strats. And again, I think the main point that I had was the fact that they just make it really difficult for you to read what the play is, especially when they're on the attack. So we're rolling back to that one. This is where they were dominating on it yesterday. I think they had a 7-2 victory in one of their wins throughout that best of 5 on day number 1, and now they'll run it back here again. But Skade, with the way they were playing in S&D, they've been getting a lot better, Brody. So who's to say what the raid, search, and destroy has to offer for us, man? It is just going to be one heck of a way to kind of end off what has been a battle between these two.
It has been a battle, and you know what we've seen so far are a few skirmishes across the board. That standoff search and destroy is what comes to mind now as we go into the raid, because it was an incredible go of things on the first set from Inko, right? When they were on the offense, you know, the fact that they were able to bring 3 rounds back to back towards the latter half of that offensive play. But then just Skade out of nowhere, right? They get onto the
yeah.
offense themselves on Standoff. They win 3 rounds on the bounce to begin their offensive crusade. Just brilliantly done. And, you know, I think that just says a lot here about kind of what we're expecting coming in towards this Game 5, Austin. We've seen some brilliant resilience coming out from Skade and S&D.
We just have, man. Again, it's so hard to put this team away. We saw Cygnus Esports maybe do it yesterday, but other than that, I mean, they've been able to win every single series from there on out, and they've just been so resilient. They've been really good, specifically in the Game 5s. And I think the reality here is that Inco Gaming just have not really been pushed to too many Game 5s whatsoever, right? They've been able to do things fairly cleanly outside of the first series today. And it feels like now they're going to have to be tested again to see if they can go up against what seems to be almost the icers here for the most part outside of the first series. So, Skade, a chance to be able to do it, a chance to punch your ticket to the grand final for a guaranteed top 2. That's bigger cash, better seed, and you also get the map 1 win going into the grand final. So much riding on this matchup here between both of these squads.
I think it's wild to me as well is normally in one of these situations you'll see kind of, all right, so X team has played this map mode combination before, and on this map mode combination it was like a 7-1 or something. It was a dominant victory. Now we have that for Inco Gaming. They actually beat Influence Rage 7-2 earlier today in the very first match of the day. It was a game of 5. Bit of an anti-climax for the series overall. I think you and I agree on that much, considering how close it was up to that point. That was the most dominant match in it. But then that's like, all right, it's Inco Gaming, very good at Raid Search and Destroy, right? Then we've got Skade as well, their 7-3 victory over FR Bulls on this map mode combination in map number 2 of their best of 5. Both teams very, very good here at Raid Search and Destroy, and that bodes very well, I think, for the way what we kind of expect from them coming in towards this game number 5. Both teams very good at the offensive plays. To me, it's just going to matter kind of who gets these first bloods to kick things off on their offenses. If those first bloods come through, it's kind of the fallout after that, because both of these teams, I trust, once they get the first bloods through, I really love what we've seen so far, which is once that happens, they actually follow that up with more kills, you know, making some moves off the back of that, trying to get the bomb down on the offense. These teams are very, very good on the offense, what we've seen so far.
Definitely have been great on the offense, and that's kind of been the big factor when it comes to Raid. How do you approach the A site? Feels like that's kind of the big one for the most part. Yeah. Not too many times do we even see anything kind of unfold by B, just because of the fact that it's just kind of always controlled by that initial cross, and it's really difficult to kind of get the bomb down with that opening kind of cross through mid as well. You almost have to get control of the defensive end in order to kind of plant the bomb safely, you feel like. At least that's what we used to see a ton of when we were watching Raid Search and Destroy in the rotation. So A has been the big factor, and of course we're always used to A kind of being a little further out by Tiki, but inside the basketball court, teams willing to also give out the kind of stack that we've been used to seeing, especially throughout last year. I noticed that was kind of always the go-to. You go for the initial stack. Something that Inco also loves to do is they'll play retake through A, save the tacticals and nades, something we've seen a lot from kind of Influence Rage throughout their Search and Destroy. It's kind of the same game plan in a lot of cases, and Inco will throw that curveball in, right? Initially they might stack, next round they might not, so that's kind of always the goal. Just don't get too readable within Search and Destroy, and I feel like Inco at least were really good on that when we saw them play the Raid Search and Destroy.
Yeah, I agree with you there. I can't wait to get into this one, Austin. Apologies for the delay, guys. We're just waiting on a couple of players to get into the lobby. I think they just need a little extra time to prepare themselves for the game number 5. Apparently, we've been having some pre-game huddles today from these teams as they kind of mentally prepare themselves for these matches. And they are really tense, right? When you're in this situation, because you don't want to lose out at this point in the bracket. You don't want to have to go down to that lower bracket to face a team like Influence Rage who just got their 3-0 versus a very good roster such as FR Bulls. So yeah, you don't want to lose this one, I think, for these players. We should say, though, again, all of these teams left in the bracket today have qualified for the World Championships regardless of what happens. So this is all just for a larger set of the prize pool and better seeding going into those finals, but it's about time for us to get into the game number 5. Raid Search and Destroy to close out this series. Of course, Skade, they were the ones to take the Search and Destroy earlier on off brilliant offensive play, but will they be able to carry that over towards a Raid versus Inco, who also have found success on this map mode combo?
Final one to end it off. S&D on Raid and Skade. They're going to be on the attack first. And well, it is just kind of one player inside of Cube. Smoke's going to come through. The team push also starting to come in as well here for Skade. But can they find the first kill cleanly? Looks like the answer going to be no. The trade, though, will not end up coming in. It's a double that actually managed to come through. So Inco already off to a really fiery start. Now the bomb is down inside of basketball.
Utility being thrown out right now from Lucasin to try and keep these guys at bay. Of course, the problem, though, as you say, Bomb is down right inside basketball. You got to get past Noel. You got to get past Lucasin, who for the most part, I imagine, is probably just going to sit inside basketball to assist his teammate. This is a horrible position for Skate to find themselves in. Maybe they find something through laundry, and maybe that's the play here that they have to make. Of course, they still have to get past Dad to do exactly that. Now shots coming out from Lucasin as well. I think just try and ward these guys off. But yeah, here's the play we wanted to see. Dad, now under fire here, now under threat from Miko. Can he survive?
Habzera also kind of holding through the outside of Pool with the scope, trying to find kills at the same time. And Mihawk has been able to find Dad. Mihawk finds a second there? Come on. Crozier with a really big misplay, not playing for the trade, or at the very least not backing up. But now this becomes a little bit more of a manageable round. 3 versus 3. You have all the players pinned inside of basketball, but you now lost your sniper player. Habzera's going to drop, and well, the gunfights don't come through after the 2-piece from Mihawk, and it's up to 1. Yozera has to pull off the 1v2.
Yozera in from behind. It would be a nice way to start off this search and destroy if you're able to clutch this one up. Just 10 seconds on the clock, though, so time for the caution is kind of over at this point. Maybe just trying to bait out these players, and if that's the play, it does work out. You still got time for the plant, but no, not anymore as he jumps off it, so now he needs to go after the player. Does not have time. And it was a good effort there from Leozera to make it close, but ultimately not able to get it done.
Yeah, good effort from Leozera. Good effort from Mihawk as well with the opening 2-piece. I don't know how he found the second there on the Corrosion, who was at the back trying to play for the trade, but Mihawk just doing Mihawk things, I guess. Either way, 1-0 coming through. Good defense to kind of kick things off. We'll respond in the 1 versus 1, and nothing's really changing for Skate. Smoke grenades haven't come down just yet. That's maybe the only change, but they are going to check Cube a little bit more precisely. As you can see, the pre-fire even coming in, making sure you do not get burned twice on that play.
Into the bomb down now. This is much more successful from Skate. I'm interested to see what the exit looks like from Skate here. Do they try and escape from the basketball? Because they don't want to get boxed in. Luckily for them, Leozera has already taken down Rapper in the play now, but in comes Dad through money. He gets taken down. And now this becomes much more one-dimensional here from Inco on the retake. They're kind of trapped up top. Lucasin tries to get away from Linz on the 2, and now Crow's in for the 1 versus 4. He's got the first. Anything more than that, you have to imagine would be a luxury.
Yeah, good luck, right? Just nades, stuns, I don't know, everything. Just throw everything in there, and the final player not going to be able to make a whole lot happen here. It's a Corrosion. Finds at least a kill, but won't be able to find anything more. 1-1. Nice little offensive round that came through to A. It's kind of been 2 set plays to A off the bat here, but now a little bit more of a spread. Bomb at least leaning towards B off the bat, seeing exactly what the setup kind of looks like defensively at B for the side of Inco Gaming.
Offensive attack now for Skate. A little bit different. Even with a success with the last round, and it's going to be a good read coming out from Inco. They recognize that, hey, these guys are not going to fast hit A again. 3 players on towards B. Frozen with the first blood in this one. Now the changing up of the strategy here. Skade have to make a fast hit on towards A. They technically have a fair bit of room to do it. Lucasin will see the plant coming. Maybe Mihawk can put a stop to this one.
He's been so good from this position. We'll see if you can maybe find kill number 5, but you've just lost Limbs. Now you've lost another. Mihawk forced to go big up top here while your teammates kind of left in the site. Can Mihawk make another big individual play? And oh, it's attacking at the same time, but it's a good play call, just not enough to come through with the kills, unfortunately. So defense still able to hold on at the back end of those early engagements, just going the way of Inco Gaming again.
Destroy the objective. We got the bomb.
Brilliantly done by Inco Gaming for the read at the beginning of their defensive round. You don't want to bleed any more offensive rounds against Skade if you don't have to. Skade now trying to get the bomb down on towards A again, but it is once again Lucasin that you have to get past. You've already lost Mihawk in the round, so that opportunity to get kills through money is going to have to be done by somebody else. But Lucasin, what does he find? Trophy system down. The bomb should go down now for Linz.
It looks like it should be clean plant. Is it a clean exit? Yes, it. Oh, no, will go down. Lucasin gets a second shot. He'll make sure he connects on the second attempt, but now you're going to have to try to hold. And it's a 2 versus 5. It's up to 1. Goes in. Have to do something special. Not going to happen. Quick retake. Inco Gaming not playing around.
Bomb defused.
That's the best way to describe it, right? You lose that sniper up top. You now need to kind of change the strategy, and they do so by coming around on the flank through money. So another round there where Skade, they make it close, but still can't win that second offense. Just the one on the board for the moment. They'll be happy with that, to be fair. Nonetheless, Inco Gaming now. They've read this perfectly again. We see the B hit coming through from Skade. It is delayed. Nonetheless, now Noel through the middle of the map, and it's all kills for Inco at the beginning of this one. It's just Pabzera and Mihawk left alive now. And they do actually respond with some snipes.
Yeah.
So then this is a lot more realistic. 2 versus 3.
They change it up a little bit. They bring the scopes out, and it does make it a little bit more dicey here for Inco Gaming because you don't want to give too many shoulders. You don't want to give too much information on peaks, and you kind of see some shots going over the top here. And Noel, he's just going to back all the way up. They just kind of want to play with each other, play off one another. And Corrosion's still got a skill of his own, so he can still match the longer range play, but you do not want to give too many angles over to Mihawk here, as well as Pabzera. These guys will absolutely smoke you if you give them a chance.
Pabzera and Mihawk now still looking to grab that bomb. The good news is I think that Inco Gaming have actually alleviated a lot of pressure on the middle of the map. So Pabzera and Mihawk can actually retrieve that bomb pretty much scot-free. But it's where they take that bomb is the question. There's quite a lot of effort being put into a B hold right now for Inco. 40 seconds left. Pabzera and Mihawk don't have any information as to where these players are on the defense. They've got to imagine that somebody is around the middle of the map. That's why they'll be uber cautious here. Pabzera even taking a little bit of pre-fire around the corner. But again, nobody about, and it's a lot of paranoia, I think, at the moment that is being caused by Inco.
But this information could actually give them a fast track to A if they can get there in time. They should be able to, and I think that's the play. There we go. Nice little decision coming through. Pabzera kind of giving a couple of maybe little head fakes there through Kitchen on whether or not they wanted to go through the back or come right down low through the front. But that should have been enough time, I think, to come through for the plant. The shot is there, but will the plant come through? Not in time, and it just takes a little too long. And you can see it there on his face, Pabzera realizing, I should have probably just hightailed it right to the bomb.
I think it was just how long they took, to be honest, generally speaking, to get that bomb. Again, they have to be uber cautious in that situation. And Inco know that. They don't need to have anybody in the middle map around the bomb, because they know that just the lack of presence anywhere else, the lack of knowledge for Skade is enough. But this round, Lucasin's going to be one to take down Pabzera. Pabzera no longer first blooding. It is Lucasin who's doing that job now for Inco. The numbers are falling in their favor. Now, for Skade, this isn't terrible. You can still get the bomb down on A, but it's that old problem, right, where players at the top of the steps, and you need to deal with them.
You need to deal with them. See, what's a wide swing there from Leozera, but sniper and hand. Oh, it's going to tag a leg. Rips the limb right off, but not enough to find elimination here to try to even up the numbers. That one will, however. Leozera gets a second attempt. He'll be able to connect. And now the bomb will go down. Huge round for Skade.
He should be able to get the free call onto Noel as well towards Ring. Because I think that Mihawk has found him. Unfortunately for them, though, now Leozera is down for the count. So this defense of the bomb site will be harder to pull off. Linz has quite a lot to do here. He lines him up and he knocks him down for 2. Not number 3. Noel and Dad have now made their way towards the site. A 2 versus 2 we go. One of these players could jump on the bomb if they wanted to, but no, not if they're going to get peace. And now Dad, the 1 versus 1, doesn't know where Mihawk is located. He was away from the site for basically the entirety of the round. And that is a positive way to conclude your offensive go of things. 2 rounds on the board for Skade. They'll be happy with that. Now they need to stop Inco from answering back.
That was incredible. That was a hell of a round. Hell of a play call. Skade, get that last round right before the flip. Just cannot emphasize how important that is. However, need to be just as good now on the defense. And, well, Noel able to find that first blood. Money control looking pretty good. It's going to cause some waves, cause some issues, but player 5 right now, Mihawk, he's making an aggressive play right up the middle, and will he find the kill? Yes, he will. He'll take out Corrosion.
Nicely done from Skade here on the defense. Good trade, though, coming in from Lucasin. Still an opportunity here for Inco. Bomb is all the way back, by the way, so they've got quite a bit of choices as to how they want to play this round. Trade still going in their favor as well. Down to Leozera and Mihawk now. And they are very fast split up as well. So if Mihawk falls here, owned towards Art, there will be no trade from Leozera. If I'm Leozera, I am hightailing it towards Mihawk at the moment to try and help out. Because Mihawk is maybe about to be in a world of pain if he doesn't get some good timing.
Very isolated here defensively. It's a little risky, but Mihawk's going to make the play and come around the back here. Both players on the ramp. He doesn't find the kill onto Dad, but he is so weak. That's an easy cleanup. And now it's all to one. For a 1 versus 2 here. Rafa, he's able to find the kill from behind. Leo's in, goes down. Mihawk all up against Rafa, and Rafa, 1 versus 2, clutches up here in the round.
Massive victory there for Rafa on the offense as well. We were saying it, Skade didn't want to let that first offensive round come through for Inco, and they do. Huge clutch for Rafa, and that is a huge confidence booster as well for this roster, and you can see how that confidence is now enveloping into this round, because now just 2 players on towards A, and they're about to face the full force of the Inco roster. Here go the gunfights down. Noel with 2, though, and what was a pretty disastrous start to this offensive push has now gone into a situation where it's not that bad.
Noel trying to maybe walk his way out of it.
Last man standing.
See what they can do up top. Corrosion with the shot on a 2. Oh my goodness. We don't get to see it from his POV, but what in the heck are those shots coming through for Corrosion? 7 kills now to his name, and it's map point for Inco Gaming.
Second offensive round in a row. Inco. Where can they find the 7th? Maybe a slow one this time around. Lucas in the furthest player pushed up, and he is punished for it. But now, Linz off the back of that one. Do they go for a further advanced positioning? There's Noel inside open steps. Gets caught in a gunfight versus Lee is in off screen. And Noel going to trade things out here. Massive gunfight, but they should be swarmed soon, and they will.
Three versus 4. Pressure on Skade to make sure they can extend this one further and further. Inco Gaming proving that Raid S&D might just be the bread and butter. Lim just got tagged up, and Dad wants to try to get in there for the cleanup. The cleanup just does not happen. Shots do not land. So still pinned to the back of the map right now. It'll be Inco, but you got time to play with. You don't have to make a move just yet. Still got 50 seconds. You can still slowly work this. However, it looks like they will be slowly working through this A lane.
But they have to get past Linz on the bomb site. There's already been a problem for Inco so far in this round. Maybe they can find the route in from behind. If they take down Pabzero, this round becomes a lot more feasible. Because you can swarm Limbs on the bomb site. You don't need to be concerned about Leazero and Mihawk, and they've just spotted that player out, but unfortunately Crozen falls around the front. Now they need to act. A 2 versus 2 on the site. They need to do this while they still can. They could also push over towards B, but they're choosing to go straight towards A with it. And now these players just need to waste time for the rest of the team to arrive, and that is exactly what happens. It's unfortunate. If Crozen doesn't fall there, I think that becomes a realistic situation, but it just doesn't work out that way. Crozen falls, and Skade able to work the numbers.
That's right. Work the numbers, and it's a tough spot. Limited time on the clock. You can kind of feel the pressure really setting in that we got to get the bomb down here at A. But Inco Gaming, sick and tired of waiting around. Sit patiently. It's time to pick up the speed. Right into A they will go, pre-firing away, trying to look for some of the members. Nobody's going to be posted up inside defensively. There's still 3 players at B, and now finally they're starting to move.
Inco Gaming, the bomb now down. Skade, they're still at full force, by the way. They can still retake the site. Players are pushed all the way back in towards Pool, but it's, again, that mental game that we were talking about previously, the FHJ. Going to check that there's nobody down in the left corner. Now the information is there. No hit marker, no nothing. These players now have full control over the site. They've got to be careful, though. They're going to go for the Ninja Fuse, and these guys now going to be looking from long. Lin's looking to stretch this one. Is it enough? No. Going to be the flag coming through from Noel. This one should be done and dusted. Mihawk left up a last alive. 1 versus 3 now. He is going to get taken down, and the celebrations will be through from Inco Gaming. They have to get to map number 5 to get it done, but they have booked a place in the grand final.
Same map mode combination, and it's the same Inco Gaming as they'll find 7-3 victory here over their opponents. And man, oh man, Brody, it's looking a little similar to how we saw it play out the first time when it comes down to the Raid S&D. They save it for map 5 just in case it goes the distance. And well, it does. And they make sure they close it out here. Incredible stuff across the board. Inco Gaming, first team into the grand finals. They do it through the upper bracket, which means they even get the +1 map going into that matchup, which will happen here in a couple series. But first, a look at everyone throughout the scoreboard. You can see it, people involved across the board for Inco Gaming, but Pabzera, I think that's the big factor for me, Brody. He was so huge in so many of the S&Ds for Skade, and he just cannot get involved whatsoever, it feels like, within this raid search and destroy.
Yeah, I think you'll find that a lot of the first bloods in that situation were down to Lucasin, especially during the defense. When Lucasin was on that stairwell, as soon as Skade entered the site, Lucasin was there for the first bloods, and a lot of it did just come down to who is going to get that snipe off between Lucasin and Pabzera, as you say. Pabzera shot down in this one, just one frag. He's on the breadstick at the end of the raid S&D, but Lucasin and Noel, 11 kills apiece, the double breadsticks to close it out, and it's going to be a 7-3 victory here for Inco Gaming. We go for the pinstripe final standings, I guess, Austin. Inco Gaming able to close it out in game number 5. Again, no props to Skade because they did make that one close. I think what will haunt Skade in this series, though, is, again, we've got to bring it back full circle here to that map number 1, where Skade really will feel like they should have closed things out.
That's exactly it. I mean, you're probably going to be thinking about that somewhat, considering that it did go to game 5. There's still an opportunity to at least close out the game number 5. We just didn't see it, but I'm sure that one will probably linger in the back of their minds maybe for a little bit longer, especially if they have to go back up against Inco Gaming for the rematch and they're able to best the opponents down low, which would be Influence Rage. Of course, that's where we'll end up taking the coverage after this, but I think you're definitely right. Hacienda Hardpoint going to staying 252-47, a good 30-40 point lead going to the rotation, having the setup, fumbling it and losing the way you did. I mean, it's definitely going to hurt.
Well, it was certainly a lot closer series than what we saw the first time around between these two, right? Inco Gaming back then, it was a 3-0 to them. Skade gave them a hell of a series this time around, pushed them into map number 5, but ultimately Inco are the ones to walk away with the victory. And that means they move on to the grand final, Austin. They will be moving on now, and they guarantee top 2, I believe, I want to say at least 15,000 now will be theirs at the end of this tournament.
That's right, 15K secured. We'll be all good to go. Now we'll get ready for some of the map vetoes coming into the next map and get that one all set up and see how the losers finals is going to fare for us, man. It's going to be interesting because we don't know which one of those teams is going to be able to get the best over each other here on the day, where there's just been a lot of magic in the air for as far as COD Mobile. So hard to say where that one goes, but another great series, another chance to be able to at least get some redemption through that lower bracket and potentially get a second chance going into that grand finals.
Indeed. Well, we've got one team in the grand finals now. Inco Gaming now going to be awaiting the winner of this team now. Skade versus Influence Rage, going into that one. That is going to be our next match. Skade versus Influence Rage. One of these teams is making it towards the grand final and also guaranteeing at least 15,000 in the pot and, of course, better seeding for the World Championships. Don't go anywhere, guys, because we've got some more Call of Duty action right after this. What's better than purchasing COD points on a safe website? Purchasing it on a safe website with discounts. By paying with PayPal, OxoPay, and credit cards at COD A Shop, you get 10% off. You heard right. So go to COD A Shop Mexico website, purchase as many COD points as you want with an exclusive discount, and get an amazing loadout on COD Mobile. Welcome back, everybody, here for the Call of Duty World Championships here in mobile. It's time for the basically almost the conclusion, Austin, of the regional playoffs here for the Latin America region. We're down again to our final 3 teams into the lower finals. We're about to go and decide who will be making it to the grand finals.
Who's going to make it, man? That's the big question coming in. We only got just a few left, and we're about to eliminate yet one more. And again, just kind of re-hit for everyone. Remember, it's all kind of about the seeding coming in past this regional playoff. If you're able to get yourself the best possible seed, well, it sets you up for an easier group stage, at least make it a little bit more manageable for the most part going into the World Championship. And we know all the competition heading there will be fierce. But we take a look at the elimination finals here. Skade, Influence, Rage. They come off a hot 3-0 versus the FR Bulls. They looked really solid there, to be fair, Brody. And now we'll see how they're going to be able to fare as we take a look at the series layout.
Yeah, here's our series layout. Fire Range Hardpoint, Summit Search and Destroy, Raid Control, Takeoff Hardpoint, and Standoff Search and Destroy. To let you guys the ban maps very quickly here. Influence Rage, they ban Hacienda. Skade ban Slums, and the banned operators for this one will be Annihilator and Purify. Again, by Influence Rage and Skade, respectively. We're going to waste none of your guys' time. We're going to get straight into the game here. On towards Fire Rage Hardpoint we go. That first hardpoint is about to pop up now. And Austin, we've already talked about before how easy it is for a team to snowball on this map. We'll keep an eye on Skade because they're the ones spawning on the better side of the map. But Joker coming on through to burn up everything for Skade.
And Skade's coming off the hot series, right? They lose the map 5, but still the gunny, you have to imagine, are going to be a little bit warm here for them. So we'll see how Influence Rage will be able to kind of stop them in their tracks if they're able to. And, well, how about that? You're not going to be able to stop Limbs. We've just been able to find a nice 3-piece inside the point. But Gohan, nice shots here across the map to be able to kind of loosen up a little bit of the setup. And now trying to go in for the point.
Kills starting to be traded out here, but it will ultimately be in Influence Rage who are able to get the majority of them. And now in for the time, Skade can be spawning up over towards the firing range side. Nice nade coming out from Mihawk and Linz are going to land right at the field of Flint and one other. Let's jump up here from Mihawk as well in towards Tin. They go, looking for some more in towards scrap time, but not going to get anything. But again, it's this rotation that mattered, I think, really here for Skade. They managed to position themselves pretty well for hold on towards this next hard point. Pabsera opening things up with the first blood as well, and Mihawk in for number 2. This is pretty good, I would say, a defense so far for Skade, but they do lose control of one side of the hard point, and now they need to fight it.
Oh, Influence Rage, they almost had an opportunity to kind of control this close spawn, but all the players end up dropping and just cannot win it on the majority of the trades. So the battle inside of the hard point, it's been very solid here so far. And, well, Linz has been off to just an incredible start here. He needs to go big again. Can he do it? How about it? Get some assistance maybe on the first, but still extremely impactful. Starting to earn the streak. Sparrow into play, and we'll see if you can maybe also earn the Hellstorm.
I feel like to a certain extent at the moment, Skade kind of are very much aware of how easy this map can snowball. That's why you kind of see the streak come straight away there from Linz, who still hasn't died, by the way, on this one. So with that kill on towards Hellstorm, he's able to get another one looking for the 2-piece, but will not find it. So the Goliath has been denied. But yeah, that Predator missile ready to go, and you can see now the usage of the streak. They wanted to make sure they got the majority of time at the back of that kill, and they did. But crucially, we look over towards the rotation right now. It will come on through now for Skade. Predator missile comes down again, and yet you can almost kind of feel the sense of urgency here in this game from Skade. They want to make sure they kind of batter Influence Rage early on, but this Influence Rage team, they are so annoying to play up against. They're not letting go just yet.
No, they're going to try to set up the next hit, but it's going to be pretty convincing here for Skade. And once again, team push, shut down. Sparrow even coming out here for Mihawk, ready just to pepper that front door with anyone who's going to come flying through on the side of Influence Rage. So a really big moment here to be able to come away with what's looking like a good chunk of time. First 25 seconds at least will be strong. We'll see if they can hold on for the next 30.
Okay, starting to walk away here with this game. Vern Streaks at the back of this one as well. Leah's in, has the Predator missile ready to go if they want to use it. Leahzera also did have that Hunter Killer Drone, uses it to try and get a kill inside the hill. 16 seconds worth of scrap time to go, and that's still a gold mine in terms of making sure you have a lead in this game. Pabsera with the SKS. It's been a boon of success for him so far in this series, in the tournament today and yesterday as well. Skade working off that now to really start to swing from hardpoint to hardpoint. They have about a 50-point lead going in towards the next hill. It is going to be Influence Rage that will touch this one first. Nice hunter-killer drone usage coming out from Gohan as well, but this is where the swarm starts to come through from the players from the middle of the map, from that back alley as well. Really nicely done, I think, from Influence Rage, at least to get this first wave of gunfights in their favor.
Spawns are everything there. Losing the close spawn, you feel like this game would have started to get a little bit out of reach. But now, 60 up against but 107 here. First 20 has been clean, but the team push right through the middle of the map where Skade Esports is looking to try to break in. And how about it, Dudu? Able to get himself one. Joker Gohan trying to hold on here for the most part, but Skade have been able to get in, but they can't find all of the kills. Now spawning in across the map. Influence Rage working themselves back into the hardpoint.
Yeah, I think for everything that happened in that last hardpoint, Influence Rage now, I think they've done a really good job of kind of stabilizing off the back of this one right here. They might be able to basically just tie the game, or at least be about 10 seconds or so behind going into the next set of kills. Skate, I think they've just kind of resigned themselves to losing the majority of time off the back of that last one. So pretty even game so far, literally just 10 seconds separating these two teams, but I like the preparation now coming in through for a play like Dudu. They're getting themselves up and towards that tower to make sure that nobody from Skade can touch this middle kill time. But I mean, Skade, they're annoying. They've also got a player through towards that next rotation as well. That is going to be Eliazera, and that's a player that Flynn will need to try and take down here, and he should be able to.
Oh, shots in the back come through. Big pickup. Try to set up at least a little bit. Set up around the point. Oh, right through the front though. Skade just feel like they can walk in for free at times. Dudu just not really ready with the position to kind of watch the cross, and now he throws himself in the hill. Easy cleanup for Pep Zero is just sitting inside of trailer. At least he was before being taken down from Chaotic. But still, the doubles, the multi-kills starting to come alive here for Skade in and around the point. It's just all about the time. That's been the factor. They haven't gotten nearly as much of it as we saw kind of through the first, at least initial hill on the first rotation.
Just 4 points differentiating these two teams at the moment. 13 seconds left here. This is still a wealth of time to get if you are Skade. Liazera going to try and go in for it. And, well, that's a couple more seconds to the tally for them. But Joker now going to look to grab the scrap time. As we move our attention over towards that rotation, the trades already starting to go down. Influence Rage spawning out towards the top side of your minimap, and the first couple of kills for the break starting to come through, but again, you'll need more than that. Skade are a very strong team on this hill. They proved it last time around. Now as Chaotic finds his way in towards these players, they're ready for the break, but again, it's getting past these players. Now Gohan trying to find his way through the corner building. He will do so. Plin also with a kill. Dudu with another one as well. Might this be the break required? Dudu from over the top to take down a second, and that should be it. Influence Rage, they're in.
We're in, Sparrows are out, and a huge moment to come away with 30 seconds, but the kill feed not going the way of Influence Rage. The break is good, the spawn is close. Once again, Skade able to get away with it, and they'll be able to get in, or maybe the back 30, but have to still continue to hold on here, and so far so good. The zoning around the point, it's been solid, the control's been good, but Flynn will be able to at least cut down a few more, just delay this rotation as much as possible as we start to look at new.
Mihawk trying to win one of those rotational battles. Nicely done from Gohan to win it for Influence Rage. Skade now put themselves back in the lead on this game. This is a huge rotation because if they win this one, they get the Rage time away. It would be pretty devastating towards the Influence Rage side, but so far, Influence Rage, they're weathering the storm pretty well, but this is the problem. Look at those spawns now coming out. Players spawning towards the back alley, and the players inside right now will need to go huge. Chaotic with the bow now will be huge as well. Joker towards that back door, trying to hold on. He is going to be taken out. Chaotic now going to be putting the bow away, going back towards the KSB for these gunfights, and now Chaotic starting to streak out as well. The hunter-killer drone has already been earned here. So close towards the Predator missile, but Linz comes through, picks up the kill, and while a wealth of time will go the way of Influence Rage, it's going to be Skade right back in.
Great read from Skade. They kind of just pressure through the middle of the map, and they force their way through both entry points on the trailer, but it does not last for too long. Influence Rage managed to get themselves right back in, doing the same thing, cutting through mid. But now, can you hold on? Can you lock in 15 seconds? If you do, this just about ties this game up as the traditionally does, Brody. The very first hardpoint of just about every single series goes the distance, goes back and forth like this. Now we'll get one more lead change. Influence Rage just up by a point, but we'll see. Can they make a smooth transition? So far, so good.
This is so tense between these two teams at the moment. Last time around, Influence Rage were able to get basically the majority of time with the back of this hardpoint. Now they want to do it again. First wave of gunfights going in their favor. You've got Gohan ready to go with what we're going to go ahead and presume is probably going to be the Sparrow. Here's Arrow, though, coming in from behind. Wants to ruin their day. It's a double headshot for him. Looking for number 3. He will find it. Surely not number 4. I mean, the damage is done. That is the entry they wanted. The door has been open. And Skade, they just waltz on through. They still need to fight for this one, by the way. But it is going to be much more contest-heavy than last time around, for sure. Mihawk now on top of Wood. He drops down from behind. He's like Batman looking for number 2, and he won't get it. But it doesn't matter. The rest of the team are still fighting for all that time. And to be fair, despite a very good looking from Skade, Influence Rage have done a really good job to bat these guys away.
And it's because they've been controlling the back so well. It just feels like they haven't really let too many angles outside of Mihawk maybe dropping from the high ground to come around and kind of drop down for the kills, but it just does not matter. Defense too good. Holding on, looking good. Now, 220 to about 174. Influence Rage starting to take control of the back half of this game. Skade have just not been as consistent, have not been as dominant around the objective, but here you're calling for it. Chaotic out front will take the challenge head on, but there's will make a punish for the play. Nice little Sparrow coming on out with the shot, and that's going to be enough to get some members through the middle of the map here, but still 50-50 battle for as far as the hill as you got Flynn up top just searching for kills.
Flynn looking for his kills in the middle of the map now. He will pick the first one versus Liz, and how many more can he find now? Mihawk up top. A problem that you want to deal with is Mihawk picks up 2. Liazero and Linz are now there for kills, and Skade, what a time to activate right now if they're able to get a wave of gunfights through. That will stop Influence Rage from closing things back here on 1, but they still could do it technically if they manage to trade right about now. Now, no longer the case. They need that rotation over towards Snoot, and it is Plyn who is already over here. Gohan gonna fall. So these rotational battles already being won by Skade. Plyn has a couple of minutes to deal with. Can't even get one. Will just back away for the second. Now waits for the help coming through from Chaotic, and what a bait and switch coming out from Plyn. He exit. Chaotic is gonna enter, and now these guys are looking pretty good for the rotation.
25 seconds. That's the differential between the two. Plyn, though, continues to try to go monstrous in the back here. Joker also getting involved. 34 kills, looking for 35 up the mid-alley, but he doesn't need to commit. As long as he's just getting involved and roaming around, it would have been great to maybe get one more. But now the Sparrow in the hill. Plyn lighting it up, finds the double. Doodoo gets in there for another. Doodoo getting in there for the double, but Skade answer back with specialists of their own at the perfect moment. They get themselves in.
Yeah, this basically has to be flawless, though, from this point onwards, right? I mean, you can't afford to get broken whatsoever. They need to go right now. Chaotic in for 2. Gohan in for another one. This might be the break point right here. Mihawk is in with a 100-killer drone if he wants to use it, but Doodoo in from behind, and that is going to be the break. You also got Joker in for the help, and the Sparrow is going to be out for him. Gohan with 1 as well. The Predator missile down coming through from Mihawk. He did end up earning it. The trade's on through, but it's not enough to remove Doodoo from the point. He should be able to pre-fire with the last 3 Sparrow arrows, but no! Liazira and Linz come through with the denial. They are not done yet. They still have to fight, but they do have the rotation. One player could ruin this entire play, and it's Plyn.
Plyn could make the play. He could influence the spawns and get to the back here, but it doesn't feel like he's going to be able to do anything. The shots come through. Skade is looking good for a second. That's what was needed, but Influence Rage struggling to keep numbers around the hard point. And all of a sudden, Skade now in control. Just need to win these next couple of battles, and it is all done and dusted. A few more seconds, one more chance, but no! They're denied. Another banger of a hard point to kick off yet another best of 5.
These hard points, Austin, mate, you and I have been treated just time and time again today with just banger hard point after banger hard point there once again. It looks like Influence Rage. They might be able to get the last, 15 to 20 seconds. It's all they really need. Inside American. They get shut down. Brilliant plays come on through. It was Mihawk actually with the Predator missile that basically opens up the kills. Skade able to find their way through. I think maybe Plyn, maybe he could do something there towards the end, but no, gets caught out, gets sniffed out, gets shut down, and Skade able to take it. Austin, man, how many times is this going to happen? How many games of Hardpoint we're going to have where we're going to have like 250, 246, 245, 247, around that range, like 5-6 point games. Just insanity today here in the Call of Duty Mobile World Championships Regional Finals for Latin America, but it is Skade that do come out on top, and there you go, you can see our final stat lines as well. 44 frags for Liazero, the MVP by far for Skade.
Without a doubt. Incredible stuff. Luzera also, I mean, running the AR while doing this, just showing you the amount of map control he brings and how he sets up the subs, right? That's a huge part of it. We're finding 44 kills running the AR on the map, and you're setting up players like Klims to get in there, Leo's in, Mihawk, like you're just creating so much pressure, and it really started to come through, especially at the end as well as the beginning. They let up on the gas maybe just a tad bit through the middle, but you could still see how it was effective and how they're able to go clutch. That is just the factor that we've gotten out of Skade so far. So firing range Hardpoint, it is good. Skade do close it out, and now we look forward to what will be a Summit Search and Destroy, which we haven't got to see in a little bit here, Brody.
Yep, Summit Search and Destroy. That is where we're at now between these two teams. And if there's one thing I want to say coming into this one, Skade off the back of that Hardpoint victory, they have looked so solid in the Search and Destroys today. They won both versus FR builds, of course. The map they won in the last best of 5, they were able to take it away from Inco Gaming. Granted, that was a standoff. Of course, they did end up losing the raid, but nonetheless, I mean, this Skade roster at the moment, they're looking very hot in Search and Destroys. They're able to convert offenses for the most part when they need to, and that is going to, I think, concern the Influence Rage roster. Now, the good news is, I guess, for Influence Rage as well, their Search and Destroys have also looked pretty peachy, apart from that first best of the 5 of the day, Austin, where they managed to lose both to the Inco Gaming side.
That's exactly it. But so far, coming into this, looking for the bounce back, looking for the rebounds, right? Like, this is where I expect kind of at least the footage of watching over some of the S&D strats kind of play out for us in the other maps, kind of maybe get an idea of their play style and figure out how you want to approach this. That's kind of been the best thing you kind of have for Influence Rage, right? Because Skade's coming off the last series, they're coming off hot. You could see it. They came through frying with a couple of multi-kills to kind of kick off that map. But now that we get into Search and Destroy, this is where you've had time to be able to maybe prep over what we kind of want to put into the vetoes, what maps you want to have. So for Summit Search and Destroy, you really want to get one back here if you're Influence Rage, as much as it hasn't been great with S&D. You have to try to get yourself, I feel like, a map win, because going down 2-0 to a Skade, it's playing like this, could get very scary very fast.
And the thing is as well, we have actually seen Summit Search and Destroy, of course. We did see it for Influence Rage. They actually lost it. Team Zodiac, if you recall, Austin, it went down to overtime. It was an 8-6 victory to Team Zodiac. You and I got to cast that one, and that was the one map that Influence Rage actually lost in the series. And do you remember what happens in round number 14, Austin, with the play? I can't remember which player it was, but they got turned on up top for the final round.
That's coming back to me. Back to me.
It's tough. I can't remember which player it was now, but it was certainly tough. I think it was Dudu. I want to say it was Dudu. It was Plin? Okay, it was Plin in the situation. I knew it was somebody with 4 letters in the name. That was what it was there in the brain. But yeah, regardless, Plin in the situation gets turned on for the final kill. Don't think they'll let that one happen again here, Austin. I don't think so. I hope not. Yeah, that
was, I mean, it was tough, right? And they did respond from it, I will say. Like, they bounced back right after something like that happened, but it was a little tough. It would have been enough, I think, to tie it up 7-7 to kind of, extend that one a little bit further. But hopefully, those jitters are out. Again, you've qualified for the World Championship, so I still feel like there's got to be some stress off your shoulders. I know they're still gunning for first. I know they're still trying to get the best possible placement, but it's knowing that you're at least going to the World Championship. I think that gives you a little peace of mind at the end of the day. So maybe those nerves not there as much, and you just got to stick to your gameplay, come out, have some fun, see what you can do. I feel like that's kind of got to be what's being said after qualifying here, but we'll see if they can bounce back. They give us a really competitive map number 1, Influence Rage, and maybe they've been able to look over a lot of their mistakes from yesterday, kind of prepping, doing their homework, figuring out how they maybe want to approach things differently this time around. We'll see what adaptations that we kind of keep alluding to might be made for them.
Yeah, indeed. We talk about Influence Rage, though, for a second here, Austin. I kind of want to talk about the players on this roster, who has kind of been stepping up in Search and Destroy over the last couple of days for the team. And, I think the majority of the conversations seem to always come back to 2 players in my mind, which were Joker and Gohan. These players, I think, for Influence Rage, when they've been required to step up in Search and Destroy, Standoff Search and Destroy is probably the most egregious one that comes to mind for those players. They absolutely do. So maybe if they can step things up here, maybe that'll be the way to tie the series up. But for Skade, Austin, if you're looking at any players on the roster for them, who would you kind of be looking at here in this series or in this Search and Destroy?
Yeah, it's a little tough, right? Because I feel like there's a lot of individuals that have been great with an S&D. Like, we got to see Mihawk kind of have like a lot of really big just individual plays. But overall, I feel like Habzera, I want to see him get some redemption here in this Search and Destroy, because he was the big factor with the scope really early on in some of their Search and Destroys that they played out in the first series, as well as the series they were playing later on in the day yesterday. So I feel like that's got to be the man. He didn't end off on the raid too well with only 1 kill. So I think he wants to put on a show here for us and potentially show us why he is one of the better S&D players here still in the rotation.
Influence Rage. Again, they did lose this one. It was down to that Plin 1 versus 1, and that was versus Team Zodiac, the only map they lost in this best of 5. Can they have better fortune here versus Skade, who, as you said, those first bloods from Pabzera have been naughty. Will we see it again here, though? Here's in looking for the first blood. That was Layer Zero, excuse me, in the middle of the map looking for first blood, but doesn't matter really. They're not going to get first blood. Those immediate kills coming through from Catwalk, from Influence Rage. Very aggressive, and it works.
Does end up working out for the first. And now we'll see if Skade can manage to work themselves out of this. Looks like shots did come through, and Leo's in off screen. Doesn't drop, but bomb will go down. Them's able to get that, and now back all the way up here to his spawn, but still a lot more work to be done. We'll see if the gunfight will come through up top. It does go and finds the first. Now we'll see if he can work for the second. Shots come through, not cleanly, but still able to get the information.
Now it is just down Eliazera here to try and defend the bomb. He is going to be shut down, so the defuse should come through, no problem whatsoever there. And that was the right play you have to feel for Eliazera. That was the right play for Skade without the numbers in the situation. You have a free bomb site. Just get the bomb down and see if you can get the defense for the bomb to work out. But it just doesn't. Good attempt, but it will not work out. Influence Rage going to kick this one off 1-0.
Jumping into round number 2 now. Offense maybe doesn't work out the first time initially, but we'll see what they decide to change up. They're going to be able to get some pressure down low, kind of through the scaffolding area by B. So they'll be able to watch that cross and maybe set up for a hit a little bit later on, but the bomb for now kind of posted up to the cliff path off screen. That looks like where the first engagement has just come through, and Gohan again has just went huge. That's the bomb carrier. We'll see if Gohan might be able to also kind of figure out that information. Meanwhile, the other two players here trying to just flood through B.
Flood coming now through from Skade, and somehow they get those kills and they get away, crucially. Liazen actually will fall to a nade from Plin. Mihawk, excuse me, has escaped. And he's going to catch one player off guard. Joker down for the count now, and now Dudu in the 1 versus 2. Mihawk's pretty split away from Liazera here. So Dudu, if he was to get that kill, would have brought this down to a 1 versus 1, no problem. But now, of course, Mihawk and Liazera, they've regrouped towards the A site. Bomb will go down. For Dudu, this is about to get a lot harder.
Dudu's done some really big things and some really clutch moments. A 1v2, put your team up 2-0 here. Could be huge. You got to know one player is likely going to be up top. That's kind of always the play. But both players in this case are up top, and Mihawk, how about the snap coming through there? Able to click, able to find the shots, and that will tie us up here 1-1.
Good plays coming out there to tie this one up. They had the numbers, they made it work. It's the first offensive round in for Skade now. They take the bomb now over towards B. Got to deal with the threats from players like Dudu on the site. And, of course, Chaotic towards the back line. Dudu down for the count, though. And now, of course, they do not necessarily have free reign to get the bomb down. They don't have full map control just yet. But if they do try to do it, could be okay. But Pabzera falling will now make this a lot more uncertain.
Oh, wide peak. It's going to be punished again. Look at the support here when you're trying to make these plays. Yeah, I don't like that there from Skade. I love the initial blood, but you can kind of see them still trying to get some more there. I think you have so many options to potentially back up, use the clock. You still have like a minute 30 on the clock. You don't have to commit and follow through, but they try to get their way in, seeing exactly what the defensive setup might be like, and they get a good taste of it there as it holds strong.
Nice snipe on towards from Pabzera on towards Gohan there. So those first bloods that we were talking about, Austin, but there is a trade coming on through from Dudu. Liazera down for the count now. That one was in the middle of the map, so a little bit more control regained here from Influence Rage on the defense. Seems like Skade are pushing for a push towards B this time. Have to get past Dudu if they want to get it done. Dudu, the peak, but the timing means that he will not see Mihawk there.
Two players still down low. Nice little bank here. Frag will be able to at least give you a little info, but Plin again able to find yet another snipe, this time on to Pabzera, and now Chaotic also gets Leos in. Need a trade from Mihawk, and no, Mihawk is shut down. What a play from Chaotic. Joker gets in there for the support, gets the quick trade. Nice defensive setup again, just playing so beautifully off of each other.
Enemy has dropped the bomb.
Brilliantly done from Influence Rage, and again, they don't even get the first blood in that round. Great reactions to come on for the trade. Skade just looking for another way in here on the offense in this game. Pabzera peeking wide. Might be able to catch Dudu off guard, but Dudu going to walk away back towards the mid-cut. Look at this aggression now starting to come out. Dudu and Gohan with great responses. Dudu and Gohan with great responses. They pick up 4 between them. And now just down to Liazin, 1 versus 4. He is dead to rights. Gohan with his 3rd in the round. Dudu and Gohan, they rule the roost.
Yeah, well, the good news is they only have 1 more offensive round, so we'll only see that happen at least 1 more time, because it feels like that should be probably a no-entry area coming through, going forward here for Skade. They've just not been allowed to push through that B entry. They cannot get to the bomb. They can't get through that initial cut. And it's just been shut down every time. And now Influence Rage, look at this. They're just going to run right through here. Nice little 4-man stack just running together as a wolf pack. And they get the kill. And they try to exit, but Mihawk at least able to get 1 before they all safely get out.
Well, at least they've traded off for the moment. So Skade have that to work with here on the offense, but not much else. They could maybe deal with Plin over towards A. That might open up a little bit of space here on the offense. I think that might well be the play here. Plin taking out Mihawk, though. This needs to be a recovery, and it will be. Lea0 gets the kill off camera. So 3v3 we go. The bomb has now been picked up for Skade, but look at this from Gohan. The advanced positioning should be able to get the kill on towards Liazin. It's a little bit jankier than they originally intended, but the kill is through, and they should be able to get Pab0 as well, but no, he actually escapes. Lea0 falling, Pab0 has been spotted out, and there you go. Influence Rage. If you get another round here, we're about to switch sides.
Wow, that was some pretty crazy movement coming through to almost make it a little mixy, but not going to happen. Middle map control, the aggressive rush right through B. I love a lot of it, especially in that final round there. Might as well throw something a little different in the mix, but now we'll switch it up. Influence Rage just need 2 more rounds here on the attack to solidify this one and be able to tie it up here. Or natural kind of gunfights coming through. Limbs actually lines up too. Looks like they will line up, and Gohan does the exact same thing already into a 2 versus 3 here in favor of Skade.
Influence Rage looking for a way on towards the site. Linz is down low. Have to be careful of him. Plin will fall. So now it is just down to Gohan. 1 versus 3. These players are relatively split up, right? So maybe he can catch Lea0 off guard. Here's a crucial 1v1. Gohan survives it. But still, you've got to find a place for this bomb to go, and Linz and Pab0 are going to be sticking together like hot glue.
Good shots. Pab0 good for it. We'll be able to find the quick trade. No 1v3s. Nothing like that happening. But Skade, one of many needed rounds here to start to make any kind of an argument for a comeback yet. Hold our tongue on that. See if they're going to be able to combine for a couple more here. But the first round initially, it's strong, looks good. Let's see what happens here. Oh, the outskirts again. Gunfights galore. It just seems where the majority of the action is taking place here for us on the map. But now you can maybe try to flood out through mid. There's a couple options here. See if we can kind of go and search out for the remaining players of Skade. They're going to be down a man here, and there is maybe a chance to also maneuver this bomb over to A.
Influence Rage should get a free plant down on A. Skade, it's all about the recovery from them here. This is a huge round for Influence Rage to get. Would teeter them closer towards the edge of the 7th round required to take the win here. Skade have no map control if they go through the middle of the map. Lin and Gohan should be here. I think Linz has already recognized that and already taken some of those shots as well. Has to get this kill versus Gohan, and he does, but there's still one more threat in the middle of the map. And he's looking for the gunfight against Plin. Returning fire. Plin's still alive here, by the way, as well. Lea0 going in for the kill, but he has already escaped, and he should be dead to rights any second now. Player waiting in the corner. Joker takes him down. And there is that round that they needed. A crucial victory.
Just great opening engagements. Just nice little swing around over to the A site. Just get the initial setup in, and so difficult to break that one down. You can see it. You just have to worry about the middle of the map before you can even really think about the site. So a lot of steps to be done on the retake there. Now perfect from here on out. Gonna need to see multiple rounds in a row. Chaotic though strikes first. Joker gets the second. This has just not been the area for Skade, but the nade from Mihawk does at least mitigate the damage just a tad bit. Once again though, 4 versus 3.
The number's still falling in favor, though, and Mihawk now left up in a 1 versus 4. I mean, he is so far pushed back here that Influence Rage can get the bomb down. Doesn't really matter what Mihawk does. This 1 versus 4 is highly improbable. He's going to get the first kill on towards Gohan, though. Better Call of Duty timing will work out in his favor. Past that, anything is a miracle. And yeah, Joker with an immediate trade comes through. There's the 7th round required. Influence Rage are going to tie up this series at 1-1. really does feel like at the moment, starting off on the defensive side is just such a buff for these teams. They have a lot of momentum going into the swap, but still, I think for Influence Rage there, Austin, we have those last couple of rounds where they draw the first bloods, but not just that as well. They follow it up with another one. They follow it up with more advantageous players coming through.
That's exactly it. And well, on the opposite side, I just feel like there just was not enough plays, successfully offensively there for the side of Skate. Always a tough factor when you kind of take in that, all right, they're on the same side for 6 rounds in a row, and they were able to kind of shut them down over and over and over again. But Skate kind of working through B, never really able to find the angle, and then A just also struggling to kind of look for some of those bomb plants outside of one round. So very nice game coming in for Gohan. That's just a good bounce back game after the way the first map goes, right? To be able to respond in 7-2 fashion. Gohan puts up 15 kills. Joker right behind him. Some of the players that we highlighted end up going big. And well, it's an important time to do it to make sure you do not go down early. It's 2-0 to Skate.
15 frags, man. That is insane coming out from Gohan. That one of the best S&D performances we have seen all day. And it will mean that we go 1-1 in the series now. Influence Rage will be extremely happy with the way that Summit Search and Destroy went. It was a much-needed victory, especially going into our next map. Austin, it's Raid Control. We love this one. Again, this is one of the best control maps of all time. And to see how it will play out between these two teams, I'm really intrigued because we've seen some great control play coming out specifically from Influence Rage on this very map versus FR Bulls.
We definitely did. And a lot more kind of comes into a raid control as well, where we were actually seeing like some of those rounds kind of come down to the zones, and it isn't just all about the kills. It's kind of been the trend with 5v5 and fast-paced COD Mobile, but that isn't always kind of how these ones kind of end, especially with a raid control. Just with the zones being so far apart, you can't really have fast-track transition rotations defensively over to the zone without usually getting into engagements through the middle of the map or through your spawn even, as we've seen kind of some of those nasty spawn traps come into play. So it's going to be another big one kind of coming in. Again, two of the respawn teams kind of left in the tournament going head-to-head here for a massive swing map, for a chance to put yourself 2-1 up going into that Takeoff Hardpoint where just about anything can happen here. So this is going to be a huge one here for both these guys, Brody.
Yeah, it will be. And again, you have to go back to that 3-1 for Influence Rage over FR Bulls. I mean, it was just such a massive victory for them. And I think the thing that kind of shocks me most about it, I kind of, recall it from the situation, is the Influence Rage, they actually won an offensive round. But not only that as well, they faced adversity because FR Bulls, they almost managed to take an offensive round right back away from the Influence Rage roster. So they've definitely shown resilience here in this map mode combination. It's just whether or not they'll be able to take it away from Skade. Honestly, I will say one thing. We always try to logic these situations, I would say, Austin, right? We always try and kind of make heads or tails of the situations, given what we've seen from each team on every map. But honestly, the way that today has gone, the way that the last couple of days have gone for some of these teams, sometimes it just feels like these guys just defy logic. A lot of the time, like we can see like the most random of things happened, where it's just like, all right, so this team will be really bad at control for like the last series, and then they'll come into this one, it's they're amazing. So honestly, I just don't know how this is going to go. It does really feel like just when it goes into it, if these guys are feeling themselves, they should be good. But all I know is these are two brilliant Call of Duty Mobile teams that have kind of expressed that so far in this series, and they are fighting hard against one another. Skade with a close hardpoint victory, and then, of course, Influence Rage with a pretty solid search and destroy victory over the opposition. So this raid control will be a swing game in the series to determine who takes the lead.
Who takes the lead. And just to kind of add on to your original point there, Brody, I've also been really impressed with just how teams have bounced back after like tough losses, right? Like this series is a great example. The series previous is a great example where teams are losing by like single digits, and it's gonna hurt because maybe the game was in your hands, maybe you had the lead and you let up just a little bit and they were able to make the comeback, but they still come firing, coming out of those maps. I mean, we just saw it right here, right? A 7-2 victory after a 3-point game in Hardpoint. So, I mean, just about anything can kind of take place for us, like you were saying. Just a lot of it's kind of hard to predict, especially at this level, man. When you just get this close with the top 3 seed, like who are you going to put over each other? Sure, you have one team that's already up in the grand final, but it's just so hard to definitively say like this team's going to do it. This team looks better here when we've seen all kinds of upsets, all kinds of different game modes going to take place on the day. So you only know that's going to probably continue to go through. And again, we've got a lot of game 5 so far on the day. This one kind of powering up to what could be another. We'll see. Back and forth we go between the 1-1 start, but the swing map kind of coming in here very, very soon. Again, for all you guys tuning in, Raid Control will be coming up next year for us, Brody. And as we've been saying, man, again, just massive swing map.
Yeah, huge. And of course, beyond that as well, we've got Takeoff Hardpoint and Standoff Search and Destroy to close out the series if we do require it. I'll tell you what, I've been loving a lot of Takeoff Hardpoint. You know, this is actually kind of one of my favorite maps from this weekend again, because when we said about it, when we first saw it in the rotation, it's kind of like we don't ever get to see Takeoff because it's just, it's never been. The thing is, even traditionally speaking in multiplayer Call of Duty, which obviously, again, asterisk, it's vastly different from Call of Duty Mobile. We've learned that much this weekend, but we've not even ever seen it be a competitive map. I don't believe, because Stadium, when it first came out all the way back in Black Ops 1, which is what Takeoff is a remake of, by the way, if you guys weren't aware, which you probably are because everybody is Call of Duty fans here. I think that was a DLC map, right? I think Stadium back in Black Ops 1 was a DLC map. This is sending me all the way back to when I was like 12 years old. Austin, by the way. So this is like,
I couldn't tell you. You know, I never really remember the DLC maps too well, though. I don't know. I never remember the DLC maps
like Kowloon?
Yeah,
like Kowloon?
I just don't think I had like the funding back then when I was like 12 years old to buy like the DLC maps. I think that was the problem.
I used to love that map, man. Oh, I did, mate. I was loaded with all the pocket money I had. It's crazy. I spent my monthly wages. Yeah, you didn't? Oh man,
I wasn't allowed. No.
You should have DM'd me, mate. I would have shared
the If only I knew you back then, eh, bro?
If only you knew me back then, I would have PayPal'd you the money. But regardless, in towards the raid control we go. Influence Rage now off the back of that search and destroy will have a little bit of momentum in their favor. But really, who knows how that'll actually turn out, because today has just been so wild so far. Really, either of these teams could really step up to the next level. But to kick this one off, Influence Rage on towards B they go. They're looking to get the first tick of progression through, and they will.
It's a nice pinch play right through the middle of the map there for Mihawk. He does find one, does get shut down with the trade, and now B might actually go over pretty quickly here. Skate still have an opportunity to try to stop it, but the gunfights seem to be won, and well, they are. Skate will find 3 players. They'll just about clear everyone out around the B zone. A is now open, so there is an option here for player 4 to make a move. That would be Gohan, and it looks like there will be a shift of members coming over here to the save point.
Yeah, they definitely want to get this one done. Gohan could be real crucial part of this one, but unfortunately he does end up falling to Linz, who comes in from behind. Pabzera with another one as well, and Skade doing a really good job of clearing that point. It was a good threat, I think, from Influence Rage to actually make the transition over towards A. It's just about the execution. I don't think all is lost just yet, even with that wave of gunfights. They still look pretty content with this push on towards A, but it's about the spawn traps as well. They know that these guys will continue to spawn towards back jungle area, and now this is the move starting to come on through now. Leah's in the closest player to put a stop to this one. They also have to be kind of wary of flank coming through from Mihawk, but if Leah's in 4s, this one could well be at least one tick of progression coming on through. We should also say, by the way, that while these kills are going down on towards A, there is already pressure being made over towards B, and that is going to be it. B is falling by the wayside, and now these guys are on A to capture 2.
It's a bit of a late rotation coming in here. I mean, you only have 2 members to kind of maybe post up for that second tick, but you at least get the second tick with the minute 40 on the clock, and you have Dudu inside of the basketball court. What a one-on-one that is. Now numbers here, Influence Rage, they can get that final tick in at A.
Should be able to do it, but there's still players from Skade over here. Blin just goes from player to player, snapping onto 2, and that should do it. Pabzera tries to drop down on towards the point, but cannot get it done. How about that for an opening coming out from Influence Rage? They swing straight towards B to kick things off, not able to get it done, but the rotation towards A, just a stroke of genius.
And it's so interesting to see like the comparison to what we're used to when we were watching this, because teams put so much more emphasis over A, and they were so willing to give up B, but it almost kind of feels the opposite at sometimes when we're watching defensively here for some of the members. But see what changes. We'll see if there's maybe more of a priority kind of watching over this A point. At the moment, it looks like an early tick has already been captured. So off to a beautiful start. Spawns in the back, but Gohan able to at least find the pinch play right through the middle of the map. Can he get there in time, though? The second tick is in.
This is a pretty good response coming out here from Skate. They've already got the ticks of progression on towards A, and you and I both know it's the harder point to take. So for them to go and grab this one, it would be huge. The flank coming in from Liazin. He's actually able to activate on towards 2, and he still is alive, by the way, as well. That's going to run him the Hunter-Killer drone, but he's not able to use it to much effect whatsoever. But Dudu and Joker now going to get a couple of kills through on the defensive side. A has not fallen just yet. Skade, they're okay with that. They'll spawn over towards the driveway and get right back on B.
We'll get right back on B here. Leo's in. Nice little off angle, trying to catch them off guard as they come rolling through. I think that was also a little bit of an investment in the specialist that just came out there. Sparrow now will be shut down off the back end of the first kill that came in off screen. Mihawk also trying to get involved here in the play. Inside of Laundry, I think he might have got a sound cue, and he does. Shots come through, but Won't connect. 18 lives up against 18 lives. Just about a dead even game, but more importantly, you just need 1 tick here on the attack.
Look at the utility across the board right now for Escape. They have 5 specialist weapons ready to go. They can invest them here, and they kind of want to be honest. They kind of want to get this 3rd tick of progression. So maybe that's the key to getting it done, especially as Chaotic comes through now with 2. Dudu with another one as well. The wipe is through, and now it's Mihawk in from behind. There's 1 specialist weapon that's been utilized, and it's not really utilized to the greatest of effect, as Gohan going to shut him down. So Influence Rage at the moment, everything is going right for them, but it will only take 1 good push from the offensive side here to capture A.
So much specialist available. How much will be used? Chaotic with a big kill down low. It's going to make Leo Zera just post up here for a very quick moment and maybe try to get some longer range shots in here with the SKS, but not a whole lot to shoot at. And then Plin even attacking up top. So starting to pick apart the numbers here. Not looking too good for Skate. They just needed 1 tick, 1 final push, and now they're down to about 7 lives.
This has just been such a long period of time where Influence Rage are able to get the majority of trades off. Pretty much kills mostly unanswered. And now could this be it from Skade? Liazin and Pabzera, they are through. Lins will fall. And that's not good enough. The flank now starting to come through. Liazin able to get one towards Joker. And that is going to do it. Liazin with the final play. Despite being down in lives, Austin, they're able to get it done.
They're able to get it done, and that's the benefit of going to the A zone right off the bat and capturing 2 ticks. I mean, to be fair, they almost got the entire A zone on the very first attacking push, so that is just, you know, a little bit too easy, I feel like, when it comes down to the zones and which one you want to prioritize, but still, we'll see at least initially over to B again. Influence Rage not looking to change a whole lot up, but the middle of the map with the smoke kind of watching over the cross. This is going to allow you to get in here and force the gunfights, but Skade seem to be winning just about everything. See if they can continue to hold on, as that first wipe will be solid.
The first wipe coming through from Skade here. This is much better than their last defensive attempt, where Influence Rage were able to get their way through towards B and get a couple of ticks of progression through before that transfer over towards A. Now, that transfer towards A is being forced a little bit sooner. This time around, Mihawk with 2 on the open steps is going to slow it down even more so. Those players, they're getting overwhelmed. Look at number 1 and number 3. Liazin and Lins making the flanking from behind to apply the pressure. This is a brilliant defensive round coming through from Skade, but now maybe this is going to be all the collapse coming through as Influence Rage able to get a couple of kills. Chaotic with the Sparrow through on the spawn as well. And they managed to break some of the pressure away here as Influence Rage now for A.
Oh, I have to imagine Chaotic's eyes just opened wide, seeing 4 players with the Sparrow in hand, but can only grab the first one. B will be just about cleared up from the front, but the back from Plin, that's the play that's unfolding almost there for the second. Dudu now also bringing out the Sparrow here, trying to catch some of the players off spawn. Skade with the life advantage, so you feel like you got to make something happen, but Dudu finds one and takes himself out. Not the ideal trade, and now with 20 seconds left, things looking very grim, but at least you can get a touch on B.
At least, yeah, I was going to say, you know, some space has been created here. You can now get B. You're saying you can now get B. There's still going to be resistance coming out here from Skade, but it's whether or not these are going to be 3 kills away for players like Chaotic and Joker, and that is exactly what's going to happen here. Mihawk and Lins go down. How much more utility does Skade actually want to throw at this? This is going to be the question, at least in my mind. Liazin's actually going for this one, and I think that should be it. Nade going out from Lins, and there you go. B has now been lost. A 12 versus 9 situation. Influence Rage have done a good enough job at bringing this life disparity down somewhat. Now the Sparrow coming out from Joker. If he lands the second one onto Lins, that is a deadly trade. But no, doesn't happen. 11 versus 7 now, 65 seconds on the clock.
You really just have to make sure you don't throw away too many lives here if you're Skade. Well, they're doing a good job of it, unless Dudu has something to say about it. Getting ready for the second. No, he's not ready for the prone. 4 lives now in the cards for Influence Rage to try to make 2 ticks come through or 9 kills. So it's going to be a little bit difficult, but let's see how they look to approach it. And there's also 1 player in the spawn, so you have to worry about your flank, but the first kill is good. Let's see how clean they can make it.
4 versus 6, now 3 versus 6 as well. The lives not looking good for Influence Rage. They will fall, and Skade with the celebration there of the defensive hold. It was, I think it was just a lot of early pressure that just didn't go Influence Rage's way there in that round. So back to the traditional defensive wins now. Skade, off the back of it, have 3 specialist weapons to use. And how quickly do they want to use them here? Because if they do use them to entry on one of these sites and get a good early capture, would be a pretty good play, I'd imagine.
That's a good question. Through middle, though, 3 players, Influence Rage, just all holding on to Kitchen, making sure they can Gonna bounce between A or B, whatever is needed for the support right now. It is B. Sparrow in hand right now. Limbs is trying to find the opening. The double is there. The slide is good. Third player, Chaotic, will put a stop to that spree. But Mihawk now can also get involved up close and personal. Predator missile does come in, so big investments here around the point, but still have not completely cleared it.
Yeah, this is a lot of investment, actually. They've used one of the specialist weapons they had to go. And 2 streaks coming through from Linz as well. But nonetheless, Skate now back on towards the point. There's still an opportunity to grab this one. Dudu going for one, though, on the defensive hold. Gohan not close, or pretty close by, excuse me, as well. Dudu does fall there. Going to take down the Sparrow player as the Sparrow comes out. And now B has been held, but a change of strategy now from Skade as well. As they look to make their way towards A, they have the numbers to make it happen. Dudu, the only player over here for the moment.
Numbers are stacking here offensively. For A, almost a double. Might have just locked in that second tick for sure, but it might be in anyway. And now on their way for a third tick of progression. Still 2 players on the point. Player 3, player 4, they're not even involved in this play. They're just going to put the trust in the remaining members kind of around here to put this one down. But Chaotic in a really tough spot, kind of stuck inside of basketball, but it ends up working out. How about it? The 3 players of Influence Rage able to pick apart Skade and hold on to the A zone here for now.
Oh, it might not be over just yet. Pabzera does pick up 2, but yeah, gets overwhelmed inside Tiki, and Plin going to be the player to shut that play down. 38 seconds now on the clock, 12v12 we go. Dudu over towards the middle of the map with the Sparrow. I think that was a Sparrow that just came out there from Plin as well, but he does get shut down. So nice kill coming through now from Linz on towards the point. Has to be careful. Chaotic close by. Linz looking for the kill, but will not find it just yet. Chaotic falls to a different player instead. And now this B capture starting to come through from Shade, but Gohan in from behind for 2 for 3 as well. And that will shut down the play entirely. 25 seconds now on the clock. And it's desperation time for Skade here if they don't want to go to round 5.
I think this is the right play. You just need 1 tick at A, but the problem is the lives, right? 3 lives remaining. Chaotic takes himself out, but takes 2 down for the cause. You'll be happy with the trade, and well, likely we'll see around number 5. 1 more life remaining. The problem, though, the clock, even if it wasn't the lives, as it will tick, tick, tick away. There it is. Round number 5. Very convincing defense coming on through.
Really well done, I think, from Influence Rage. It's not like Skate didn't have their moments, to be fair, right? I did think there was a bit of investment coming through from them early on in that round to try and capture B, but it was just really resilient from Influence Rage to force the round number 5, and now they themselves have stuff to work with here. Gohan on a streak coming into this one, 5 in a row, looking for number 6 and number 7 for the Predator Missile, but loses the 1v1 against Mihawk to kick things off. So the Predator Missile has been denied, but for Joker, 1 more kill and they will earn it. The Hunter Kill Drone is thrown into the sky as this push towards B starts to become together.
Oh yeah, this B zone might actually go over. You're going to have to go now here. Halfway through the final tick, and well, nades are good. Skate are in. Can they stop it? Looks like they have. Nice little retake, but a quick response here from Joker, trying to make the quick move. Pabzera, though, way ahead of the play, already up top, and as much as he dies, he gets 1, and he gets the read, so now you just need players starting to shift over here defensively, kind of watch over this A point, because there could be a chance for a touch.
Yeah, this is a lot of investment into the B point for a Skade. I'm kind of surprised that Influence Rage haven't recognized this and made them move over towards A. Kills in the queue, though. Mihawk for 1 with the Sparrow, and another one with the KSB to close this one out. 24 versus 19 now. Life advantage in favor of Skate. Map control at that as well. It looks like an A push coming out here in the last 40 seconds from Influence Rage to try and get some progression. They don't have any control over B, any control of the middle of the map. Maybe if Dudu can pick off 1 here, it would be huge, and that is going to be Mihawk with the Sparrow down for the count as well. So massive gunfight to take, and now that space for the players on B. The capture should come through in this extra 60 seconds as well.
Extra 60 seconds, Dudu being 1-on-1 here inside of Kitchen, and now you can maybe get some presence on the A point, but just a little bit too far ahead. Can't get the regen in. And now B going over will solidify the minute of play. So minute 24 total to work with. Down by about 5 lives now after that kill comes in. A little bit of a scary moment. But Skate, oh my goodness. Lil Zero gets a double in the back. That is massive.
Linz inside Kitchen at the moment. Ready for push coming through from Joker. Going to be 4 players in the middle of the map from Influence Rage. They're ready. I think that's a rocket launcher in the hand from Joker here, ready to go to try and take these players out. They're looking to get these kills, but it's all Skate in the feed. 3 down now for Influence Rage. It was a massive push for the middle of the map if it had worked out, but it just doesn't. Chaotic's going to have to back away. And now Leah's in, bringing his Sparrow out as well. He will fall. Pabzera now for his Sparrow. This is a dire situation for Influence Rage now. They're down to their final 7 lives, make it 6. Surely this one's out of reach now, and it most certainly will be. Leozin's lining him up, and he's knocking him down to the last 4.
Oh, incredible shots there for Leozin, and now one more to put this one away. The round number 5 was not meant to be for Influence Rage. Just did not have enough, and that will be it. 3-2 victory to pull ahead in the series here for Skade. What a map.
What a map between these two teams, and a dominant round 5 coming out from Skade there towards the end. Just, what was it, 16 lives is what they had towards the end, Austin? Just nuts, and how dominant that round was. Of course, they were, technically speaking, playing on the defense, but we saw that early investment. We saw going into the round that there were hunter-killer drones on the side of Influence Rage. They just decided not to use them. Or they used them, but it was just really early on where they went for it. And it didn't really work out in terms of the B capture that they wanted. It took a little bit longer to get that one, and by that point had come round. Well, it was too little, too late. Skade come out on top, and they win a crucial swing game in the series here in round number 5. We take a look at our final KDAs there to close this one out. And that is a team effort, to be fair, coming out from Skade. You have to say, pretty much everybody is playing well. And to be fair, for Influence Rage as well, everybody is still coming out to play.
Yeah, like both sides of the chart here, like everybody's either a kill apart side by side. Like it is very close. Like that was a very competitive map. Maybe outside of that final round where there was a big enough life lead where it was maybe a little bit too far out of reach, but still, you feel like that was still just a great one, man. Just 3-2 victory coming down. The defense will end up holding strong, but we did get to see at least some offensive play very early on. But still, it's a little bit puzzling to see kind of teams maybe try and focus the B point over the A point at times and just kind of not give that one up, not willing to kind of just let it go over for free. But, oh well, what are you going to do? 3-2, still the victory. And now we take a look at the series layout as we'll head into a Takeoff Hardpoint where I know you were getting amped up here, Brody. That's where things, well, I keep coming into the map for I'm like, this where things could end off, but you know what probably do for a standoff search, right?
Yeah, they never do. This is not finishing in full. Yeah, no, I've got faith in Influence Rage to force this one to a map number 5 at the very least. That's just how things have been going today. Oh my God. No, it's not.
That's a prediction.
Yeah, shoot, it is a prediction. Oh boy. Well, I'm really sorry, Skade fans, but yeah, Austin's boxed me in there. You know what? Here's a little interesting stat line for you to kind of draw us away from that. Takeoff Hardpoint. We've casted 5 series today, Austin. This will be our 5th. Takeoff Hardpoint has appeared in 80% of our series today. It most certainly is a favorite for these teams. We've seen it quite a lot from both of these two teams there. For Skade, of course, most recently won it by 9 points over Inco Gaming. To force that game number 5. And for whatever reason, every time we seem to see Takeoff Hardpoint as well, at least for the most part, it feels like these are pretty much always close. Like whenever we see them, they always seem to go down to the wire.
They do. They do always go down to the wire. It like ends at P2 like a lot of the times where it's, or could end at P2. Sometimes we just see the constant contest come through because no one wants to make the first move and be punished for it. And then we go to the money hill. So yeah, it really does always kind of go neck and neck down to the wire. And well, if we take anything away from the firing range hardpoint, I mean, that's exactly how you would sum that map up, right? I think we got like 4 or 5 lead changes throughout that entire map. So there was a lot going on throughout that firing range that once again ended us off with like a 3-point differential. So still very close here between the two, and just kind of adding into the story for why we think this one is going to continue to be close for us.
I think what makes this really interesting, though, is coming into the Takeoff Hardpoint, something that we kind of had established going into the last series, at least. So I'm talking, between Skade and Inco Gaming, that upper bracket final, was that generally speaking, when a team gets control of P3, they're going to hold it for the full 60. Skade were like the first team to say, that's not true. Like, it's just not true at all. Their use of the utility to breaking towards that hardpoint, towards P3, to take time away from Inco Gaming, I would say is a huge reason why they're able to clutch up, because there are generally speaking times where you expect that Inco or the team in control of P3 to not just get P3, but also get the majority of time of P4 as well. Skade, I think they had the Annihilator at the time, so thing will be a little bit different here with this one, but nonetheless, it was the choice to say, we're not going to use these anywhere else. We need to reserve at least 2 specialist weapons coming into this one for that kill specifically. I expect that same strategy to come out once again here for Skade if they do lose the rotation towards that hill.
Let's find out, Brody. Let's find out. Map number 4, chance for Skade to put another respawn away and get back to that grand final for a rematch, but Influence Rage not going to go out easily. We'll see them fight back without a doubt, and already Joker, as we kick off with his POV, able to find that first one and get some early seconds here on the point.
It is going to be the Influence Rage touching first for this one and getting the first few seconds on the board. But look at this one from Skade. They're never quite out of the action as they pick up 3 kills. And that'll be their entrance on towards the hard point here. Currently just Lin sitting inside. Nicely placed nades will make these players weak before Chaotic and Gohan and Dudu are able to come through and pick up some kills. So back and forth we go for the first few segments of time here on P1. This is about as messy as you would regularly expect here. P1s, just generally speaking, are, but I do respect this from Skade. They're making sure they're sticking close to the building for that next hard.
See how the back end of the scrap time will also end up going over here. Both teams still putting a little bit of focus around it, trying to set themselves up for what would be easy access, the transition off P1 right into P2, being just about side by side. But Control looking good right now for Skate. Slaying also coming through up until Chaotic and Joker get involved. That's the perfect time for the kill feed. 4 players drop. Joker finds the 2-piece. That's going to clear out mid-map. And now there's a chance to be able to find the fast track rotation here to New.
Yeah, those rotations, it did seem like Skate did want to get an iron grip over them, but that just hasn't happened now. A couple of players has already made their way in. Lin and Joker have quite a lot to do, though, while they're kind of wasting time for the rest of the team to make their way over, and unfortunately not able to hold on for the majority of the time as Skade can be able to break into the building. Haven't quite broken into the hard position yet. A lot of this is going to be down to Meatwolf on the rotation to the line, and he will get the shot towards one. It is Lin's that closes things out, but nice rotation in the mid as well. Just one more player inside. That is going to be Dudu. Meatwolf is taking roots at the moment, and he is continuing to do damage. Triple for Mihawk at the moment as Skade able to find their way on in.
4 consecutive kills there for Mihawk. Good stuff in and around the back, and it gives Skade the confidence to kind of set up inside here, but Leo Zera got some work to do! Oh man, what a play! Lays on the trigger for the 3-piece, and now take a look at the minimap. That 3-piece slows down all of the players here from Influence Rage. Now they're going to have to try to cut through the middle of the map and make this break happen.
Yeah, good amount of time coming out from Skate there on that last hard point. Now we talk about the rotation over towards New. Pabzera is watching mid very well. It's the Fury kill from him. Now it's going to be the Sparrow coming on out to try and keep these guys at bay. Has a 1v1 up close and personal with Gohan coming up. Gohan, though, I think has actually just been taken down here. Finally, Gohan does actually activate. Couldn't see where he was because you can see the minimap. So Gohan all now coming through, and the kills now coming through from Influence Rage as well. This is a brilliant break from them. Great uses the Sparrows coming out. It's not the Annihilators, it's the Sparrows to break on through. And I really love that we're seeing teams learning how to break this P3 hill. Or at least they knew, but they're now showing us how it's done.
Yeah, they're showing us now. It's happening a little bit more convincingly at the beginning of the hard point, and not maybe for like the back 15 seconds. So a little bit of a change. Influence Rage now looking solid for a little bit of a cushion heading into the P4 hill. Nice little patient play here from Dudu. Knows one more player is going to challenge him as he finds the freebie and picks it up with the Sparrow. So 8 more seconds to be collected. 1v1 still being won. Dudu is taking on the rest of the lobby over here. He's like, you want to keep coming? I'm going to keep slaying. And that's going to allow my teammates to get numbers over to the new hill before you guys do.
Yeah, despite that early rotation from Skade, Influence Rage do a really good job of keeping the majority of time away from them with that early break on through. Now I'm intrigued to see how this rotation towards P4 goes. It's a full wipe in the feed as Gohan picks up 3. And that's Influence Rage now going to be the first team to touch in this one. They should be able to put some good distance between themselves and Skade. But I'm intrigued to see how much of this utility do we see put in towards this hard point now. Gohan going to throw a 100 kilo drone out towards that spawn side. Flynn also, I think, has just released his as well. And I wonder if that kind of same kind of response is what we expect from Skade. Abdera has one in the back to get ready to go. If he uses it, it might be the break in towards the hard point that should be easy, I want to say. Chaotic, though, is fighting pretty hard to hold on inside the hill. Mihawk now on the outside trying to take some players out from the side. Now Skade are able to find their way in for a crucial 20 seconds or so, but it won't be long before Influence Rage right back in, and we can see Flynn there using his Gravity Vortex gun to keep these guys out of the hill.
Well, going into P3, Influence Rage, we're down a little bit, and off the back end of the last 2 hills, they're now up a decent amount of points here, almost a full hard point. So really shows you how they were able to come away with a couple of strong breaks and a couple of strong holds once they got inside. But now the resets kind of taking place here for us. Pabzera looking for some long-range shots. Those are crisp. And that will now allow them to move in here freely. Start to get a bit of a setup. Pabzera looking for another, but Gohan will finally shut that spree down.
Hardpoint is ours.
Not sure if we lost Brody or not, but either way, 120 to 72. 30 seconds now left. We'll see what happens here on P1. The shots are starting to come through back and forth. Influence Rage looking really strong for as far as the back 20 maybe again here. They have the setup looking really good. Now we'll see if they can also hold on to this as well as maybe make a rotation happen as well.
Alrighty, well, still down by about 50 points or so here. State, they need to find a way to make sure they have control of the rotation towards that next hill, but look at the kills starting to come through again. This is a disastrous moment here. Influence Rage, this might be the moment for them where they can really start to put some serious distance between themselves and Skade, although I have said that a couple of times so before in this map, Austin, and really, it rarely does ever happen. Skade looking to make their way through. Leah's in the Pabdero with a couple of kills, but Chaotic is guarding this one with the Sparrow. It won't do much at all, as we see now the Sparrow coming out from Liz as well. Look how much little HP, though, they have to go. They have to be cautious. They can't just run at this one. Flynn just waiting down low, ready for Linz to turn the corner. It will work out. Skade still fighting for this one, as it's going to be Influence still holding on. Joker, the last remaining player left alive, and he is white with Pabdero for 2. Skade able to break on through.
Able to break through. This 30 seconds actually going to be so huge here for them. Skade need about every single second they can get before seeing the P3 or P4 hill. So everything is huge, and Lim's able to go big here again, trying to find the double up. Double is good. Triple maybe, almost. Chaotic, just about 1 HP, trying to fly in to contest some of that scrap time, and that means easy cleanup here for Leo Zin. So this is actually a pretty good hill coming in here for the side of Skade, but it needs to be even better, and the numbers have already made their way across the map here, Brody. This time, we have to see them hold a significant amount of time.
I was going to say Gohan can still stop this one on the rotation, but no, he will actually end up falling there to Linz. And of course, Lynn did have an opportunity to do it as well, but no, they were shut down. For the moment, to be fair, I was going to say it was actually going to be a 2 versus 3, 2 versus 4, 4 in numbers in favor of Influence Rage, but now no longer the case. Of course, those spawns starting to come on through for Skade. And the question I kind of ask is how much does Influence Rage actually have on side here to break in towards this hard point? You have 2 specialists ready to go. You also have a Goliath suit ready to go for Voodoo as well. So it would be good if they want to use it, but defend the point as well. You can already see the investment being made right now from Leazin. The Sparrow is in hand. He's ready for these guys to come on down through the stairs, to come on through that back alley. Lynn's there as well. And as far as a good defensive hold for the moment goes, this has been a solid one coming through from Skade. Again, great usage of what they have on board to defend the point.
30 seconds off of B2 and just about 40 seconds, almost 45 coming in here, and maybe Lims can actually make it even more. The double comes into play. Doesn't want to stick around too long for that scrap time because he knows the more important hill just about to spawn here for us in 8 seconds. Everybody making the way over, but there's more numbers here for the side of Skade. Sparrow again coming up for Lims to see what he can find. This is going to be a potential make or break here in the game if you can hold this yet again.
Can Linz do major things there with the Sparrow? Unfortunately not. One kill versus Joker, and the worst part is follow up there. Three of course coming through from Influence Rage. What a break coming through early on here. This is it again. You said a make or break moment. I think it most certainly might be here for Influence Rage. They're in towards this hard point. Skade have to find a way through. 35 seconds still left up. What investment do you have? Absolutely nothing on the side of Skade. For Gohan, however, he's just firing these shots off from long with the Sparrow. They're connecting onto at least a couple of players. This is a dream hard point for Influence Rage.
It really is. They were able to find the break, get themselves in there. Maybe they don't get all of the time, pending what kind of happens here. Skade want to try to get everyone cleared out of the point as it's still contested time, and with those gunfights, I think Skade have been able to do it. A couple grenades will come in late to see what they can kind of pick apart, but overall, we still got ourselves an incredible hardpoint game, 182 to 170. 12 points separating the two. Again, it needs to be Influence Rage that continues to go big to get us to a map number 5. Skade, though, they could put it away in P1 and P2, and so far, they're able to get right into P1.
Yeah, despite that strong hardpoint from Influence Rage, Austin, I swear we have been here before on Takeoff Hardpoint, despite these kills now coming through from Chaotic. It is never good to counter a team where they can bring P1 and P2 back to back, and of course that P3 rotation that is just so potent. But in towards this hill we go, 20 seconds in now. Neither team able to get much time across it at all, and I think this is just down to the fact that these guys, at the back of their minds, are just being super cautious of the fact that they do not want to use the rotation towards P2. The fight's already goes down off screen now inside P1. Leasdin and Leastera able to double up for 2 inside. Flynn now trying to suck up some time now for the roster, but looking up towards construction is a fallacy that he will fall for. Still, time now going up for Skade as well. 10 seconds left, and we talk about that rotation. There is only one player for Skade over there right now. It is going to be Liazin, who actually peeks out towards the middle of the map, and now the rest of the squad are on the way.
Goliath inbound, Goliath inbound. I was wondering when you were going to call it, and yeah, right here in the back where you have a little bit of safety, but we'll see if it will be enough to try to hold on and extend this one. We'll have to see something big from Dudu in the back here. He's got reads on Mihawk, but he's going to be able to destroy it. Can you believe it? What a big individual play. Goliath now no longer going to be a factor. Still lots of specialists to try to deal with, but Skade now have an opportunity to try to really make this happen, Brody.
And 4 specialists on hand now for Skade. Despite all the investment from Infinite Trade, now they have nothing left to go for the remainder of this game. Just their weapons and their wit moving forward. Liazin and Linz now with Sparrows in hand, ready to go. And can they get anything on the back of it? Linz is going to go. Liazin is now the only one left up, and the Hunter Killer drone now in the hands for Liazin as well. Did end up using it to try and defend this point away. Regardless of what happens in this 20 seconds now, we will be going to a new hard point. So keep an eye on these rotations as 3 go down. It's Pabzera who's making the run. He is sprinting towards the rotation.
He's sprinting to the rotation, and it's deep spawns in the back right now for Influence Rage, so the worst possible time to get this spawn is when it comes in for them. Now a rotation, absolutely required, and it has to be perfect. Feels Eric and still watch over the middle of the map. That's a good pickup for Chaotic. 235 to 213. The setup is here, but now you have to hold.
The opening wave of gunfights is going to be Skade, so they should be spawning close. 2 players coming in the back line. They have to be aware of that. Linz actually turns around for it, but not too late. As 4 go through now.
They're in.
It's into his rage. Who's broken in just 8 seconds away from victory. And they've been broken.
They've been broken, and now the pressure on Skade for one break attempt to try to end the series right here, right now. Limbs able to get in for 2. Is it enough to break open the players inside of the hardpoint? So far, no. Joker, he gets the Sparrow back. He finds the double up, and this has been an incredible hold here thus far. 15 more points. They can all end here.
Skade, you just need to effectively contest and get yourself towards the rotation. You can still finish here, though, with 13 seconds left. This might be the break. The trade's still in favor. Joker in for 2. That's actually going to be 3 for him there. They could still finish it here for anybody get on in. It's going to be Leah's in the tries, but he is denied. And Influence Rage, they will be celebrating once again here. Why on earth not another Game 5?
I mean, we knew it. We knew it was going the distance. Let's be honest. I mean, it just had to. It absolutely had to with the way this series has gone. So we will see yet another map number 5. But, man, just whenever we see these teams down 1-2, it just always feels like they pull the rabbit out of the hat. They make the comeback. They get the holds, the spawns, everything just comes in perfectly. And even when you thought Skade might have done enough, especially with that Mihawk play onto the Goliath, really just nullifying the entire streak in full, going for a 1-for-1 trade, that was where I thought things would turn around, but not the case. Influence Rage, they break the setup on P3 and get in for the back 35 points, man. That is just ridiculous stuff, Brody.
Utterly ridiculous. We knew. We said it coming into it, didn't we, Austin?
We
Not
did
only
know.
Did we say about the Game 5, but I think we said it was going to be a close one, as these things always are. And I love the fact that as we've got further on through the tournament, as we get kind of down to the best of the rest, it really kind of does feel like teams have got a lot better at kind of those P3, those P4 breaks. And the thing is, towards the end as well, Influence Rage, I mean, they almost they broke in, right? I mean, they're not the ones who go in there first. It is Skade who managed to reach first, who find the spawns for it. But Influence Rage, they break on through when it matters most. Just electric in the attempts to make it to the grand finals. We have a Game 5 on our hands, Austin. Austin, it's Standoff, mate. It's Standoff for Search and Destroy. I couldn't ask for a better map.
You couldn't ask for a better way to end this one with a bang, baby. Standoff Search and Destroy to be the deciding factor for who gets into the grand final up against Inco Gaming, who are patiently waiting to see who their opponent is going to be. And, well, we've gotten a lot of standoffs so far on the day here, Brody. Influence Rage, they've played a little standoff here and there as well. Yep. So this should be an interesting one, man, especially with the way Summit went. That was pretty convincing, 7-2 fashion. So can they translate that over to the standoff here as well?
That's my question, right? You know, how much of that does translate? Of course, we have seen these teams both play Standoff today, both in game number twos. Influence Rages was a 7-2 victory over FR Bulls. For Skade, it was a 7-5 victory over Inco Gaming, but that doesn't exactly tell the whole story, because if you recall that one, Austin, it was Inco Gaming who started off on the preferred side. So they actually started off with those 5 rounds effectively, or I think it was 4 actually. I think it's 4-2 is what I would say before the side flip did come through. Skade then, as they went to the offense, just dismantled Inco. Like it was amazing to see, I think, for Skade. So their knack for coming back is just so frustrating, I think, for teams to go up against at the moment. And of course, now game number 5 versus Influence Rage. I think the flip side of that, though, you know, we kind of talk up Skade and their prowess in Standoff Search and Destroy. Again, Influence Rage, we talk about the 7-2 over FR Bulls. It was incredible, part of the 3-0.
Yeah, I mean, very convincing when they did play the FR Bulls, and not just that, but they also have it usually at the end of a lot of series, it felt like, especially through day number 1, if they were actually going to go the distance. So the fact that we now have ourselves a standoff search to kind of decide who is going to win it all, it really just could not ask for a better map mode combination coming into play here. And now off what has been kind of a lot of experience and playing multiple different teams, you have to wonder how that also kind of shapes and maybe morphs your strategies just slightly kind of coming into the rest of it. Because Influence Rage, they were really good with their Sons and Nades when they were ever playing Retake and A. That's actually one of the first teams that I want to say that did also kind of give up the A side at times and were willing to kind of come through on their side once the bomb was down and play Retake that way. So we'll see if that continues, because Skade in a lot of ways like to do the same thing. So that's what I think is really intriguing about this one, is the fact that both have similar playstyles in that same way. And now we'll also see if Pabzera can kind of get hot with the scope, because last game 5, we did not see him whatsoever. He had a slow start to game number 2. So now it's a chance to be able to do it again here in this Search and Destroy standoff for the final game.
I think that's the thing as well, because that was the crucial difference maker, I think, for Summit. Now, the one thing I will say is, on Summit, I don't know if this is an egregious statement to make, but I think that's probably where the sniper rifle is going to get shut down, if anything, right? That's the way I see it, you know, for Summit. That's where the sniper rifle is going to be least effective, per se, because there's just not many lanes at which you can actually check for that sniper rifle player. Coming into Standoff, though, snipes galore, mate. Your sniper players are going to be having a heck of a time here, and I think for Skade specifically coming into this one, this is where we should see Pabzera absolutely activate. But that's not to say that Influence Rage also will not have their own fun times on a map like just this, because they have been on it quite a lot, and they are very experienced. Trust me, they had like a 20-minute game on this yesterday, I think it was. So I expect to see that again here, but as we get in towards, would you believe it, it's Pabzera with the first blood.
Of course it is. Coming in hot. That's not a good sign here for the opposition, but bomb will go down successfully. Good read in the back right now from Limbs, but can he find the 1 versus 1? Yes, he can, due to one of the big playmakers here for Influence Rage will be shut down.
3 versus 4 we go now. Through Influence Rage here to defend this bomb that they got down. It was a genius idea to get the bomb down to help them out in the situation. 20 seconds left now to defend, and now Player going to jump it, but Player going to take him down. And now the 2 versus 2. Pabzera and Liazin find themselves shaking now in the 2 versus 2 clutch, because they have to still get the defuse regardless of what happens to the players. There's the kills. Brilliantly done. Surgically executed. And they will survive.
They will survive here. Really strong first round coming in for Skade. Not really budging. Not getting bullied out of some of the areas that could have been really difficult to retake here for them, but just doing it together, playing off some of the kills. Pabzera also getting involved with a couple snipes early is a really good sign for all of you Skade fans out there. But heck of a way to come through with the very first round. Scope, of course, going to stay out. Looks like some nades over the top might have connected, and that's going to allow some easy cleanup kills as everybody's going to get involved early. Already losing out on 3 is Skade.
All right, brilliant first blood coming through from Influence Rage. They've put themselves in pretty advantageous positions here in this game number 5 already. Of course, the first one didn't work out in a round. This one surely will, as Gohan takes down one more. Is in left up in the 1 versus 4. This retake is nigh on impossible to make with the position that Liazin is in.
1 versus 4. It goes down at A. Maybe B, you're thinking, all right, I can finesse, I can jump over a couple walls here. Maybe bob and weave a little easier, but A, you kind of have to spearhead head on. And, well, now that he's burned just about half of the clock for the bomb timer, he's just playing for kills, seeing what he might be able to come away with. Little shot will be taken. Flynn will give him a challenge. He'll definitely make it interesting. A nice little shot over the top. Flynn will connect, and that is a great response coming in.
Much better, much better. I mean, to be fair, I'd say that, like, Influence Rage did anything wrong on the first round, because I just don't think that's the case at all. The play call was the correct one, and they almost made it happen, but that time, they actually get the numbers. They actually get the kills to follow up the play that they make. Now, this time around, what happens? 3 players on the defense have been sent towards A, 2 towards that back alley, so the numbers in favor of Influence Rage, but it's the element of surprise that will favor Skade here. How do the trades go down? Well, it's going to be the pinstripe kill feed, but ultimately Gohan with 2 puts the numbers well in favor of Influence Rage here. Now the 1 versus 2. As Mihawk's able to get 1, he has revealed his position.
Mihawk for a 1v2 here. Trying to give Skade just a little bit of an edge for the swing round, but that bomb certainly has a free plant inside of that A site. That's where you'd have to go. But they're playing corner to corner. They know Mihawk's also the type of player to kind of take some of those challenges, go searching, seeing what he can find. And I think because of this, they don't really have the confidence to drop it just yet. But if they drop it now, oh no, Mihawk might have just got the timing, but Plin is not missing, is he? Another shot here with a little peek, and this one will connect yet again.
That's 2 offensive rounds, Austin.
That's right.
Influence Rage starting to wake up here. What a time to do it as well in game number 5. Skade have got to put a stop to this bleeding, because you can imagine as well the way that Influence Rage played that first round, excuse me. Could argue that should have been theirs as well. Now they look at this from Skade, great response, the aggression coming through. You've got players already inside boxes, not just 1 but 2, and multiple. Joker getting that first blood on towards Mihawk is going to make them rethink their actions momentarily.
Play maybe all the way around the back, about to come through here for Dudu. It would be him on the flank, that is for sure. And he's kind of got a lot of the players now pinned in inside of Tractor. They've cleared out inside of Yellow and Granny's. Couple trades, though, do go back and forth between some of the scopes. And that does now leave us with Skade in this 3 versus 2 on the retake.
Now just 1 player left up. Gohan, the 1 versus 3. He's got that first kill. This is realistic, but nope. Leazin comes in, able to get the frag off, and yeah, the bomb might well go down. On towards B, no less, but again, Skade with the numbers, they should always kind of make that one work, Austin.
Absolutely there. I mean, just a couple of nice shots coming through in the back here. There was a really good chance to kind of keep them pinned inside of that Tractor area around the A site and maybe try to force some of the gunfights in the cross once they're trying to make their way over to Courtyard, but no one really maybe holds it there long enough or has enough of an influence through the middle of the map to kind of actually put some pressure on the play. So 2-2 as we go into now round number 5. Skade have been at least a little hit and miss so far, but they do go back to their traditional ace setup. It's a hard 3 and 4 stack off the rip, expecting maybe something aggressively to come through, but Influence Rage not going to bite.
Habzera taking shots towards top red. Second one as well. Neither going to connect on towards Joker. That would have been nice for yet another first blood from Habzera. Not this time, though. Influence Rage now. The bomb in the back alley. Rethinking the strategy that, hey, they could probably get this one towards A. That would be at least a little bit of foolish confidence, because there are definitely players around the site that could put a stop to such an attempt. They also have players themselves. Keep an eye on number 2 as they move through the middle of the map. Plin and Joker. I think they want to get this bomb down on B instead.
Yeah, no one's in yellow. No one's in back alley, so you can't really threaten the bomb planter, it feels like. Should go down, unless you can maybe find some toes. Oh, the exit comes through. Habzera just can't find the mark, and now exiting outside of Tractor. Lynn's able to do it again. Finds the first one. Habzera gets one with a pistol, and again, Skate have the numbers on the retake.
Is this about to be another retake on towards B?
Through
Could
A,
well
yeah.
happen. Could well happen here. I hope taken down, though. Habzera in for the trade, so the number's still in favor of Skate here, but time not really on their side. 20 seconds left for them to do something in this situation and locate the players, but it's Plin looking for the kills from afar. Chaotic from down low inside Brown as well. Habzera is stuck here now, even if he gets that kill on towards Plin. Does he have time for the kill on towards Skate? He does! Habzera! Silly me being presumptuous. Does he have time? Of course he does.
That's a misplay from both Plin and Chaotic there. One of them need to make the call that I'm going to peek. I have the sight, and it looked like Plin was the one who initially did it. And Habzera hits the shot, and then Chaotic just kind of flies out of bottom Brown after being concealed for the majority of the round in that corner. Oh, that's one you'd love to get back.
What on earth was that? That has to be one of our best plays today. Surely. It has to be. What a time to get it off as well in the lower bracket finals. Won't forget that one anytime soon. Abzera goes huge. Now, Skade. Final time on the defense here. Pushing very far up. They've already lost one player. Mihawk down for Gohan now. Will there be any more though? As Lin's able to get 2. This is surely number 3. No, it is not. Joker gonna save the bomb carrier there. But Liazin entrenching himself very far into the defensive spawn.
I just don't know how so many players are slipping the net right now when Influence Rage still had all 5 members on the map, but all those numbers get cut down real quick. Lin doesn't fully clear out the top, but into 3 versus 2 here, Influence Rage gonna have to start to play for one of the sites, and I think it's gonna be the option. They have cleared just about all of it out, and you could play for a post plant here for Plin, kind of inside of crates, but 3 versus 2. Now they're the ones with the numbers disadvantage. Let's see if they can try to get another offensive round.
Massive 1v1 going on towards Crates. By the way, oh, Plin! We catch the trail end of it. Just dismantles Liazin. Nonetheless, though, now 1v2 for Plin. He is taken down. Unfortunately for him, the teammates die around the site. And it's a big clutch from Skade towards the end of their defensive run. We saw some early great rounds coming in from Influence Rage, but nicely done, I think, from Skade to her answer.
Very nicely done. Plin, though, matching a lot of the pressure that we're getting out of the opposing scope right now, Pabzera, but sometimes when Pabzera is playing like this, it can be really difficult to slow this team down. And now we'll get a look at Skade. They're usually much more aggressive when it comes to taking over this ace site by storm, and I think Influence Rage, well aware of this, might be saving their stuns and nades to come over the top of the retake. Leo's then going to lay prone as this bomb will go down.
Looking for the entry facts on towards the site. Trade starting to go down. Liazara's gonna just line him up for triple. Looking for more as well. Give him number 4. Just give him the ace right now. Liazara is hunting the last remaining player down. I think he might have seen them run through Grandma's. Chaotix found his way.
We're giving it to him.
In towards Kebab. Yeah, just give it to him. Liazara, mate. Come on. Number 5 for it. He's gonna be denied. And it's an upset final twist here. It doesn't matter. The round will go the way of Skade. But Liazara, he is just contested for the best play, and I thought we'd just seen the best bloody play.
Oh, man. Leo Zera, so good with that SKS, isn't he? My goodness. Just holds the front of the site, knows they love to flood through like that. And the great read pays off massively for a 4-piece, man. 5-2. Now the overall scoreline and chaotic inside of Cube, you can see it. He's not very comfortable at the moment. Health bar has constantly been at about 10-20%, but does get the regen in. Meanwhile, it's going to be Limbs on the flank. Oh, it's another ridiculous multi-kill. But can Chaotic try to pull off something special? No 1v3 after finding the first kill, and now we got a 6-2 tally.
What do you even say, mate? What do you say? So many of these round wins for Skade have just been off ridiculous plays. Like, there's Lins with a triple. Liazara in the prior round with a quad. Hello? Can somebody stop feeding, please? Goodness me. Influence Rage giving away kills for free at the moment. And look at this play now coming out from Influence Rage. This is a big risk to try and put a stop to the bleeding. Get some momentum back in their favor. Is the read-through from Skade? I think it very much is.
Oh my. He's with the bomb here. I was going to say, with the bomb, I thought he was maybe going to try just to shift over to B, but now that's in a really rough spot. Leozera here alongside Pabzera. They're just peppering shots through the wall, just seeing if they can connect here. And there is players outside, but Dudu will be able to punish Leozera on the initial peak. So Pabzera with a chance still. He'll find one, and he knows one other still close by.
I'm not gonna lie, for a second there, I thought because there's a second wall on the stairs that he was shooting through both, and I was like, what in the world is that? But regardless, Pabzera shots through. It's gonna assist for at least 1 kill there, but now in a 2 versus 3, they know where Pabzera is located. Mihawk will probably have to be the playmate. Somehow Pabzera exits. Okay. Plin eviscerates Pabzera. It's about time, to be fair, that Influence Rage getting that outrageous kill back at him to him. Now Mihawk for the 1 versus 3. It's about time, isn't it?
Yeah, you are absolutely right. There's just been too many one-sided highlight moments. About time Plin's able to get one back, but let's see what Mihawk's able to do here. Did get at least a little bit of information on where Plin is. He's got about 30 seconds. If he can maybe get close quarters inside the site, might be able to make a flashy play happen. but he is using a lot of the clock here, so this one becoming a little bit more difficult. We'll see if he can get the bomb down. Chance for the exit. Plin doesn't really check right away, and Mihawk able to find the first kill, and will he be able to stay up? No, he cannot. Trade is there.
It's not over yet.
Dude, I thought I thought for a second. I was like, mate, Mihawk, I've had well enough solid plays, crazy plays. I've had my fill. And I'm pretty sure Influence Rage have been filled as well. Skade. They're playing pretty well at the moment. They finally give one round away here, though, on the offense. And now look at this from Influence Rage once again. 4 players straight through, and it's Leans with the triple. Give him number 4 as well. It's Mihawk 4. Joker now, the last remaining player left alive, and he has to pull off a 1 versus 5 and ace. It's just not possible. As Skade with the incredible plays, Leans with a secondary triple, and you can see the elation for the Skade players. They are back into the grand final.
Back in the grand final. Rematch will come through. Skade trying to keep the wrecking train going after getting through yet another team facing elimination. This is where they seem to thrive. And what a series. What a map number 5 coming in. Just highlight reel after highlight reel. Felt like we got a ton of them there in the final map, but we were wondering where or when Pab's Arrow was going to show up here for us. We don't see a ton of it in the Summit, but we get a lot of it here in the Standoff Search and Destroy. As he drops the 12 bomb, has a lot of big moments. Limbs as well, a couple big 3 pieces, doing the dirty work here with the objective play. Everyone really having and picking their moments, but what an incredible series coming through, and obviously a big congratulations to Influence Rage. We're able to pull off that 3-0 a little bit earlier on there for us, Brody, and at least keep things very competitive and clinch the spot going into the World Championship.
I think we could probably say Skade deserved that one, right, Austin? I think you and I probably agree. We're on the same page for that. Yeah, of course, mate, of course. Yeah, just incredible plays coming out there for game number 5 for Skade, as we saw just incredible play after incredible play. If it wasn't a 1 versus 2 clutch, it was a 4-piece coming through on the A site, or maybe just 2 triples coming through from a different player as well. Skade just playing incredible play after incredible play, and once again, the pinstripe victory comes through. This time around, it is for Skade, as they look to get the rematch off versus Inco Gaming in the grand final. Here's how everything did break down then. Fire Rage on Hardpoint, that one was a crucial Skade victory to kick off the series. Influence Rage, though, they did come back in that Summit, Search, and Destroy, and it was a massive victory for them as well.
Yes.
And I think, you know, just a massive difference. We take a look, I think, really at the Search and Destroys. For Influence Rage to come out and win the Summit like that 7-2, it has to be so gutting for them to just be dismantled in the manner that they were on Standoff.
Especially with the clutch play at the end in the Takeoff Hardpoint, right? Like, to even get us here, like, it just felt like, you know, maybe you just could roll with this redemption story of making it happen. The final moments, the break is good, the hold is there, but the map 5 just wasn't, unfortunately. So was a little bit of a struggle for them, but Skade, you gotta really tip it. They have just cleaned up a lot of their play, but this series just as close as you could just about ever have it outside of the S&Ds. I mean, a total of 9 points separating these two over the course of 2 hard points. Round number 5 in the Raid Control. Great series, but it's Skade that get the rematch here, Brody.
It is Skade that get the rematch. Let's show you guys for potentially the final time today, the bracket for everything that has happened so far. Now we have our grand finals. Inco Gaming with 2 Game 5 victories against Influence Rage and Skade, respectively. Well, the opponent that wants revenge against them has been picked. It is Skade that will be winning the game number 5 versus Influence Rage and going for an attempt at revenge. And, you know, we've hit the format in quite a lot today, so you guys should probably already know how this one's going to go down. But the reason that there is already one team 1-0 in that grand final, you get an advantage coming from that upper brackets. Inco will be happy with that one. But still, you got to go up against a Skade, this roster that are out for blood, and they looked very good in the upper bracket as well, Austin.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's the team to beat right now. They have the 1 map advantage. They're going to be in a really strong position to potentially do what we've been seeing just about all weekend, right? They have not dropped a series. They have been pushed. They have been tested, but they've been resilient. And now we'll see if that will continue to hold true, as Skade will have a chance to be able to try and take them down here throughout that best of 7.
one single more series, and it's going to be a best of 7. Inco going 1-0 up, but will that be enough to stave off this Skade roster that have looked so hot over the last couple of matches? We shall find out. One more break, guys, we promise, and then we will have the conclusion of the Latin America Regional Playoffs. Don't go anywhere.
Remember, Kata Shop is a seamless, secure, and easy way to make your COD Mobile top-ups. You don't even need to register or log in. Kata Shop will give you the most convenient options to top up COD Mobile CPs and your favorite mobile games with different payment methods, exclusive discounts, and many other promotions. Go visit Kata Shop now.
Welcome everybody to the final time here. It's time for the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship Latin America Regional Playoffs Finals. Goodness me, that was a mouthful. My name's Infinity, joined by Visions on the desk. Austin, mate, one more match and we will know which team will be a Latin American finalists.
One more match. That's right. And we'll see who's going to be able to come away with a good 30K, get the #1 seed. We'll have to see. Inco Gaming, they're the team that's coming from the upper bracket. They have the advantage of that first map, so there is at least that to consider coming in. And obviously, they were able to also beat Skate in the winners' final, so they also have that head-to-head edge on them coming into this grand final here, too.
Yeah, I think when we come down to that head-to-head edge, of course, we go back towards how that one went. It was an Inco Gaming map number 5, went all the way down to a raid, search, and destroy, and Inco Gaming were able to take it away from Skade. But Skade, they are hungry for revenge. They had to go map 5 with Influence Rage, but they were able to get it done. Of course, both of those teams are after revenge against Inco Gaming because they've taken them out along the way. Now, we have Skade versus Inco, and Austin, this one's a little bit different because it is a best of 7.
That's right, best of 7. So just a little bit of a change-up, you know. You will go a little bit longer within this series. And then, of course, as you can see on the bracket, Inco Gaming will be starting up 1-0 because they were able to make it through the upper bracket. So they are rewarded with the extra map. But it's been a hell of a ride, I'd say, for just about every single team. Of course, the FR Bulls did end up finishing on 4th there, did not clinch the seed, but overall, Skade, they have gone through FR Bulls. They almost took out Inco Gaming, but they did just have an incredible map number 5 there versus Influence Rage, and were able to clutch up as this team just about always does.
They love their map number 5s. I'll tell you that much,
That's
Austin.
true.
To be fair, so do Inco Gaming. I mean, look at this. They got map number 5. Everybody's gone for map number 5, but basically except from Influence Rage and FR Balls. Of course, that was a 3-0. So it kind of sticks out like a store thumb overall in our bracket. Let's show you guys the map set then for this best of 7. We will say as well before we get into the graphic that, again, there will be a 1-0 lead. You guys can see it right now. Inco Gaming, they come into this one because of the fact they come in from the upper bracket. They go in 1-0. That does make things kind of nice and tidy, I will say, for the series, because there won't be like any one game mode out of the 3 we play here in Call of Duty Mobile. That will be played more than twice, Austin.
Will be played more than twice, but man, coming into this best of 7 here, it's a different beast. It's a different story. It's the redemption story, you feel like, here for a Skade that needs to try to overcome an Inco Gaming that has been that squad. As much as Inco Gaming has had like a lot of game 5s, it feels like on the day number 1 was not like that whatsoever. It was just clean sweeps for the most part, except for one series, their second one, but they still had won some of those maps kind of convincingly. So you can see just how close everyone has been, but it's been a different story. It's been a lot closer. Just about every single series is bound to go the absolute distance. And I think the interesting thing about the best of 7 this time around here, Brody, is that it doesn't really end on a search and destroy if we do, in fact, go the absolute distance, right? It actually ends on a control, which is a little bit of a weird way to kind of end off with the grand final for the final map, but I also kind of like the change that's also kind of coming in here, too.
I don't know, man. I feel kind of dirty. I feel like I feel like I'm doing something
maybe?
wrong. Yeah, it doesn't sit well with me. But it's okay. You know what? Whatever. It's still going to be interesting for sure. Because of course we used to see this. You remember like when we used to see like best of 3s early on in a tournament bracket, and obviously you'd only get to see each one once. People were trying to preserve the hardpoint search and destroy, and for the sake of the argument, control. So you'd sometimes finish on the control there, I suppose, as well. But for a best of 7, yeah, it is. I think it's going to be a weird feeling for the players as well, who are used to kind of that map 5 search and destroy feeling. Nonetheless, we do have the graphic ready to show you guys now the map set for the finals, the best of 7. Let's show you exactly how this one is going down. Now, of course, there is one map that is going to be banned. The map that will not be shown is going to be Slums, Austin.
Get the Slums out of there. They're not interested in trying to get that one in. And, well, I mean, if it's just one of those maps that you're not comfortable with, that's the luxury of coming from the upper bracket. Might as well ban it out. Try to get some other maps, you know, into the rotation here for you. And that's exactly going to be the case. It looks like we might be just having a little bit of an error for as far as grabbing the series layout, but it's okay. it's okay. We can kind of still verbally talk about what we have, right?
Yeah,
so
let's
just give them the bans for as far as at least what we do have here, because the bans that we did get with Slums, and then of course we will not have the Purifier. That was banned from Skade. Inko opted into the Sparrow ban, so basically kind of doing the exact same operator bans that we saw within the very first set in the winners final. And then at the very least, we'll also be coming into a Hacienda Hardpoint, so that's kind of where we're going to be kicking everything off again, and that's where we had started the winners final there as well, Brody.
Yeah, a couple of returning maps coming through now as well. You know, as you say, that Hacienda Hardpoint, I think is going to be so crucial. Of course, that one went down to the wire. They've all gone down to the wire. Let's be clear, you know, Austin, there has been very few maps that haven't gone down to like a 5-6 point difference. I just think it's the way Call of Duty Mobile works. You know, if you have a bigger margin than that for a victory, it clearly shows that you are doing something incredibly right. But yeah, pretty much every single map has gone down to the wire, and that one was no exception. It was a 252, 257, and we have the graphic for you guys at home. Here you go. You guys can see it right now, and here is a visual representation for you. So again, Hacienda Hardpoint is one of our returning maps for the series from that prior best of 5. The other one, of course, is the map number 6. It's technically 5, I guess, overall, but yeah, Standoff Search and Destroy. That number 5/6 that will be played in the best of 7. That was also in the Advantage Finals, and that was a 7-5 victory to Skade.
That's right, 7-5 victory. Standoff able to make it happen, and I mean, Standoff Search and Destroy, just about every single series we've had kind of on the day. That, and we've gotten obviously a lot of takeoffs, but well, we won't get the takeoff search to kind of end things off with that map number 5 for Skade. That's kind of been something they've relied on, but they can still rely on the Standoff search. That's at least been decent here for them here and there. However, coming into what is going to be, I think, an insane opening to the Hacienda Hardpoint, we kind of have to mention everything that was taking place within the first set, Brody, because that's how the entire series had kind of started off with a bang because of that insane comeback that came through. So it should be interesting to see how teams have maybe even adjusted kind of their play styles, or when they'll call in mechs, whatever it might be, when the pressure is really setting in. We'll see if anything might actually end up changing coming into what is going to be a run back here, kicking off the series.
Right, well, game number 1 will be loading in just a second here. Hacienda Hardpoint, what changes for these two teams? As last time around, if you recall, it was a great rotation right towards the end coming through from Inco Gaming that upset Skade and took the victory away from them, despite the fact that, if you recall again, Austin, Skade, they had streaks in that one. They had 2 Goliaths on the map. It was a disappointing finish for them. They're hoping for a better run-of-the-mill here in this one.
Let's get into it, baby. Grand Finals time. Skade up against Inco Gaming, down a map. Gonna have to make up some ground somewhere. Why not the very first one? Inco Gaming, though, already up to a nice little start as far as the slaying is concerned. Double comes in up top there, and now down low. Rafa able to get involved. Oh, that's a scary start when Rafa starts picking up scene like this. It can get out of hand early, but a nice double will set them up for some more time.
Despite the fact, of course, that Inco Gaming have been waiting around for the lower bracket finals to take place, they are not coming to this one cold whatsoever. They are very warm. They are blazingly hot at the moment as Dad goes through with 2. We also saw that 2-piece priorly from Rafa. A lot of time going the way of Inco Gaming here off the back of P1, and they're also starting to prepare themselves for the rotation towards Lambo as well for P2. Rafa and Lucasin, both there already. One player has split the net. That was going to be Leah Zera, who hasn't actually revealed his position just yet. I think it's actually going to come back and help the remainder of his team towards the scrap time inside P1, but still, he could well be the playmaker here. Has actually been spotted out by Dad, and now plays on towards the hardpoint itself. Lins comes through to take down Rafa, and Noel falls as well, and now Skade have made their presence well known.
They absolutely have. The spawns, though, all going to be pretty close to kind of flood through in the back, and well, they do on the initial break. Can they find another down low? Yes, they can. Dad is there for the double. One more up top. Limbs will be able to get himself the trade, but now the stuns, the nades, all coming in to try to find the break on the entries. Have Zera, Leo Zera, ARs just picking them apart as they try to run on up, and Skade have been able to get themselves back in. They'll find themselves a break about halfway through, and now you got to battle out of your spawn if you're Inco Gaming.
This was a massive break from Skade, and now they can take away some time that I don't think Inco ever really wanted to lose. They still could fight for this one, though, and I think Noel's going to go straight for it a little bit more on his straight in front of the hard point up the driveway, but they get driven over. And now Skade going to get that scrap time. So they will take the lead away from Inco Gaming here. But this is going to be a money kill, you have to imagine. If we move over towards the defensive side, this was where on the last hardpoint, on the last attempt over at Hacienda Hardpoint in the upper bracket final, Inco Gaming were able to take basically a 460 away from Skade on this hardpoint. So can they do the same thing again here? Question. In terms of the opening gunfights, well, Crozin's only able to get one before falling to Skade. They're well on their way. They're right on the heels of Inco here.
Now just need to find the kills. Let's see if they can do it cleanly. Lim's going to hit a bit of a flank up top, trying to attack from a different angle. Meanwhile, the gunfight's actually decent head-on here for the side of Skade, but nice response coming back. I talked to the Limbs on the flank here. Will he be able to find two? Oh, he got caught on the reload. Almost turns up and snaps, but won't be enough to finish off the kill. However, it is enough to be able to create just a tad bit of space. Able to keep things contested here up front. Will be wheels in. Let's see if he can continue to hold on to it, but Tad says no.
Steel Tread's going down. Skade looking for this time now, and they will be getting it as Linz comes through with one. Now it's going to be the specialist starting to come out as well, as Mihawk going to utilize the Annihilator for a couple of kills. That could well determine the scrap time now for Skade, as they'll be more than happy with the time they've taken away from Inco Gaming. But for Inco as well, I think this is now going to be a bit of a desperate rotation over towards that next one. They have not hit first, as leaves in with a couple of huge rotational battles against Lucasin and Dad will mean that it should be Skade touching on first, but they seem a little bit unsure at the moment. They don't want to just run head first into fights that they might end up losing, but just look how much utility is on side at the moment for Inco. Do they even need it though? That's going to be the question. In from behind, Liazin, what can you do about this? Does Inco find their way through? Not all that much. The blue arrows in the hill, and now we see Annihilators galore coming out from Inco.
All right, a lot of specialists being used here. Last hill, might as well try to use it up so you can get another one as fast as possible, but good zoning coming out through the middle of the map here, watching over the hallway. Meanwhile, Leo's there. This is where he loves to play, and Noel blows himself up there. That is a very unfortunate play. Vortex will not work out in his favor, but still, Skade trying to get in for the remaining 25 seconds. A slide coming through. Mihawk will have none of it. Trades again, back and forth. Just feels like we are just in the chaos at the moment, but maybe Lucasin might be able to get himself the triple here. Can he find the break? One last player has a little assistance. It is a triple. That will be good to get some presence in and around the point here for Inco on the final 10 seconds.
We'll get away with the 90-point mark here, going in towards P1 once again. Rackle with an important gunfight up top, and it's going to be a wave of gunfights coming through from Inco now. They want to take some time away from Skade on this hard point and maybe start to build some streaks as well. The kill feed will be there for the moment. They're trying to come down for the time, but Liazera will be in for the deny. He is now taken down by the players up top, and I think this is kind of the objective for these teams at the moment, is try and get control of the hallways. It almost seems impossible though, because they're sprawling. There's just so much of it that you need to cover, especially as players will now be coming off the spawn, and because of that fact, the ticker for both of these two teams at the moment hasn't really moved at all. He is in trying to find his way in now, but now Dad and Noel going to combine for three, and now finally you should see a convincing amount of time going the way of Inco. And as I said, never mind, Mihawk comes through, in for two, in for three, Mihawk with the dial, and neither of these two teams can get a good grip over the hard point.
You feel like he gets that clip in the gun, and maybe all of a sudden that 4-piece becomes a little bit more realistic. But nice play for Mihawk, trying to keep his team competitive here on the P1 point, but more importantly, as we said, rotation starting to be a factor. We'll see which team is going to be able to get in here first, and at the moment, it's Inco Esports in a really strong position to potentially come away with some real time, bring this one back a little bit, build up a cushion. That's what you want to get out of this Lambeau Hill. We'll see if they can be clean here on the point.
Mihawk, though, inside secret, could well assist his team. He was at the very least kind of drawing attention away from a couple of players on the flank, but now that player is gone, this becomes much more one-dimensional. Look at Noel actually making a flank of his own happen. He's able to draw the attention of a couple of players and for one kill as well. And Inco, off the back of that, should now be able to take the lead away from Skade now. Start to see these Annihilators come out once again. Liazin getting his out on towards the field. Is it going to be good enough for a break is the question that I have. One player on the flank as well that you've got to deal with. Linz taking fire from Lucasin. Lucasin finally taken out of the play. And while all that's going down, now it's going to be Skade coming through the front here. Pabzera of one on towards Noel. What a Dad and Lucasin have to say about this one, because Dad comes in. Now Lucasin with the Annihilator from the side door. He is not going to be able to get anything with it. 0 with 2. And the kills coming through here for Skade as they now look for the 10 seconds of scrap time. Lucasin trying to get those guys out desperately, not really going to work. And Skade should be able to basically just tie this game up, or maybe be about a few seconds behind here going into the next rotation. But neither team have a good hold over that either.
No, neither team have a really good hold over it, but at least Skade able to hold a little bit of that time from the front and bring us back just a bit. Here we go with a 9-point differential. Annihilator coming out here for Pabzera, trying to get a read on the spawns, but he gets the comms. Players coming in from behind, dodges the Predator missile as well, and finds one. More players coming through the fence line. Second will be good. Pabzera, he's not done. Wants to move forward for another. He'll take out Corrosion. Nice pickup here, and that's a massive play to clear out space right through the fence path.
Nice kill coming in from Lucas in though to take down Pabzera. That should weaken the defense significantly here as those players trying to make their way through the patio side. Now it's going to be 2 from Corrosion as he picks up the kills are his now, and it's going to be right back into the hard point for Inco. It's so tit-for-tat with this game, the way it is going right now. These players back and forth as ever. Now it's Skade trying to find their way on through, and they are denied for the moment. Corrosion, the last one left alive, and the 3-piece will give the scrap time away to Skade. Now, for the rotation, Inco going to be spawning up over towards the well. They have so far to go here, and you have to imagine with the positioning of a player like Rafa, he really could be key to this rotational play.
Yeah, you very much could be. And that's a clean feed. Skade all coming through. Rafa, is he going to be able to find more? No, Pabzera is too good with that SKS, man. Up close, sometimes it does not matter. And he found another off screen as we transition over to the hill. Mihawk ready for the close range battle, trying to slide on through. Will the break be good? Need to find the entry. Slim says, I got it. Double is there. Spawn's now out, and it's going to be back in the point for Skade as Annihilator starting to come out to play.
Now we can see Liazera really starting to heat up in this game as well. The Hunter Killer drone will be out for him. Mihawk will fall despite the Annihilator in his hands. Inco trying to put a stop to the bleeding here because the lead is starting to grow now to an exponential rate for Skade inside the hardpoint, and it will be Corrosion and Dad now picking up 3 kills between them. Lucas in and now Dad again adding towards the pile. The kill feed will be owned for Inco Gaming here on the scrap time, and it's not exactly scrap that Skade are willingly given away, by the way. They are being pushed and shoved out of this hard point. Liazin, they're going to push back in for the 5 seconds, looking for some exit frags. As we move back over towards P1, they kind of need to fight through the front because they want to position themselves well. They know where these guys are coming off the spawn.
Oh, what a great hill coming through for Inco, though, off the back end of that hill. They're down going into it, and they're able to bring it back to just about 11 points. So, able to keep this one close. This is where we saw Skade start to run away with things on P1 to P2, and we saw these guys play the first time around. Leo's in. You can see it wants to put the final nail in the coffin, wants to grab the very first map, and it might just happen. More kills coming into play. Couple more in and around the point, but in the time it is Skade. At least it was. Inco now finding a favorable kill feed as they'll throw themselves in and try to soak up some remaining time.
Pabzera in for 2. Skade might well have control once again here. They have soaked a ton of time off the back of this hill. Will they be allowed anymore? Corrosion trying to deny with 2. One with an aid, one with that SKS that's been so detrimental. Really to both sides, to be honest. There's been some great SKS players for both sides of the field. Now, though, about 20 points or so. The difference between these two teams as you move over towards the next hard point, and Rafa looking to get on towards this hill alongside Lukashin. Lukashin, he's got his Annihilator out, and Rafa are going to overextend through towards water, through towards rock here, trying to catch these players off guard. They should be able to check this corner, but now Liazin going to bring the Predator missile down from up high, and that's the first player down. The players, they're on the way.
It's a big shutdown. They just invested the Annihilator from the front, and Pabzera could only find 1 kill with it this time around. More streaks came through, but Corrosion from the backside has now found 2. Liazera, he can only find 1. The Annihilator's now mainly out of play. Just 1 more that could come out, and it's Dad Specialist. But Rafa down low in the staircase challenges 2 and takes out Mihawk. The confidence coming to play, and the lead change as well. Inco Gaming, they have control, and they're still looking good with 30 seconds left.
Nice Hunter Killer going coming out from Dad here. This has been the most indomitable hold, and Dad will continue. The Hunter Killer fires out for 1. It will not land, but Dad will continue with the KSP for the kills. No one will now try to pick up the slack here for the last 15. It is a crucial 15 at that, but keep an eye on those numbers as they move the rotation over towards New. It will be a slight disadvantage for the moment here in the 2 versus 3, but it won't be long before Corrosion comes to join the party as well. Liazin wins the first one versus Rafa, so Skade could be the first one to touch here. Still, massive gunfight going down. The Lukashin coming in from behind and outplays Lins for 2. Still looking for the triple as well. Through the smoke, it doesn't matter. For number 4, Rafa are going to clean things up now. And to be fair for Inco, they're keeping Skade away.
Oh, they are keeping them away, but they could still kind of match out here at the front. And now it's all a matter of what is left. How much do you have left in the tank? Hunter Killer Drone's coming out. Here comes the challenge. Dad looking for the big play. No, he finds nothing with the Annihilator. 13 points away from the win, but it's smokes galore. It's contest time. It's just all over the place. Both teams struggling to find the kills in and around the point. But now we'll see the Goliath, as you mentioned here, Brody. He's making his way over. Skade could still do this.
He is in with the Goliath. Let's see what he can do. He can just L-trigger down range, keep these guys away from the patio. There's the one kill coming on through. It's just making sure these guys do not get into the hard point. The thing is, Inco, 15 seconds left here. They're just trying to waste time away. Even if they cannot win off the back of this one, they have the rotation towards the next hard point. Stali is in with this Goliath. He actually effectively slows himself up for a potential rotation. A rotation that we will actually see. And now Dad has a massive 1 versus 3 ahead of him. There's the first one. Actually does not finish his food. Lind is going to win the one, and now Skade potentially a touch first. There are still players from the Inco to get past.
All right, you're gonna have to now hold here from the front. Inco Gaming gonna make the call to all try to just brute force down low in water, or just try to hit this head on. The gunfights, they need to be there. Mihawk with the stun. Oh, we can't get the gun up in Inco Gaming. They have broke 5 players now have to respond off of the respawn. Can they get in? Couple more seconds will be good. Skade can get a touch, but the Annihilators come out to play again. 1 more second and they get the job done. What an insane map number 1 on Hacienda.
And what an insane rotation as well, coming through from Inco Gaming. A fort sweep to get rid of the opposition there inside the rock hardpoint. We look over towards fences prior to that one as well. They recognize they have a Goliath to go up against. All they need to do is waste time. Those guys were spawning at back fences. They had the spawns for the new, and they make it work. We take a look at our final scoreboard. Lukashin again with this SKS. He has just been so detrimental to the opposition time and time again. 1 kill shy of a 50 bomb here in game number 1 of our grand finals.
He's one of the few players that can just constantly match the slaying power out of Leo Zera as well as Pab Zera. These two in specific, we know they've been bringing it with the SKSs all day long, but Lucas he's here to match it. He's here to shut them down. But man, Skade, you thought for a second with the Goliath coming out there that all of a sudden we were going to flip of the script. And if you saw the first time these two played the match, it did end up kind of all ending on that fence hill. But so much of that time was contested, and it's because of the amount of smoke grenades that came out. It looked like there was maybe 2, 3 at least, and everyone just going prone, just trying to stay alive, contesting the time. You could really see just how important that was for both of them. But in the end, the rotation, as you called, Brody, enough to lock it in and enough to make sure they're able to grab themselves yet another map.
Inco Gaming, once again, going to clutch up here on Hacienda Hardpoint. They're able to take it away for a second time against Skade. Let's see how it looks now in our best of 7 for the grand final. Of course, Inco, once again, they did come into this grand final with a 1-0 lead, given the fact, of course, that is the advantage they get from the winner's bracket. And that means they're now 2-0 up in the series. Fire and range, search and destroy. That is up next. You've seen quite a lot of fire and range today. Not much of it on S&D. As a matter of fact, we've actually seen none of it on S&D, I'm pretty sure. So this will be the first one coming in today for this one. And I think we need to see a response from Skade here, honestly, because Inco, I think we kind of said it, and I mentioned it at the beginning of that map. Inco Gaming, they've been waiting around. They've just been sitting on their hands and on their phones, effectively, for the last hour or so. Well, I hope not, to be honest, because you never know. But still, and, you know, they've just been sitting on their hands. They've been kind of cold, if you will, coming into this one. Of course, they're going to be shooting bots. Of course, they're going to be kind of taking those matches in rank play and such. But, you know, still, it doesn't match the same feeling that Skade had coming into that from the momentum, you know, winning that Game 5 victory versus Influence Rage. For Inco to just come out, win map number 1, it's just, I think it's such a momentum stopper for them against Skade here.
Well, it's also huge because now they kind of remind Skade that, hey, you guys got lucky with getting to 247 and having an opportunity to close it out versus us, right? It's like now that we've ran it back, we didn't have to rely on that clutch moment to close out the game and steal that map away from you. We actually just did it straight up and outplayed you, out-rotated you in the end, made the right calls, made the right decisions at the right times. I thought a lot of the players just used that final decision to save the Annihilator to that final hill, knowing that, hey, listen, Skate actually can't win off that scrap time. Let's wait. Let's delay this, run over to the new hill, use the Annihilators, and that's kind of what really locked that one in, and you're just forced to flood right at that point in time for Skate. You just got no time on the clock. You just got to slide into the point. You have to throw your body in there, and you're out of options. But heck of a way to, again, come in. Inco Gaming, being the team coming through the upper bracket, will start off hot here in the series, already up 2-0.
Yeah, indeed. Now, it should be worth noting, we did actually see Firing Range Search and Destroy in the final round of Swiss play for Skate to make it as part of that grand 3-0 that we saw versus iTitan Gaming. It was a dominant victory from them, a 7-1 at that. And do you remember like the amount of crazy plays that we're seeing from Skate, just in terms of recognizing exactly where iTitan were on the map and just kind of working around them, you know, rotating at the exact point they needed to. Now, I will say one thing. I'll stop myself in my tracks here a little bit by saying that this is a very different level of opponent, just given what Inco Gaming have been showing in Search and Destroy today. But nonetheless, I think, you know, that should be something that we kind of take into consideration here with this one, because again, it's Firing Range Search and Destroy. Skate are going to be back on this map, and they could still kind of utilize, I think, some of those same strategies here against Inco Gaming in this game number 2.
Yeah, I think that's fair, and this map as well. Like, both bomb sites really far apart from one another, so 5-man hits like are an option, but we've seen how teams have been able to kind of react to that and shut it down, because you can watch that kind of B-cross from bottom 10, and you can also reinforce the back and shift over if you need to watch that initial push through the back of trailers. So this is just a really tough map to kind of decipher from the offensive side, something that we saw at least a little bit of yesterday. We were watching over the Firing Range Search and Destroy, so it can be problematic at times when you are trying to make these kind of approaches. But hey, listen, I'm excited to see how the snipers again kind of battle out versus each other, because Pabzera, I touched on him not having the best series, especially the best ending to this team in the map 5 when they had played on the raid, and it was 1 kill for him. But he had an incredible game number 5 in that lower bracket up against the, I'm trying to think of the squad that came through there for them, but Influence Rage, right? Yeah, they played a really nice series versus them. Yeah. I think it was Pabzera dropping 13 kills, 14 kills for us, Brody. So if we get that and he can actually keep up the sniper play, I think that all of a sudden the S&Ds do become maybe a little bit better for Skate, especially coming off the series that they just had in the lower final.
That has definitely, I think, been the boon of success, ultimately, for Skate and Search and Destroy. Those opening snipes, those first bloods. I mean, we don't have those statistics on hand to show how many times these guys have been getting first bloods, but I would go ahead and presume, I think you're on the same page as me, that the majority of the time they do get the first bloods, it's probably Pabzera with the sniper rifle that's the one doing it. And as well, I think for Skate as well, if you guys weren't aware of their clutch factor in S&D as well, which is something they've proved time and time again throughout this weekend, I mean, just refer back to the lower bracket final. Just refer back to that Standoff Search and Destroy versus Influence Rage, where Skate would saw so many just stupid plays. Like, and I don't mean stupid in a negative way. I mean stupid as in they just should never happen, and they somehow just put it out their backside. Like, I have no idea how they managed to get away with so many of them. Again, you should probably say here, it is a very different setting versus a roster like Inco Gaming, who have already beaten these guys once. So it's a 3-2 victory for them. Now they're looking for another Search and Destroy victory in towards the Firing Range. Here we go in his advanced position, coming in from Rafa to kick off this one, but he does get stiffed up by Mihawk, and another one to follow up from Liazin.
Oh, shot over the top. Not going to connect, but see Mihawk try to get involved on the aggressive play, and he will be shut down. So both teams now trying to line up in and around this site here at A. We'll see how the post plant's going to work, but a big nade comes through here for Noel. That's going to even up the numbers. 3 versus 3 we go.
I must have been even up to these, as you say, but the bomb site has already been planted, and this is the problem, I think. Hard to get the bomb down. Retake is even harder. Frozen already down for the count now, so this is all down to Lucasin and Noel. 15 seconds left now. You're starting to really run out of time. Now, the thing is, if you do take down Lind, it could be a good retake, but nope, you don't even get that. Pabzera, the sniper alongside Long as well. You can see the contentment right off the rip there from Skate. They're happy with the way that one went down.
Absolutely. You grab an offensive round first coming into firing range. I think anyone's going to have a smile on their face there. Nice opening for Skate to come through here with a little bit of confidence, especially out of Mihawk. Right to the middle of the map. That's going to make you just a little bit more cautious on maybe some of these routes, and you can see Rafa kind of watching over it and picking it up here for his squad. But it's Pabzera, first blood, baby. He's able to find Dad. Great opening yet again coming on through for Skate.
Bomb is now going to be moving along towards A trench. This has to be a big slot coming in from Crochin, and it will be the first snipe on towards Pabzera. That will slow up this offensive push quite significantly, and it gives them a little bit of time to rethink how they want to play this a little bit. They do have one player making a little bit of noise over towards B as well, and that's going to be Eliazera. So still a few options, I think, on the offense here from Skate. They've still got a little bit of time to decide how they want to execute.
Certainly do. Shots there will connect. How about it? Mihawk goes down at the exact same time. You're going to lose Limbs as well. That's going to be your bomb carrier. And now, play starting to unfold. Down low at B. We'll see if they can try to make the kills work out. Just a little bit of a wall bang coming through. Lucas in just playing off the information on that cross in the back right now, but that's going to force Noel back. He does get shrugged off the angle. Lucas in trying to think about a reposition. All this happens, teammates have not rotated over.
Eliazera and Leosin not in the best position here, and the latter of the two going down. Good execution coming out from Inko there, and yeah, by getting the first blood again. I think just what the play, I think it's Leosin, or Croson, excuse me, that actually comes back with the immediate trade on towards that A long. It just puts a stop to the entire offensive play. I just think from that point onward, Skate a little bit stuck in the mud. As we go over towards around now for Skate on towards the offense once again. They seem at the moment not content to move up until they have that first blood, and rest assured, Pabzera is definitely scouting for it.
He finds it every time. Cannot count this man out for the first bloods, man. He just delivers on them so often. But can you capitalize off of it as a Skate with a numbers advantage? Looks like there's actually a chance to get this bomb down freely again at A. So they will be able to get this down both times. Inko Gaming thinking about trying to play a retake here. We'll see if this one can be more than one-dimensional and try to create some plays maybe through the back.
Well, going out towards a player. Pearson takes the shots to Noel, now over towards Wood. I don't know if there's going to be a reaction coming through from Mihawk. I think he actually is chasing all that gunfight, but unfortunately here for Inko on this retake, he's not exactly going well. Noel needs to go huge, and he can only pick up one. Lukashin goes down. Once again, it does prove true. If you can get the bomb down, you'll be in such a good stead here on the offense, and it does work out once again for Skate.
Works out again, shutting it down, doing a really good job of just opening up with the kills, and this time they're able to actually get in there, get the bomb planted, and if you're Inko Gaming, you got to really make sure you're watching over these plants, but nice little smoke grenades in the middle of the map are really going to create some chaos here for as far as the defensive setup, but Noel has responded well. The smoke grenade is gone. Play comes in a little late, but Limbs is able to find two. That is crazy recovery coming through. He doesn't make it out on the exit, but he at least salvages the round here for his team. Pabzera started to make some moves.
I mean, I would have done more than that. Pabzera, though, yeah, it's unfortunate, isn't it? He gets that kill. Would have been a much more feasible round out for Eliazera. You've got to grab the bomb. Ooh, a good centering to take down, or to go for the kill versus Crozian. It doesn't result in a kill, and Crozian with a reping reaffirms that, hey, Eliazera is still around in that area, guys. Some easy pickings. Who wants it? And the car bomb on towards one. It's not going to get the frag just yet. That's unfortunate for Eliazera. They still need a way out of this trailer. They could escape all the way towards long. That's a possibility. But Crozian, again, Crozian for the information. Actually will slide out, and there will not be a trade coming through immediately.
I don't like that play from Crozian. Just got a little too impatient. Wanted to take the challenge and the round. Sick and tired of Eliazera just surviving inside of the trailer right now. But he does make this possible. Bomb in hand. A is open if he wants to play for the plant here. But he's still got about 40 seconds on the clock to maybe push all the way through. He might encounter both players, though. Gun's got to be up and ready. He's going to find one, and he finds two. Eliazera, 1 versus 3.
That goes back to Crozian, at least in my mind. Crozian challenge there, it just completely rattles the round. I don't understand why he does it, to be honest.
It's an ego chow.
Yeah, definitely. Regardless, brilliant clutch nonetheless. You can't take anything away from Eliazera in the play. That'll give them a 3-1 advantage here on the offense. But look at this for a heat check coming through from Skate. Bomb straight towards B, and there is no resistance whatsoever from Inko on this one. They will realize it, but the bomb now in the sight already. Hasn't gone down just yet, and that is good for Inko.
Couple shoulders coming in and out. Skate finally throwing something a little bit different into round number 5, but Crozian with the nade will take out pretty key player. Mihawk now down in the back, and, well, we know how teams can get pinned at the front of this B site. because crossing through that mid alley, you can watch it on B. You can really stop this bomb plant from so many different angles. So you're going to have to make a play. Pabzera says, I'm going to do it. Will he see him? Oh, Rafa's just still playing so tight on the site.
Rafa's just being annoying right now. They know they can't plant until they get a couple of players down. Trophy system down as well to stop any incoming utility from taking them out of the play. And if you're a Skade, you're kind of stuck now. You have to commit to the play that you called for at the start of the round, and you haven't got the numbers, the number advantage to do it. And there it is, Rafa going out for the first blood against Limbs. Will not find it. No reaction just yet from Skade, and I think they're now maybe might be considering the rotation back even now. I just don't think they're sure about it, and now they kind of just not really got the time anymore.
Yeah, you got to commit to B. You're going to have to push out the back, but it's a double hold kind of here. I mean, because Rafa can respond to this push right up the mid alley or in the back alley, it doesn't matter. But how about Rafa able to line up two? Pabzera, though, he does get two back. Really the problem coming down to the clock. And oh my goodness, Pabzera has just ripped everybody apart. 3 kills here for him. One more. Can he find it? Rafa goes down. How have Skade brought this one back?
Noel still in for the chance, though, because the player on the bomb defused, but no! Liazin comes through, and I tell you what, Skade there, they got a little bit of shaky leg, but they're able to shake it off. Ooh. It was a play call at the start of the round from Skade to go straight towards B like that. Inco had their number for so long. Staring contest is over, and Skade will not be the first ones to blink. 4-1 up now as the final offensive round comes through. This has been a brilliant search and destroy for them.
Brilliant offensive side, too. 4 rounds here on the attack. Noel has been good in and around this smoke. And, well, the back is completely open. You've been able to make a lot of ground here. So, Inco Gaming trying to attack this from a different position on the retake.
Mihawk with a sniper towards one. The retake is not working out. It hasn't worked out really at all so far for Inco, unless they've had the numbers. Back in towards the toilet stall is one, and well, that's going to get caught out by Mihawk there. Pabzera for another one on towards the site as well. That push around the back just hasn't worked out, and now Rafa and Kroshin in a 2 versus 4. Kroshin, well, he's now less alive as Rafa comes through for 1, and wow, would you look at that, Skade find themselves 5-1 up after the offense, by the way.
That might be one of the most one-sided offensive sides we've seen through the entire tournament. For sure on firing range, that is for certain. 5-1. Crazy stuff. Pabzera, 8 kills to his name. Just about all of them by way of sniper. But how about this play here? Inco Gaming going to try to force their way into the back. The first grenade that went off is good. And, well, Luke is able to find the 2K. Can he find the third? No. Limbs and Mihawk are here to respond. And, oh, no. It goes so horribly wrong after the great opening.
What do you even say, Austin? What do you even say? Skade just continually find an answer for everything that Inco had. And now it's Skade on a map point here. What a response this would be to the opening from Inco. And once again, we're going to see the double blind coming through. Going to be the B push once more. Frozen in for 1. Liazin in for the trade. Frozen's able to get yet another one, but that is not enough to safely get this bomb down.
I really feel like it's not. Leo Zera trying to hold a different angle. Lucas in going to crawl all the way across. And he does get through without them knowing so. Now, Leo Zera in a little bit of a tough spot on the site. He's hoping maybe that one person kind of comes and challenges them out front so he doesn't die from his side, but we'll see. Still very cautious about making moves, and now in the back, oh no, Skater on the collapse.
How quickly this has fallen away from Inco once again. Lucasen has the bomb in hand at least. Can he make the great escape from the site though? Kind of has to just sit and commit to it. And Mihawk and Pabzera know that he hasn't exited just yet. They're going to check the back alley now, just going in for the final kill. That should be all she wrote. Skade, a dominant search and destroy. You didn't expect that in the grand finals here of the Latin America Regional Playoffs, did you?
No, absolutely not. Not after just ending the way we did in the Hardpoint. 7-1 victory. Not how I thought this one was going to go. 5 rounds on the attack coming through for Skade. I mean, Inco Gaming, they've shown us that they can be really good at retakes on raid, but I feel like that's only been the map mode combination that they've actually looked solid on when it comes to search and destroy. Just about every other map mode, it feels like they just have not had that same consistency. And, man, I said that Pabzera needed to be involved. How many First Bloods did this guy find? How many ridiculous snipes did he chain together? Too many is the correct answer to that question, if you were wondering. But Leo's in up there at top, just there, side by side with them. 10 kills to his name as well. Holy, what a map, 7-1. Like, where does – it's just crazy to see the turn completely here, Brody. I don't even know.
I think the thing is as well, when you take a look at those stat lines, again, we don't get to see how many First Bloods do come through, but I think a lot of it has come down to Pabzera is the one that gets the First Bloods for the team, right? But for Liazin, a lot of where his kills come from, it's reactionary, right? He's always the player coming in after the first kill is thrown, after the first punch is thrown in an engagement, and Liazin is always off the back of that somehow able to tip the scales in favor of Skade. He'll always be the one to pick up a two-piece, and we saw that on a multitude of different occasions there inside that firing range, search and destroy. Austin, though, for Inco, that is so gutting.
Yeah.
You just got embarrassed. Yeah, you got dismantled on the offense 5 times straight. The amount of times that Skade were able to convincingly just get the bomb down and get the hell out of Dodge. I mean, I think we saw one successful retake coming in from Inco there as soon as the bomb was down, and it was towards basically the very beginning. That was the one round they managed to walk away with. And it was because they had the numbers. And again, time and time again, if you're not getting those First Bloods, you're getting traded out off the back of that. Yeah, Skade just playing so well there, and let's show you guys how it looks in our series layout there. It's much less of a blotch than the first one was. I think we can say that much, Austin. As Skade now with a 7-1 victory will bring the series at least somewhat more even. Still 2-1 down due to the map advantage that Inco Gaming do walk into the series with. Next up, though, Takeoff Control from map number 3.
Takeoff Control, and this has been kind of, a weird one that teams have thrown in here and there. The teams that usually do throw it in are well-versed on it and have, a lot of success for the most part here. But I feel like this is just another one of those curveballs you throw into the series and see if you can maybe come out with a win. If it was on Skade, I mean, you kind of need to make up for it, right? Already starting down 0-1. That map is just so huge to make sure you're not already looking down a 3-0 barrel. So now Skade, after clutching up the way they just did and just putting on a hell of a performance on the firing range search and destroy, build off of it, carry it into the Takeoff Control, and just bring that same level of gameplay that we were just seeing. I mean, just a lot of confident plays I feel like were being made, and if you can build up that confidence to make them going into this Takeoff Control and just find some of those routes, find some of those big plays from Mihawk and players like that, I feel like that's how you maybe start to bring this one back into your favor, tie us up, because you're going to have to do it at some point, and, well, it's obviously better to do it a lot earlier than later here for us, Brody.
And you know what's funny is that, again, just like that prime map that we saw, this was another one where Skade played against iTitan Gaming in the match that got them into day number 2. This one was a 3-0 to Skade. Now, again, I know I keep on bringing it up. I know, again, it is a wildly different opponent because of the fact that Inco Gaming have just been so consistent, not just throughout today, but throughout the entirety of the Latin America regional playoffs. But nonetheless, I just think it's wild how much of that series has actually found its way in towards this one, because the next map as well, beyond that, Slums Hardpoint was another one where Skade were able to take it away from iTitan. So we've seen Skade play these maps, Austin. We know how good they can be. And you're absolutely right out to point out some of these players, Liazin, Liazera, these guys coming in, the duo that, seems to be playing so well together. They seem unstoppable on these maps, and it is something that I think that Inco Gaming will have to put a stop to here as we go in towards this next map.
Yeah, I mean, Inco Gaming don't want them to catch any fire, right? That's for sure. You don't want to let these guys start chaining some maps together and making the series go longer and longer. I mean, that's where Skade at least, have been fairly consistent, a little bit of a comfort zone, and the fact that it still ends off in a control, I think, would be a hell of a way to kind of send this one off and see who our number 1 seed would be. But yeah, you want to shut it down. You're right. Inco Gaming, I mean, they still looked really controlled in the map number 1. That one wasn't as close as they played it the first time around. So I think the slaying has been here for the respawns at the very least, watching it over in the very first map on Hacienda. And, well, Takeoff, I mean, you talk about some of the performances that we got out of the ARs on Inco Gaming's roster in the map number 1. Well, you're going to be able to find a lot of that same favor on a map like this, too, with the power positions that you have available to you. You can make a lot of wonders happen with that SKS. So that constant AR battle that has been extremely pivotal for who comes out with the respawns is going to continue to hold true here, and that's just another important factor, I feel like, coming into a map like Takeoff that we just don't see a lot of when it comes to control.
It is wild to me, by the way, that, like, if you were to ask me, who do you kind of associate with the SKS now, right? It's Lucasin. Without a shadow of a doubt. This guy with the SKS just seems to, like, rip players off headies so easily. It is just insane to me how good he is of it, and I think it's been a real boon of success for the Inco Gaming roster. It's something coming to this one that we really need to see come out into play for these guys, you know, to make sure that Skade do not get control of kind of the longer lanes here on Takeoff. We'll see, though, how this one goes. Again, apologies for the delay, guys. We're just waiting for the players to get into the lobby. We're trying to get through these maps as quickly as humanly possible. But while we've got a little bit of time here, Austin, to get a little bit retrospective, that's exactly what we'll do. I mean, what a couple of days it has been for the Latin America regional playoffs, right? We're down to our final 2 teams now, Skade and Inco Gaming. We know that these guys, alongside Influence Rage, have made it to the World Championships, but basically all of the competition, I think, coming even into day number 1. I mean, with the amount of game fires we've had, it's just been so awesome to see, I think, here in the Latin American region. I mean,
when you lose count of the game 5s, I mean, that speaks for itself, right? Like, that just tells you how many close matches, how many close series we've kind of had. So it really does speak wonders to what the gameplay has been like over the last couple days here for us, Brody. It's been a lot of fun. It's just been, I think, just a journey, it feels like, because we've had so many long matches. Like, it just feels like we always go the distance. We've gotten to know these guys a little bit better. We've seen the pop-offs. We've seen some of these individuals have their moments. So yeah, it's always a lot of fun, man. And looks like now we're ready to keep the fun going. Inco Gaming, they do drop the last map, but we'll see what they're going to be able to do here up against a very hot Skade that just come off of a 7-1 victory. Probably the nastiest search and destroy scoreline we've gotten to see so far on the day.
Is it time for Inco to extend their lead, or will we see a draw here in the series between Skade and Inco? We'll find out now. It's going to be Skade on the offense to kick things off here. We'll see whether or not they can get control of A. They've already made their way on through, but didn't quite account for one player towards the side. Rafa Q is able to take down not just one, but a second as well, and has walked away with his life. Brilliant play to stop it, and a third as well. Despite the immediate push coming out from Skade, Rafa seems unstoppable off the rip.
Does seem unstoppable coming through for it, and shots coming right over the top here. Habzera, we said he kind of needed to match that SKS pressure. He's been doing a solid job so far in the series, but got to ask more if you're going to start to find some map wins in the respawns. Noel off screen does deal with one. Starting to make some progression onto A, though. Nothing really being contested here for the time being. Up top, however, that's a big kill for Dad. That will take down Pabzera and at least stop it at 1 tick on A here so far.
Is in from behind, looking for another 2. That is brilliantly done from Leazin. That might well be the entry that they needed once again here for Skade to find their way back on towards A. And now starting to make the progress once again. Leazin with the overextension on towards Rafa. Looking for number 4. Leazin is on a spree at the moment. He has blasted the door wide open here for Skade. And surely off the back of this spree, they should capture A.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good. Zoning from the front as well. Leo's in. We'll be able to find one more, but just need to get that final tick in. And there it is. Limbs is good for it. Now you just have to start working your way over to B, and the good news is you got some lives to play with here, so if you can work through the back, get a clean set of kills, make your way over to the point, you put a lot of pressure on Inco to try and respond.
Skade, off the back of that, Leazin have just blown this game wide open, by the way. Not only do they capture A, but the 6-kill differential between the two teams is so detrimental towards Inco. Now, there is a little bit of good news. If you look at Dad right now, he has the Hunter Killer drone ready to go. That'll potentially trade things out for at least 1 kill. And of course, they have to go very deep in towards the defensive spawn to actually grab B at all. Nonetheless, they're still going to go for it. Leazin looking for the 1 versus 1 against Noel. Not going to find it. Lucasin also able to get 1. So for Skade, so far to break in towards the site, things are not exactly going as they had desired, Austin.
Not so far. Showing how difficult it is. Just a lot of angles to clear out in the back. I mean, we've been talking about how difficult the A-bomb site is when it comes down to trying to get through this doorway, trying to cut through mid. And, well, it's the exact same situation with this B zone. Nice nade comes out through the side there. That's going to slow things down. And now with 35 seconds left, you only got 1, 2 good hits left here. You're going to have to really make them count.
And the killer drone will go out now. Now, Rafa looking for some kills. This is just brilliantly done here from Inco on the defense. It's just looked almost impenetrable at this point. Skade trying to find their way through. Pabzera in for a 1, so that's a good start, but it's following up with that more. You can't just have the 1 kill. You need more than that right here, right now. And Inco going to bring that Hunter Killer drone down once again. 2 kills down. 1 player has actually penetrated the point, and that is going to be just the 1 player on. It's Mihawk who is able to pick up 1. That's all they're going to get. 3 seconds left. There's no way for Skade to do it. And again, B just feels like Fort Knox at the moment, Austin.
It is. It's just like Hackney Yard P2, right? Like, it's just so difficult to break inside of that bad boy, and you're just trying to crack the code, figure out how are we going to do it, but without specialists, without streaks, it really does feel so impossible. But we'll switch it up. Inco Gaming, they are throwing a different look here off the break, and they are going to actually invest into the Annihilators right away at the start of the round.
Annihilator usage is probably a good play, to be fair, from Inco if they do want to slice at the B pipe. But look at that, right back from Mihawk. He's got Annihilator of his own. He will pick up 2, and that's a good way to answer back off the rip. Lucashin tries to get some kills in the middle of the map, and that Annihilator investment coming through from Lucashin at the very least doesn't really amount to all that much. But it's okay. It's not the worst thing in the world. If you look across the board right now, there is still quite a lot of utility still to go here for Inco.
It certainly is here. Down by a couple lives, but Inco Gaming trying to make some waves over to one of the zones at the moment. A lot of time actually has been eliminated off of that clock, down to just under 40 seconds. B is completely secure. A, you feel like that's where they're going to have to start to drive some of their attention, and now that they've found a couple kills around the point, there could be a chance for a touch here, but it's going to have to be clean. And again, Annihilator's coming up for Rappa, but Pabstera off screen has just found 2. That's going to really slow things down again, as now you got 20 seconds left.
Inco Gaming feeling pretty confident. Yeah, with the utility at least, but in terms of getting onto the point, it's just not looking good, is it? Frozen trying to make his way forward. He's not able to. Skade now. Going to catch that off guard, and they will do. Now for Inco, it's your last ditch. All right, 7 seconds left. Can you find your way out towards the point? It's Skade kills in the feed. Rafa and Crocian able to pick up 2 between them. And that will get them onto the point at least. 3 seconds left though, Austin. That has to be flawless, and there's kills around them that are being made from Skade. This one surely done. Down to just Lucashin and Noel to try and hold on to this one. Somehow they still are, but Lucashin now the last player left alive. He's not on towards the point, and for Skade, that is basically a flawless defensive line.
It is flawless, just about, man. I think maybe did one tick get through an A.
Yeah.
I don't know. It was really close, but either way, it just feels like it's the initial break for me that just kind of shuts themselves down. Like, they want to go to B. I get the idea of maybe coming away with a tick on the unfavored zone, seeing if you could draw some pressure over there, use the utility, right? Bring out the Annihilators. Just does not really work out. The kills don't come through. So, A also doesn't come in. And now, we'll switch it up. Last time around, it felt like it was at least the A zone did go over decently quick, but engagement's coming through at the front of B, trying to be a threat here. Lim's coming out, but it's Noel that finds the double and shuts the play down.
Good effort from Skade right off the rip here as Noel goes for the triple inside the launch center. Now Inco. Good transfer over towards A as well to make sure that nobody makes it past that midpoint. Nobody gets any progression on A. There's still quite a bit of time to work with though for Skade here. You've also got quite a bit of investment to go as well. And Noel's now bringing out this Annihilator to see if he can put a stop to any rebellious plays coming through from Skade. We'll get 2 inside the feed as well. For these teams at the moment, Austin, it does just feel like nobody can quite get that grip over really any of the points. Maybe what we saw Skade in the first round managed to grab A, but that has been about it, right?
Yeah, I think now you can see that Inco Gaming, you're kind of a little bit, set up more passively to watch crossfays and kind of hit you on these initiations, and then boom, here they go on the flanks. So just a lot more kind of happening this time around to make sure that A doesn't go over. But with all that said, there is a touch, and there is a chance for Skade to still pull out. Extra minute of play here. Good coverage from Pabstera to try to pick up this left lane. Kill will be good. He'll find Corrosion, and now just need one more tick at A, but what a win that comes through. Noel continues to be massive around the point as he finds another double up. The trade is there, but Leo Zera stunned up heavily.
Was that one long consecutive streak from Noel? Did he, like, not die there at all? Because you can see right now he's got 3 scared.
Maybe.
Yeah, he's fully streaked out. He's got 21 frags to his name. I got a feeling that was just, like, one linear streak. But regardless now, A might be going the way of Skade here. They might have found a reprieve towards the end of this one with 15 seconds left. But in behind comes Rafa and Dad in for 3. Pabstera now needs to go huge. He's the last remaining player left alive. And, well, that point progression will actually come through. The capture comes through right at the tail end of it. But still, you feel like the damage is done, right? It's a 3 versus 9 for Skade. They've got to pull something magical out of the hat. And, well, that's a good start from Mihawk to take out Rafa, but still, it's just almost impossible to get through to B.
You kind of got to hope that they start running at you, right? Just give you a lot of free kills. It is very tough. I mean, you just got to do perfect bidding and switching. You have to, like, shoulder around the wall and have your teammate come in. But Pabstera, he loses the first battle. And, well, you feel like that probably nullifies the round right then and there. 35 seconds left. Can't afford to give up one more life. Zera able to get 1, but there it is. Noel just continuing to go massive. 2,300 damage already racked up for this man, as it has been defense the entire way through here so far.
It's just not surprising, is it? I mean, even if you get past step 1, Austin, right? Even if you get the A point in your favor, it's getting B. Now, the question I kind of have here is, now that Inco Gaming, they're 2-1 up in this one, they have basically all of Noel's utility to use. So do they do this on towards a B push? It feels like that might well be the play here. Maybe bring out the Predator Missile to get rid of these players on the point.
Shots coming through in the back now. Mihawk able to shut it down. Annihilator's coming out across the board for Skade, so big investment here. They want to shut things down, make sure it's a clean defensive round. And Lim's also able to get a forward position, trying to go hunting here for the player up top. It's Rafa. Rafa's been big, but can't find that engagement. And no, we've seen the spawn trap before here, Brody. It gets nasty, and it gets nasty very fast. Another kill coming through. Kingslayer coming on up for Lims as he's now finding consecutive kills. And we're looking at what has only been 2 kills so far for Inco in this round.
I feel like Skade's defensive has just been so rock solid at the moment, even with what Inco have in the back pocket, right? It's just, it's tough to get out. 30 seconds left now. Of course, Skade now having an armory of their own between Leozera and Mihawk. Actually, Leozera going to bring his one down. But nonetheless, Mihawk's still got that Goliath ready to go. Now a stalemate. Inco do not want to feed kills away here in the closing moments. They know they really can't get out of spawn, so why would you actually bother just feeding more kills at this point in the game?
Well, 5 more seconds left, and we're heading to round number 5. A couple more kills will come through, but none should really play too big of a factor here. Now we'll head into the round number 5. Whoever gets defense should be able to lock this one up. It's been defensively sided the whole way through, but it is going to have to be Skade coming in on the attack here, Brody.
Skade on the attack. They've got to go up against all of Noel's streaks, so they've kind of got some get-out-of-jail-free cards if they want to use them. And of course, look at the specialists across the board. Rafa's going to be the first one to utilize his. He's also got 2 on the other side for Skade. Rafa off the start, though. Pretty good. First kill coming through, and he's going to get shut down almost immediately. Dad's going to use his one as well. They do not want to get this progression over early on.
Noel, you're going to have to try to bait out some of these streaks at some point in time, but he is continuing just to be an absolute tear on the map. Shots, oh, maybe not so clean there, but it's okay. Still finishes off the kill. Damage really still being done, but A, under attack. Second tick looks like it actually might be secured, and it is. Every single time we've seen it, Skade have been able to get away with the first zone. The problem becomes B.
Yeah, A is definitely going now. They've got 3 kills. Those are the kills required now, and that is the earliest we've seen that capture come through, to be fair. There was actually, if we go all the way back to round number 1, quite a bit of resistance gun. It took fair much time longer to get that capture through. So 120 seconds now to go and capture through towards B. And Pabzera now might well hold the key, because Leozera are going to get 2 kills with the Annihilator. Pabzera also had his out. Now Leozera might well just bring the Predator Missile in for 2 more. This is a massacre in the backline at the moment, but no, he runs out with his fists.
Now it's a massive misplay for Leos, and he had the Annihilator. He pulled it out, and well, we are going to get a Goliath here on each side, so how about it? It's a little bit of Mech City coming in for what is going to line up for a really important push. Now, 11 lives up against 18. That is a factor. Still a lot of streaks available, but if you can chip away at the lives here with a minute 30, this offensive round is still very much possible for Skade.
They did so much damage, Skade, on the offense, off the back of that A push to get so many kills on towards the wraparound behind. And now we see a Goliath versus Goliath. There was Annihilators utilized from Noel and Croson, but no more. They are fully relying on this Goliath from Rafa. How much damage can you do? Because Lynn's now bringing out his Annihilator. This has to be it. The Goliath going to take Limbs out of the play, but still Goliath now from Mihawk as well. The player's starting to fall. Dad is still alive here, and now Mihawk's Goliath is in the play. It's Skade wiping these guys out, and they're on the point, Austin.
They're on the point. The Goliath is still alive. Annihilators could come out. You have everything you want, and it comes together in the final round here, but it's not over just yet. They do clear the point. They do hold on, but Brody, 3 lives. You can't afford to give over anything whatsoever, and there's still plenty of time to work with. 50 seconds now left in the game.
You can still defend this if you're Inco. It is a pretty standard affair. Mihawk with the Annihilator, though, and it's stuff like that you can't really afford to let happen now. Down to 1. Just 1 meager life is all they have, and Mihawk could be the one to finish it off. It
Unreal.
only takes one Annihilation, and unreal from Skade. That is absolutely the word to describe what an incredible clutch that was. It was audacious, the play, to rotate so perfectly in from behind. Now, albeit, it didn't really translate all that much to any progression on B whatsoever, but they didn't need to. They get 2 Goliaths to play, basically 6 or 7 kills completely unanswered. And we were asking the question for basically the entirety of that controlled takeoff, how are they going to break in towards P? The answer, Austin, they don't need to.
They don't need the ticks. They just need the kills. But how clutch was it to get that Goliath, man? I mean, you were seeing for the longest time, Inko, right? They had it in the back pocket. Rafa got it very early on. He wants to save it to the end where they need to hold and have their final stand. But they had just lost so many lives leading up to that point, and you could just see how damaging it really was in those final moments where you can no longer kind of go for those aggressive peaks, go for those route plays that come up with a really big stop in from behind. It's just so much more from the front. And man, what a moment. What a play. Skade, they tie this one up, and they do it in the impossible round number 5 on the attack.
Yeah, and you know what, the thing is, you say, right, Austin, is you talk about the Goliath, right, as if there was only one. Well, there wasn't. There was 2. There was 2 Goliaths coming out of that play right towards the end for Skade. And I think the biggest thing is, getting that second Goliath is so crucial because you draw out the Predator missile, which is another get-out-of-jail-free card that they effectively burn there towards the end in that round number 5. It's such a brilliant play. And they also get rid of basically the Annihilators as well, because there was 2, I think it was Crozen and Dad, that brought the Annihilators out right there towards the end. Both of them got burned. It's just so unfortunate. Everything falls apart for Rinko in the final moment. Skade with a huge clutch. Everybody played their part. I can't even attribute that to one person because everybody played so well in that flurry of kills that came through. Just brilliantly done by Skade. I am highly impressed. They are now going to tie this series up at 2 for 2, and it is a well-deserved tie at that. We're going to Summit Hardpoint up next, Austin.
We sure are. Back to the respawns, man. Give us some more, apparently. But, hey, we said that Inko Gaming are probably really wanting to kind of stop this squad right where they stand. You do not want Skade to come away with a couple back-to-back maps, start to pick up a little bit of momentum, start to roll with it. The player cams at the end, everyone getting very amped up here on the Skade side. But yes, a Summit Hardpoint. That is our map number 4. That's where we're heading next. And, oh man, Brody, it's just the Summit. Last time around, we got to see it a little bit. Still very close, at least at points. But this one should be a little bit more interesting coming in as well, because there hasn't been too much played throughout the entire weekend for the most part.
Well, again, you say I have to bring it back to the point, and it feels like there is a bit of a pattern emerging here, to be honest, Austin. Again, the 3 maps that we saw Skade play against iTitan Gaming to get into day number 2 were Summit Hardpoint, Fine Range Search and Destroy, and Takeoff Control. Fine Range S&D goes the way of Skade 7-1. Takeoff Control goes the way of Skade 3-2. We go into Summit Hardpoint now, and a reminder for that scoreline again, against iTitan Gaming, it was a 250 to 160 scoreline in favor of Skade. That is a dominant scoreline. Like we've seen a lot of hard points over the course of the weekend, and the vast majority of them have made it over the 200-point mark, over the 230, 240-point mark, because they've all been so close. That's a whooping. There's no other way to sugarcoat this. That is a whooping. I'm starting getting the impression, by the way, this is kind of a side note here thing, that given these 3 maps that have appeared here in the best of 7 for the grand final, that iTitan Gaming kind of got a little bit unlucky with the draw of those maps in that 3-0 sweep for a Skade, because Skade seemed really proficient on these maps, Austin.
Been very strong, man. And now, I mean, as much as we've been kind of praising Inko Gaming for especially what they were able to bring within day number 1, like dropping a single map to now being tied up here in this series while having, you know, that 1 map lead from the winner's final. Yeah. You can see that things have changed, at least this time around. It feels like we're starting to get at least a little bit of a shift in the wind going the other direction or something along those lines, because Skade has just looked very polished over the last couple of games, and they've just had so many games to do it. I think that's one thing that a lot of people never ever consider when you kind of look at tournaments like this. But when you take a look at what happened for Inko Gaming, they find 2 really clean series where they don't get tested in the first day, where Skade have to play an extra series. They have to go through how many map 5s. Like, they have just gotten so many reps throughout this entire tournament that you start to look better and better and better as you go throughout. And they have obviously made some fixes, and they're just bringing a different factor as well. Like, that's a round they should never win, and they do. So they're just coming a little bit different on the day right now, Brody, at least in this grand final compared to what we were getting into the winners final. Not obviously saying it's going to go the way of Skate. It's completely shifted. It's over. But it just has looked a lot better so far in this grand final. That is for sure.
The momentum has definitely shifted. I think, again, and to be fair, I want to say as well, we go back towards that Hacienda Hardpoint at the beginning of this best of 7. I say the beginning again, one map advantage and all, but ignore that. I think Skate, they still played really well in that one. It was still, a 17-point game towards the end. They had a Goliath in the closing moments. It was just Inco came up clutch in those final moments. So Skate have been in this throughout the entirety of this best of 7. They've looked so hot, and we've been saying it as well when we've been watching Skate over the last couple of days. They have gone from strength to strength. They've come up with clutch after clutch after clutch. And if you compare where they started the weekend, where they lost to Zygnus in the kind of the very first match for us to cast Call of Duty Mobile this weekend, to now, it feels like they've kind of replaced the roster with like superhuman beings is how I would describe it. Because Skate at the moment, they are on form, Austin.
They're on form. I mean, you just can't say enough good things about the squad, but I think Inco, you really need to put it away now. I mean, not only because this puts you on series point, but just because you just don't want a Skate to kind of come in hot again for 3 maps in a row, right? Like, that just becomes a little bit too scary kind of going into the map after this one. So you really want to come out here, bring us some of the fire, some of the same slaying power that we were getting out of all of these members that you were kind of highlighting, right? Like, they need to step up here for us now. You have to match Pab's era. You have to match Leo's era. These two have just been on fire, it feels like, for the majority of the series, and you're getting just clutch play after clutch play, man. It's a wonder to watch, really, just see them kind of do it time and time again, but still a lot more maps left, and that's kind of what you have to be telling each other right now if you're Inco Gaming, and by no means do you count yourself out knowing that you've already beat this squad earlier on in the day.
That's the thing. I think that's kind of the fallback, isn't it, right, for Inco Gaming? It's like, we've already beat these guys once. Fair enough, these guys are playing pretty well at the moment, but we know how to clutch up. We've been in 2 game 5s to even get to this point. So Inco Gaming, I still think there's an aura of confidence about them, and I think it's warranted confidence as well, because we've been gassing up this roster, this Skate team, right? But at the same time, we could talk positive things about this Inco Gaming roster as well, because they've looked just so deadly. Their ability to clutch, specifically in the Search and Destroys as well, is something that we should definitely give them their flowers for, has just been immense. So, Inco Gaming, they're not to be underestimated here. Yes, Skate have a lot of momentum on side. Will they fall for a 3rd map straight? That is going to be the question, because Skate, they continue to find gear after gear after gear. I don't know, they're in like the 17th gear at the moment, if I'm honest, Austin. So, Inco, I think they just need to find it. It's a lot of gears, mate. You'll never see a bigger gearbox. Nonetheless, though, I think for Skate at the moment, I think just they've got this momentum behind them. I think for Inco, they just need to refine their footing again here, get themselves going, because we've already seen what it's like when they do get going. They can win these clutch situations. So we just need to see that again.
I feel like map 1's a good example of that. I mean, on the Hacienda, right? Like, you see them find that rhythm. It's still a little bit cleaner than how we saw it the first time around. So, I mean, I'm with you. We certainly can see it. We have seen it. Will we get it? Those are really the questions we're throwing out there right now. I'm sure the Skate fans are like, no, we don't want to see it. But Inco Gaming already locking in top 2 through the upper bracket. Want to show everyone why they have made it through the upper bracket here. But, I mean, this just kind of comes back to just how close these two have also been throughout the entire day. Every single team here on day 2 sending us the distance. And while this one might just be lined up for another, looks like we might have had a little bit of a lobby issue, but now we're good to go. So as we kick it off, we'll see the Summit Hardpoint coming on through. Will we get the response out of Inco, or will Skate continue to just roll through this squad?
Well, I'm sure we'll have those answers to those questions very soon, Austin. In towards this one we go, and Rafa kicking off very strong, by the way, with that 1 kill on towards the flank. Still got to deal with the players down low, though. Linz is over here, as is B-Corp. Don't worry about it, mate. Inco are here. They're here to deal with the threat.
I like that opening. Inco Gaming, we wanted to see them come out with a little bit of fire. Wow, they breathe fire all over the Skate roster here in the opening gunfights. And they're not stopping. You have to actually be a little bit careful here, right? You don't want to give over any streaks really early on. There's a lot of kills that just flooded into that kill feed consecutively. Nice little bait and switch down low will be good for Rafa as he now plays his life on the time.
Good amount of time coming out from Inco Gaming to kick this one off as well, by the way. And Rafa and Luke are already starting a streak count. Rafa are going to use that 100-killer drone to get a kill or 2. Inco Gaming, they have just been dominating the kill feed to kick this one off. Maybe Skate can say something about it for about 10 seconds or so of scrap time, as we start to turn our attention towards the rotation for New. It's going to be Inco looking for some of these rotational gunfights. The Azera watching from long. Gets traded out now. As the rest of the Skade roster starting to make their way along ice. Well up top now. As the assistance from his teammate, Nukill will pop. Noel looking for two. He will not even get to find it as Lukashin going to bring that Predator missile down from up high. And also, if you look up top on our screens, we've already got a Goliath that potentially could come out.
We already got the Goliath on the first life coming in, so heck of a way to already secure some late game insurance. But on the hill, dancing around it, is going to be Skade. They have a little bit of a setup and now some kills coming on through. Pabzera actually pulling out the KSP here for us. Wants to get a little bit more interactive up close, and well, he's been just as effective with it. One more gunfight for the side. Shots are good, and this has been a very solid hill for Skade here so far. Very much uncontested as well.
Now look at the rotation. Skade already over here right now. The first couple of gunfights going their way. Rafa, the coach, is playing to do something about it from Inco. And Rafa actually survives well past this station. He finally will fall there to a two-piece coming through from Lears. And we were talking about that earlier on. Not a surprise to see a two-piece coming out of that man. But nonetheless, it will result in the end of just the one player for Skade still being alive. Dirica has so much to do. Predator missile coming down from play though. Doesn't really do all that much. Hunter coming out on the map as well. And that's still, that one player still remains finally through the situation from Noel.
Pick up Ehawk here on the rotation. Finds a couple more trophy systems now coming down, but still more presence for the front. Skade, oh, they break in. Almost a nice little cancel on the reload, then the kill. Noel, though, will be able to post himself up inside with the corner. Will he be able to play his life? The stuns nades all start raining through for the back 30 seconds. Ehawk can't find the entry. Noel still somehow able to play his life, and now Skade actually starts spawning in the back, but they're still struggling to get inside of the hard point.
And they almost line up towards the back line there. Linz almost finds himself part of a peace pie. Will not be, though. Noel is going to be the one responsible for that one. We'll move over towards the next rotation, and as we go into it, it will be Skade with the slight advantage over Inco, but make no mistake, that probably won't last that long as the Goliath now comes on down. And this is really a massive decision, I think, coming out actually out of Noel here to bring this Goliath down at this point in the game, because it means that they really want to lock this hill down, have this one, the one where they get a ton of a lead.
Well, Noel, can he continue to be huge? Pretty hard to shut him down without some kind of utility coming in to take him out. We'll have to see. So far, nobody able to even look at the hill so far for Skade. Nylander in the back there for the Azera. You can see him trying to get some work in. Noel with a little shoulder peek, going to shrug him off the angle for a quick second. Inco Gaming, couple kills are good in the feed. Shots down with the Goliath, and oh, how about it? Noel lighting it up, controlling the point, soaking up time with ease.
Noel's still got the back streaks as well, ready to go. The Predator missile on the Hunter Killer drone if he needs it for later on down the line. So regardless of the fact this is a brilliant usage of the Goliath coming out from Noel, and a lot of time going the way of Inco Gaming, there's a lot more to be concerned about if you're a Skade, and that Goliath will hold on for basically all of that time. Skade have completely given it up, and Austin, this is exactly what we were saying, right? They wanted to get the full 61, they wanted to get a good lead over Skade. This is basically what they've done now, and a 50-point advantage now over their opposition for Skade. You have to be good from here on out.
You have to try and find a response to these next couple of hills. You'd love to start with P1 if you can, but Inco Gaming, you remember last time around the first rotation, good 31 seconds off of it. Skade up top, trying to control the upper level, but Lim says no, enough of that. Time to attack the hill. Little shots will come through. Minor assist is out, and Nathan stuns over the top. Not fully going over, but Lim's able to still get involved. So Skade, they're keeping it pretty scrappy. They have some presence around the point, still soaking up some time. Just have to continue to do it for the next 30 seconds.
It is going to be a big ask, though. Inco Gaming, they have the high ground as Rafa comes up through the window and now going to start to get involved into the mixer himself. That with another one will move Lears in from the point, and now there is only actually a couple of players on the point itself. Leazera is still part of that argument as Mihawk will fall, and Leazera argues pretty well, let me tell you, as he gets two-piece on towards Rafa. The kills, though, are going to go in the favor of the Inco Gaming roster here as they look for the last 10 seconds of scrap time. Skade not spawning on the right side of the map for the future of this hard point here on Summit, but nonetheless, they are going to get enough kills now that they should have early control over the catwalk.
Showing the case. 142 to 95. If there's ever a time to try and get some crucial time, you feel like it's going to be now. At least a little bit to try and make the comeback happen going into the future hill. But down low, Lucas in. A little bit too nasty. Finding some multi-kills that just should not happen. Trades have not been there so far. Rafa also trying to take away some more space down low. The challenge comes in. No way does he get more than one here. He's still alive. Tries to peek out. The trade is good. With the Annihilator in the back. Lucas in, ready for the challenges.
Okay, now trying to make their way through. Lucas in for the trade, but it just will only be the one now. Pabzera has the final say, at least for the moment. Pabzera in for two. Can he get one from up high as well? He doesn't need to because the supporting cast are here. Mihor in for yet another one. A crucial 20 seconds now if these guys want to keep on the coattails of Inco Gaming. But now would be focused on the rotation towards the new. Inco Gaming, they are here towards the back line. This has to be a well-applied amount of pressure coming through from Skade, and unfortunately for them, they get pinned out with one, yet another one. That's going to be a triple for Dad. And now for Inco Gaming, they have so much on hand ready to hold on to this hard point.
Do they ever? 40 points. You have to get into the back here. The Annihilator's used, but it finds no value. Pabzera using the gravity gun. What can he find? First shot. Should be able to find the kill, but no, it doesn't, at least initially. Second shot comes out, and oh no, no kills come in off the back end of the utility, Brody. Inco Gaming now with a ton of control through the front.
Not exactly the efficiency you wanted there from the Gravity Vortex gun, but nonetheless, it's not the end of the world. You can still do this just for your KSPs and your Peacekeepers, but you need to find a way in pretty much right about now, and it's just not going to help when Rafa and Noel are going to be able to combine for three like that. Leah Zero, though, into the front with the SPS, in for two as well, looking for number three, and he lines all of them up as Skade find a way in, but again, even that is all but for a moment as Rafa comes in. He's the party pooper here, and Inco Gaming crossed that 200-point mark now.
They certainly do. It was a 40-point lead coming into this hill, and now they've grown it to almost 100 points. Streaks available. It looks like we might just get an Inco Gaming getting back into form here, but Skade, do they have it in themselves to hold on? Goliath is now out. Limbs might be able to start to create the setup. This is where we saw the full 60 come in last time, so there is a chance, but Skade, they got to be perfect here, Brody. They're going to have to find just about every single kill.
They do, and Skade now at least have the Goliath ready to go here. Lins, can he get it done? No, it gets shut down. It's not quite as efficient as we saw from Noel on the last time, but this time, though, Leazin is in for two with the Annihilator. How much more damage can you do? He's chasing another kill towards Lucashin, but realizes it's probably better off to help the kills inside the hill. He will get yet another one here. Starting to streak out now is going to be Leazin, just 1 or 2 kills more away from the Predator Missile, and that would be very helpful. But these guys at the moment, teeter on an edge. There we go. Predator Missile has now been earned for Skade, and this has been a pretty good kill from them in terms of survival. Inco still about 35 points away from victory here.
It's a better hill overall for sure. It's finally a solid hold, and Skade now need to translate this into at least a little bit of P1 time. You just cannot let Inco get too much free time off of this P1 hill, already being at 215. Gunfights through the middle, looking good at the moment for Skade as Limbs and Mihawk both able to get involved in that kill feed. Limbs will also get a touch. He's on the point, trying to contest, but he's under fire. Rockets over the top, won't hit the mark. Kill still looking good, but Inco ready to respond back with the 2 kills in the feed.
There's a lot of shots being thrown out from both sides at the moment. At the end of the day, it seems like Skade might be the last ones on the point, or maybe not. Crotin comes through with the Annihilator, gets shut down before he can make any use. And Leazera, once again, in for 3. Leah's in for another one as well, but Rafa earns us right back with a 2 of his own. Leazera, that's number 4. If you guys can't count, he's looking for more. But Dad now in to shut him down on a 2-piece. It's Peace Central right now inside P1. And Skade fighting tooth for nail to get back in towards this game to tie things up with Inco. They're well on their way.
This has been one of the best P1 hills we've seen at Skade so far in the map, and what a time to come alive. 8 more seconds. Might just be scooped up for Mihawk. He's under fire from multiple players. He stalls a little bit longer, but that is fine. We asked for a good hold. We asked for some points to come through. Skade deliver, but now they have to do it again as we look at the P2 rotation, Brody.
This needs to be huge from Skade. They have to remove Noel from the point because right now he's soaking up even seconds he can't really afford to give away. And he's got the Gravity Vortex gun inside as well. He's already picked up one against the Ascend, but here come the brigade from Skade. They're trying to make their way through, but you can't get through Lucashin when he's on for 3, looking for number 4. He is denied, but the damage is done now. Inco Gaming just 24 points, and they will be up in the series once again.
Oh, what a response with the Hunter-Killer drone. It comes in for a double. It takes down multiple members in the back. That's going to be the usage of the gravity gun as well. Only finds a 1-for-1 trade. In the hill will be Skade trying to mount yet another insane comeback in a hard point. There's so much more work that needs to be done in this scrap time. You can't let it go over. Leo's in, needs to try to go big, but he can only get one. And now the rotation is becoming more of a factor as it looks like the scrap time might just go over to Inco Gaming.
And it's Inco Gaming in control of the rotation as well. This is all going to rely on a special play from Leozin, and it just isn't there. 5 seconds till the hill pops. These guys have to get the sprint on. Can they get it done? Can they kill a drone out? And no, the final nail in the coffin is in as Inco Gaming once again regain the lead. And Lukashin plays such a massive part of that towards the end. Austin, mate, he was beasting so hard. I think he just dropped my first 50.
Yeah, Lucas in, man. He gets that insane streak at the start. Goes on what was a 50 bomb throughout the rest of the map. Are you kidding me? My lord. 50 kills coming through for Lucas, and he is refusing to let this grand finals go over to Skade. And you can see it, like the next closest player is Dad, who's got 39, but he has just been leaps and bounds, sometimes above the rest when it comes down to the slang influence he brings to the map. But my goodness, Brody, it ends in 250 to 197. No crazy comebacks this time around. Inco finally able to get back in form when it comes to the respawns.
Austin, mate, I've run out of water. I've run out of water. Oh, goodness me. This series has just been a roller coaster and a half made by the gods. Oh, my God. Inco Gaming looks so good there in the middle of the hard point. They get a massive advantage versus Skade. And Skade, they start digging away at it, by the way, as well. I mean, I think it was like on the P3 hard point we saw, or P4, excuse me, where we saw Goliath coming out there from Skade as well. They managed to get the majority time away from the P4 hard point when Inco were 35 points away from victory in that game. They almost make the comeback happen, but it's heroics from Lukashin on the rotation towards that P2 hill that completely ruins Skade on that hard point. Inco Gaming, they're back on form, baby. They're here in the best of 7. And Inco now 3-2 up in this one. Standoff, search and destroy. Give it to me. Give it to me, man. I'm ready. I'm ready to take it in.
It's going back to a standoff, search and destroy. These two played each other really close the first time around in the first best of 5 in that winner's final. It was a 7-5 that went the way of Skade. And my goodness, that one was just so back and forth. It felt like there was just so many moments where Inco Gaming might have had enough of the tank to be able to kind of overwhelm a lot of what we saw from Skade in some of their initial setups defensively. But it was just picks that came through. And that's also the map that you have to kind of mention that, listen, PubZero was just not a factor. He did not come up big. Like I've been talking about, that was the map that he had kind of ended off with a little bit of a slump. And now a chance to really actually get full redemption, running it back here. But standoff search, this could all end here, Brody. We could have a champion after this search and destroy.
You know, the thing is, though, is that I don't think it's going to. I'm not one to make predictions very often. But
I set you up for it.
Sure, yeah, you did, to be fair. But to be fair, I think it's just off the point that you make about PubZero, right? Because you talk about kind of where he was at previously on that Summit Search and Destroy.
Yes.
And that was where he was neutered. I have to say, I'm probably going to get ripped in the chat for saying, oh, you know, Summit is actually okay for sniper rifles. I just think PubZero just felt like he was consistently out of position on that map. But when you've got maps like Firing Range, maps like Standoff in the series, it plays so well into player sniper's hands. And we've already seen, I think, probably half a dozen times what PubZero can do on this map mode combination for the First Blood. It is so damaging, and we've already seen Skade on this again against this roster. We saw them win it in the last best of 5. Skade have just looked so good here on the offense, and a lot of that is down to those First Bloods. So yeah, look, I don't often make predictions, and I wouldn't want to do it. I'm not making an official prediction by any means, because then the caster's curse will come through. It's not happening, mate. But my Brody sense is tingling, okay?
Oh,
and
here
it's
we
telling
go.
me, it's telling me, yeah, something's tingling.
Okay.
And it's telling me that this one's probably going to be a Game 7. That's all I can say, mate.
So, just to be clear, Brody's not making any predictions.
No predictions.
He does have some Brody tingling happening. I'm not sure where that means, but it means that we're probably going the distance. But it's not a prediction, just to be clear.
No, it's a tingle.
It's a tingle.
Right? It's not a prediction.
No, I know. I'm
tingle,
with you. I'm
right?
with you, Brody. It's not a prediction.
It isn't, because if it's a prediction, then it won't happen, okay? And all the Skade fans out there will be like, it's because Brody said something. No.
You think that's what they'll do?
Yeah, well, I'm not sure that's what they'll say word for word, but it's something along those lines.
Might be a lot worse than that.
Oh yeah, probably. Regardless, though, I just gotta say, I've just been so happy with this grand final, man. It's just been it's such an awesome time casting this one. What a conclusion it has been to the Latin America regional playoffs for these two teams. What an epic story as well. Inco Gaming, they come in a day number 2 as one of the dominant teams alongside FR Bulls. Now we know how FR Bulls' story ended, but for Inco Gaming, they continued to clutch up versus Influence Rage, and then of course Skade to get to the grand finals. But for Skade, it has been a story of resilience, of rebellion, to make their way back from how this story began with that loss versus Cygnus Esports. I think it's been kind of remarkable, really. And obviously, these guys, look, they've already made it towards the World Championships. But now, I mean, you've made it this far. You want to be crowned Latin America champions for the 2022 season. You want that.
I mean, you want it. You want the extra 30K. You want the first seed. You want to come out of your region as the #1 team. You want all of those accolades and some. But you can see it here. This is how much they're playing for. This is how much money Inco Gaming could secure for themselves if they can just find 7 S&D rounds on Standoff. $30,000 will be theirs. And unfortunately, the runner-up will get about half of that lion's share, the 15K, but still, nonetheless, you're going to take it any day of the week as you've secured the seeds. But, I mean, Skade, this is their comfort zone, Brody. It feels like so weird to say, right? They're down, backs up against the wall. It's a must-win situation. Feels like this really is their comfort zone.
And here's a look at our prize pool again to remind you guys what kind of cheddar these guys are playing for. First place walks away with 30,000. I'm not going to divide that by 5. It is like 2:30 a.m. for me right now, so my brain isn't quite working as it normally would, Austin. So I'm going to ask you to kind of, while I just talk, try and work that one out. But nonetheless, first place we're walking away with $30,000. Second place, $15,000. So if we go to a game number 5 here, we could be looking like a $15,000 game of Control, Austin.
We very well could be. We'll see. Will we get to a Control? I kind of want to get there just because I don't think I've ever ended a Call of Duty cast in normal Call of Duty or Call of Duty Mobile in a Control to be the decider for the first place going into a World Championship. Like, that is just never a situation I've had. But either way, you'll take one more look here at the bracket for you guys to figure out just how we've kind of gotten there as these players get set up for their next map. And you can see it, Skade, they've had to make the gauntlet run. It all started with day number 1. They lost their first map. They had, or rather first series, they had to go with multiple wins throughout the Swiss bracket. They do that. They defy the odds. They go game 5 multiple times on the day, and now we'll see a Standoff S&D where they're going to have to win to extend it one more.
Can Inco get revenge on Standoff Search and Destroy, though? That is going to be the question. Well, to kick things off here, it's actually going to be Skade on the offense. That's not what happened last time around. It was Inco on the offense. It was Skade with 3 rounds. It really did close things out. Now, though, for Skade, things slowing down considerably, excuse me. Practically from what we just saw in the Summit Hardpoint, very different change of pace here as Skade just trying to draw something away for Inco.
Both teams trying to feel each other out a little bit. You have an idea of how each other play, knowing that you play them in the winner's final, so you have an idea on some of the initial spots that they kind of want to peek from, how they like to kind of retake. How do you take that into consideration when you're setting up for your offensive plays? Leozera, a couple shots through yellow, not going to be able to tag anything up. Bomb has made its way into bottom brown. We have seen Skade opt in for these B plants, but there is multiple players hovering around yellow and back alley.
Move hasn't quite been decided just yet, though, for Skade. I think that's the key thing right now. Yes, they're gravitating towards this B site, but they haven't quite decided that's exactly what they're going to do. Panther trying to take some shots through the wall of yellow and the back alley. Nothing going to connect just yet, and of course, Inco, being the veteran team that they are, not giving anything away for free. Now the bomb plant going down, but this should be stopped from Noel.
Should be stopped. News in. Trying to just play the tight corner here, but he's a little bit pinned. He almost needs Pabzera to kind of watch over, maybe the middle of the map here for him, or at least yellow, so he can go and retrieve that bomb and get up. But no, he just does it himself. Nice movement comes in, and we'll be able to at least make a quick rotation over to A. You got 14 seconds. There is a chance to drop it, but we'll see if he can get it down.
Not going to be able to. Noel comes through, looking for two. Noel goes off. And now Pabzera with 3 seconds left. No chance, mate, unless you're the Flash. That is just not to be. Noel going to make the play happen. And I think kind of what happened there for Skade on the offense was very simply just that they spent much too long deciding what they wanted to do. And when they had decided, it was even that, to go the part on towards B just didn't work out.
Did not work out for them. The very first round, Inco Gaming we'll be able to find it here. Pabzera, we talked about how good he is with the sniper rifle, how influential he can be with the First Bloods and the picks. Will almost just always have this weapon out the entire way through an S&D map, but back alley, some engagements coming through. Inco Gaming, can they get around the corner before the push comes through? No, off-screen, Leo's in, does find Noel, gets that First Blood, and now sets up the offensive attack for Rafa with the nade over the top and Crozian as well. Everything explodes out of control.
Yeah, this round's done. Leah's in 1 versus 5. I don't think so, if I'm honest. It would be a miracle. We haven't seen one just yet as well. Nonetheless, though, bring this down to a 1 versus 3 now.
Enemy has dropped the bomb.
I'm going to grab the bomb, but Rafa's just seen him. That information now given away. The good news is, I would say, for Leazin in this situation is that none of these players are close together whatsoever. So say he gets that gun towards Rafa, well, it's fine. But at this point, it's a hypothetical that's not going to happen because, as I say it, all of those players are just going to bunch up together.
Still a good 50 seconds to make your way back over to A if you so wish, but Leo's in, going to start to do a little bit of searching here, maybe through the middle of the map. See if he can get an angle, just get some information on where this defensive setup is taking place at the moment. But corners being checked, Leo's in, might find one, but not going to be ready for it. He'll drop. That will be another clean round here on the board. Inco Gaming with a much cleaner round that time around with the nade over the top there from Rafa.
Inco looks so strong on the defense at the moment. And we were talking previously coming in this one, Austin, about kind of what Skade are capable of on the offense. So far, what they've tried hasn't been working out. Now it's time for a mess ton of utility over towards A, and it will get them into the site at least.
Bomb's going to go down. Looks like it might be uncontested. A little angle coming through from the side, and, well, it stops the bomb plant. Will there be a trade? Does come through a little after. The knife coming out. Rafa is just going back and forth here, and I guess the nade finishes him off. I thought it was going to be by way of knife, but no, it's not. Retake still good. Inco Gaming constantly shutting down Skade.
It's not looking good here for Skade on the offense, and they're trying things as well, right? I mean, we're seeing a variety of different strategies coming out from Skade, but just so few of them actually working. Being shut down at every turn. And, well, it gets even worse as well as Jukastin comes out with the First Blood on towards Limbs. And now, Skade down already into a 3 versus 5. Maybe Mihawk can get something in the back alley, but he's already been spotted out.
Yeah, they saw him on the cross, the yellow, and Mihawk. Oh, he gets a little assistance in the very back spawn. They push through Tractor. So this play from Mihawk just distracts them the entire way through, but he gives up yellow. He doesn't expect Noel to take his place. So that means now we'll drop in to still a numbers disadvantage here for Skade. 2v4, bombs are down.
Kill's starting to come through for Skade now. Maybe this is the round where things finally work out. On the other side, Leazin gets a 2-piece, and now Leazir, I think, has actually just spotted out Rafa as well. There's surely no way the 1 versus 3 comes through. Rafa survives much longer than he needs to, and he gets the second as well! What? Rafa's putting his controller down. He's getting this defused, though. Make no mistake about that. Rafa has just made an insane play that shatters their confidence.
Oh, that's the round that you really wanted to get. It's not one they should have got, to be fair, because it was a 2v4, but you're thinking after you see Rafa in the 1v2, they might have just had it. They might have got their first round. Maybe they can build off of it, but offense has just not looked good here so far. Shut down round after round. 4-0 start for Inco Gaming, but it's a better start this time around. They are switching it up again, going for a fast planet B.
At one point, this has to work, Austin. Surely, this has to work. And, well, Leazir are going to get the second one. Numbers still in favor of Skade here on the post plant. Feel like Rafa might make a push in from behind. He's not going to find anybody for quite some time, though, even if he does go through Brown. Might be able to catch Leazir off guard on a late push. But Crozian elsewhere going to take Pabzera out of the position up top in red. So not too bad now. Still, 20 seconds on the clock here, Austin. They've got to go pretty fast here. Inco on the retake.
They do have to go pretty fast. Well, 15 seconds. Ralph, I think, just going to try to stick it. 2v2 still. You're going to have to hop on it here in a matter of seconds. And, well, the assist is there. The shots come through. Not again. No way. Oh, they're just absolute heartbreakers, aren't they? Just moments where you think they got it locked up. Limited time on the clock, and they just fumble in the final moments. The ice has not been here for Skade. Oh, no, Brody. 5-0.
Destroy the objective. Bomb acquired.
I'm starting to feel like my non-prediction has actually turned out as a prediction, and it's gone wrong. I'm starting to get that vibe, Austin. I really did try not to make it a prediction. This might well be my fault. Regardless, Inco, I don't think anything, Destiny, could stop them. The way they're playing at the moment here on the defense, they're playing every round so perfectly, clutch after clutch after clutch. And Skade, I mean, it's not without trying. They're coming through. They're even drawing first bloods now in these rounds.
They are. They've gotten a lot of first bloods, actually, in some of these rounds. Just have not really been able to translate them into anything. Habzera able to get another one on the dad. So A is open. Bomb plants have been good, but holding the post plant setups have not been. No, you cannot let Noel get two. Thank goodness. Lims is able to get the shots in. Finds the kill. Little peek around the corner. No one's inside the site. There is a chance for a plant.
Will Lims get it down, though? That's going to be the question now for Crozian. He's in towards the site. This should be around now for Skade. Finally, Crozian's able to get one, though. There's no way. Crozian, not again. No. Crozian now in the 1 versus 1. This would be a 1 versus 3. Another massive clutch now. Mihawk in the 1 versus 1. Crozian caught on the reload, though. And finally, Skade find around in the dying embers off the offensive plays. 1-5. They will be down now as we switch sides.
Whew, it almost happened again. It almost happened 3 rounds in a row. But finally, it's Mihawk, the one player you probably would want alive in that situation, to be able to at least keep it close in the first half with the rounds. You get a round on the board. You get something. You got to play perfect defense. Perfect. You just cannot allow any of these early rounds to go over in my mind. That just cannot be a factor. Crozian, though, going to start to work some angles. Sniper shot does come out. We'll back down. Now we'll patiently wait.
Snipe's still coming out here for Crozian. Not connecting anything just yet, though. Skade staying strong on the defense, not giving anything away for free. Inco, though, they're just trying to draw something out. Look at this angle coming in from Lucashin. Trying to catch Liazera with his pants down. Not going to happen just yet. Liazera just laying down, thinking, nope, don't want any of that smoke. I'm just going to chill here. You guys can come to where if you want me.
That is a filthy angle right there. I've seen the one on top of the van, but I must say I have not seen this one so far. At least not from the POV. Shots coming through. Both players are trying to get something with Pabzera. He finds the kill, takes out Crozian. That's a key player out of the mix. Again, the sniper rifle no longer on the map here for Inco.
They've got themselves in towards Kebab. Dad gets the kill on towards Liazin in as well. So this round hasn't exactly gone how Skade imagined it would, despite having to draw Inco out. They've done that. I don't think it's just gone as well as they would have liked. Now the bomb going down on towards B. The cover is still technically here, but the shots from the middle of the map. This needs to be the reaction coming from Lims, and it will be.
Bomb now. Should get down. It does, but Rafa, how does he exit? How does he try to come off of this site? He can't. Pabzera's found him. Dad now in the back. He's kind of made the play, but all the shots, they don't really connect. Oh, really unfortunate, but he gets the information over to Lucassin, who's trying to find them on the cross. The first shot is there. The second he doesn't know has got across to the other side.
Mihawk's got the sniper in this situation, so he's waiting for Lucassin to peek, but Lucassin can just go take this one under the tank. He's got so many angles to look for. Wow. And there it is, Mihawk with a snipe. They will not go down today. Mihawk clutches up the round now for Skade. Another one on the board.
It's not over yet.
Both of those rounds are thanks to Mihawk. They have come by way of 1v1s. Those are the only rounds that have come through. Is Mihawk winning a 1 versus 1. So difficult to rely on that every single time. More players having to get involved here if you're going to continue to try to keep this one interesting for us. 5-2, you've got your second round. Still plenty more work needs to be done in Inco. They're going to switch up the tempo a little bit here on A.
bomb should go down. It's going to be in that position where they can take it from a couple of different angles. So really well played from Inco now. Now about the retake from Skade. Has to be fast, please. Check that left corner on towards Dad. We've seen it before where players haven't checked it. Dad going to slide away towards the tractor. Crushing also here with the sniper rifle. Trojan in for 2. The trades are in for Liazera, but there's just a wasting of time going on right now. Nolo coming in for 2. And now they find themselves on championship point.
And how do you set up now going into this next round defensively? Do you go for a heavy stack on A? We haven't really seen that play work out because every single time they've went for it, they've kind of left the site before Inco come running in. But Inco Gaming, they're looking to rush in here, Brody. They're going to go for the exact same play, get this bomb down at A right away.
And they made the right call because Skade have let them get this one down. And if the last round is anything to go by, they're pretty good on the hold. Inco, though, how ready are they for this one? Skade, the player's down. Skade gonna get the first kill. Nice kill coming in from Linz now on towards Lukashin. But Raffer, towards the backline, could still pull this entire play apart.
Certainly could. Here we go on the back. First kill is good. Rafa, does he find 2? Oh my goodness, that might have sealed the deal. Skade need to respond. They get the kill. Trades come back. Trojan now for a big play inside the site alongside Noel. Will he chase him down? Yes, he will. It's all up to 1. 1 versus 1 with 10 seconds left.
Liasin, he's going for the 1 versus 1 against Noel. Noel's just got to waste time. It's back and forth here, Austin. The knife comes through. Noel looking for it. Curry Liasin goes in for the final kill, but it is not enough, Austin.
Not enough. Look at them, Brody. Look at them. Hugs all around. Amped up, excited. Number 1 seed will be Inco Gaming coming out of Latam. My goodness, they put on a hell of a performance. We doubt them maybe throughout the series, but they regain, they get the job done, and they come out swinging in the search and destroy on Standoff.
Congratulations to Inco Gaming. They are the Latin America champions here for the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship for 2022. They will be moving forward as the number 1 seed from the region, and it is so well deserved. I mean, Skade, Austin, I mean, they gave them a game, but what a performance from Inco. I mean, the thing that we were saying about Skade going into that final search and destroy is that Skade, I think for them, they were so good at taking offenses away from teams on standoff, right?
Yeah.
We've known that time and time again. Getting first blood, about converting these kind of unfavorable situations. And this time around, Skade just cannot get it done. Every time it looks like something is tipping in their favor, Inco are like, well, here's a response. I don't think you guys know just how deep in the doo-doo you are. And Inco Gaming there come out on top. Here's a look at our final best of 7. Inco, they only technically need 3 map victories to do it, of course, with the 1 map advantage they get from being in the upper bracket. And Skade, I mean, they started to build momentum in the middle of the series, but just could not continue it towards the end, Austin.
No, they could not. Just could not continue it. Just that clutch factor that we've seen so many times, unfortunately, is finally not going to come in. But unbelievable stuff. Inco Gaming, your number 1 seed. They've proved it the entire weekend long. They have not lost a single series. They've been pushed, though. They have been tested. A lot of game 5s. This one as well, almost going the distance. But they still are able to get the job done.
Indeed, they are. Let's take a look then at our final pricings for the event for everybody at home here. Because we can show you guys exactly how much money Inco Gaming are taking away. You've already seen it a fair bit, I think, today, to be fair. Inco Gaming walking away in first place with 30,000 USD dollars, or US dollars, because there's not 2 Ds in there, but regardless. Skade, second place with 15,000. Influence Rage third, with 12,500. FR Bulls of fourth, with 10,000, and so on, of course, after the teams with day number 1. Everybody, I think, should be proud of the way that they played, but for Inco Gaming specifically, they will be elated that they're walking away with that size of a bag.
That's exactly it. $30,000 for those guys. Well-deserved, putting on the show that they did, but Influence Rage, Skade, Inco Gaming, those are our top 3 seeds coming out of the LATAM regional playoffs to head to the World Championship and see if they can continue to make their region proud. But it was an incredible tournament. I mean, probably the most amount of Game 5s I think I've ever casted within a tournament. So it's been so insane. And you get another look at it here. Just almost everything going the distance here, Brody.
Yeah, you can see it again. Inco Gaming, their path to victory. 2 Game 5 victories versus Influence Rage and Skade, respectively, to get to that Grand Finals. And then, of course, I mean, technically speaking, it was another Game 5 victory for Inco Gaming in the Grand Finals, right, Austin? Because they got the one map advantage coming from the winners. And yeah, it was the 5th game in the Grand Finals that got them the victory there again versus Skade. Look, Skade will be gutted because we saw the run that they made against Influence Rage in that Elimination Finals matchup. And, you know, they played so well. They played their hearts out in the Grand Finals versus Inco, but nonetheless, Inco Gaming, they are our champions for the Latin America region. They will be joining Skade and Influence Rage as 3 of the teams that will be making it to the World Championships in a few weeks, Austin.
That's exactly it. They'll be joining in, trying to make something happen at that World Championship, and it's just going to be so insane to see that one go down, man. I'm excited to see how these guys fare versus the rest of the world, right? Coming through with what was some great Call of Duty play this entire weekend. I thought they showed us a lot of alternative strats. You could see the adaptations and kind of the gears turning through their brain as they're going through some of those rounds. So just a very fun tournament, man, the entire way through for us, Brody. And, well, again, we get our top 3 seeds after what was just a hell of a gauntlet throughout the Swiss bracket. Then, of course, the regular double elimination bracket here for day 2.
Indeed. What an awesome tournament, Austin. That's it. It's all over until the next one now. We've had India. That one has gone now. I think Arena has gone as well. And now finally, of course, Latin America. Those tournaments have been completed. We're already starting to slot teams in at the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship for 2022. Austin, before we sign off here, any final words, buddy? It has just been an awesome tournament. I've loved every single second of it, mate. It has been awesome. I mean, Call of Duty Mobile, it always goes hard, man. I mean, you might not see Brody and I's faces maybe too much within Call of Duty Mobile, but whenever we get to cast it, we love it, man. I promise you guys that. It's always a lot of fun. You guys put on an incredible show. Thanks for everyone for coming out here. But, I mean, yeah, it was just a great time, Brody. It's just a fun time casting all these series, just going the distance, constantly giving us entertainment the entire way through. Yeah, indeed. Thank you to all the players for participating in the tournament here in the Latin America Regional Playoffs. And, of course, massive shout-out to you. Yeah, you, right there, to signing into the tournament, tuning in. Not you, Austin, mate. Not you, mate. Okay. You're not that important. The viewers, of course, at home, thank you so much for tuning in to the Latin America Regional Playoffs. Of course, make sure you continue to tune in over the next couple of weeks because we still have 3 more major regions to get through in Japan, Europe, and, of course, North America. So make sure you guys continue to stay tuned to this YouTube channel. That is where all of the action will be taking place. Again, thank you to everybody for tuning in. Thank you to the players, and congratulations to the team that not only have qualified for the World Championships, but of course to Inco Gaming for making it as the Latin America champions for 2022. Until next time, thank you so much for everybody for watching, and we'll see you guys for the next one.